After acquiring a mysterious system, a young martial arts prodigy skyrocketed from the third to the sixth level of martial arts mastery within 3 months. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his journey to the pinnacle of martial arts. In the wilderness outside the Donghai base, a highway lay strewn with wrecked vehicles, darkened bloodstains, and skeletal remains, silent witnesses to a past tragedy. Several robust demons roamed, their noses twitching as if searching for something. Suddenly, a concentrated flash of sword light sliced through the air like lightning. One of the demons had no time to react before its head was severed, scarlet blood gushing forth. The source of the sword light was a black-haired youth clad in simple alloy armor and wielding an alloy sword. Lin Mo. Unexpectedly, before the remaining demons could launch an attack, Lin Mo's figure ghosted past them, and several sword lights crisscrossed the air. 6 heads simultaneously flew skyward, and 6 headless bodies thudded to the ground. Killed demons, obtained a black iron box. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. 7 demons had yielded a black iron treasure chest, a stroke of good fortune. Inside, he found 2 blood essence pills and a first-tier alloy fragment. Lin Mo immediately began refining the blood essence pills and merging the alloy fragment. A searing energy coursed through his body, the airflow in his dantian surged, and his physical attributes were significantly enhanced. With a resounding boom, Lin Mo broke through, reaching the 6th level of martial arts mastery. His system panel indicated that his sword shadow technique, one sword flow, and phantom step could all be upgraded, with his cultivation method being the breathing technique. 16 years ago, Lin Mo had traversed from another blue star. This world was connected to multiple dimensional spaces, leading to invasions by formidable creatures that caused native life forms to mutate into demons and beasts. The ancient martial arts civilization, revived by the re-emergence of spiritual energy, became humanity's hope against the invaders. Today, only 5 major federations remain on Blue Star, with Lin Mo residing in the Huaxia Federation, which established numerous base cities. Each base city hosts martial arts academies that select talented warriors through exams. For commoners, entering an academy is the only way to obtain cultivation resources. Otherwise, they remain at the bottom of society. 3 months ago, during a trial, Lin Mo acquired the system and began hunting demons and beasts to enhance his strength. In a short time, he advanced from the 3rd to the 6th level, an astonishing rate of progress. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, over 30 youths had already gathered, supervised by 2 martial master-level instructors. Zhu Ho mocked Lin Mo for being late, but Lin Mo coldly replied, "There's still a minute before the gathering time." Lin Mo presented a bag containing demon core inner pills to the instructors, saying, "Master Zhang, Master Wang, during this training, I killed 78 demons. Please verify." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the bag in disbelief. The astonishing achievement of slaying 78 demons caused quite a stir among the crowd. The students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Most considered it a feat to kill 10 demons, and those who excelled usually managed 20 or 30. Yet Lin Mo, a student at the 6th level of martial apprenticeship, managed to match the level of Zhu Ho, the class's acknowledged top student. Zhu Ho, a prodigy at the 7th level of martial apprenticeship and a near-certain candidate for promotion to the martial academy, wore a dark expression. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In the regular classes, Zhu Ho had always been the undisputed leader, far ahead of even the 2nd place. However, in just 3 months, Lin Mo emerged like a rising star, leaping from the 3rd to the 6th level with astonishing speed, and his outstanding performance in several trials subtly threatened Zhu Ho's position. Lin Mo claimed to have awakened a special physique, but this was merely a clever cover. Human physiques are categorized into ordinary and special types. The ordinary is the most common, while special physiques are either innate or awakened, classified into 5 levels: Xian, Ling, Earth, Heaven, and Divine. The key to identifying a special physique lies in attributes such as strength and speed exceeding standard levels, along with a much higher spiritual energy absorption rate. Lin Mo's secret came from a chance encounter. During a trial, he slew a beast that a mentor had easily defeated and accidentally opened a bronze chest, obtaining a precious cleansing pill. This pill transformed his physique, which was then tested and met the standards of a Ling physique. After the mentors tallied the results, they announced for the class to gather and prepare to enter the base city. At the city's entrance, a well-prepared military force formed the last line of defense. If this line were breached, the entire base city would face disaster. As Lin Mo and his classmates arrived, other classes also gathered, each forming distinct groups. 3 groups stood out, their students well-equipped and exuding a commanding presence, far surpassing other classes. These were the elite classes of the academy, with even the lowest-ranked students at the 5th level of martial apprenticeship. Martial apprentices like Zhu Ho at the 7th level were common, and some had even reached the 9th level, just a step away from becoming martial artists. With military cooperation, the class mentors led their students through checks before returning to the academy. As per tradition, there were 2 days of rest following the trial. However, as the homeroom teacher announced the break, he added, Lin Mo, Zhu Ho, please come to my office later. On Blue Star, teachers held esteemed positions, especially homeroom teachers, who were powerful martial masters with their own offices. It took Lin Mo some time to find the office. As he reached the door, before he could knock, a voice from inside called out, Come in. As Lin Mo walked into the classroom, he saw the homeroom teacher, Qin Hong, dressed in a loose white martial arts uniform, while Zhu Ho was already seated, waiting. Qin Hong gave Lin Mo a friendly wave, signaling him to sit down. Lin Mo sat cross-legged next to Zhu Ho, who let out a cold snort, feeling secretly displeased, considering sitting next to Lin Mo an insult. However, with Qin Hong present, he dared not say much. Qin Hong looked at Lin Mo and Zhu Ho seated before him and began. You two are currently the ones in our class who have a stable chance of getting into a martial arts academy. He continued to explain that the minimum requirement for martial arts academies is usually a martial apprentice level 7, but for those with special physiques, the standard might be lowered. Therefore, even though Lin Mo is at level 6, he still has a chance of being admitted. However, martial arts academies are ranked in tiers, and as your mentor, he hopes you can get into a better academy. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, as he had heard about the different levels of martial arts academies but hadn't delved into the details. He then asked, Teacher Qin, what are the specific levels of these martial arts academies? Zhu Ho couldn't help but sneer beside him, and Qin Hong was momentarily surprised that Lin Mo knew nothing about the academy rankings. However, considering Lin Mo's abilities 3 months ago, it seemed understandable. So he patiently explained, martial arts academies are divided into 5-star levels, based on their overall strength and their contributions in the wars against demons. 1 star is the lowest, and 5 stars is the highest. There are only 2 5-star academies, the Jiuzhou Academy in the capital and the Kunlun Academy in the metropolis. Qin Hong continued. In terms of admissions, a 1-star martial arts academy has the lowest requirements. Generally, a martial apprentice level 7 should have no problem getting in as long as they don't make serious mistakes during the entrance exams. There are also concessions for those with special physiques, making it possible for a level 6 to get in. Lin Mo understood from this that he and Zhu Ho could only currently aim for the lowest 1-star martial arts academies. To avoid discouraging them, Qin Hong reassured them. Entering a higher-level martial arts academy isn't necessarily a good thing. With greater resources come greater responsibilities and obligations. Although higher academies offer more resources, they also mean facing greater pressure from fighting monsters. The 2 5-star academies, in particular, are located near the borders of the capital and metropolis, and have the highest mortality rates among all martial arts academies. Qin Hong's words made Lin Mo's eyes light up. For him, hunting exotic beasts and demons could yield treasure chests. While the experience of hunting demons might be dangerous for others, for Lin Mo, the rewards far outweigh the risks. Of course, he chose to attend an academy rather than venture into the wild alone, considering the safety aspect. In the wilderness, there exists a group of warriors whose livelihood depends on hunting down demonic beasts. They make money quickly and earn a decent income, but their lives are always at risk, as if they have their heads tied to their belts. In the wild, strength doesn't always determine the level of opponents one might encounter. A warrior might face off against beasts at the level of martial masters or even grandmasters, leading to the potential annihilation of the entire team in an instant. Although such occurrences are rare, the saying, frequenting the riverside, you can't avoid getting your shoes wet, captures this reality. In contrast, the training environment provided by academies is much safer. These institutions exist to nurture talent, not to destroy it. As a warrior-level student, Lin Mo will be placed in relatively safe training areas, where he will not encounter Grandmaster-level demonic beasts. Even if such threats appear, the academy will ensure they are eliminated beforehand. For students, facing such high-level beasts is not training, it's a death sentence. This is why, upon joining the academy, Lin Mo's risk-toward ratio reaches an optimal balance. Teacher, what are the admission standards for the 9 Provinces Academy and the Kunlun Academy? Lin Mo asked at this moment. Qin Hong regarded the question as ordinary, assuming Lin Mo was merely curious, and casually replied. These 2 5-star martial academies have extremely stringent admission criteria. In comparison, a 4-star martial academy requires you to kill 3 peak stage 9th-level martial apprentices during the entrance exam to gain admission. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. But for these 2 5-star academies, the requirements are more demanding. You must slay 3 demonic beasts that have truly reached the warrior realm to qualify for application. Slaying 3 demonic beasts that have truly reached the warrior realm. Lin Mo and Zhu Ho's expressions turned serious, unable to hide their shock. While it might seem like a small difference, the gap between a warrior and a 9th-level martial apprentice is vast. A person who has just broken into the warrior realm can easily defeat a dozen 9th-level martial apprentices. Once demonic beasts reach the warrior realm, they undergo a transformation, their strength surges, and they even begin to show signs of intelligence. Although their intelligence is not high, it significantly enhances their combat abilities. Ordinary martial apprentices, with a bit of training, can defeat beasts of the same stage. However, once at the warrior level, they can only contend with beasts of the same stage, and defeating them requires being an exceptional warrior, not to mention slaying them, which demands surpassing the average capabilities of warriors at the same stage. Seeing the shock on their faces, Qin Hong calmly explained, "This is normal. These two five-star martial academies hold a prestigious status, built on the ruins of ancient martial civilizations, with equipment and training conditions beyond your imagination. Students graduating from these academies each year have a minimum cultivation level of martial master. If they continue their diligent practice post-graduation, becoming a grandmaster is almost inevitable. Remember, that's just the minimum standard. Graduating as a martial master, future achievements as a grandmaster are almost guaranteed." Zhu Ho and Lin Mo remained silent for a long time, their hearts still reeling from the revelation. The hierarchy in the martial arts world of Blue Star is strict, progressing step by step from a martial apprentice to a martial god. In the Donghai-based city, a family can live a comfortable and enviable life if one of them becomes a martial artist. A martial master is considered middle class, while a martial arts grandmaster is part of the upper echelons of society. Zhu Ho excitedly talked about the difficulty of getting into a five-star martial arts academy, his voice tinged with a bit of longing. "It's been a long time since anyone from our academy got in, but Su Lingqing from this year might just have a chance." At the mention of Su Lingqing, Zhu Ho trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with fervor. Su Lingqing was a legendary figure in their grade, possessing a divine physique. She had consistently held the top spot since enrolling, with no one able to challenge her position. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also stunningly beautiful, recognized as the school belle and the dream girl of countless male students. However, Lin Mo appeared unusually calm in response to Zhu Ho's enthusiasm. In fact, Lin Mo might be the person who knew Su Lingqing the earliest in this world. They were both transmigrators who had known each other in their previous lives. When they first arrived in this new world, their reunion felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and their relationship was quite close for a time. But as time went by, Su Lingqing's talent became more apparent. Coupled with her prestigious family background in Donghai City, the gap between them widened. They had fewer common topics, and their meetings revolved around past stories, causing their relationship to drift apart. What truly made Lin Mo give up on associating with Su Lingqing was an incident 3 years ago. Su Lingqing's father, Su Hongai, approached him, implying that someone as ordinary as Lin Mo should not dream of getting close to Su Lingqing. At that time, Lin Mo felt deeply humiliated and belittled, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he retorted with a youthful, defiant phrase, "Better to provoke an old man than to underestimate a poor youth." Yet, over the next 2 years, reality mercilessly proved that his words were merely a product of a momentary outburst. But just 3 months ago, things seemed to take a turn. That phrase ceased to be just youthful bravado and became a testament to Lin Mo's rise. Now, Lin Mo is filled with confidence. With the existence of the treasure box system, he firmly believes that surpassing Su Lingqing is only a matter of time. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already see the bright future ahead. Qin Hong explained to Lin Mo and Zhu Ho the details about the Martial Arts College entrance qualification exam. Unlike the academic entrance exams, the martial arts exam involves actual combat against beasts and demons. To ensure fairness and safety, the exam requires significant resources. Therefore, each base city conducts a preliminary qualification exam, and only those who pass can take the martial arts entrance exam. This year, the qualification standard in Donghai City is to hunt down a demon at the 6th level of a martial apprentice. For Lin Mo, this seemed easy, but he was still eager because it meant another chance to hunt demons and beasts. Lin Mo understood that opportunities to hunt demons were rare. Demons and beasts were prohibited within the city, so they could only be encountered outside. Ordinary people were not allowed to leave the city at will, and students from the academy could only participate in practical training for months before the entrance exams. This was why Lin Mo only discovered the secret of obtaining treasure chests from killing demons 3 months ago, as he had no prior opportunities to try. Since this practical training occurred only once a month, opportunities were limited, and Lin Mo cherished each chance to hunt beasts. After Qin Hong encouraged Lin Mo and Zhu Ho, they left the office. Walking down the street, Lin Mo began contemplating his future. He realized that only by killing demons or beasts could he obtain treasure chests to enhance his strength, but this also involved risks. Therefore, he needed to find a balance between rewards and risks. He worried that if he attended a regular martial arts academy, he might not have enough opportunities to hunt beasts outside the city. After the homeroom teacher introduced the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo believed these schools suited him well. Joining such academies would ensure more chances to hunt demons or beasts. Although their mortality rates were among the highest, the absolute mortality rate wasn't high. After all, training a talent consumes many resources, and schools wouldn't cultivate students just to send them to their deaths. The ultimate goal of martial arts academies is to train strong individuals to fight against demons and beasts, not to let them die before they mature. Although the mortality rate seemed high, Lin Mo estimated the actual rate was likely below 10%, which was within his acceptable range. The problem now was how Lin Mo could get into these martial arts academies. The strength of a 6th-level martial apprentice was too weak for him. Clenching his fists, he thought that with more opportunities to hunt demons, his strength would significantly improve. He was determined not to miss any opportunity to hunt beasts. He murmured to himself that if he could get a bronze, or even a silver treasure chest, his strength would soar. He knew that the treasure chests from hunting beasts were graded: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, moonlight, and sunlight. Based on Lin Mo's summary over the past 3 months, hunting demons at the 7th level and below of martial apprentices only triggers black iron chests, while hunting demons at the 8th level has a chance to trigger bronze chests. The appearance of these chests is probabilistic. The more intense the battle, the higher the likelihood of a chest. Lin Mo realized that the martial arts qualification exam was a rare opportunity for him. In ordinary classes, encounters with high-level demons and exotic beasts were scarce, but this qualification exam would include many high-level martial apprentice demons and exotic beasts. 2 days passed quickly, and the martial arts qualification exam in Donghai City officially began. Donghai City has 8 districts, with each district hosting at least 3 martial arts academies, and some districts having up to 6, totaling 40 academies citywide. Over 30,000 candidates were participating in this qualification exam. Although anyone aged 16 or older could participate, the actual number of participants exceeded 30,000. Some with weaker cultivation opted out, as they had little chance of qualifying and faced potential safety risks. Just like Lin Mo 3 months ago, when he was at the 3rd level of martial apprentice and couldn't compete against even the weakest demons and exotic beasts. Participating then would have been pointless and potentially life-threatening. The qualification exam was held outside the base city of Donghai. For safety, the perimeter was heavily guarded by dense military forces, with powerful martial artists patrolling armed with weapons. A soldier with a booming voice was loudly instructing students to gather and collect combat suits, weapons, and healing items. His voice was so loud that it made some students' heads buzz, indicating he was at a martial artist level. Lin Mo and his peers received combat packs containing combat suits, weapons, and healing items in an orderly manner. These items, made from special materials, would fetch a high price outside. Once everyone had collected their gear, a commanding officer with a strong presence stood before the crowd. His mere presence exerted immense pressure on all the students. Lin Mo was secretly alarmed, sensing that this officer's aura was even stronger than Teacher Qin's, likely marking him as a martial arts master. In Donghai City, martial arts masters are considered part of the upper echelon of society. The officer scanned the crowd with a sharp gaze before announcing the assessment rules. This martial arts qualification exam will last for 3 days. You will enter the trial field at 3 p.m. today, and the assessment will conclude at 3 p.m. 3 days later. The trial field is divided into 2 zones, the combat zone and the rest area. The combat zone is fully monitored, recording your every move, and serving as proof of slaying demons and exotic beasts. The rest area is unmonitored, allowing you to recuperate. Remember, no infighting is allowed in the trial field. Violators will face disqualification at best and immediate execution at worst. Your combat suits contain a distress signal device. Pressing it will activate a temporary energy shield to protect you, but it also means your assessment ends prematurely. After the announcement, the soldiers began organizing the candidates into the trial field. The field was divided into 30 sections, each separated by high-voltage electric grids and mysterious spiritual patterns, accommodating 1,000 candidates per section. Lin Mo was assigned to Section 6. Once inside the trial field, candidates could choose to team up or act alone. Teaming up increases success rates and efficiency, but the points each person receives would be significantly reduced. Unless there's a close relationship, most people choose to act alone. Lin Mo, having few acquaintances in Section 6, naturally opted for solo action. More importantly, to open a chest, he needed to deliver the killing blow to demons and exotic beasts. If he teamed up and someone else took the final hit, he would lose out significantly. Thus, Lin Mo embarked on his journey to hunt demons and exotic beasts alone in the trial field. The sword gleamed like lightning as Lin Mo drew it. With a swift slash, the beast's head fell, and its body collapsed with a thud. At the moment of the beast's demise, a black iron treasure chest appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened the chest to find a low-grade blood chi pill inside. He quickly swallowed the pill, and a warm surge flowed through his body. Sensing the changes within, Lin Mo realized he was close to reaching the peak of Martial Disciple Stage 6. Just a few more low-grade blood chi pills, and I can break through to Stage 7, he mused to himself. With a flick of his wrist, the alloy sword traced a cold arc in the air. Lin Mo's figure flickered as he continued to search for traces of beasts and demons in the trial zone. This area was once a bustling town, but had now fallen to ruin due to a demon tide. Though most buildings were reduced to rubble, a few streets and structures remained intact. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting reached Lin Mo's ears. Following the noise, he quickly arrived at an abandoned basketball court. There, sharp blades and overwhelming demonic aura clashed fiercely, as three figures battled a powerful demon. Observing closely, Lin Mo identified the trio as one man and two women. The man was the strongest, at Martial Disciple Stage 8, while the two women were at Stage 7. Their opponent, a demon with intense energy, was nearly at the threshold of Stage 9. Even with their combined efforts, they were clearly at a disadvantage. The three noticed Lin Mo's arrival, initially hopeful, but upon realizing his level, their expressions turned to disappointment. "Get out of here. This isn't something you can handle," the man said coolly. "If you're caught in the crossfire and use the rescue shield, you'll lose your eligibility for the martial arts exam." Lin Mo didn't leave. Instead, he studied the demon intently. He calculated that if he could defeat this nearly Stage 9 demon with his current skills, the chance of obtaining a bronze treasure chest was high. The items in a bronze chest might directly help him advance to Stage 7. "I can help," Lin Mo offered. "A Stage 6 helping? Just don't get in the way," one of the girls retorted dismissively. Lin Mo didn't argue, stepping aside quietly. He wasn't giving up, was waiting for the right moment. He knew that with their current strength, the three were no match for the demon. Indeed, before long, one of the Stage 7 girls was the first to falter. The demon's claws, enveloped in dark energy, sent her weapon flying, and she was on the verge of a fatal blow. Not good. Her face turned pale as she realized she needed to activate the distress signal immediately, or she'd be eliminated. In the critical moment, Lin Mo's figure had already appeared behind the demon, his alloy sword aimed directly at its vital point. Just as the girl was about to press the emergency button, a sharp flash of sword light appeared, moving so fast it was almost impossible to catch. The blade sliced through the demon's body, dispersing its dark energy, and a thick, black blood oozed from the wound. The demon let out an angry roar and quickly retreated. The mastery of the sword technique was evident, leaving even the male student at the 8th level of martial training visibly stunned. Although this sword technique was a basic one, it was extremely rare for someone at the martial apprentice stage to master it to such a degree. "Hey, let's team up," one of the three suggested, impressed by Lin Mo's powerful display. "My sword light is highly lethal. I'll handle the final strike." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, but insisted on taking the role of delivering the final blow. After all, his skills were already sufficient for the martial arts entrance exam, and his main goal in this collaboration was to seize the treasure chest. Once the plan was set, the four of them charged at the demon. Two 7th-level martial apprentices worked to contain the demon from the outside, while the 8th-level student, wielding dual blades, took on the main assault. The blades were etched with fish scale patterns, moving like elusive fish, making them hard to track. It was undeniable that this 8th-level martial artist was strong, managing to hold his ground against a demon nearly at the 9th level, gritting his teeth to persist. In contrast, the 8th-level martial artist's blade technique was smooth and unpredictable, while Lin Mo's sword style was sharply aggressive. His sword seemed to emit a faint blue light, calm when still, but capable of striking deep, bone-revealing wounds when in action. The demon, with its angry roars, was forced to retreat step by step, having to fend off the dual-blade frontal assault and remain wary of Lin Mo's sudden sword strikes, all while being disrupted by the harmless probing attacks from the two others. The battle scene involving Lin Mo and his three companions was being live-streamed to a large building outside the trial area. The building was filled with a multitude of monitoring screens, most of which were blank, with only a few displaying intense battles. "Do you think Donghai City will produce any promising talents this time?" Two martial arts masters stood in the monitoring room, watching the screens and pondering. Both were appointed by the Donghai City Education Bureau, tasked with observing and selecting students with potential to enter 4-star or even 5-star academies for a month of intensive training. This year's overall standard seems about the same as previous years. If we can get 5 or 6 students into the Kyushu Academy or Kunlun Academy, that would be quite an achievement, they sighed. After all, Donghai City was just a small, remote-based city, with only a handful of students making it into 5-star academies each year. The focus this time was not on finding top-tier candidates capable of entering 5-star academies, but on identifying those who could become promising candidates for 4-star academies. "Hey, Wu, look at screen 32. Check out that martial artist with the slightly smaller build," one of them pointed out. The screen was showing the scene of Lin Mo and his group attacking the demon, clearly displaying the intense combat and tactical cooperation. for people were battling a demon just shy of the 9th rank of a martial apprentice. Lao Xia's surprise caught Lao Wu's attention. Lao Wu glanced at the screen, his interest diminishing. Their mission was to find talent capable of entering a 4-star academy, requiring at least the ability to single-handedly face a 9th rank demon or beast. The demon on the screen wasn't even at the 9th rank, needing 4 people to take it on, clearly not the prospect they were looking for. No, look at that 6th rank martial apprentice. Lao Xia shook his head, eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Initially indifferent, Lao Wu spared a moment to watch out of respect for his colleague. Soon, his eyes lit up. Mastery in sword shadow technique and phantom step, both fundamental spiritual techniques mastered. Lao Wu was slightly astonished. Although these techniques were basic entry-level skills, few could master them at the martial apprentice stage. This 6th rank martial apprentice had mastered both, doubling his combat effectiveness and making it easy to challenge higher ranks. I just checked this student's profile, Lao Xia said. 3 months ago, he awakened a special constitution, confirmed as a spiritual body by the Donghai City Education Bureau. Back then, he was only at the 3rd rank, and now he's at the 6th. A vertical light screen appeared in front of Lao Wu, displaying Lin Mo's basic information clearly. Awakening a special constitution just 3 months ago, and rising from the 3rd to the 6th rank suggests his constitution is more than just a simple spiritual body, Lao Xia analyzed, eyes on the screen. As martial arts masters, they knew some hidden truths. Those who awaken a special constitution post-birth experience a period of rapid advancement. Yet, a normal spiritual body couldn't rise 3 ranks in 3 months. This implied Lin Mo's constitution might far exceed the Education Bureau's results. This didn't necessarily mean the Bureau's test was wrong. Some special constitutions reveal their true grade over time. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's awakening was too recent, and his cultivation too low, making it nearly impossible to qualify for a 4-star academy. Lao Xia shook his head, explaining, to meet the 4-star academy's standards, you need strength surpassing a typical 9th rank martial apprentice. And the reduced admission threshold for special constitutions isn't just about having 1 and 2-star martial academies lower standards for special constitutions, but 4 and 5-star academies don't lack them. For example, a 4-star academy usually requires an Earth grade constitution for reduced admission. Lin Mo's is just a spiritual body, and even if it's not the true grade, that's what's recorded. Keep an eye on him. Another martial arts master, Lao Wu, suggested. If he performs well later, he might earn an opportunity. Lao Wu had a gut feeling that this 6th rank martial apprentice was extraordinary. Inside the trial arena, Lin Mo and his team launched continuous attacks, gradually worsening the demon's injuries as its dark energy dissipated. Several times the demon tried to escape, only to be forced back by Lin Mo. It's time to end this. As the demon's body wavered, revealing a critical weakness, Lin Mo struck with his sword. The blue sword light flashed swiftly, like a thin line of lightning. A complete mastery of one sword flow, the 8th rank martial apprentice felt his heart tremble. Lin Mo had mastered all 3 basic spiritual techniques. With a sound of slicing flesh, the sword light cut through the neck, sending the demon's head flying, black blood spraying. Killed the demon, received a bronze treasure chest. As the demon's head soared, an electronic voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo trembled with excitement, thrilled at the bronze treasure chest's appearance. He couldn't wait to discover what surprises it held for him. Lin Mo's thoughts triggered the bronze treasure chest to open with a soft click. His eyes quickly scanned the items inside. A medium-level blood chi pill, a comprehension fragment, and an alloy fragment. Seeing the medium-level blood chi pill, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Previously, only low-level blood chi pills had appeared in the black iron treasure chests, and as his cultivation progressed, those pills had become increasingly ineffective. Without hesitation, he began refining the medium-level blood chi pill. Instantly, a surge of heat coursed through his body, tempering his flesh and bones, which emitted crackling sounds like popping soybeans. In his dantian, strands of spiritual energy quietly formed. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Mo, sending fallen leaves swirling around him in a gust of wind. 7th stage of martial apprentice. Lin Mo thought with delight. Originally, he needed to open several more black iron treasure chests and refine a few more low-level blood chi pills to break through. He didn't expect a single medium-level blood chi pill to directly achieve this breakthrough. He could clearly feel that the physical prowess of the 7th stage was far superior to that of the 6th stage. Lin Mo gripped his alloy sword tightly and made a gentle downward slash, causing the air to hum. He estimated that if he encountered the demon from earlier again, he could confidently defeat it alone, even without the help of the other 3. At that moment, the man who had reached the 8th stage of martial apprentice approached him enthusiastically to offer congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. I'm Deng Shan from Xinjiang No. 1 High School. These are my classmates, Su Shui and Li Yi. Xinjiang No. 1 High School. Lin Mo was slightly surprised. He knew that the Xinjiang district was the most prosperous area in Donghai City, and naturally, Xinjiang No. 1 High School was recognized as the strongest martial arts academy. I'm Lin Mo, from Tianquan No. 1 High School, Lin Mo replied politely. Hearing Tianquan district, Deng Shan was a bit surprised as well. The Tianquan district ranked low in both economic development and martial arts exam results in Donghai City. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, assuming Lin Mo must be a renowned figure at Tianquan No. 1 High School. Deng Shan extended an invitation. Lin Mo, how about teaming up to hunt demons together? He thought to himself that Lin Mo was already formidable before his breakthrough, and now that he had advanced, Deng Shan himself might not be a match for him. Lin Mo politely declined Deng Shan's offer. Not this time. I just completed my breakthrough and am not yet familiar with my new strength. I plan to hunt some relatively weaker beasts and demons alone to adapt quickly. For him, teaming up required ensuring he landed the final blow to gain benefits, which was too cumbersome. After bidding farewell to Deng Shan and his companions, Lin Mo used his stealth steps and disappeared instantly. Outside the trial arena, two martial arts masters were observing the entire battle. Old Wu, look at this young fellow. He's already broken through to the 7th stage of martial apprentice. I reckon his combat power might not be inferior to the peak of the 8th stage, said Old Xia. Old Wu remained unimpressed. Even if he has the strength of the peak 8th stage, it's still far from the admission standards of a 4-star academy. What if he breaks through to the 8th stage before the entrance exam? Old Xia asked with a smile. He's just reached the 7th stage, and with less than a month before the exam, how could he possibly break through again? Old Wu shook his head in disbelief. Old Xia, however, was unfazed. He managed to advance from the 3rd to the 7th stage in just 3 months. Another month's breakthrough isn't entirely out of the question. Old Xia's words left Old Wu in brief silence. Eventually, he simply said, let's keep an eye on him and see how he performs. After parting ways with Deng Shan and the others, Lin Mo did not continue hunting in the battle zone. Instead, he headed straight for the rest area. He needed to handle the loot from the bronze treasure chest. Aside from the intermediate blood energy pill, there were alloy fragments and comprehension fragments. Since unified equipment was used in this assessment, the alloy fragments couldn't be integrated into his alloy sword for the time being. However, the comprehension fragments could be used immediately. Lin Mo had obtained similar items from iron treasure chests before, but the bronze level ones were expected to be more effective. Once he was in the right state of mind, Lin Mo activated the comprehension fragment, focusing on mastering the one-sword flow. This is a technique with extremely high single-target lethality, ideal for combating demons and beasts. Soon, a figure composed of virtual lines appeared in his mind, wielding a sword in a manner that was very familiar to Lin Mo. It was the one-sword flow, though its trajectory and speed differed slightly from his own. Immersed in this state of enlightenment, Lin Mo meticulously studied every subtle movement of the figure. Several minutes later, he suddenly stood up, and his long sword sliced through the air, leaving trails of sword shadows in the void. As I thought, a glint of joy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. His mastery of the one-sword flow had reached a level just shy of perfection. With actual combat practice, he could fully grasp this technique, capable of challenging a 9th-level martial apprentice. With this thought, Lin Mo immediately headed to the battle zone. After decapitating a 7th-level martial apprentice demon with a single slash, he found opponents of this caliber no longer provided him with any improvement. He needed stronger adversaries. In search of a suitable target, Lin Mo agilely leaped through the abandoned streets, eventually finding a well-preserved high-rise building. From the top floor, he could survey several surrounding streets. Lin Mo chose to wait there, knowing that lower-level demons and beasts were more active at night. Although his goal was to find an 8th-level martial apprentice opponent, it was worth noting that such demons barely qualified as low-level, much like humans. Only by reaching the martial artist realm could one truly embark on the path of martial arts. As the sun set and night fell, temperatures dropped, and the town began to stir. Before long, a beast's roar shattered the night's silence. From his vantage point, Lin Mo clearly saw a nearly 2-meter-tall beast patrolling the street. It was a bloodthirsty iron boar of the 8th martial apprentice level. The bloodthirsty iron boar, with its thick skin and strong defenses, possesses a powerful impact, especially with its tusks on either side. Even a person one level higher could be injured if struck by them. Lin Mo quickly recalled the knowledge imparted by his teacher in class, realizing that the strength of this bloodthirsty iron boar was likely no less than the demon he faced earlier. It's you, Lin Mo murmured to himself, locking his gaze on the target. He leaped, using the building's protruding structure to descend quickly, like a shadow diving straight at the bloodthirsty iron boar. Before the boar could fully react, a blue sword shadow materialized in Lin Mo's hand. This time, he struck faster, his attack forming a sharp, straight line. As the sword shadow descended, blood streaks appeared instantly on the boar's body. Lin Mo quickly pulled back, secretly amazed. His sword technique had grown much stronger than before, yet it could only leave shallow marks on the boar. Clearly, this creature's defense far surpassed the previous demon at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of martial trainees. Lin Mo swiftly analyzed the situation. While the bloodthirsty iron boar had strong defenses and impact, its agility was much less than that of a martial trainee of the same level. He decided to rely on his speed advantage to exhaust the boar to death. The wounded boar became extremely agitated, charging around like an out-of-control truck. Lin Mo used his elusive footwork to dodge nimbly. Suddenly, a dark shadow attacked it was the boar's tail. Lin Mo quickly bent down and slid to narrowly avoid it. Boom! The tail smashed heavily into the wall, instantly collapsing it. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart, becoming more vigilant. He realized his attacks had limited effect on the boar, and taking a single hit would result in serious injury. This was a battle where mistakes were not an option. The fight grew more intense as the boar launched relentless attacks. It charged, swung its tail, and even leaped high to attack with its iron hooves. Lin Mo was in a sorry state, constantly jumping and rolling, covered in dust. But he didn't give up on attacking, seizing every chance after dodging to leave new wounds on the boar. However, Lin Mo soon realized this war of attrition wasn't sustainable. The boar's defense was too strong, difficult to penetrate even for a 9th-stage martial trainee. Unless he could perfect his sword technique, he would eventually be defeated by exhaustion of energy and strength. Then let's perfect the sword technique. Lin Mo's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. His strikes became faster, with spiritual energy condensing into a blue glow on the sword. Each attack was quicker than the last, and the wounds he inflicted grew deeper. In this life-and-death moment, Lin Mo suddenly understood. He had always focused on the speed and trajectory of his sword technique, neglecting the importance of infusing it with spiritual energy. This moment of insight brought clarity to Lin Mo. A brilliant light shone in the night as he and the bloodthirsty iron boar crossed paths. Slash. A fatal wound opened on the boar's head, blood gushing out like a fountain. The massive beast collapsed with a thud, twitching a few times before falling still. The sword technique was finally perfected. The power of mastering the one-sword flow technique is worlds apart from merely achieving proficiency. At this moment, although Lin Mo had reached a proficient level in the one-sword flow, each strike only left a superficial cut. However, upon achieving mastery, his sword could nearly slice through half the throat of a bloodthirsty iron boar. Achieving mastery in one-sword flow. Outside the trial grounds, Old Wu's face showed astonishment. It was already rare for a martial apprentice to reach proficiency in basic spiritual skills, and achieving mastery was even more exceptional. Old Wu thought to himself, he hadn't misjudged. This young man was truly remarkable. Old Xia, on the other hand, appeared somewhat smug, confident in his keen judgment, and decided to offer Lin Mo a spot. Old Wu had to admit that if Lin Mo could break through to the 8th stage of the martial apprentice, securing a place in a 4-star academy would be a sure thing. Inside the trial grounds, Lin Mo roughly assessed his combat power, believing he could contend with a typical 9th-stage martial apprentice demon beast. However, he did not seek out such high-level creatures, as being able to fight does not equate to being able to kill. Despite their low intelligence, demon beasts are not foolish and will flee if overpowered. With his current strength, killing a demon beast was still challenging, unless he could master the mirage steps. To counter the escape of demon beasts, he must be faster than them. It seemed he needed to continue hunting 8th-stage demon beasts, aiming to obtain a bronze treasure chest. At this point, Lin Mo was in no hurry to find 9th-stage demon beasts, but was more inclined to hunt 8th-stage ones. However, the chance of obtaining a bronze chest from hunting 8th-stage demon beasts was significantly lower than before his breakthrough. He recalled that when he was at the 6th stage, he killed a peak 8th-stage demon beast and directly obtained a bronze treasure chest. Besides luck, the main reason was the significant gap between him and the peak 8th-stage demon beast, which increased the probability of a chest drop. Now, as a 7th-stage martial apprentice, the gap with 8th-stage beasts had narrowed, naturally lowering the probability. For example, the bloodthirsty iron boar he just killed did not yield a chest. The solution was simple: hunt more demon beasts. On the last day of the trial, the ruins were filled with the angry roars of a fierce-looking beast fleeing through the debris. Surprisingly, this beast, at the peak of the 8th-stage martial apprentice level, was being pursued by Lin Mo, who was at the 7th stage. With light steps, he closely followed the beast, suddenly accelerating, as a blue light flashed past its side. Bang! The 8th-stage beast was instantly torn in half, blood spraying everywhere. After killing the beast, Lin Mo heard a mechanical prompt, and a slight curve appeared on his lips. Over the past 2 days, he had focused on hunting 8th-stage demon beasts, and fortunately, the trial area was teeming with them, making them easy to find. Since killing the bloodthirsty iron boar, he had slain several 8th-stage demon beasts, accumulating 3 treasure chests so far. Lin Mo opened the bronze treasure chest, and obtained 2 intermediate blood energy pills and a comprehension fragment. He was delighted, as this meant he could elevate his phantom step to perfection, giving him the strength to defeat a 9th-level martial apprentice. Just as he was about to return to the rest area, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of lightning energy raging nearby, accompanied by thunderous roars. In the distance, he saw flashes of lightning in a wooded area, indicating someone was hunting a mystical beast. He was shocked, knowing that a 9th-level martial apprentice beast wouldn't possess such a formidable aura. The fact that someone could hunt a beast of this caliber suggested that the person must be a martial artist-level expert. To reach the level of a martial artist at 16 in Donghai City's martial arts academy marked one as a top-tier genius. Driven by curiosity, Lin Mo decided to sneak over and see who was fighting. As he approached the battle area, Lin Mo hid himself and squinted, observing the girl confronting the beast. She wore black armor that accentuated her perfect figure, with a neck as graceful as a swan, and her cold, striking face exuded a powerful presence. Lin Mo was taken aback, recognizing her as Su Lingqing from Tianquan High School, rumored to be a genius capable of gaining admission to a 5-star academy. He recalled the class teacher mentioning that Su Lingqing was only at the peak of the 9th-level martial apprentice, but her current aura was clearly beyond that stage. After a brief standoff with the beast, a twin sword materialized in Su Lingqing's hand, and Lin Mo immediately recognized it as her signature weapon. As spiritual energy erupted from within her, she flicked her wrist, and the twin sword shot towards the beast with lightning speed, so fast that Lin Mo could barely follow it. Every strike from Su Lingqing's sword was precise, her techniques executed to perfection. Lin Mo quietly calculated that her foundational skills had likely reached a perfect state. Sword lights crisscrossed in the sky, dazzling golden hues flickering, as the sound of the sword's energy hissed through the air. Su Lingqing's sword moved as fast as lightning, with each stroke carrying enough power to slay a 9th-stage demon warrior. Lin Mo keenly observed that her attacks were not only powerful, but executed with remarkable skill. Her sword moves were unpredictable, with angles that were difficult to anticipate, making the trajectory of her next strike even more unforeseeable. After exchanging dozens of blows, the beast was covered in wounds. Though both were novice warriors, their combat prowess was clearly not on the same level. Double sword slash, Su Lingqing shouted, and her twin swords, which seemed to be one, suddenly separated. 2 brilliant golden sword lights flashed by. The beast avoided one, but not the other. In an instant, a gash was torn open on its body, blood gushing out. Su Lingqing did not relent. Instead, her attacks grew fiercer. The beast's injuries multiplied, and eventually, its scales were almost entirely shattered. With a crisp crack, Su Lingqing's twin swords pierced the beast's skull, ending its life completely. At that moment, Lin Mo quietly withdrew. Su Lingqing seemed to sense something, glancing in that direction with a complex expression in her eyes. Lin Mo went straight to the resting area, his mind swirling with mixed emotions. Witnessing Su Lingqing's battle, he realized the gap between them, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Reflecting on the past, Lin Mo found himself deep in thought. There was a time when he and Su Lingqing, both being travelers from another world, shared everything. But as time passed, Su Lingqing's talents became increasingly apparent, and the gap between them widened. They no longer belonged to the same league, and their conversations dwindled, becoming mundane and uninspiring. Lin Mo felt Su Lingqing gradually distancing herself, one reason why he eventually stopped bothering her. As the saying goes, adults leave quietly. Whether it was Su Lingqing's father with his arrogant demeanor when he visited or Su Lingqing's quiet withdrawal, it sparked in Lin Mo a desire to become stronger. In this world, only the strong earn respect and equal treatment. If his talent were outstanding enough, if his strength were formidable, Su Lingqing's father would not have approached him with such arrogance. If he were strong enough, Su Lingqing would not have chosen to silently drift away. I'm not strong enough, Lin Mo thought to himself, activating the insight fragment. I can be stronger. Driven by a powerful determination and past humiliations, Lin Mo's thoughts became exceptionally clear. The mysteries of the elusive steps unraveled in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Mo's figure darted through the resting area, his steps erratic and elusive, difficult to track. His speed was like a swift wind, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake, far surpassing his previous mastery of the elusive steps. Lin Mo hadn't anticipated that witnessing Su Lingqing's battle would push him, through an insight fragment, to elevate his elusive steps to perfection. Lin Mo perfected his phantom step. He let out a breath, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that amidst the intense and thrilling hunt, he would directly master the phantom step to its fullest through understanding fragments. Standing still, Lin Mo felt the surging power within him. He calculated silently. With both one sword flow and phantom step perfected, he should be capable of taking down typical 9th-level martial beasts. With a thought, An electronic screen visible only to him appeared out of thin air. Lin Mo carefully reviewed the information on the attribute panel. Host, Lin Mo. Cultivation, Martial Disciple Level 7. Weapon, Standard Alloy Weapon Upgradable. Primary skills, Sword Shadow Technique Upgradable. One Sword Flow Upgradable. Phantom Step Upgradable. Cultivation Method, Breathing Technique. Innate ability, none. Lin Mo frowned slightly, surprised. Although One Sword Flow and Phantom Step were perfected, the system indicated they could still be upgraded. Could there be a level beyond perfection? From what he understood, a skill has 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Perfection should be the limit. However, the system's indication of further improvement left Lin Mo pondering. Perhaps his knowledge was limited. After all, in this world, he was still at the bottom, with much left to learn. Lin Mo trusted the system over his own assumptions. He resolved to seize any opportunity to hunt more beasts, earn more treasure chests, and use understanding fragments to explore further. Just then, a mechanical voice resounded throughout the examination hall. Martial arts qualification test is concluded. Score recording is complete. All candidates, please return to the rest area for departure. Reluctantly, Lin Mo glanced around at the surroundings. Opportunities to hunt demons and beasts freely were rare, and he hadn't had his fill. But rules were rules, so he followed the other candidates back to the rest area. The soldiers escorted all candidates out of the trial field. Soon, everyone received their test results. The entire exam was monitored, and the footage was evaluated by a large AI system for comprehensive scoring. The scoring system had 2 scenarios. For individually hunted beasts, scores were based on their strength. For joint hunts, scores were based on individual performance. This method prevented stronger candidates from boosting weaker ones' scores. The AI was highly efficient, and candidates learned their results immediately after leaving the examination hall. Scores included the total, overall composition, and detailed scores for each battle. B3. Lin Mo looked at his score, feeling slightly disappointed. From his online research, he knew the martial arts exam scores were divided into 5 tiers: D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to 1 to 5-star academies. Each tier was further divided into levels 1 to 9. Lin Mo's B3 score meant he could apply to a 3-star martial arts academy. However, for him, this result was not ideal. 3-star was still lacking. Clenching his fist, Lin Mo resolved to work harder and strive for better results. Although a 3-star academy is commendable, Lin Mo has always yearned for a 5-star institution. However, reality hit him hard. The gap between him and those top martial arts academies remained vast. As the martial arts qualification competition concluded, results were not only distributed to the candidates, but also sent to the various academies. At this moment, Qin Hong was leisurely sitting in his office, sipping on a fragrant coffee while opening the email just received from the academy. Let's see how these kids performed, Qin Hong murmured, his eyes swiftly scanning the list on the screen. Zhuho C6, not bad. Qin Hong nodded slightly. As a teacher in the regular class at Tianquan No. 1 High School, nurturing a student who could get into a 2-star academy was already considered an achievement. After all, the school's martial arts exam results had been less than satisfactory in previous years. However, as Qin Hong's gaze continued down the list, his expression suddenly froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Mo B3? How is this possible? Qin Hong gasped in disbelief at the screen. B3 indicated that Lin Mo had the capability to enter a 3-star academy, which typically required a martial arts level from the peak of the 8th stage to the beginning of the 9th stage. But as far as he knew, Lin Mo's previous strength was at most at the peak of the 7th stage. I need to verify this. Qin Hong suspected an error in the school's grading. He immediately dialed the number for the director of education. Before Qin Hong could speak, the director's gruff voice came through the phone. Qin Hong, I was just about to call you. Your class has produced a real talent this time. Not only did they achieve a B3 in the martial arts qualification, but more importantly, Lin Mo is on the city's seed plan sprint list. Seed plan sprint. Qin Hong's coffee cup shattered in his hand, leaving him stunned. He knew all too well what this plan meant. Every year after the martial arts qualification competition, Donghai City selects a group of students with potential to train for 4-star and even 5-star academies. Very few students make it into this plan, and they are usually the top students from the advanced classes. For Qin Hong, having a student from his regular class get into a martial arts academy was already a great achievement, let alone being part of the seed plan. Director Zhang, you must be joking. Qin Hong's voice was hoarse. Who's joking? I'm busy and don't have time for jokes, the director said impatiently. It's you who's been keeping such a good student under wraps. What? Afraid the advanced class would poach him. Anyway, I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Qin Hong was still immersed in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder, what astonishing transformation had Lin Mo undergone to achieve such success in such a short period? This question was something even Qin Hong was eager to find out. The martial arts qualification tournament lasted 3 days, during which candidates battled with demons and beasts, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Understanding their fatigue, the academy allowed them to return home for 2 days of rest before coming back. Upon returning home, Lin Mo eagerly took out his alloy sword. He focused his mind and carefully integrated the alloy fragments he had acquired during the assessment into the sword's blade. In an instant, the blade vibrated slightly, emitting a low hum. Lin Mo opened his eyes to find the sword's edge sharper, adorned with several simple yet profound runes. Although the weight had slightly increased, it was negligible for him. A gleam flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he flicked his wrist, and the alloy sword traced a silver arc in the air. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh. Haha, I didn't expect the fusion to work this well. Lin Mo exclaimed with a delighted smile. He calculated silently, realizing that the alloy fragments from the bronze treasure chest were of a higher quality than those from the black iron chest. This sword had probably surpassed the standard equipment of ordinary martial artists and could fetch a good price if sold. Lin Mo gently stroked the sword, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Initially, he had planned to sell the sword after the martial arts qualification tournament to gain opportunities for hunting demons and beasts. He needed to perfect his sword shadow technique and advance his cultivation to the 9th stage of the martial disciple. Only by mastering 3 entry-level spiritual techniques to perfection and reaching the 9th stage could he hunt martial artist-level demons and beasts. However, hunting demons and beasts outside the city required martial artist qualifications, unless it was part of academy-organized practical exercises or services provided by profit-driven organizations. These organizations would provide protection, but at a high cost. Lin Mo could only participate by selling this beloved alloy sword. He decided to spend the next 2 days researching various organizations, then request leave from the academy to sell the sword. Despite his reluctance, it was a necessary sacrifice to become stronger. Lin Mo had already made up his mind. With the college entrance exams approaching, the academy wasn't too strict with students, making it relatively easy to take leave. After taking 2 days off to adjust, he returned to the academy. As soon as he entered the classroom, he heard his classmates eagerly discussing the results of the martial arts qualification exam. How do you think Lin Mo did this time? Someone whispered. Based on his usual performance, everyone thought he was a rounded level. But compared to Zhu Ho, he was definitely lacking. A few days ago, Zhu Ho had just broken through to the 8th stage of a martial apprentice, and it was said his martial arts score reached C6, which was enough to enter a 2-star martial arts academy. Lin Mo's entrance into the classroom sparked a wave of murmurs. After all, very few from the regular class managed to get into a martial arts academy. During the last training session, he had slain a total of 78 demons, which was an outstanding performance that almost guaranteed his entry into a martial arts academy. As for Zhu Ho reaching the 8th stage, Lin Mo was a bit surprised but quickly dismissed it, confident that he could defeat a typical 9th stage martial apprentice. Even with Zhu Ho's advancement, Lin Mo remained calm. Just then, Zhu Ho and a few of his followers walked into the classroom. With looks of admiration directed at him, Zhu Ho appeared particularly proud. Although the martial arts qualification exam wasn't the actual entrance exam, it was a rigorous assessment closely mirroring the real test scores. With a C6 score, Zhu Ho had the ability to enter a 2-star martial arts academy, promising a bright future. Zhu Ho arrogantly scanned the classroom, his gaze stopping on Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, Zhu Ho's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly replaced it with a mocking grin as he approached. Lin Mo, tell me, how did you do in the martial arts qualification exam this time? Zhu Ho leaned on the desk, his eyes full of ridicule, secretly hoping Lin Mo couldn't even achieve a level. Of course, he thought this was almost impossible, knowing Lin Mo's strength was at least level. Now that he had reached the 7th stage, his score surpassing level was not an issue. Lin Mo glanced at Zhu Ho and replied nonchalantly, B3. His answer was straightforward, with no attempt to hide it. Teacher Qin Hong would soon announce the results anyway, so there was no need to conceal it. B3. The class was instantly shocked. A B3 score meant he could enter a 3-star martial arts academy, a feat unheard of for students from the regular class. Only top students from the advanced class at Tianquan High School could achieve that. Moreover, a B3 required strength from the peak of the 8th stage to the early 9th stage of a martial apprentice. Although Lin Mo had a unique physique and fighting power beyond his level, he was only at the 6th stage. The classmates shook their heads, thinking Lin Mo was boasting. Such a score was an unattainable dream for the regular class. Anyone who claimed such a score was either deluding themselves or would soon be embarrassed when the teacher announced the results. I barely got C6 at the 8th stage, and you're telling me you got B3 at just the 6th stage? Zhu Ho sneered, releasing the aura of an 8th stage martial apprentice, causing weaker classmates to instinctively step back. And just to clarify, I'm now at the 7th stage. Lin Mo stood straight, suddenly unleashing his aura. Although his level was slightly lower than Zhu Ho's, His presence was imposing enough to pressure Zhu Ho, creating a tense atmosphere in the classroom. At the level of a 7th-rank martial apprentice, the aura emanating from Lin Mo caused a stir in the classroom. The students were astonished to discover that not only had Zhu Ho made a breakthrough, but Lin Mo had also reached this level. This unexpected development made Zhu Ho's heart sink. He had initially thought he could suppress Lin Mo, but now it seemed unlikely. Despite this, Zhu Ho still doubted Lin Mo could meet the level standard. He sneered. Even if you've advanced to the 7th-rank martial apprentice, reaching level requires killing at least 6 peak 8th-rank demonic beasts. How could you possibly do that? Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to argue, thinking to himself that he could easily handle 10 martial apprentices of Zhu Ho's level. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Qin Hong, entered the classroom with a satisfied smile. He looked around and said, "Our class performed well in this martial arts qualification competition. 8 students passed, and 3 of them scored above D." Qin Hong first looked at Zheng Gang. "Zheng Gang, you scored D1. It's a bit borderline, but still good. You're at the peak of the 6th-rank martial apprentice. If your family can afford it, you could buy some potions to help you break through. If you can advance to the 7th rank before the college entrance exams, getting into a martial arts university shouldn't be a problem." Then he turned to Zhu Ho. "Zhu Ho, you scored C6, which is excellent. As long as there are no major mistakes in the martial arts college entrance exam, getting into a 2-star martial arts university should be no problem." Hearing the praise, Zhu Ho couldn't help but puff out his chest with a hint of pride in his eyes. However, he felt a subtle unease because Qin Hong mentioned him second, implying someone else had performed even better. Finally, Qin Hong's gaze fell on Lin Mo, and his smile grew even brighter. Of course, the best performance in this martial arts qualification competition was by Lin Mo, with a score of B3, ranking first in our academy's regular class. This news exploded like a bomb in the classroom, causing instant excitement and chatter among the students. Is it really B3? That's incredible. A 7th-rank martial apprentice scoring B3, that's enough to get into a 3-star martial arts university. Even in advanced classes, a B3 score stands out as exceptional. Zhu Ho's face turned pale, and he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? He's only a 7th-rank martial apprentice. How could he have a B3 score? At that moment, Qin Hong's voice rang out again, imbued with spiritual power that immediately silenced the commotion. As a martial master-level expert, his presence commanded instant quiet from the students. Of course, this is just the martial arts score. You'll soon have to take a mock test for the liberal arts college entrance exam, so prepare well. Qin Hong continued. Those of you taking the martial arts college entrance exam, if you have other arrangements, you can request leave from me. He knew well that as the martial arts college entrance exams approached, some students from well-off families would attend special training to learn techniques for hunting demonic beasts or invest resources to help their children break through. Therefore, the Academy's management of martial arts exam students would be relatively lenient. All right, everyone, self-study. Lin Mo, come with me. Qin Hong concluded, giving Lin Mo a meaningful look. Qin Hong called Lin Mo to go outside with him. After leaving the classroom, Lin Mo was taken to a lavishly decorated office. Inside, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair stood there. Despite his age, he appeared energetic and exuded an invisible aura of authority that left Lin Mo in awe, clearly more powerful than the homeroom teacher, Qin Hong. "Director Xiao, I've brought Lin Mo," Qin Hong said respectfully to the man, then introduced him to Lin Mo. "This is Director Xiao from the City Education Bureau." Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that this Director Xiao was one of the 2 martial arts masters selecting talents in the martial arts qualification competition. "Young man, no need to be nervous." Director Xiao gestured for Lin Mo to sit down and said with a smile, "I watched the real-time monitoring during your martial arts qualification competition and was quite impressed. Mastering the one-sword flow to perfection is no easy feat." Lin Mo was moved, understanding that Director Xiao's praise was well-founded. A perfected basic spiritual technique is extremely powerful at the martial apprentice stage. Lin Mo mastering the one-sword flow to perfection makes it unsurprising that he could hunt down demonic beasts at the peak of the 8th level. Qin Hong realized, finally understanding why Lin Mo received a B3 rating. "You have great potential. If you can break through to the 8th level of martial apprentice, you will have the strength to aim for a 4-star academy," Director Xia continued, looking at Lin Mo with anticipation. "So, I've come to invite you to join the Seed Sprint program." The Seed Sprint program? Lin Mo was unfamiliar with it. Qin Hong explained. Every year, Donghai City selects a group of students capable of aiming for 4-star and 5-star martial arts academies for intensive training to improve the city's martial arts exam results. That's right. Donghai City will invest a lot of resources to support your training and will hire experienced martial arts experts to guide you in the techniques of hunting demonic beasts, Director Xia added. Lin Mo was slightly moved and asked, "Will there be opportunities to hunt demonic beasts during this training?" For him, hunting demonic beasts was key to improving his strength. Of course, since we'll be teaching you hunting techniques, there will certainly be many practical opportunities, Director Xia replied with a smile. All right, I'll join the program. Lin Mo decided without hesitation, feeling secretly relieved that he wouldn't have to sell his sword after all. Tomorrow, take this registration certificate and report to the City Education Bureau. Director Xia handed Lin Mo a registration certificate. Although the certificate wasn't made of special materials, in the digital age, forgery was futile as authenticity could be verified instantly on the system. The Education Bureau building stood proudly in the center of Donghai City, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling with hovering cars. As Lin Mo approached the reception desk, he witnessed a scene that drew attention. A middle-aged woman was arguing with a staff member, accompanied by her son, who appeared to be around Lin Mo's age. Mrs. Wang, I'm sorry, but your child's name doesn't appear in the system, the staff member said, maintaining a professional smile despite his growing impatience. Impossible, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation. Old Wang personally assured me that my son would be included in the Seed Sprint program. The staff member rubbed his temples and patiently suggested, perhaps you should check with Section Chief Wang to see if there's been a mistake. The system truly doesn't list him. Lin Mo stood quietly, observing the young man. His martial arts level was indeed impressive at the 8th rank, but from his aura, it seemed he had only recently reached this level, likely comparable to Zhu Ho. The Seed Sprint program was intended for candidates of 4-star martial arts academies, requiring at least the peak of the 9th rank unless they had rare special attributes for a lower threshold. Clearly, the young man's abilities fell short. At this moment, Lin Mo stepped forward and handed his admission document to the staff member. This action immediately drew the middle-aged woman's scornful remarks. My son at the 8th rank isn't qualified, and you at the 7th rank dare to present a fake admission document? The staff member's expression turned stern. Please don't obstruct official duties. Presenting a fake admission document can lead to detention by the police. Please verify it, Lin Mo said calmly. The staff member, though irritated, took the document and entered the information into the system without much care. However, when the results appeared on the screen, his expression froze. Lin Mo's name was indeed on the Seed Sprint program list. Wow, the staff member thought, startled by the revelation and quickly categorizing Lin Mo as someone with influential connections. While it's true that some people gain entry through connections each year, they usually have comparable abilities. A 7th-rank martial artist making the list was unprecedented. Your name is indeed on the list, the staff member said, his attitude shifting dramatically as he respectfully returned the document to Lin Mo. What? The middle-aged woman shrieked, her voice so piercing it drew the attention of everyone nearby. A 7th rank gets in while my 8th rank son doesn't? How corrupt can the Education Bureau be? Outside the Education Bureau, a crowd had gathered, and a middle-aged woman was passionately questioning Lin Mo. How can someone at the 7th level of martial arts be included in the Seed Sprint program? This is a waste of taxpayers' money. People around began to stop and whisper, recognizing Lin Mo's level of strength. The staff, caught off guard by the sudden questioning, were unsure how to respond. Lin Mo frowned, having intended only to check in, not expecting such trouble. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Lin Mo's alloy sword vibrated at high speed in the air, emitting a piercing hum. He locked eyes with a martial artist at the 8th level standing nearby and calmly said, "Are you ready?" Before the 8th level martial artist could react, Lin Mo had already vanished. By the time everyone realized what had happened, the tip of Lin Mo's sword was at the opponent's throat, the entire maneuver executed flawlessly. Perfect mastery of the phantom step. Experienced practitioners in the crowd immediately recognized the technique and gasped. For someone at the 7th level to perfect a foundational skill like this was indeed rare. In real combat, this strike could determine the outcome. Just then, a loud voice called from upstairs. What's going on here? And why is there such a crowd? Director Xia descended the stairs. Staff members quickly moved to explain the situation. Director Xia looked around confidently and announced, "Since there are doubts about our selection criteria, let me clarify. This young man has not only perfected the phantom step, but also the one-sword flow. Once he reaches the 8th level, he'll be unparalleled in his class. Does anyone still think he got in through the back door?" The crowd fell silent, quietly astonished. Director Xia then led Lin Mo away to a hovering bus. On the way, Director Xia remarked with surprise, "I didn't expect you to have perfected the phantom step as well." "I only recently broke through," Lin Mo replied honestly. The bus was filled with students, all at least at the 8th level, with even some at the 9th level. Although surprised to see Lin Mo, a 7th level practitioner, they remained silent in Director Xia's presence. Director Xia introduced Lin Mo. "These are some of the students in the Seed Sprint program, but they're just a part of it. About 1,000 people from Donghai City participate in the training each year. That many people can get into 4 or even 5-star academies." Lin Mo asked, surprised. Director Xia waved his hand. "Not likely. Most just have the potential to try for a 4-star academy. These 8th level students, while their combat power rivals early 9th level practitioners, may not all break through successfully. Take you, for instance, reaching the 8th level gives you a shot at a 4-star academy, but you must break through within this month. Plus, exam performance is crucial. If your strength is just at the threshold, even a small mistake could mean failure. 4-star academies aren't easy to get into. As they spoke, the hovering bus slowly began to move. Half an hour later, the hovering bus slowly came to a stop at the foot of a sprawling mountain range. Passengers filed out and were immediately struck by the dense spiritual energy, exclaiming in amazement. The concentration of spiritual energy here was far greater than in the city center of Donghai City, invigorating everyone present. This is Hualing Mountain, someone quietly explained. The largest spiritual vein in Donghai City is hidden beneath the mountain, which explains the abundant spiritual energy. Lin Mo surveyed the area with a serious expression. At the mountain's entrance, armed martial artists stood guard, while drones patrolled the skies. He recalled hearing rumors. Hualing Mountain is a crucial source of medicinal herbs for Donghai City. Cultivating a variety of rare herbs is essential for martial artist training and a critical ingredient for refining spiritual power elixirs. No wonder the security was so tight. After negotiating with the guards, Mr. Xia and the group were granted passage. He sternly warned, hover vehicles are prohibited within Hualing Mountain. We must ascend on foot. Remember, there are many restricted areas here, and unauthorized actions could result in being shot on sight. Although the path was steep, it posed no challenge for this group of students, all at least at the 8th stage of martial apprenticeship. They easily climbed the mountain and soon reached the plaza at the summit. The plaza was already bustling with young people, each radiating confidence and vitality. These were the cream of the crop from Donghai City's academies, elite students aiming for 4-star or even 5-star martial arts schools. Among the crowd, a particular group stood out. About a dozen young individuals, some with indifferent expressions, others exuding arrogance, emitted spiritual energy far beyond that of ordinary people. Even among these elites, they were exceptional, drawing looks of respect and envy from others. Lin Mo's gaze searched the crowd and quickly identified a familiar figure, Su Lingqing. Today, she wore a silver robe, her demeanor cold and proud, exuding an aura of cool elegance. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Mo, it really is you. You were selected for the Seed Sprint program too. Lin Mo turned to see a familiar face waving at him. Deng Shan, he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mo recognized the person approaching it was Deng Shan, the martial artist at the 8th stage he had met during the martial arts qualification tournament. Deng Shan followed Lin Mo's gaze and noticed Su Lingqing, exclaiming, Su Lingqing, she's the famous beauty of Donghai City's martial arts academy. Yuan Hongba is her most ardent admirer. Then, as if struck by a thought, Deng Shan turned to Lin Mo and asked, Lin Mo, are you from Tianquan High School? Lin Mo nodded. Deng Shan slapped his thigh in excitement and said, Su Lingqing is also from Tianquan High School. You two must know each other, right? Sort of, Lin Mo replied ambiguously. Deng Shan's eyes lit up with interest. Do you have her contact information? He asked eagerly. Caught off guard by Deng Shan's sudden curiosity, Lin Mo felt uncomfortable. No, I don't. Stop looking at me like that, I really don't, he insisted. He wasn't lying. According to the law, one could only apply for a neural network number at the age of 14, and by then, he and Su Lingqing had already lost touch. That's a shame. I was hoping to get her contact info, even if just to impress my friends, Deng Shan lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Then, with a friendly gesture, he put his arm around Lin Mo's shoulder. Why are you here alone? Surely some students from Tianquan High School made it into the Seed Sprint program. I'm from the regular class and not familiar with those students. I don't even know who made the list, Lin Mo shrugged. No way. You're from the regular class? That's impressive, Deng Shan exclaimed, surprised to learn that Lin Mo was a regular class student at Tianquan High School. What's so impressive? You made it here too, Lin Mo replied. Well, Deng Shan chuckled, whispering to Lin Mo. To be honest, my raw skill level is a bit below the Seed Sprint program standard. But my dad pulled some strings. He gave a knowing look and sighed. Even so, I'm just a 3rd-tier seed. 3rd-tier seed? Lin Mo asked curiously. Are there different levels even after getting in? Of course, Deng Shan explained earnestly. In theory, everyone here has the potential to enter a 4-star academy, but in reality, less than a third will make it. So we are categorized into different levels: special grade seeds, 1st-tier seeds, 2nd-tier seeds, and 3rd-tier seeds. Special grade seeds have the potential to enter 5-star academies and are among the top martial artists. 1st-tier seeds are likely to get into 4-star academies. 2nd-tier seeds meet the true standards of the Seed Sprint program. As for 3rd-tier seeds, we're mostly those with connections. Deng Shan's explanation clarified the hierarchy for Lin Mo, who realized it was mostly a matter of prestige and not truly significant. Prestige, Deng Shan countered. It's not just about prestige. Seeds at different levels receive different treatment. Lin Mo was curious about the different levels of treatment for the seeds and asked Deng Shan for clarification. Deng Shan smiled slightly and explained, "Of course, there's a difference. Otherwise, why categorize them? Top-grade seeds receive personal guidance on their spiritual techniques from martial arts grandmasters and reside in rooms engraved with spirit-gathering patterns. First-grade seeds also enjoy excellent conditions, taught by martial arts masters, and can apply to fight monsters at any time. In contrast, second-grade seeds and people like me, who are third-grade, receive much less." Lin Mo's eyes lit up instantly. His purpose for coming here was to hunt monsters, and if given enough opportunities, he could potentially reach the 9th level of martial apprentices, or even become a martial artist. However, he was also secretly worried about whether he could qualify as a first-grade seed since his current level seemed relatively low here. Shortly after, as Deng Shan and Lin Mo were conversing, a melodious bell rang across the square. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in white and wearing white shoes, slowly ascended the platform, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The aura he exuded was vast and overwhelming, far surpassing that of the martial arts master who had led them there, clearly indicating he was a martial arts grandmaster. He gently began to speak, introducing himself. "Hello everyone. I am your chief instructor for this training session. You can call me Instructor Yen." The crowd immediately quieted down and responded in unison. "Hello, Instructor Yen." Without wasting any words, Instructor Yen took out a booklet and announced, "Based on evaluations by various martial arts masters, we have selected 13 top-grade seeds, 93 first-grade seeds, 498 second-grade seeds, and 322 third-grade seeds." These numbers didn't surprise anyone, as this was typical of previous sessions. He continued, "Next, I will announce the names according to each martial arts academy. Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Yuan Hongba, top-grade seed." As Instructor Yan's voice echoed, no one was surprised, as Xinjiang No. 1 High School was the strongest martial arts academy in Donghai City. A young man with sharp eyebrows and well-defined features swiftly leaped onto the platform, emanating a strong spiritual energy, making it clear why Su Lingqing pursued him eagerly. Lin Mo observed him silently, admiring his undeniable talent. Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Li Feng, top-grade seed. Another young man took the stage. Although his aura was slightly less imposing than Yuan Hongba's, he was still formidable. As time passed, the elder continued reading names until he eventually reached Deng Shan's name. Deng Shan's appearance on stage didn't attract much attention. After all, he was merely a third-tier seed, and everyone knew that people like him were on the list by connections rather than merit. As the elder continued to read names, several young men and women stepped forward to receive their identity certificates. The appearance of special and first-tier seeds always drew envious glances, as first-tier seeds were personally taught by martial arts masters, while second and third-tier seeds were only taught by martial arts instructors. Soon, most people from Guangxing had received their certificates, and the elder began calling out names from Tianquan High School. Tianquan District ranked lower among the districts of Donghai City, so it was no surprise they were called last. Tianquan High School, Su Lingqing, special seed. When her name was called, many turned their gaze towards the circle of special seeds. Although Su Lingqing was from Tianquan High School, her reputation had spread throughout Donghai City Martial Arts Academy. She carried herself with a cold arrogance as she ascended the stage to receive her certificate. She truly lived up to her title as the most beautiful and powerful woman in Tianquan City Martial Arts Academy, with spiritual power rivaling that of Yuan Hongba from Xinjiang High School. People wondered why someone of her caliber would choose Tianquan District. The murmurs subsided quickly, and the crowd quieted down. After Su Lingqing stepped off the stage, Instructor Yin continued, "Tianquan High School, Lin Mo, first-tier seed." Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised to hear his name announced as a first-tier seed. As he leapt onto the stage, the crowd erupted in disbelief. A martial apprentice at the 7th stage? How could someone at that level make it into the seed sprint program? Even more shocking was that he was a first-tier seed, which seemed outrageously unfair. "This is unacceptable, Instructor Yen. I suspect there's a lot going on behind the scenes here." The room filled with protests. Everyone knew that getting into the seed program through connections was common, but those individuals were usually third-tier seeds, and it was often overlooked. However, Lin Mo's situation, where he not only got in through connections but also secured a first-tier spot, was simply unacceptable, sparking immediate outcry. Su Lingqing's cold demeanor shifted slightly as she watched Lin Mo on stage, memories flooding back of their shared past. Lin Mo, who once faded from her life as her talents blossomed, was now back in the spotlight. Over the past 3 years, they had no interactions, not even a greeting. She never expected to hear about him in such a setting. Yuan Hongba, standing nearby, noticed the change in Su Lingqing's expression and smiled kindly. "You know Lin Mo? Being from the same academy, you must know each other." Su Lingqing didn't argue, thinking to herself, "What is this classmate thinking? Getting into the program as a 7th-stage martial apprentice through the back door? He should have kept a low profile. But to demand a first-tier seed position, this could stir up a lot of discontent. If Instructor Yin gets angry, unless he has strong backing, he might face serious consequences. Yuan Hongba glanced at Lin Mo on stage and shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. When Lin Mo took the stage, even Instructor Yin couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He had heard rumors about some irregularities in the seed plan shortlist. Generally, his subordinates wouldn't go too far. Even those who got in through connections would usually be at least at the 8th level of martial disciple, ensuring a certain standard. As a result, most people turned a blind eye, which is why third-tier seeds existed. However, it was almost unheard of for someone at the 7th level to be included in the seed plan, let alone be designated as a first-tier seed. As a martial arts master, Instructor Yin had an exceptional eye. He quickly noticed that although Lin Mo was at the 7th level, both his physique and spiritual energy seemed stronger than those of a typical 8th level martial disciple. Reviewing Lin Mo's notes, Instructor Yin saw that his martial arts qualification score was AB3, with mastery in one sword flow and phantom step, achieving perfection in 2 basic spiritual techniques. This surprised Instructor Yin. At the martial disciple stage, those who could perfect even 1 basic spiritual technique were considered prodigies. Yet Lin Mo had achieved perfection in 2, which justified his first-tier seed status. Quiet, Instructor Yin said, raising his hand to calm the murmurs in the square. This student may be at the 7th level, but he has perfected both one sword flow and phantom step, fully qualifying him as a first-tier seed. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Perfecting 2 basic spiritual techniques was almost unbelievable. The young people present were well aware of how challenging it was to perfect even 1 basic spiritual technique. Upon hearing this result, Yuan Hongba's expression grew slightly awkward. He then remarked, perfecting 2 basic spiritual techniques. Your classmate, Lingqing, seems quite insightful with spiritual skills, though his innate talent for cultivation seems a bit lacking. His words seemed to praise Lin Mo, but they subtly belittled him, implying that despite Lin Mo's strong comprehension, his lack of cultivation talent wouldn't pose much of a threat. After receiving his identification, Deng Shan exaggeratedly exclaimed to Lin Mo, "Wow, perfecting 2 basic spiritual techniques. Lin Mo, you're unbelievable." Lin Mo humbly replied, "I've just been lucky recently, having a flash of insight." Afterward, everyone received their identification and followed the directions to find their accommodations. Lin Mo followed the instructions to his dormitory, which consisted of luxurious, elegant buildings. These buildings weren't tall, mostly 3 stories, and from a distance, their high quality was evident, clearly distinguishing different tiers of seed status. "Ah, you first-tier disciples really have better accommodations than us," Deng Shan remarked enviously. Although everyone lived in small buildings, the spiritual energy in the 3rd-tier seed accommodations was noticeably weaker than that in the 1st-tier ones. After exchanging a few words with Deng Shan, Lin Mo headed toward his building, where he met his 2 roommates. One of them was Lin, with spiritual energy fluctuations indicating he was at the peak of the 9th level of martial disciple. As Lin Mo stepped into the building, he was immediately recognized by 2 young individuals, both at the 9th level of martial apprentices. They called out his name, causing a bit of a stir. Despite the attention, Lin Mo felt awkward as he wasn't familiar with the strangers. Fortunately, the lean man introduced himself as Lu Ming, and the woman said, "I'm Yang Mingxua." Lin Mo quickly responded, "Nice to meet you." After all, staying here for over half a month, it was important to build a good rapport with his roommates. The accommodation in the building was quite impressive, with each person having their own floor, ensuring privacy. After a brief introduction with Lu Ming and Yang Mingxua, Lin Mo headed up to the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, he found his room spotless, with new bedding, pillows, and blankets, all neatly arranged. Shortly after, Lin Mo received an email from the Education Bureau on his optical brain, detailing his group and mentor. To his surprise, his mentor was Elder Xia. Not long after, Elder Xia added Lin Mo to a group chat consisting of 11 people, including himself and the group's 10 members. Elder Xia sent a message informing everyone to gather at Guangqing at 7 a.m. the next day, advising them to rest well as they would be applying for real combat with beasts. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at Guangqing on time. The area was clearly marked with each group's number, and everyone stood in their respective zones. Lin Mo found his group, and Elder Xia was already there. As Lin Mo looked around Guangqing, he noticed that the mentors of the special and first-class seed groups were martial arts masters, while those of the 2nd and 3rd-class seed groups were martial teachers, evidently more skilled than his homeroom teacher Qin Hong. Once all the group members gathered, Elder Xia calmly said, "Follow me." He led the 10 students to a fortress with a large open area in the center, surrounded by cages made of black refined iron that held various demonic beasts. The weakest among them were at the peak of the 8th level of martial apprentices, while the strongest were at the peak of the 9th level. Elder Xia explained, "This is your training ground for combat with beasts. The materials used here ensure your battles won't damage the surroundings, so you can go all out. However, Elder Xia noted that everyone except Lin Mo would not engage in practical combat for the next few days because their spiritual skills had flaws. After reviewing battle videos, Elder Xia pointed out each student's issues and began individual instruction. In less than an hour, he had identified problems for 9 students and set them on the path to correction. Finally, Elder Xia turned to Lin Mo. Your foundational spiritual skills are perfected, so there's little to guide you on that front, but your method of hunting demonic beasts is too rough. Now, I'll release a beast, and you will engage it in battle. Fighting a mythical beast in real combat? Lin Mo thought he would have to apply for the chance himself, but to his surprise, the opportunity was handed to him directly. Old Master Xia's voice carried a hint of indifference, but don't get too excited. The beast I've chosen for you is not like the ordinary monsters and mythical beasts you defeated in the martial arts qualification trials. Those creatures are too weak for you. With that, he pressed a button on the remote control. There was a click, and the cage opened. A muscular, silver-white wolf leapt out, its roar echoing like thunder. The spiritual power it emitted reached the 9th level of a martial apprentice. This silver wolf had recently broken through to the 9th level of a martial apprentice, making it a perfect match for Lin Mo to test his skills against. As Old Master Xia finished speaking, the other members of the group looked surprised. A beast that had just reached the 9th level wasn't considered strong for them, as they were all elite martial apprentices who had easily defeated same-level monsters before. But Lin Mo was only at the 7th level, and defeating a creature 2 levels higher was a formidable challenge. They couldn't have done it at his age. Just entered the 9th level. Lin Mo's eyes shone with excitement. During the martial arts qualification trials, he had planned to perfect his elusive footwork and then spar with a 9th level monster, but ran out of time. He didn't expect Old Master Xia to arrange such a real combat opportunity for him. It was a godsend. With his current level, the odds of a bronze chest dropping from an 8th level beast were low, but much higher with a 9th level one. Moreover, a beast that had just entered the 9th level hadn't fully utilized its strength yet, and Lin Mo was confident in his ability to hunt it down. The silver wolf leapt from the cage, its eyes blood red, fixating on Lin Mo with a fierce growl. Having not eaten for days, the young, powerful martial artist before it seemed like the perfect prey. Howl! The silver wolf charged, becoming a silver blur, moving so fast its outline was almost invisible. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, employing his elusive footwork to dodge the wolf's claws by a hair's breadth. His sword lashed out, piercing the wolf's side. To his shock, the blade felt as if it had hit solid steel, unable to penetrate the fur. With a whoosh, the silver wolf's tail whipped like a steel whip towards Lin Mo. Clang! Lin Mo quickly blocked with his sword, the blade barely holding against the powerful strike. Despite his defense, the force sent him flying several meters back, pain and numbness shooting up his arm. The silver wolf was incredibly fast and powerful, with unbelievably tough fur. Lin Mo now realized he had underestimated a 9th level beast. Even one that had just entered the 9th level was far superior to the peak of the 8th level, like the bloodthirsty iron boar. The silver wolf gave him no respite, its form flashing again, claws gleaming as they slashed towards him. Lin Mo pushed his elusive footwork to its limits, his speed creating countless afterimages, intertwining with the wolf's attacks in a dazzling display of speed and combat. The silver-white wolf's claws pierced through Lin Mo's body, causing the nearby onlookers to scream in shock. However, they soon realized that the wolf had only caught Lin Mo's afterimage. Indeed, Lin Mo's mastery of the phantom step technique had reached perfection. The other 9 members of the group watched as Lin Mo executed his moves, his speed surpassing that of the silver-white wolf, allowing him to deftly evade its attacks every time. A blue light shimmered from Lin Mo's sword as he thrust it forward with a flurry of strikes. Yet, none of these sword shadows managed to pierce the wolf's tough hide. Instead, during his offensive, the wolf found an opportunity to counterattack, and Lin Mo sustained minor injuries. It was clear he needed to give it his all. With both hands gripping his sword, Lin Mo exhaled a stream of white breath, his gaze becoming intensely focused. The silver-white wolf and Lin Mo circled each other in the clearing, both wary and hesitant to attack. The wolf had been the aggressor in previous encounters, but this time, Lin Mo decided to take the initiative. Utilizing his phantom step, he became a blur of motion, rapidly closing in on the wolf. The wolf immediately sprang into action, its claws reaching for Lin Mo's afterimage. At the critical moment, Lin Mo sidestepped with a subtle movement, brushing past the wolf, and a flash of blue sword light appeared. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled the air as Lin Mo executed a flawless sword stroke, finally cutting a wound into the wolf's body, causing blood to spurt out. The rest of the team cheered, fully convinced of Lin Mo's mastery of both fundamental spiritual techniques. However, Lin Mo's attack enraged the wolf, which quickly retaliated with a fierce swipe. Clang! Having just executed his sword technique, Lin Mo couldn't fully deploy his phantom step and was forced to block the claw with his sword, sending him flying backward. Though the wolf had managed to repel Lin Mo, it couldn't immediately pursue him because of its severe injuries. It needed to control its muscle and spiritual energy to slow the bleeding. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Mo wouldn't give the wolf a chance to recover. He immediately launched another full-force attack, employing his phantom step and sword technique. With each strike, Lin Mo was cautious, retreating quickly after landing a blow, knowing that the wounded wolf was at its most dangerous and a lapse in focus could result in serious injury. After several exchanges, Lin Mo was left panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face from the intense exertion. The silver-white wolf, however, was in worse shape, barely able to stand, with the ground stained by its blood and its body marked by nearly a dozen grievous wounds. "You're on your last legs," Lin Mo thought to himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected a beast at the initial stage of the 9th rank to be so formidable, but he was determined to bring it down. Once more, Lin Mo charged forward, his form a blur as he employed his phantom step. The wolf, gravely injured, could no longer fight back. Lin Mo first severed one of its front limbs, and as the beast went into a frenzy, he leaped into the air and delivered a decisive blow, severing the wolf's head. Blood and brain matter splattered as the creature, a 9th rank beast, fell to Lin Mo's sword. After slaying the silver-white wolf, Lin Mo obtained a bronze treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received 2 intermediate blood vitality pills and 2 comprehension fragments. The rewards from this bronze chest were much more generous than those from hunting an 8th rank beast. Lin Mo wasn't surprised, knowing the stronger the target, the richer the chest's rewards. However, since it was still a bronze chest, the rewards weren't significantly better unless he could obtain a higher-level silver chest. "There's a washroom over there. Go clean off the blood and change into fresh clothes before coming back," instructed Elder Xia, pointing to a nearby washroom. While taking a bath, Lin Mo chose to refine 2 intermediate blood chi pills. A surge of warmth flowed through his body, increasing the spiritual energy in his dantian and enhancing his physical strength. He was secretly delighted, thinking that with a few more pills, he could advance to the 8th stage of a martial apprentice. Ambition gleamed in Lin Mo's eyes. The beast here seemed like an endless resource to him. He was confident that reaching the 9th stage before the college entrance exams was entirely feasible. After bathing, Lin Mo put on a brand new uniform and quickly returned. Elder Xia approached and asked about his experience. Lin Mo replied excitedly, "I feel great. My blood is boiling. Elder Xia, can I continue?" Lin Mo's response made Elder Xia frown slightly, confirming his suspicions. He said sternly, "I'm not asking about your state, but rather your assessment of your performance." "Performance? I think it was pretty good," Lin Mo replied confidently. After all, defeating a 9th stage beast as a 7th stage martial apprentice was indeed impressive. Elder Xia shook his head in disappointment and pointed out sharply, "Wrong. In terms of results, it's impressive for a 7th stage martial apprentice to defeat a 9th stage demon beast. However, in terms of technique, it was disappointing. You managed to kill the silver wolf purely because your misty steps and one-sword flow were perfect, but the entire hunting process showed no experience." With that, Elder Xia released another Biasta leopard that had just entered the 9th stage. He picked up a knife from the weapon rack and flashed towards it. Lin Mo watched intently, recognizing that Elder Xia was using misty steps too. As Elder Xia approached the leopard, he leaned slightly, and the knife gleamed coldly, slicing across the leopard's forelimb. With a splatter of blood, the wound was deep enough to show bone. The leopard's speed was immediately reduced. The battle wasn't over yet. In the next moment, Elder Xia's knife techniques changed, striking the leopard's body, causing it to lose balance and expose its soft belly. With a swift slash, the leopard was disemboweled. In just 3 strikes, Elder Xia had killed the leopard. Moreover, the strength, speed, and skills he used didn't exceed Lin Mo's level. Lin Mo reflected on Elder Xia's smooth execution as he explained, "When dealing with beasts, you need to understand their strengths and weaknesses. This leopard's strengths are its speed and sharp claws, but it has poor defense and is lightweight. So I attacked its forelimbs first to slow it down. Being lightweight, it's also prone to losing balance. Beasts usually protect their vital areas, but once off balance, they expose their weaknesses, allowing for an easy kill." Not only Lin Mo, but everyone else listened intently to Elder Xia's analysis, feeling they had gained valuable insight. Of course, each mythical beast has its own weaknesses and ways to counter them, which you need to experience in actual combat. However, in battle, it's crucial to avoid direct confrontations and instead learn to find techniques. It's important to note that these techniques are generally only effective against beasts at the apprentice level. Once a beast advances to the warrior level, they become smarter, making them much harder to deal with. After finishing his explanation, Old Xia demonstrated various techniques used to handle different beasts through several battles. During this process, Lin Mo gradually mastered some techniques and became increasingly skilled at slaying beasts, making rapid progress. 3 days later, Lin Mo lay on a hospital bed that automatically contracted to send him into a medical pod. A few minutes later, he was brought out again. The medical facilities here were quite advanced. Lin Mo looked at his body and found his injuries completely healed. Getting injured while fighting beasts was common, and typically, martial artists have a better self-recovery ability than ordinary people, but it still takes time to heal. If one engages in high-intensity battles for a long time without allowing the body to recover, injuries will accumulate and eventually form difficult-to-heal internal injuries. The medical conditions here just solve this problem. Every day after battle, Lin Mo could enter the medical pod to heal his injuries, allowing him to engage in high-intensity training the next day. 2 days later, Lin Mo successfully advanced to the 8th stage of the apprentice level, and his sword shadow technique reached perfection. During this time, he perfected all 3 of his fundamental spiritual skills. So, Lin Mo went to ask Old Xia about the state beyond perfection. Old Xia, is the end of training a spiritual skill reaching perfection? Lin Mo asked. Oh, have you discovered something? Old Xia raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. I feel like spiritual skills can continue to be refined even after reaching perfection, Lin Mo answered. Old Xia said seriously, it's surprising that you noticed this. The end of spiritual skill training is indeed not perfection. There's a higher level of understanding called specialization. It means honing a spiritual skill to an extraordinary level, mastering it to the utmost extent. However, this is rare and not very cost-effective, so it hasn't become widespread. Not cost-effective? What? Lin Mo was puzzled, thinking that refining a spiritual skill to specialization should lead to a qualitative change. It's simple, because it's too difficult to refine a spiritual skill to specialization at the corresponding level. For example, basic spiritual skills are used at the apprentice level. At the apprentice stage, those who can refine basic skills to perfection are extremely rare, and refining them to specialization is even harder for both apprentices and warriors. Even if you refine a basic skill to specialization, its power is only comparable to a spiritual skill at a minor level of mastery. For an apprentice, it's almost impossible to achieve, and for a warrior, it's better to spend time on real spiritual skills, achieving minor or even major mastery. Old Xia joked. Of course, if you can refine a basic skill to specialization at the apprentice level, the cost-effectiveness is extremely high. You could try it, and I guarantee your combat power will undergo an absolute transformation, possibly allowing you to challenge warriors as an apprentice at the 9th stage. However, Old Xia did not believe Lin Mo could refine basic skills to specialization at the apprentice level. Mastering a skill to an advanced level allows a martial apprentice at the 9th stage to challenge a martial artist. Lin Mo's heart was stirred upon hearing this. His goal was to enter a 5-star martial arts academy, where the standard was set at its level. To reach this level, one had to hunt down 3 primary beast soldiers, which corresponded to the level of a primary martial artist. After several days of contemplation, Lin Mo realized it would be nearly impossible for him to break through to a martial artist before the college entrance exams. Therefore, to enter a 5-star academy, he would need to challenge above his current level. To surpass the 9th stage apprentice and slay primary beast soldiers, Lin Mo thought to himself. He seized the opportunity to ask Elder Xia. Elder Xia, how significant is the gap between a 9th stage apprentice and a martial artist? Elder Xia, understanding Lin Mo's intentions, smiled slightly and replied, I know you have an outstanding talent for spiritual skills, and you have already reached the 8th stage apprentice. I'm afraid even a 4-star martial arts academy might not satisfy you. You want to reach the 9th stage apprentice, master basic spiritual skills, and surpass your level to slay beast soldiers to qualify for a 5-star academy. Lin Mo nodded, but Elder Xia quickly dampened his enthusiasm. I advise you to abandon this thought. The gap between an apprentice and a martial artist is unimaginable. Do you know what the most crucial step is for an apprentice to become a martial artist? It is opening the spiritual mansion. Lin Mo responded. The key step for an apprentice to become a martial artist is opening the spiritual mansion. It can store a large amount of spiritual power, unlike the Dantian. Exactly. Elder Xia continued. But the difference between a martial artist and an apprentice is much more than that. Opening the spiritual mansion not only allows a martial artist to store vast amounts of spiritual power, but also to cultivate techniques and refine spiritual power with attributes, which is crucial. Even if you reach the 9th stage apprentice and master all 3 basic spiritual skills, you're nearly invincible among apprentices, but any primary martial artist could defeat you within 3 moves. Elder Xia's words shook Lin Mo. He had anticipated a significant gap between apprentices and martial artists, but hadn't realized it was so vast. Look, there are hundreds of 9th stage apprentices participating in the Seed Sprint program, but only 13 martial artists. This alone illustrates the difficulty in becoming a martial artist, Elder Xia analyzed further. The greater the difficulty, the larger the gap. I advise you to abandon the thought. Even if you master one basic spiritual skill, you can barely contend with a martial artist. Primary beast soldiers are typically stronger than ordinary primary martial artists. To slay a primary beast soldier, you would need to master all three basic spiritual skills to have a glimmer of hope. Elder Xia doubted Lin Mo could master all three basic spiritual skills, or even one. To dissuade Lin Mo, Elder Xia said, "If you don't witness the power of a martial artist firsthand, you might not abandon your hope. Today, Yuan Hongba will face off against a primary beast soldier. I'll take you to observe." Elder Xia led Lin Mo to another cage, this one located underground. Standing on the ground, Elder Xia could overlook the entire cage. Lin Mo saluted Instructor Yin, and Elder Xia showed great respect in front of Elder Yin as well. Elder Yin asked, "Why did you bring this young one here?" Clearly, Elder Yin had some impression of Lin Mo, as Lin Mo was the first to become a first-class seed with the status of a 7th-rank martial apprentice. Elder Xia responded with a smile, to temper his spirit and let him see the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. Before long, in the open space below the cage, Yuan Hongba stood proudly with a long spear on his back. The cage opened, and a large snake, entirely black and exuding a chilling aura, slowly slithered out. The snake's head looked down at Yuan Hongba, and the next second, it opened its mouth to shoot several water arrows. Yuan Hongba reacted swiftly, dodging the water arrows with agility. However, where the water arrows struck the ground, the area instantly froze over. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, "Is this the terrifying power of elemental spiritual energy? If it were me, I would probably be frozen solid in an instant." It was Lin Mo's first time witnessing the power of elemental spiritual energy, and he couldn't help but feel shaken. Yuan Hongba was not easy to deal with. His figure flickered, employing a movement technique that stirred a gust of wind, almost turning into a series of afterimages as he launched hundreds of attacks on the snake. Lin Mo found it hard to keep up, thinking, "This speed surpasses my own use of the phantom step. This must be a true spiritual technique rather than a basic movement skill." The spear struck the snake's scales, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, but Yuan Hongba's attacks only left a few white spots without causing substantial harm to the snake. Wind Eagle Strike. Yuan Hongba's body erupted with spiritual energy, the spear enveloped in a cyan light, slashing down diagonally with the faint image of an eagle, like an eagle soaring through the sky. This strike successfully broke through the snake's scales, revealing rolling red flesh and splattering blood everywhere. The snake, enraged, began a frenzied counterattack, coiling its body and launching water arrows or tail strikes. Yuan Hongba responded with agility, dodging or blocking, showcasing his skills. Lin Mo observed that the snake's attacks appeared coordinated, indicating its intelligence had reached the level of a beast soldier, with its weaknesses not easily exposed. The battle lasted a long time, with Yuan Hongba employing various spiritual techniques. After a hard-fought struggle, he finally slew the snake. Yuan Hongba is impressive. Being able to slay a beast soldier, he likely has a good chance of entering a 5-star martial academy, Elder Xia praised. Instructor Yin, however, remained unfazed, thinking to himself, to become a martial arts master, in his youth, he was even more outstanding than Yuan Hongba. Now do you see the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? Elder Xia said to Lin Mo, "If you were thrown down there, let alone entangling with the snake, within a few breaths, you'd become its meal." Lin Mo took a deep breath, realizing that even if he advanced to the 9th rank of martial apprentice, without a breakthrough in basic spiritual techniques, his strength wouldn't see a substantial leap, and he would only struggle for a few more seconds at most. He resolved to master the 3 basic spiritual techniques. Lin Mo opened his eyes, holding 12 comprehension fragments in his hand. He had obtained these fragments from opening a bronze treasure chest. Although he invested all of them into enhancing his one-sword flow technique, he still couldn't elevate it to the mastery level. However, this didn't mean Lin Mo gained nothing. As he accumulated more comprehension fragments, he gradually approached the threshold of mastery. The essence of spiritual techniques lies in the word spiritual, which signifies the use of spiritual energy. The same spiritual energy, when applied differently, can unleash varying levels of power. Similarly, even with the same application, differences in detail and technique can lead to variations in effectiveness. This reminded Lin Mo of martial arts masters from his previous life. They didn't harness spiritual energy, nor did their power greatly exceed that of ordinary people, yet they could take on multiple opponents due to their skillful use of force. Spiritual techniques are no different. From beginner to perfection, besides the requirements of the moves, the key lies in the use of spiritual energy. To advance a spiritual technique from perfection to mastery, one must have a thorough understanding of every subtle application of spiritual energy. This is no easy task, but Lin Mo has already found some direction and estimates that he is not far from mastery. He knows that he must continue to hunt demons and beasts to gain experience. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at his group, and the members greeted him warmly. Since he advanced to the 8th stage of a martial apprentice, his overall strength had significantly increased, and the demons and beasts he faced were mostly at the peak of the 9th stage. It could be said that Lin Mo's combat strength was among the top in the group. Old Xia, Lin Mo approached and greeted him. Old Xia immediately understood Lin Mo's intention and said, "I'll arrange for you to face a peak 9th stage demon." With that, Old Xia opened a cage, releasing a surge of demonic energy, and a towering demon emerged. Demons are creatures that humanity still doesn't fully understand. Unlike beasts, which are native animals of the blue star that mutated, the formation of demons is mysterious and seems to originate from some special power under certain conditions. When a demon appears, an overwhelming aura of demonic power sweeps over, creating a heavy sense of oppression. A peak 9th stage demon. Several members of the group appeared surprised. Even for them, slaying such a level of demon would be extremely challenging. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Gripping his sword hilt, he transformed into a blur and charged forward. As he approached, dozens of sword shadows materialized, blocking all of the demon's escape routes. However, the demon was not easily dealt with. It roared skyward, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, and shattered all the sword shadows with its claws that glinted with a cold light. Nonetheless, the demon paid a price, losing some of the demonic energy surrounding its body. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. If it were that easy to kill a peak 9th stage demon, it would indeed be strange. Utilizing the elusive phantom steps, Lin Mo moved like a specter, closing in swiftly. His sword glowed with a greenish hue, and with a lightning-fast sweep, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade arc. This strike was clean and decisive, relying on sheer speed. The demon hastily dodged, retreating rapidly, but it was still a fraction too slow. A blood-red line appeared on its arm, as dark blood slowly oozed out. Lin Mo pursued relentlessly, his mastery of the phantom steps granting him speed far surpassing the demon's. With nimble wrist movements, he unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, each strike aimed precisely at the demon's vital points. Unwilling to be outdone, the demon gathered its dark energy to form a protective armor, managing to deflect most of the attacks. "I don't believe your dark energy can shield your entire body," Lin Mo thought to himself. He executed the phantom steps with full force, his soundless and unpredictable movements carrying a mysterious rhythm. Another flash of his sword pierced through a gap in the demon's armor, sending a spray of blood flying. The demon was utterly enraged, its dark energy surging as its claws aimed for Lin Mo's heart. As Lin Mo turned to block, the demon's attacking claw suddenly slowed, while another claw launched a surprise attack from the side. The claw tore through what seemed to be Lin Mo's body, but there was no blood or wound as his image dissipated. Not far away, Lin Mo's true form appeared. The intelligence of demons truly surpasses that of beasts, Lin Mo mused, relieved that he had been prepared, using the phantom steps to retreat just in time. The demon roared in fury, unable to lock onto Lin Mo's elusive presence. Its body trembled, releasing a wave of dark energy that spread outward in a black halo. The resulting surge of power left Lin Mo unsteady, disrupting his ability to flawlessly execute the phantom steps. Seizing the moment, the demon launched a fierce attack. Lin Mo, unfazed, raised his sword to meet the assault. Clang, clang, clanked sounds of swords clashing echoed as the two engaged in a fierce battle on the open ground. Lin Mo grew more formidable with each exchange, while the demon's dark energy waned, leaving it covered in wounds. As the fight wore on, the influence of the dark energy halo diminished. Lin Mo once again deployed the phantom steps, vanishing from sight. Sensing a lethal threat, the demon instinctively gathered its energy for full defense. A sudden flash of sword light shattered the demon's armor, and Lin Mo's blade pierced through its chest. Meanwhile, Elder Xia, who was instructing other trainees, couldn't help but be distracted by Lin Mo's battle. When he saw Lin Mo execute the final strike, his eyes widened in surprise. As a martial arts master, he recognized that this strike exceeded the level of perfection. He's already close to mastering the one-sword flow specialization, Elder Xia thought, astonished. He had initially believed that Lin Mo wouldn't reach such proficiency at the apprentice stage, yet Lin Mo had quickly neared the threshold. After slaying the demon, Lin Mo obtained a bronze chest. He habitually opened it, and was surprised to find a vial of level 1 bloodline evolution elixir inside. Bloodline evolution elixir? Lin Mo murmured, taken aback as it was his first time acquiring such an item. The bloodline evolution agent was something Lin Mo had never encountered before. Its value evidently surpassed that of the intermediate blood chi pill, comprehension fragments, and alloy fragments. From the bronze chests obtained by defeating peak-level martial practitioners, the latter three items would usually appear in multiples, but this time, only a single level 1 bloodline evolution agent was found. Eager to learn more, Lin Mo quickly checked its description, as every item from a chest always came with one. The level 1 bloodline evolution agent could enhance the quality of one's bloodline. Bloodline quality? Lin Mo wasn't familiar with this concept, but based on his past experience of reading novels, it undoubtedly had something to do with aptitude. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Boom. The moment he made the choice, a surge of vigorous energy flooded his body, starting a transformation. Lin Mo felt as if his internal organs were on fire. His heart rate accelerated, and a vast amount of blood energy coursed through every part of his body. At this moment, he could clearly sense the flow of spiritual energy from the world around him, a sign of high affinity with it. Soon, an even more powerful wave of energy poured into him, threatening to tear him apart as something seemed to churn within his flesh, carrying out a complete transformation. The intensity of this energy forced Lin Mo to kneel on one knee, his muscles contracting, his face contorted, and large beads of sweat continuously rolling down as he endured immense pain. His teammates, noticing his condition, wanted to check on him, but Elder Xia stopped them with a wave of his hand, an energy barrier halting their steps. Elder Xia watched Lin Mo with a mix of joy and seriousness, slowly commenting. Lin Mo's physique seems to be stimulated again, undergoing further transformation. Hearing this, the team members couldn't help but show envy. A person's physique isn't set in stone at birth. Some people, though born with an ordinary constitution, may awaken due to later stimulation or opportunity. Such occurrences are extremely rare, and they hadn't expected Lin Mo to encounter one. Elder Xia was familiar with Lin Mo's background, aware that he had experienced a physical awakening just over 3 months ago, and now, within the span of 3 months, was undergoing a second awakening. Coupled with previous speculations, Elder Xia was 90% certain about Lin Mo's physique. The transformation from the level 1 bloodline evolution agent lasted a full 10 minutes. When it finally ended, Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. Soon, 2 young women came to help him into a rest area and gave him a bottle of water. As he drank, Lin Mo felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, dispelling fatigue and replenishing his energy. 2 minutes later, he felt back to normal and marveled. What amazing water! Normally, it would take at least half a day to fully recover, but now it took only 2 minutes. This water was actually spiritual spring water, infused with spiritual energy, allowing for rapid recovery. Elder Xia walked in with a smile and said to Lin Mo, "See if you can feel any changes in yourself compared to before." Changes? Lin Mo focused inwardly for a moment, then moved his fists around and exclaimed with delight, "I feel like my physique has strengthened a lot, and my spiritual power seems to have undergone some qualitative changes, but I don't feel like my cultivation has advanced." Lin Mo was excited to realize that the changes in his body were not quantitative, but a qualitative leap. Although his cultivation hadn't improved, he was confident that if he were to fight that pinnacle level 9 martial demon again, he would find victory much easier. That's because your bloodline has been stimulated and evolved, Elder Xia explained with a smile. Bloodline? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Yes, what we refer to as your physique, Elder Xia continued. A physique is determined by one's bloodline. A special physique means a more advanced bloodline. You should know that our planet once had a glorious martial civilization, which, although it mysteriously vanished, left behind survivors whose bloodlines we inherited. Over generations, these bloodlines have become diluted, and with the absence of spiritual energy on our planet, they remained dormant. However, due to changes on our planet and the reappearance of spiritual energy, along with certain incidents, a very few people experience an atavistic return of their bloodline, awakening a special physique. We categorize these physiques based on the degree of this atavistic return. So, my bloodline has undergone an atavistic return? Lin Mo asked. Exactly. I believe your bloodline resembles that of a war god, Elder Xia explained. The war god bloodline requires intense battles to enhance itself. This bloodline has a unique trait, allowing one to continuously fight to unearth more of their bloodline, enhance their cultivation, and even experience further atavistic returns. This is why your cultivation improved after battling, and this time, your bloodline awakened again. Lin Mo finally understood. Elder Xia had misunderstood him. His advancements were not due to battles, but rather because after fighting demons and beasts, he occasionally found treasure chests that contained blood chi pills, which boosted his strength. This recent bloodline awakening was actually due to using a vial of first-level bloodline evolution serum. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was happy to accept Elder Xia's misunderstanding as he needed an excuse to mask his rapid improvement. Come, I'll take you to test the grade of your physique now, Elder Xia said, leading Lin Mo to a special venue for bloodline testing. Inside the venue, Elder Xia spotted a man in a black robe. His eyes widened in shock, and he immediately approached to greet him with an even greater respect than he showed to Instructor Yin. This left Lin Mo astounded, wondering who this man could be to command such respect from Elder Xia. The man in the black robe glanced at Lin Mo, and instantly, Lin Mo felt his skin tighten, and his spiritual energy was suppressed, making it difficult to circulate. What terrifying power, Just one look and my spiritual energy is immobilized, Lin Mo thought in shock. This young one is not bad. Are you here to test his bloodline? The man in the black robe remarked approvingly. Yes, he seems to have a war god-type bloodline. After a fierce battle with a pinnacle level 9 martial demon, his bloodline awakened again. I brought him here to test its grade, Elder Xia replied. A war god-type bloodline, not bad. Go ahead, the man in the black robe said before walking away. After he left, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, Elder Xia, who was that senior just now? His power seemed terrifying. You only need to know that he is the guardian of Donghai City. You don't need to know anything more, Elder Xia replied, saying little else as he led Lin Mo into the testing room. The guardian of Donghai City? Lin Mo's heart was in turmoil. To hold the title of guardian of a base city, one must be incredibly powerful. As expected, it was indeed Earth-level quality. Xia Lao held the report in his hand, and the result did not surprise him. Lin Mo's physique had transformed from spirit level to earth level, making it one of the top special physiques in Donghai City. Among the current batch of students in Donghai City, only Su Lingqing had been previously identified as heaven level, while Yuan Hongba was merely earth level. Unfortunately, Lin Mo awakened too late. Had he awakened a few years earlier, with his war god bloodline, he would have definitely had a shot at a 5-star martial arts academy. Xia Lao felt a sense of regret for Lin Mo. Although he awakened late, he didn't want Lin Mo to feel discouraged, so he comforted him. But you shouldn't be too disheartened. With your current talent and physique, you'd definitely be considered elite at a 4-star martial arts academy. However, Lin Mo was clearly not satisfied with a 4-star academy. Through his recent experiences, he understood the importance of slaying demons and beasts. A 5-star academy, stationed at the border, had no shortage of such creatures. Even if he couldn't break through to a warrior before the college entrance exams, he still had a chance to get into a 5-star academy. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew that as long as he mastered the 3 basic spiritual techniques, warriors would be no match for him. He could still defeat them. With his resolve strengthening, he returned to Xia Lao and requested to face 3 demons in battle at once. 10 days passed, and the 20-day sprint plan was nearing its end. Lin Mo trained tirelessly in his dedicated training room. With ample support from demons and beasts, he successfully advanced to warrior trainee level 9, and both his one-sword flow and phantom step reached mastery, with sword shadow technique just a step away. Holding his sharp sword, Lin Mo surrounded himself with 99 sword shadows. This wasn't the limit of the sword shadow technique. Upon mastery, it could gather 100 shadows. However, during his practice, Lin Mo realized his shortcomings and paused to reflect. After repeated practice, he attempted the sword shadow technique again, sensed something was off, and paused to ponder once more. Mastering a spiritual technique required constant refinement. Even though Lin Mo had comprehension fragments to guide him, some details needed his personal attention. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Feeling hungry, Lin Mo went out for a meal. After eating, he returned to the training room to continue practicing. He repeated the sword shadow technique countless times until, after one attempt, his eyes lit up. I understand now. He channeled his internal spiritual energy, and as his sword sliced through the air, the shadows swiftly formed 99 in number. Previously, Lin Mo had been stuck here, but this time, due to a subtle change in his spiritual energy, he finally saw the emergence of the 100th sword shadow. Success! Lin Mo displayed a relieved yet excited smile, having finally mastered the sword shadow technique. At this moment, he longed for an opponent. An opponent at the warrior trainee stage was no longer necessary. He needed a beast soldier level demon or beast. All 3 foundational spiritual techniques of the warrior trainee stage had reached mastery. Lin Mo wasn't sure how his performance ranked on the entire blue planet, but within Donghai City, such results were unprecedented. According to Elder Xia, mastering 3 foundational spiritual techniques could potentially enable someone to defeat an enemy at the initial beast soldier level. However, Lin Mo felt he was much stronger than Elder Xia imagined, as Xia's assumptions were based on the physical abilities of an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level. Lin Mo's physical strength and spiritual power far exceeded those of a typical 9th level martial artist, and under these conditions, if he could master 3 foundational spiritual techniques, his combat power would be unimaginable. As he exited the martial arts training room, Lin Mo happened to run into Deng Shan. Deng Shan greeted him warmly and mentioned going to watch some excitement. Lin Mo was puzzled by this, as private fights were prohibited here. Deng Shan reminded him that today was the competition for guaranteed admission spots. Lin Mo then recalled that it was indeed the day for the competition. The so-called guaranteed admission spots were offered by the government to support smaller cities, providing quotas for 4-star and 5-star academies to lower admission standards for regular students. Although this policy came with the condition that students entering martial arts academies through guaranteed spots must return to their hometowns to work for 5 years after graduation, this wasn't considered a harsh price. Due to the fierce competition in big cities, many people would ultimately choose to return to smaller cities. Being able to enter a higher-level martial arts academy was a significant boost to their future, and the 5-year term was worth it. Lin Mo followed Deng Shan to watch the competition for guaranteed admission spots. This year, there were 60 spots for 4-star martial arts academies and only 3 for 5-star academies. Lin Mo did not participate in the competition because he was confident he could earn a place in a 5-star martial arts academy through his own merits. His attention was focused on the 5-star guaranteed spots, where all the competitors were martial artists. However, he didn't see Yuan Hongba or Su Lingqing among them, indicating that they, too, were confident enough in themselves not to rely on this method to enter a 5-star martial arts academy. After watching for a few minutes, Lin Mo found the level of competition uninteresting, and he was confident he could easily defeat those martial artists even now. So, he decided to leave and head back to his accommodation. On his way, he spotted a familiar girl in front of him. The girl had a delicate face with a hint of aloofness, and her loose martial arts attire couldn't hide her impressive figure, especially her slender long legs under her shorts, which were fair and alluring, drawing a second glance. Lin Mo and the girl exchanged glances for a few seconds before he smiled lightly and said, "Long time no see." The girl was Su Lingqing. Her voice was like a clear spring striking jade, cold yet melodious. "Shall we walk?" Lin Mo asked. "Sure," she replied. After a brief exchange, the two walked side by side along the quiet mountain path. The two of them walked side by side along the quiet path, surrounded by silence, with only a gentle breeze breaking the stillness. Finally, Su Lingqing spoke first, with a hint of apology in her voice. "I'm sorry, I only found out later that my dad came to see you back then." Her voice carried a trace of regret as she recalled her father's warning to Lin Mo, and she was disappointed that Lin Mo never came to see her again after that. "There's nothing to apologize for. Any father would want the best for his daughter," Lin Mo replied calmly, seemingly unbothered. "You're so outstanding. Of course, your dad would want to protect you." Su Lingqing smiled faintly, though she felt a bit disheartened. "But I didn't expect that you really wouldn't come to find me again." Lin Mo turned to look at her seriously. "Do you really think I avoided you because of your dad's warning? Did I offend you somehow, making you not want to find me?" "Offend is a strong word. It's just that our paths have diverged," Su Lingqing said, half-jokingly. Lin Mo thought to himself that this wasn't the whole reason. In truth, he sensed Su Lingqing's subtle distancing, perhaps not intentional on her part, but because the gap between them had gradually widened, naturally cooling their relationship. "Indeed, I was quite busy back then, with constant training and learning spiritual skills, plus cultural studies. My schedule was really tight," he admitted. Su Lingqing nodded in understanding. "But I still want to congratulate you. I heard you're almost unbeatable at the martial apprentice stage." "That's nothing. You've already become a martial artist. How can I compare to you?" Lin Mo noted that Su Lingqing's aura was deeper than other martial artists, and he thought she might have already reached the intermediate level. Although he had mastered 3 spiritual skills, he knew he was still not a match for Su Lingqing at that moment. He understood that once he became a martial artist, he could train in true spiritual skills, leading to a significant increase in his combat power. As they reached the dormitory, Lin Mo said, "I live in this building. Let's catch up later." Su Lingqing watched his departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. She sensed a change in Lin Mo's attitude toward her. Despite their friendly conversation, there was an underlying distance. In the past, Lin Mo would have made sure to walk her back first before leaving himself. It seemed he still cared about what had happened. Su Lingqing shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. She had waited for Lin Mo mainly to explain the events of the past. Her goal was the pinnacle of martial arts, and she remained resolute. She headed straight back to her dormitory. Just after Su Lingqing left, Yuan Hongba appeared not far from Lin Mo's dormitory, his expression dark. He had seen Su Lingqing waiting for Lin Mo, and it left him feeling uneasy. Yuan Hongba stood at the corner of the school building, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures not far away. Su Lingqing's familiar silhouette was walking alongside Lin Mo, the 2 of them chatting and laughing, a sight that pierced his eyes. As someone who had pursued Su Lingqing for 2 years, he was all too familiar with the aloof goddess's usual demeanor, always responding with brief answers and maintaining a perfect distance. Yet here she was, waiting and conversing with a man. Jealousy burned in Yuan Hongba's chest as he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Lin Mo." At that moment, Lin Mo was resting on his dorm bed when his communicator beeped with a new message. He glanced at it. It was an invitation from Yuan Hongba to meet at the back mountain. "Looks like he found out I was walking with Su Lingqing," Lin Mo thought, recalling that Deng Shan had mentioned Yuan Hongba was an obsessive pursuer of Su Lingqing. Lin Mo couldn't help but smirk internally, another lovesick fool. He deleted the meaningless invitation without hesitation. That night, Yuan Hongba waited at the back mountain all night, but Lin Mo never showed. His twisted expression looked especially sinister under the moonlight. "Lin Mo, how dare you play with me?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, it's time to set the plan in motion. Time flew by, and the 20-day martial arts sprint training came to an end, leaving only 5 days until the martial arts entrance exam. Donghai City decided to let the students go home to rest and prepare for the final exam in peak condition. On the return hover bus, Lin Mo looked back at the receding Hualing Mountain, feeling a bit reluctant but also full of anticipation for the upcoming exam. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy attacked from the front as a massive wolf shadow tore through the air, heading straight for the hover bus. Zhu Guang, what are you trying to do? Old Master Xia roared as he leapt into the air from the torn roof. The wings of light on his back trembled, and spiritual energy from his crown chakra formed a protective barrier, barely blocking the wolf shadow's impact. As the wolf shadow dissipated, everyone saw a gaunt old man standing not far away, whose aura was no less intimidating than old Master Xia's, clearly another martial arts master. It's the Tianwai sect. We must make an emergency landing, one of the guards shouted. Lin Mo was no stranger to the Tianwai sect, a group of human traitors who had become lackeys of extraterrestrial beings from other dimensions, causing chaos in human society. As the hover bus was forced to land, a group of black-clad martial artists surrounded them from all directions, their attacks ruthless and aimed to kill. Though the guards fought valiantly, they were outnumbered, and soon several black-clad figures broke through the defenses, one of them charging directly at Lin Mo. The man in black seemed to come specifically to kill Lin Mo, breaking through the guard's defenses with his blade aimed directly at him. Lin Mo's heart tightened at the realization that his assailant was a martial artist. Instinctively, Lin Mo reacted, using his evasive footwork to dodge the incoming blade. The blade's glow was dazzling, carrying a scorching spiritual wave, and Lin Mo had just barely avoided it when the ground where he had stood was charred by its heat. The destructive power of a martial artist was extraordinary, and Lin Mo was shocked, knowing this level of force was beyond that of a mere martial apprentice. Although Lin Mo, having mastered 3 basic specialized spiritual techniques, believed he could also cause such devastation, he didn't plan to engage in a direct confrontation. The people from the Celestial sect caused chaos within human society and even assassinated important, influential figures and geniuses. If he displayed the ability to counter a martial artist here, other men in black would certainly target him as a primary threat and attack in numbers. Lin Mo understood that among the men in black, there were not only junior martial artists but also intermediate and senior ones, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could match them. Therefore, Lin Mo's first choice was to flee, drawing this man in black away. He turned and dashed away like a cunning rabbit, heading straight for the distant dense forest. Trying to escape? The man in black's eyes were cold, and a sneer played at his lips as he followed slowly. He wasn't being arrogant. He was well aware of the vast difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. Lin Mo sensed the man in black's confidence, and a slight smile tugged at his lips as he feigned a desperate escape, pushing his spiritual power to the limit. Seeing Lin Mo's seemingly panicked state, the black-clad martial artist inwardly sneered, relishing the Catan mouse game. However, he needed to end this quickly. If reinforcements from Donghai City arrived, it would be troublesome. The man's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he accelerated his pursuit. Upon entering the dense forest ahead, he saw Lin Mo leaning against an ancient tree, seemingly waiting for him. Not running anymore. The man in black looked at Lin Mo with an amused expression. Lin Mo, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Why focus solely on me when there are dozens of students in our group?" He was puzzled by the man's singular focus. The man in black smirked coldly, revealing, "Since you're about to die, I'll let you know you've offended someone, and I've been specifically instructed to intercept and kill you this time." As he finished speaking, the man in black's body radiated a scorching spiritual force, his eyes turned cold, and he lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air with heat. Faced with the black-clad man's aggressive attack, Lin Mo felt his blood boil, and his alloy sword unsheathed, its sharp blade glinting. A fine sword. The man in black's eyes glinted with greed as he noticed Lin Mo's alloy sword, which was of better quality than his own weapon. Lin Mo swung his sword, creating a flurry of overlapping sword shadows. The man in black sneered at the basic spiritual skill, but as soon as he finished speaking, 100 sword shadows suddenly appeared. Basic spiritual skill mastery. The man in black looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Mo activated the sword shadow technique to clash directly with the man's blade light, causing a surge of spiritual energy that shredded the surrounding dead leaves into powder. Lin Mo's sword shadow technique was relentless, holding its ground even against a martial artist, and making the man in black feel the pressure. Damn, how did this kid master the sword shadow technique? The man in black thought to himself. Even with mastery, he thought he could handle it easily, but he was feeling an unexpected suppression. As the battle progressed, the man in black grew increasingly uneasy, not out of fear of Lin Mo, but due to the potential arrival of reinforcements from Donghai City. If he didn't retreat in time, he would be doomed. Retreat, my life is more important. Realizing he couldn't defeat Lin Mo, the man in black decisively chose to retreat. Lin Mo snorted coldly and used the phantom step, his speed far surpassing that of the man in black. Phantom step mastery. The man in black's face changed dramatically. How could this martial apprentice be so formidable, mastering two basic spiritual skills? With a speed advantage, Lin Mo unleashed the sword shadow technique again, perfectly suppressing the man in black. Gradually, the man in black sensed Lin Mo's killing intent. This martial apprentice actually intended to kill him. Did he think he was defenseless? Fire Spirit Blood Python. The spiritual power within the man in black erupted, and with a wave of his wrist, it transformed into a giant blood-red python. Lunging at Lin Mo pointed his sword, and 100 sword shadows crashed down with formidable force, directly targeting the python. Boom! The 100 sword shadows and the python mutually annihilated, kicking up a cloud of dust. Retreat. The man in black acknowledged that he couldn't handle the martial apprentice in front of him, and that staying would endanger his life. As he retreated, a streak of blue sword light sliced through the air, coming at him swiftly. Terrified, the man in black didn't have time to defend himself. His hand instinctively moved to block his chest. Clang! The blue light passed, and the sword in front of him snapped in two. One sword style mastery. How? How is it possible? The man in black's eyes were filled with shock as a massive wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. A martial apprentice mastering one basic spiritual skill was already impressive, but this person had mastered three. What he thought would be a simple task had turned into a death sentence. With eyes full of unwillingness and struggle, the man in black ultimately fell to the ground, lifeless. Killing a martial artist, Lin Mo gained a silver treasure chest. At the moment the man in black died, a voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind, causing his heart to tremble. It seemed his guess was correct. This system not only produced treasure chests from demons and beasts, but also from killing human martial artists. In fact, any life could yield one. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. I will never hunt innocent people for this. Lin Mo's eyes were resolute, determined not to become a bloodthirsty person or a slave to power. He was eager to see what was inside the silver treasure chest, opening it with anticipation. This was the first time he had obtained a silver treasure chest. Lin Mo's thoughts extended as he opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Chi Soul Pill. The novelty of the item filled him with anticipation, even though he knew that obtaining a Chi Blood Pill or Comprehension Fragment wouldn't significantly aid his current cultivation. At this point, his three fundamental spiritual skills had reached a specialized level, yet he was still only at the 9th stage of a martial apprentice. Even with resources, breaking through to the martial artist realm within 5 days was impossible. Lin Mo carefully examined the Chi Soul Pill's description and discovered that its effect was to forge the soul base and open the gate of the mind. This realization excited him greatly, as opening the gate of the mind meant he had the opportunity to become a sorcerer. Sorcery was entirely different from martial cultivation, focusing more on the cultivation of mental strength, which could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for attacks. Sorcerers possess sensory abilities far surpassing those of martial artists at the same level, enabling them to accomplish tasks in special situations that martial artists could not, and they typically held a higher status. However, the key to becoming a sorcerer lay in opening the gate of the mind, and on the current blue star, this process could not rely on external forces, but only on personal awakening. This made sorcerers extremely rare, and anyone who successfully opened the gate of the mind would be highly sought after by various factions, with even 5-star martial academies eagerly extending invitations. With these thoughts, Lin Mo's anticipation for the Chi Soul Pill grew stronger, but he did not rush to refine it. The last time he directly refined a Grade 1 Bloodline evolution agent, he lost his combat abilities. This place was not Hualing Mountain, and if the Chi Soul Pill also temporarily deprived him of his combat power, it would be extremely dangerous. After disposing of the black-clad man's body, Lin Mo began to return, intending to check the situation at the landing site. When he arrived at the floating bus's landing spot, the police patrol had just arrived. Gunfire erupted as the police began shooting at the black-clad men. The guns on Blue Star differed from those of his previous life, resembling laser guns powered by spirit stones or the user's spiritual energy. As the gunfire continued, many black-clad men were paralyzed and fell to the ground, while only a few advanced martial artists barely resisted the paralysis and fled frantically. Soon, the special police charged forward to capture these individuals alive. The police did not intend to kill these black-clad men directly. Lin Mo noticed that the guns they used were of the paralyzing type, effective against junior and intermediate martial artists, while advanced martial artists could resist the paralysis. At this point, there were many injured at the scene, and a middle-aged police officer was urging the medical team to arrive through communication. Shortly after, a medical team arrived and began rescuing the injured students, with cries of pain echoing throughout the area. There was no way to prevent it. The attack came too suddenly, and all the attackers were martial artists. Despite the guards' desperate efforts to intercept them, many trainees were injured, and some even lost their lives. To prevent such incidents from happening again, the police will escort them back with a large troop. Upon arriving in Donghai City, Lin Mo learned that the attack by the group known as Tianwai sect was not only directed at them, but also targeted other groups of trainees. This assault resulted in over 70 minor injuries, more than 30 serious injuries, and 12 fatalities, causing a significant uproar among the city's top officials. The city government issued an overnight order to interrogate the captured members of Tianwai sect. The man in black mentioned that he had offended someone, which is why he was targeted from the start. As Lin Mo returned to Donghai City, he pondered the man's words. Recently, he had done nothing but train, so how could he have made enemies to the extent of being targeted for death? Frowning, he recalled his experiences at Hualing Mountain and eventually suspected Yuan Hongba. If he had a conflict with anyone, it was Yuan Hongba. However, Lin Mo discovered that the vehicle Yuan Hongba was in had not been attacked. At this point, Lin Mo was almost certain that Yuan Hongba might have hired the man in black to kill him. The revelation that Yuan Hongba might be associated with Tianwai sect shocked Lin Mo, but he did not speak out or file a complaint because he had no evidence, and all his thoughts were merely conjectures. During his time at Hualing Mountain, Lin Mo learned that Yuan Hongba came from a well-off family, with several relatives holding significant positions in Donghai City. Without evidence, filing a complaint based on speculation could backfire. However, he remembered this enmity. Not reporting it didn't mean he would forget. Currently, he lacked the strength and status to seek revenge, but he would keep it in mind. The most important thing now was to return home and refine the Chi Soul pill. Lin Mo was filled with anticipation. Becoming a conjurer would be like reaching the pinnacle. Even the 5-star martial arts academies he had aimed for might invite him to apply once he became a conjurer. Back home, Lin Mo immediately closed the doors and windows. Once everything was ready, he silently chanted, "Refine the Chi Soul pill." As the pill began to refine, Lin Mo felt a sense of peace and concentration. His mind gradually blurred, as if a door appeared in his consciousness. Threads of mental energy seeped through, and the door slowly opened. When it fully opened, a vast surge of mental energy poured out, nearly overwhelming his mind, causing the veins on his face to twist grotesquely. Yet, this intense pain was fleeting, as the immense mental energy spread, suppressing the agony. Boom! An invisible force spread throughout the room, shattering cups, tables, and chairs. A few seconds later, Lin Mo, panting heavily, looked around in awe. Was this the power of awakening as a conjurer? He marveled at how the mere uncontrolled waves of mental energy could cause such destruction. If he could consciously harness this power and form incantations, the force unleashed would be unimaginable. I need to research online how to use a conjurer's power, he thought. Lin Mo had limited knowledge of conjurers, and this immense power should not be wasted. He must learn to use it effectively. Lin Mo began searching online, but quickly realized that the internet in this world was vastly different from what he was used to in his previous life. It was structured in a hierarchical manner, where people had varying levels of access based on their status. Ordinary people could only see content available to them, while warriors had higher access to specialized information. As one's cultivation level increased, so did their access. At this moment, Lin Mo's cultivation was only at the 9th level of a martial apprentice, giving him access similar to that of ordinary people, with very limited professional knowledge available. After patiently searching, Lin Mo finally stumbled upon a post about spellcasters on a forum. The poster mentioned having a relative who was a spellcaster, and thus had some insight into their world. The post began by emphasizing the fundamental difference between martial arts and being a spellcaster. Martial arts required personal effort, whereas becoming a spellcaster involved opening the spiritual gate. In the current world of Blue Star, this gate could not be opened through external intervention, only through chance. The poster expressed envy for those who could awaken their spiritual gate. The latter part of the post contained information unfamiliar to Lin Mo. According to the poster, spellcasters were different from ordinary warriors. They used spiritual power in combat. For example, they could control objects like flying knives, bullets, and glass for long-range attacks, although this method was considered inefficient. Additionally, spellcasters could perform spiritual attacks, directly targeting the soul, which required specific techniques and was typically only effective in overwhelming battles. The most crucial combat method for spellcasters was the ability to conjure spells, which was why they were called spellcasters rather than spiritualists. Spellcasters could uniquely form various spells, which came in types such as offensive, entrapment, healing, and large-scale support. These spells were powerful, and once cast, they were nearly impossible for warriors of similar strength to resist. Understanding the spellcaster's combat methods, Lin Mo continued reading. To conjure spells, one first needed spell diagrams. There were 2 ways to obtain these: creating them oneself, which was nearly impossible for newly awakened spellcasters, or inheriting them from experienced spellcasters. However, it seemed Lin Mo didn't have access to view the specifics of these diagrams, leaving him disappointed in his quest for more information. Nonetheless, the poster mentioned that to learn about spell diagrams, one could visit the official websites of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, where the spellcaster departments listed some basic diagrams. Fortunately, the poster also provided methods to find these diagrams. Prompted by this information, Lin Mo immediately went to explore the spellcaster departments of both academies. As expected, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy each introduced two incantation diagrams, the Binding Curse and the Flame Summoning Curse, as well as the Wind Spirit Curse and the Light Bath Curse. Lin Mo was thrilled to see these four incantation diagrams. With 5 days left until the college entrance exams, he planned to use comprehension fragments to quickly master these four spells. The power of spells is formidable. Even the most basic ones can rival a martial artist when cast. During his study of the spells, Lin Mo discovered he had an exceptional talent for them. Even without the use of comprehension fragments, he could discern how to use the spells. However, when he did use the fragments, his speed in mastering the spells increased significantly. Yet, 2 days before the exams, the school summoned all students to choose the weapons they would use for the exams. The martial arts entrance exam weapons were uniformly distributed by the school to ensure fairness and prevent students from advantaged backgrounds from having superior weapons. Although Lin Mo didn't rely on mental power, he could enhance his combat abilities with a spirit-infused alloy sword. Despite the standardized weapon distribution, each student had different proficiencies, so they needed to choose in advance. When Lin Mo returned to school, he didn't hide his cultivation. The moment he stepped into the classroom, all his classmates sensed his aura at the 9th stage of a martial apprentice. The room buzzed with discussions, as Lin Mo's strength astounded everyone. Just 4 months ago, he was at the 3rd stage, and in a few short months, he had ascended to the 9th stage, a truly unbelievable feat. A classmate, feeling pleased, revealed that Lin Mo had joined this year's Seed Sprint program and had awakened a special constitution for the 2nd time, now at the Earth grade. Zhu Ho, who previously harbored hostility towards Lin Mo, now regarded him with a complex expression, no longer displaying his former arrogance. When the class teacher, Qin Hong, entered and saw Lin Mo's cultivation, he was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Mo had jumped from the 7th to the 9th stage of a martial apprentice. No wonder even Elder Xia personally came to observe him. With such cultivation, entering a 4-star academy was a certainty. Despite the shock, the process continued. Students eligible for the martial arts entrance exam began selecting their weapons. There was a wide variety of weapons available, and typically, everyone had a preferred choice. Lin Mo casually chose a sword, as he wasn't particularly concerned about the martial arts exam. After all, he had become a spellmaster. As long as he demonstrated his talent as a spellmaster, even without participating in the martial arts exam, mentors from the 2 5-star martial arts academies would invite him to join. However, Lin Mo didn't want to reveal his identity prematurely. This was not out of vanity, but because he was aware that the Tianhui sect might have spies within the upper echelons of Donghai City. If his registration as a spellmaster with the Education Bureau was intercepted, the Tianhui sect could attempt to assassinate him, posing a significant threat. Although this possibility was slim, for safety's sake, Lin Mo decided to reveal his identity during the martial arts exam. By then, other martial arts academy mentors would be present to recruit talent, and his exposure would make him a focal point, ensuring protective measures were in place. The Tianhui sect's assassination attempts would be deterred by the attention he would receive. After selecting his weapon, Lin Mo prepared to head home. As he stepped out of the school gate, he saw a tall, resolute-looking middle-aged man whose imposing demeanor commanded respect. Lin Mo recognized him as Su Lingqing's father, Su Hongai. Fuhua Tea House is located in the tallest building in Donghai City, Huaxing Tower, and offers a breathtaking view of the city center from its window seats. The sofa feels cool and comfortable, instantly melting away any fatigue. Rumor has it that the sofas here are made from the hide of the legendary Dihu beast, making them exceptionally luxurious. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance, as the Dihu beast is a mythical creature comparable to a martial arts master, and only a place like Fuhua Tea House in Donghai City could afford such opulence. However, Lin Mo usually couldn't afford to spend here. Today, he was able to sit in this lavish setting thanks to Su Hongai across the table. With a wave of Su Hongai's hand, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Mo, displaying a selection of teas, all of which seemed incredibly expensive. Even the cheapest option was beyond Lin Mo's reach unless he sold his sword. But since he was being treated, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to choose a few varieties. After the tea was served, Lin Mo took a sip before speaking. "A busy man like you wouldn't invite me here, just for tea, would you?" Su Hongai smiled, not hiding his intentions as he sized up Lin Mo. "I've reviewed your records. 4 months ago, you awakened a special constitution, advancing from martial trainee level 3 to level 7 in 3 months. You've mastered basic spiritual techniques and have been selected for the Seed Sprint plan. Recently, you had a second awakening. achieving an Earth-grade constitution and reaching martial trainee level 9, with records showing you've awakened the war god bloodline. Impressive indeed. Su Hongai had to admit that Lin Mo's performance was among the best in Donghai City. If not for the short time span, he might have become a martial artist and gained admission to a 5-star martial arts academy. However, Su Hongai's tone suddenly turned serious. But I heard from Yuan Hongba that you've been getting close to Lingqing lately. She waits for me specifically. I'm not bothering her, Lin Mo interrupted, already aware of Su Hongai's intentions. Despite his own achievements, he knew he still lagged behind Su Lingqing. Su Hongai's attitude seemed excessive. Su Hongai looked displeased, as Lin Mo's words struck a nerve, given that Yuan Hongba confirmed it was indeed his daughter who waited for Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let me be direct. Lingqing recently had another bloodline awakening, tested to be of divine level. This year's martial arts entrance exams will see recruiters from both the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and Kunlun Martial Arts Academy vying for her. Even though you're outstanding, compared to Lingqing, there's still a vast difference. I hope you'll avoid appearing before my daughter in the future. Su Hongai's words were sharp and decisive, his authority palpable. As a person of high status, he naturally commanded respect, and ordinary people couldn't help but feel intimidated in his presence. However, Lin Mo, possessing a strong mental fortitude, remained unfazed. He finally understood why Su Hongai was so concerned about the disparity between him and Su Lingqing. With Su Lingqing having awakened a divine-level bloodline, it was no wonder Su Hongai was anxious. But Su Hongai's excessive concern puzzled Lin Mo. Did he truly wish for no other man to approach Su Lingqing? In truth, Lin Mo was unaware that Su Lingqing, with her aloof and proud nature, often felt out of place in the world. It was only with Lin Mo, someone from the same world, that she found some comfort and did not resist. From Su Hongai's perspective, the growing closeness between Lin Mo and Su Lingqing could easily develop into a romantic relationship. He thought to himself that Lin Mo's family background was poor, and his talents were far inferior to Su Lingqing's. How could he allow her to get too close to Lin Mo? His hope for his daughter was to marry into a prestigious family in the imperial capital. If it were just an ordinary friendship, Su Hongai wouldn't be this tense. The key was Su Lingqing's particularly close attitude towards Lin Mo. I can't agree to your request. But rest assured, I won't actively seek out Su Lingqing, nor will I deliberately avoid her. Of course, you can ask your daughter to avoid me. I have no objections. Lin Mo smiled as he declined Su Hongai's request. Facing Su Hongai's angry expression, he continued. Also, I don't appreciate your condescending attitude. I'm not your subordinate. Just because of your status, you shouldn't feel superior. You're just a martial arts master. Give me some time, and surpassing you is only a matter of time. As for your daughter being courted by 2 5-star martial arts academies, I can achieve that too. The difference between you and me is merely a matter of time. Lin Mo's words were firm and confident as he stood up to leave. What of divine-level bloodlines? He was now a spellcaster and had a system to aid him. Surpassing Su Lingqing was just a matter of time. Watching Lin Mo's confident departure, Su Hongai's face darkened, and the teacup in his hand crumbled to powder, the tea evaporating into thin air. You think you can be courted by 2 5-star martial arts academies? First, meet their admission standards. Su Hongai thought with a cold smile, considering Lin Mo naive. Inwardly, he comforted himself, believing that Lingqing would surely get into a 5-star martial arts academy, while Lin Mo wouldn't even meet the admission criteria. The two would never be in the same academy, so why worry? Su Hongai called for the waiter to settle the bill, his mind set on the upcoming college entrance exams. Once they were over, his daughter would surely make waves in Donghai City. Many in Donghai City were also eagerly anticipating the martial arts exams. Amidst the anticipation, 2 days quietly passed, and the martial arts college entrance exams finally began. The venue for the martial arts entrance exam is situated truly outside the city. This area is distinctly different from the usual training grounds or the qualification zones for the martial arts exam. The usual area referred to as outside the city is between the city wall and the outer warning zone, which serves as a buffer. Although some demons and exotic beasts inhabit this area, they are generally weaker, akin to being domesticated, and are used for training adventurers and newcomers. The true wilderness lies beyond the warning zone, where the world of formidable demons and beasts begins. Even seasoned warriors, martial arts masters, and grandmasters hesitate to venture too deep. The martial arts exam takes place not far from this warning zone to remind participants that human life is not always peaceful, and they must strive for self-improvement and resilience, rather than seeking mere pleasure. When all participants are transported to the exam site, their first reaction is the barren and desolate landscape before them. There is no trace of human habitation, only an expanse of wilderness. A middle-aged man hovers in the air, dressed in a military uniform, with scars on his face and an imposing presence indicating his extraordinary status as a martial arts grandmaster. He points to a small, glowing spherical device in the sky, which serves as the monitoring equipment for the exam. capable of comprehensively observing the participants' battles and transmitting data to an intelligent system for scoring. Next, the participants will receive their weapons, supplies, and protective shields, following the same rules as the qualification rounds. Triggering the protective shield signifies the premature end of the exam. The middle-aged man warns that the demons and beasts here are not the domesticated ones from the qualification rounds, but are native and exceptionally fierce. His words cause some to change their expressions, but none retreat, as reaching this stage signifies years of hard work, and they will not abandon their efforts over minor setbacks. Now, everyone proceeds to collect their weapons and supplies, preparing to enter the exam field. At noon, the martial arts exam officially begins. Participants line up to receive the weapons and equipment prepared for them. Lin Mo dons his combat suit and grips a specially made sword. Although the sword is of lesser quality compared to his alloy sword, he remains resolute. As the clock strikes noon, all participants converge from different directions into the long-abandoned county town. As they poured into the county town, several spherical objects also entered the city. Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise building, the walls were covered with countless surveillance screens. In the center of the building, more than 30 individuals were watching these monitors intently. They came from various 4-star and 5-star martial arts academies, as well as some high-ranking officials from Donghai City. Among these 30 people, 3 stood out with an aura far surpassing the others. They were the Director of Education of Donghai City and the recruitment officers from the Wudao Academies of Kyushu and Kunlun. Under normal circumstances, the 5-star Wudao Academies of Kyushu and Kunlun wouldn't specifically come to Donghai City for recruitment, as the city's strength was too weak. Each year, only a few candidates managed to enter a 5-star academy, and even those barely made it. However, this year was different. Donghai City had Su Lingqing, who possessed a divine bloodline, enough to spark competition between the 2 5-star academies. The arrival of the recruitment officers naturally required the personal reception of the Director of Education. Beside them was Su Lingqing's father, Su Hongai. At this moment, most of their attention was focused on the surveillance screen showing Su Lingqing. The recruitment officers from the other 4-star Wudao academies did not concentrate all their attention on Su Lingqing. They understood that such an outstanding candidate was beyond their reach. Instead, they aimed to select promising talents among the martial apprentices, individuals worth nurturing and drawing into their academies. Lin Mo walked along the bloodstained street, surrounded by overgrown weeds, with most of the buildings on either side dilapidated and collapsed. Although the beasts in this county town were naturally occurring, it was evident that high-level demonic beasts had long been cleared by the military. Lin Mo speculated that if higher-level beasts, like beast general-level demonic creatures, appeared, all the candidates present would be wiped out. Clearly, the strongest in this county were merely beast soldier-level demonic creatures. The martial apprentice-level beasts held no value for him, so he decided to directly seek out beast soldier-level demonic creatures. Thus, he ran freely through the streets. Lin Mo's actions caught the attention of the demonic creatures in this abandoned county town. Soon, a shadow leaped from the deserted buildings, moving swiftly with sharp claws glinting coldly, aiming directly at Lin Mo. Just as the shadow was about to strike Lin Mo, a flash of a sword sliced through, splitting the shadow in two, spraying blood. Daring to attack someone like me? How overconfident. Lin Mo coldly smirked at the slain martial apprentice-level beast. With his current strength, defeating such a beast was a trivial matter. Lin Mo's move didn't attract much attention from the myriad of surveillance screens, except for one recruitment officer from a 4-star Wudao Academy who caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's sword strike. He was astonished, thinking, defeating a martial apprentice-level beast in one move? This is a promising talent. He discreetly observed his surroundings, and, noticing no other recruitment officers had seen the scene, felt secretly pleased, deciding to keep Lin Mo as a key observation target. Lin Mo walked through the county town, feeling a bit helpless. He had been here for almost half a day without encountering a single beast soldier-level demon or monster. Although he knew the military couldn't have cleared out all of them, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. Since entering the town, he had faced several demon and monster attacks, but they were all low-level, at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial apprentice rank. For these opponents, Lin Mo didn't even need to draw his sword, easily dispatching them. What frustrated him even more was that after defeating those demons and monsters, not a single treasure chest had dropped. He began to wonder if his luck was really that bad these days, perhaps clashing with the martial arts entrance exam date. Just as he was pondering this, a cry for help suddenly reached his ears. Someone was in trouble? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but decided to check it out. With his current strength, there were very few creatures in the town that could pose a threat to him. Weaving through the buildings, he quickly found an 8th-stage martial apprentice girl being chased by a 9th-stage martial apprentice berserk dog. The dog seemed to have just broken through to the 9th stage, struggling to keep up with the girl. Despite this, the berserk dog had the upper hand, its massive body charging across the ground, each swipe of its paw forcing the girl into a desperate retreat. Unlucky, she had caught the attention of a 9th-stage beast. Lin Mo shook his head, thinking that if this continued, the girl would have to use her energy shield, which would prematurely end her martial arts exam. With only half a day gone, if she got eliminated, she'd be lucky to get into a 1-star martial arts academy. With her true abilities, she should be able to attend a 2-star academy, but unfortunately, she encountered the berserk dog and caught its attention. Though her luck was bad, she was fortunate enough to run into Lin Mo. Oh well, he thought, might as well lend a hand. Lin Mo decided to help, as a 9th stage beast was just a trivial task for him. With a stomp on the rooftop, he shot forward like an arrow. The moment the girl saw Lin Mo, her eyes lit up with relief. If he was willing to help, she wouldn't have to use her energy shield. She called out, "Hey, could you help me out with this berserk dog?" But to her surprise, Lin Mo charged in alone, displaying such confidence against a 9th stage beast that she couldn't help but admire his strength. What happened next left her utterly amazed. Lin Mo dispatched the berserk dog with a single, precise sword strike, killing the 9th stage beast instantly. Her heart raced with excitement, thinking that he definitely had the potential to get into a 4-star martial arts academy. She felt a strong urge to stick with him, even though fighting alongside Lin Mo wouldn't earn her extra points based on her performance. But with him, her chances of staying safe throughout the 3 days were much higher. Every year, during the martial arts entrance exams, many candidates fail to enter their desired martial arts academies not due to a lack of skill, but rather because of bad luck. They often encounter beasts far beyond their capabilities, unable to escape and forced to activate their protective shields, ending the assessment prematurely. Some have questioned whether this method of evaluation overly relies on luck, preventing candidates from fully displaying their abilities. The official response is that in real battlefield scenarios, no one can perfectly demonstrate their skills either. There, when facing formidable demons and beasts, candidates at worst are eliminated, while in real combat, the stakes could be their lives. Sometimes, luck itself is a form of strength. In the monitoring room, a recruitment teacher secretly observing Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. He noticed that Lin Mo had just demonstrated a perfect level of the one-sword style. For someone at the 9th level of a martial apprentice to master a basic spiritual technique to perfection was no small feat, marking him as a promising candidate. He smiled slyly, casting a cautious glance at the other instructors to see if they had noticed Lin Mo. Too weak, Lin Mo shook his head, thinking to himself that his perfect execution of the one-sword style easily took down the beast. Can we team up? A girl he had just saved ran over, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Lin Mo understood her intention but shook his head, declining. No, the demons and beasts I'm hunting are too dangerous for you. Even a stray attack could get you eliminated. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the girl puffed up her chest, appearing defiant. I'm at the 8th level of a martial apprentice. Even if I can't match someone at the 9th level, I wouldn't be eliminated by a stray attack. The target I'm hunting is at the beast soldier level, Lin Mo said nonchalantly. Beast soldier level. The girl stammered, shocked by Lin Mo's response, wondering if he was out of his mind. By the way, have you encountered any demons or beasts that seem to be at the beast soldier level? Lin Mo asked. There might be. In the southeast direction, I think I sensed a powerful presence beyond the 9th level of a martial apprentice. It must be at the beast soldier level, the girl replied. Thanks. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. I'll head out first, take care on your own. With that, he headed southeast, undeterred, treating any disturbances along the way as opportunities to score points. The recruitment teacher observing Lin Mo grew even more pleased. He glanced at the other recruitment teachers, noting that most in the monitoring room were fixated on Su Lingqing's screen. On that screen, Su Lingqing's golden spiritual power swept forth, with faint phoenix wings appearing behind her. At this moment, Su Lingqing's cultivation was fully displayed, revealing her as an intermediate martial artist. However, the demon beast she faced was a high-level beast soldier. Despite this, Su Lingqing still managed to overpower the high-level beast soldier with her intermediate martial artist strength. Her divine bloodline, with its spiritual power amplification and combat prowess, was truly formidable. The recruitment instructors couldn't help but admire, while Su Hongai, standing nearby, beamed with pride. The teacher watching Lin Mo shook his head, thinking, we can't recruit Su Lingqing. It's better to focus on finding promising candidates. Thus, he turned his attention back to Lin Mo. By this time, Lin Mo had reached the rooftop of a tall building, taking out binoculars from his backpack to survey the surroundings. From this vantage point, he spotted demons and beasts, his eyes lighting up as he focused on an open lawn. On the lawn were dozens of demons and beasts, with a massive brown bear at the center. Lin Mo recognized the bear, thinking to himself, a fierce earth bear, an initial level beast soldier. The fierce earth bear was a mutated form of a brown bear before the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, and once fully grown, it could reach the beast soldier level. Its fur was tough, and it had the ability to manipulate Earth's spiritual energy, making it especially formidable in areas rich in such energy. Lin Mo recalled information about the fierce earth bear in his mind. Its strength at the initial bee soldier level was just right for him to hone his skills. However, the other beasts nearby made him uneasy. Lin Mo observed the beasts beside the brown bear. Typically, beasts at the bee soldier level had some underlings unless they were solitary. Clearly, the other beasts on the lawn were the bear's minions. Although beasts at the martial disciple stage were not difficult for Lin Mo to handle, they would become a significant nuisance if he engaged with the fierce earth bear. Therefore, Lin Mo decided to deal with these minions first. He jumped down from a high platform, found a tree, chopped it down, and crudely fashioned a few spears. Then, Lin Mo quietly approached an old building not far from the lawn. An admissions teacher in the monitoring room watched Lin Mo's actions with curiosity, especially as he neared the bear's territory, muttering to himself, "What's this kid up to? Is he really trying to provoke the beasts near the fierce earth bear?" As the teacher's doubts arose, Lin Mo was already wielding his makeshift spears, channeling his spiritual energy, and hurled them towards the fierce earth bear. Thud! The spear pierced through two martial disciples' seventh-stage beasts, accompanied by cries of pain. Lin Mo didn't stop and continued to throw the remaining spears, injuring several more beasts. Roar! His actions instantly enraged the beasts on the lawn, who stood up and roared, scanning their surroundings. Lin Mo's position was quickly exposed, and the martial disciple stage beasts charged at him furiously, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. The beast soldier-level fierce earth bear merely lifted its eyelids slightly, not moving, clearly deeming Lin Mo's strength insufficient to warrant its attention. Lin Mo was secretly relieved. As he anticipated, the bear didn't see him as a threat, believing its minions were enough to handle him. Without the involvement of the fierce earth bear, even with the multitude of beasts, Lin Mo was confident he could swiftly deal with these opponents. There were 3 martial disciple 9th-stage beasts, 8 martial disciple 8th-stage beasts, and the rest were at the 6th and 7th stages. He was not worried about handling them. The admissions teacher in the monitoring room watched Lin Mo intently, eyes gleaming with anticipation. If Lin Mo could defeat so many beasts at once, he was undoubtedly a genius, with talent comparable to those admitted to a 5-star martial arts academy. As the beasts charged, Lin Mo moved with a mysterious step, his sword's shadow flashing as he dodged their onslaught, each shadow harvesting the life of a beast. Thud! With a downward slash, Lin Mo cleaved a martial disciple 9th-stage beast in half. This battle wasn't about technique, it was sheer dominance. What made the situation even more hopeless for these beasts was Lin Mo's speed, which was so fast they couldn't keep up, not even touching the hem of his clothes. In just 3 minutes, half of the beasts were down. Lin Mo maintained his basic spiritual skills at a perfect level because he needed to execute them with greater precision, requiring extremely fine control of his spiritual power. This control was particularly draining on his energy and stamina, and since he also had to deal with the fierce earth bear, he didn't want to waste too much energy on these beasts. Wow! Complete mastery of one sword flow, shadow sword technique, and phantom step. All 3 basic spiritual skills perfected. An admissions teacher, who had been silently observing Lin Mo, was so excited he nearly jumped up, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. He secretly felt proud, thinking that if he could recruit Lin Mo to his martial arts academy, they could focus on nurturing him. However, he quickly noticed many other admissions teachers around him giving him knowing smiles, as if to suggest that hogging such a talent isn't fair. Lin Mo's outstanding performance naturally drew the attention of other admissions teachers. Having perfected 3 basic spiritual skills was enough to make Lin Mo a sought-after candidate for the 4-star martial arts academies. Compared to him, no matter how well Su Lingqing performed, they wouldn't have the chance to recruit her, as she would undoubtedly be snapped up by the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo's slaying of more than half the beasts caught the attention of the earth bear. Seeing half of its underlings wiped out in mere minutes, the earth bear furiously pounded the ground, white steam puffing from its large nostrils, and charged toward Lin Mo. Its thundering footsteps shook the ground like a tank. In the monitoring room, the admissions teachers were anxious as they watched Lin Mo standing still, thinking, is he scared stiff? Even if he doesn't run, he should at least activate the protective energy shield. They worried that if Lin Mo was truly petrified and didn't activate the shield, getting crushed would be a waste of talent. As the earth bear's massive paw came down, if it landed on Lin Mo, even as a 9th-level martial apprentice, he would likely be severely injured. But just as the paw was about to strike, Lin Mo's figure flickered and he quickly moved away. The admissions teachers in the monitoring room narrowed their eyes slightly. As martial arts masters themselves, they recognized that Lin Mo had just used a specialized phantom step. After a moment of silence, one of the admissions teachers excitedly shouted, "Specialized." This was a hallmark of having perfected a spiritual skill to its peak. For a martial apprentice to master a basic spiritual skill to such a level was almost unbelievable, as many cities rarely see such a genius in a single cohort. No wonder Lin Mo dared to provoke the earth bear. He had mastered a skill to specialization. However, relying on just one specialized basic spiritual skill to kill, or even contend with the Earth Bear, was still incredibly challenging, one admissions teacher remarked. Before the words were fully spoken, the monitoring screen displayed 100 sword shadows. Each exuding sharp sword energite was the specialized shadow sword technique. In the monitoring room, the screen showing Lin Mo suddenly displayed 100 sword shadows, causing a stir. Many admissions teachers' eyes lit up. They couldn't believe it. Lin Mo had a spiritual skill that had reached a specialized level. Witnessing this, everyone began to calculate what conditions they could offer to attract Lin Mo to their martial arts academy. Meanwhile, the fierce earth bear beside him sensed a heavy threat. It gathered its earth-yellow spiritual energy between its palms, drawing nearby rocks to form a layer of armor as hard as earth on its body. Lin Mo concentrated, unleashing the 100 sword shadows that descended like a storm, accompanied by intense spiritual energy waves, sending shockwaves through the air. The sword shadows dissipated, and only then did the earth bear's thick earthen armor shatter completely. Seeing this, Lin Mo was shocked his specialized sword shadow technique hadn't caused substantial harm to the earth bear. The beast's resilience was beyond imagination. The danger was not over. The earth bear roared angrily and stomped, sending a jagged crack snaking from its feet like a ground dragon, charging toward Lin Mo with violent energy. Lin Mo quickly raised his sword defensively, channeling spiritual energy to form an invisible barrier. However, as soon as the crack touched the barrier, it exploded with a loud bang, shattering the barrier instantly. The impact sent Lin Mo flying back, skidding heavily across the ground, leaving a long mark behind him. The force was incredibly fierce. Supporting himself with his sword, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, secretly assessing through the corner of his eye. This earth bear's strength was far beyond that of the martial artist he had previously defeated. Without using incantations, this battle would be extremely difficult. He recalled that defeating that martial artist was partly due to the opponent's mediocrity and significantly due to the exceptional sword he wielded, far superior to the standard weaponry of the martial arts entrance exams. Now, in his hand, he held the standard issue sword, with no weapon advantage. Before Lin Mo could finish his thoughts, the earth bear charged again. Though its attack speed wasn't fast, each swipe of its paw brought thunderous pressure, making every blow a torment for Lin Mo. He continually used evasive footwork, seizing opportunities to dodge each attack, relying on his agility to avoid the fierce blows. After narrowly evading a brutal stomp with a precise leap, Lin Mo finally found an opening. Swiftly drawing his sword, he executed a swift strike. The sword light sliced through the air, leaving a cold gleam as it cut across the earth bear's thick fur. Instantly, blood seeped from the shallow wound, clearly visible. However, such a minor sword wound was almost negligible to the massive earth bear. The admissions teachers in the monitoring room were astounded by this scene. Lin Mo not only specialized in spiritual skills, but had also mastered 3 basic spiritual techniques, a rare talent in the history of martial arts entrance exams. A martial apprentice reaching such a level clearly surpassed ordinary understanding in both spiritual technique comprehension and physical and spiritual energy, marking a true combat prowess. However, a teacher from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a bit of regret and admiration. It's a pity he chose this earth bear as his opponent. After speaking, his gaze couldn't help but return to the battle on the screen. Lin Mo skillfully executed 3 specialized spiritual techniques in succession, successfully capturing the attention of the admissions officers from the prestigious 5-star martial arts academy. Others agreed with this assessment, noting that the ferocious bear had clearly reached the peak of the junior beast soldier level, nearing the intermediate beast soldier level. With its unique talents, even intermediate martial artists might find it challenging to handle. The admissions officers hoped Lin Mo would retreat in time to hunt down some weaker beast soldiers, aiming for its grade evaluation. After all, in their eyes, Lin Mo was a genius worthy of entry into the 5-star martial arts academy. However, without its grade evaluation, they could not make an exception to admit him, given the academy's stringent admission criteria designed to prevent favoritism. Standing beside the 2 admissions officers, Su Hongai couldn't help but feel displeased at Lin Mo's performance. Just a few days ago, he had belittled Lin Mo, and now he regretted his words, realizing that Lin Mo's 3 spiritual techniques were all at the specialized level. Despite this, Su Hongai scoffed internally, believing his daughter, with her divine bloodline, was being courted by the academy, while Lin Mo, a poor boy, might not even make it into the 5-star martial arts academy. He hoped Lin Mo would continue to struggle against the bear, ensuring he would have no chance of admission. On the battlefield, Lin Mo appeared somewhat beleaguered, surprised by the bear's strength. Was a junior beast soldier truly this formidable? Lin Mo was shocked, having believed that he could handle a junior beast soldier without resorting to incantations. Now he was forced into such a state. Unbeknownst to him, the bear was on the verge of reaching the intermediate beast soldier threshold, and its powerful talents made it difficult even for intermediate martial artists to handle. It seemed he had no choice but to use incantations. Lin Mo was not stubborn. He initially refrained from using incantations to test his spiritual strength. Now, finding himself outmatched, he resolved to use them. Besides, the admissions officers in the monitoring room might have already taken notice of him. Before the martial arts exam, Lin Mo had learned that admissions officers would review surveillance footage to identify promising candidates for their schools. Having demonstrated 3 specialized spiritual techniques, if he wasn't considered a good candidate, who would be? He quickly executed the phantom step, moving away from the ferocious bear with all his might. The admissions officers in the monitoring room nodded approvingly, recognizing Lin Mo's prudence. However, in the next moment, Lin Mo's actions left everyone stunned. He formed seals with his hands, causing the surrounding air to seemingly become turbulent, with spiritual energy intertwining to form a faint incantation. This was an incantation. After a moment of silence in the monitoring room, the admissions officers from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy displayed expressions of immense excitement. They had unexpectedly encountered a sorcerer capable of opening the mental gate in this small city, and one participating in the martial arts exam, no less. Forming seals with his hands, Lin Mo's voice rang out. Incantation, summoning flame spell. In the monitoring room, the admissions officers collectively gasped, especially the ones from the 2 5-star martial arts academies, who were visibly excited. This must be the summon flame spell from your Kyushu Martial Arts Academy's website, remarked the admissions officer from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. The Kyushu admissions officer nodded in confirmation, indicating that this candidate had concealed his identity as a spellcaster and had privately sought out the spell diagram. Astonishingly, he managed to master the spell without any guidance, displaying extraordinary talent. I want to review this candidate's basic information. The 2 5-star academy officers immediately requested Lin Mo's records. In contrast, the admissions officers from the other 4-star academies were visibly disappointed. They thought they had found a promising candidate, only to discover he had opened the mental gate to become a spellcaster, a chance that they missed. Su Hongai, watching Lin Mo on the monitor, wore a grim expression. He never anticipated Lin Mo to be a spellcaster. Even when Lin Mo displayed 3 specialized spiritual techniques, Su only paid slight attention, as he believed that one's level was paramount. No matter how proficient one was in spiritual techniques, they could only enhance combat ability. Without enough talent to reach higher levels, how many ranks could one fight across? However, the status of a spellcaster was entirely different. Su Hongai understood the esteemed position of spellcasters on Blue Star. He thought to himself, if you had mentioned you were a spellcaster, things would have been different. You kept it hidden just to embarrass me, didn't you? Reflecting on Lin Mo's words to him, he felt that Lin Mo was deliberately concealing his identity to watch him make a fool of himself. Little did Su realize that Lin Mo, though intentionally hiding his spellcaster status, had no intention of targeting him specifically. Inside the assessment venue, Lin Mo formed hand seals, causing the air in front of him to glow red as a surge of intense energy distorted it. At this moment, the fierce earth bear seemed to sense a mortal threat. It struck the ground with its paw, gathering earth energy and causing a crack to race toward Lin Mo. Just as the crack formed, fiery flames erupted from beneath the bear's feet, spreading a scorching gust. The sudden flames forced the earth bear to halt its attack, as it pounded its chest to form an earth-yellow armor to shield itself from the fire. The flames swirled like a tornado, engulfing the earth bear. The extreme heat distorted the surrounding air, and the soil began to melt. The bear roared in fury as its armor gradually disintegrated under the heat, and flames spread across its body. Each time the bear attempted to break free from the fiery encirclement, the powerful gusts pushed it back. As the flames intensified, the bear's roars weakened. When the flames finally subsided, Lin Mo saw that the once mighty earth bear was reduced to a charred corpse. Spellcasting is incredibly powerful, Lin Mo thought, astonished, fully aware of the bear's formidable nature from personal experience. However, even such a formidable beast had almost no chance to resist under the power of the summon flame spell, being directly reduced to ashes. The man who cast this spell had an extraordinarily strong mental power, making the simplest summon flame spell display such astonishing power in his hands. The admissions officer from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was shocked by this. Although the summon flame spell was listed on their academy's website, it was just one of the most basic spells. Typically, only a spellcaster who has opened the mental gate can master it, and its power is generally only effective against beginner beast soldiers. However, Lin Mo's use of the summon flame spell clearly exceeded this level, making it difficult even for intermediate martial artists to withstand, likely causing severe damage. This indicated that Lin Mo's mental power far exceeded that of ordinary spellcasters, and they absolutely could not let the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy snatch him away. The admissions officer made a firm decision in his heart, as the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was already at a disadvantage in the competition for Su Lingqing. According to inside information he had, someone from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy was acquainted with Su Hongai and had already contacted him privately, making it likely that Su Lingqing would choose the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. He came here just to try his luck, to see if he could successfully recruit Lin Mo. Fortunately, he came along this time. Otherwise, the Jojo Martial Arts Academy would have missed such a talented spellcaster. After pondering for a moment, the admissions officer contacted the admissions office using his communicator. Old Tan, can you check if there are any mentors from the Spellcaster Institute near Donghai City? Near Donghai City? Isn't that the place for this admission round? Have you encountered a spellcaster who has opened the mental gate? A middle-aged man in the Jojo Martial Arts Academy's admissions office asked. He was lounging on a rocking chair, dressed in simple clothes, with his feet up and a cigarette holder in his hand, surrounded by white smoke. Yes, indeed, there is a spellcaster participating in the martial arts exam, and their mental power is very strong. The summon flame spell they cast could even kill a peak-level beginner beast soldier, a fierce ground bear. The admissions officer replied urgently. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately put away his cigarette holder and contacted the Spellcaster Institute. With such talent, we absolutely cannot let those Kunlun guys take him. I'll ask right away. Shortly after, in the surveillance room of the Donghai City Martial Arts exam, the Jojo Martial Arts Academy admissions officer received a message from Old Tan. It turned out she was indeed near Donghai City, greatly increasing the chances of recruiting Lin Mo. Seeing the message, the admissions officer breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the exam hall, after hunting the fierce ground bear, Lin Mo frowned slightly, as there was no prompt for a treasure chest drop. Logically, with his 9th level martial apprentice cultivation, killing a beginner beast soldier should almost certainly result in a treasure chest drop. Just like last time when he killed a beginner martial artist, a silver treasure chest dropped, and that martial artist's strength was far inferior to this fierce ground bear. Lin Mo pondered whether the system considered his identity as a spellcaster as part of his cultivation. After some thought, he realized that the system's assessment of his strength was not solely based on spiritual power, but also included mental power. As such, the probability of a treasure chest dropping from killing a fierce ground bear was no longer guaranteed, but had a certain chance. Therefore, not getting a treasure chest was understandable. Roar! A deafening, beastly cry suddenly erupted from a certain area at the martial arts entrance exam site, causing the surrounding candidates to shiver in fear. From the powerful roar and the subsequent surge of spiritual energy, they realized it was indeed a beast of the warrior class. Many wanted to flee the area immediately, as candidates at the martial apprentice stage could only activate protective shields when faced with a beast of this caliber. However, the roaring didn't stop. The furious cries continued, and strong waves of spiritual energy rippled through the air, indicating that someone was fiercely battling the beast. Only the top students of this year's class in Donghai City could possibly combat a warrior-class beast, and many people's hearts started to race. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, the fight finally ended with a final, piercing, beastly cry. The bolder candidates dared to approach the battle area. As they got closer, they saw that the surrounding buildings were shrouded in darkness, and many beast corpses lay on the ground. Most striking among them was a giant python, tens of meters long, its body severed into segments, with charred flesh and scattered scales. This python was clearly the beast that had been roaring earlier, and the battle concluded with its defeat. The ability to kill a warrior-class beast left many in awe, as such a fighter could almost certainly enter a 5-star martial arts academy. As more students gathered, the person who had been battling the python was already standing on a high platform several kilometers away, having finally claimed a treasure chest. The one fighting the python was Lin Mo. After slaying the fierce earth bear, Lin Mo began hunting warrior-class beasts. Including this python, Lin Mo had already killed 5 such beasts, finally obtaining a silver treasure chest from this one. Upon opening the silver chest, Lin Mo felt a thrill as he obtained 3 high-grade chi and blood pills and a scroll of soul guide technique. Soul guide technique. The name made Lin Mo's eyes narrow slightly, and he immediately checked its description, discovering it to be a method for cultivating spiritual power. Although the introduction mentioned it was the most basic training method, suitable only for early-stage cultivation, it was more than enough for Lin Mo at this point. Once he mastered this soul guide technique, his strength would significantly increase, potentially allowing him to open gold or platinum chests. There would surely be opportunities to acquire better cultivation methods in the future, but for now, this soul guide technique was sufficient. Of course, Lin Mo didn't rush to start cultivating the soul guide technique, as every move they made was monitored by surveillance orbs not far away in the exam area. He would only be unobserved in the rest area. However, with only half a day left until the exam ended, there was no hurry to try it out. It could wait until he returned. Since he had obtained a silver chest, hunting was no longer the main priority, and his score was surely adequate. Lin Mo stretched lazily, contemplating that, with good luck, he might manage to hunt 2 more warrior-class beasts in the remaining half-day. Given the probability, it seems that even 2 beast soldiers might not be enough to get a single silver treasure chest. Lin Mo thought to himself, planning to break through to a warrior level when he returned. In the system space, he saw 3 advanced blood chi pills and licked his lips, thinking that these pills should be sufficient for his breakthrough. As Lin Mo was about to return to the rest area to wait for the exam to end, he noticed some classmates hurriedly leaving a certain area, heading in another direction. Curious, he asked, "What's going on? Why does it seem like you're all fleeing from somewhere?" A classmate at the 7th stage of martial apprentice explained. "You don't know? Someone angered an advanced beast soldier. It's gone berserk, looking for people to vent its rage. Many have ended the exam early by pressing the energy shield, including a warrior. We naturally want to stay away from that area. Encountering it would be very unlucky." Lin Mo frowned, aware of his own strength. With his spells, he could barely handle intermediate beast soldiers, but an advanced one was out of the question. However, the classmate added, "But despite its strength, I've heard some top talents from Donghai City have formed an alliance, calling all warriors to join forces and take it down." A glimmer of hope appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. He knew he couldn't face the advanced beast soldier alone, but with the help of other warriors from Donghai City, it might be possible. If he could deliver the final blow during the joint effort, it would be perfect. With his current strength, defeating an advanced beast soldier would almost certainly yield a treasure chest, and the silver chest from an advanced beast soldier would be a far greater reward. "Thank you," Lin Mo said to the martial apprentice, quickly heading in the direction the classmate had indicated. The martial apprentice was startled to see Lin Mo heading that way and called out, "Hey, brother, they only need warriors." But Lin Mo was already too far away to hear. The martial apprentice thought, so confident, "I hope his speed in activating the energy shield is fast enough," doubting Lin Mo could actually be of help. When Lin Mo arrived, he saw a dozen warriors gathered, with Su Lingqing standing at the forefront. She was equipped with twin swords at her waist, her long hair flowing, and a cold, proud expression that gave her the aura of a war goddess. Lin Mo's arrival caught some attention, but upon seeing his cultivation at the 9th stage of martial apprentice, they looked at him with disdain. "What is a 9th stage martial apprentice doing here? We're dealing with an advanced beast soldier. Warriors are the minimum requirement." Yuan Hongba stepped forward, seemingly to drive Lin Mo away. Others silently agreed, clearly supporting Yuan Hongba's stance. In their eyes, a 9th stage martial apprentice was too weak and could only be a burden. "Just because I'm not a warrior doesn't mean I lack the strength of one," Lin Mo declared firmly, stepping forward. The ground's pebbles began to float, and his mental power surged like a tide, spreading in all directions. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Yuan Hongba shouted in shock, "Mental power, you've opened the gate of the mind." Feeling the pervasive spiritual energy around him, Yuan Hongba was shocked, and a slight panic crept into his heart. Activating spiritual power meant that Lin Mo was actually a spellcaster. He couldn't help but recall his secret dealings with the outer sect to assassinate Lin Mo, which made him even more uneasy. If Lin Mo discovered this, his entire family would be in danger. The other warriors' mouths slightly opened in surprise, their previous indifference replaced by admiration. The status of a spellcaster was extremely prestigious on Blue Star, and once Lin Mo revealed this identity, many would yearn to be like him. Even 5-star martial academies would actively seek him out. Su Lingqing looked at Lin Mo, her eyes showing surprise, as if she sensed something different about him. "Congratulations, Brother Lin, for opening the door to spiritual power. If you're willing to help us, our chances of successfully hunting the high-level beast will surely increase," said a young man in green named Sun Tao with a smile. Lin Mo was not unfamiliar with him, as during the Seed Sprint program, besides Sun Tao, other warriors also showed friendly smiles. The change in his abilities quickly drew their attention to Lin Mo, who had just been an ordinary 9th-level martial apprentice. At that moment, the primary task for everyone was to deal with the high-level beast soldier. Su Lingqing approached Lin Mo and nodded slightly as a greeting. Lin Mo then asked, "How strong is that high-level beast soldier?" "It should be quite strong, but we haven't experienced it directly. Only Su Lingqing has faced it," Sun Tao replied somewhat vaguely. Su Lingqing was the initiator of this hunt, and the other junior warriors came not only because of her, but also to improve their ratings. Even if they didn't kill the high-level beast soldier themselves, as long as they performed well, their ratings wouldn't be lower than if they had slain a junior beast soldier. The high-level beast is a Xian Thunder Beast, still immature, but far stronger than an average high-level beast soldier. If it were an ordinary high-level beast soldier, I could easily kill it alone. Su Lingqing's words stunned everyone. Her ability to kill a regular high-level beast soldier confirmed her divine constitution, granting her the power to defeat foes above her level. Everyone was filled with envy. It was difficult enough for ordinary warriors to kill beasts of the same level, let alone challenge those above. Sun Tao also felt troubled, as the Xian Thunder Beast was a beast with innate bloodline abilities. Ordinary Xian Thunder Beasts, once mature, possessed beast general level strength, and if their talents were stronger, They could even reach the leader level, equivalent to a human martial arts master. The strength of such a gifted beast in the beast soldier stage clearly surpassed that of ordinary beast soldiers. Although there were a lot of people here, aside from Su Lingqing being an intermediate warrior, the others were only beginners, with combat abilities at a normal level. Even though Lin Mo was a spellcaster, Sun Tao believed he might have just awakened, with limited spellcasting abilities and not much strength to impact the battle. This team's chances against the Xianlei beast were unpredictable. If Lin Mo could cast spells, it might help, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Yuan Hongba sarcastically remarked, instead of demanding so much from others, why not focus on improving yourself? If you were an advanced warrior now, slaying the Xianlei beast would be much easier. Su Lingqing calmly replied, your words have embarrassed Yuan Hongba, coming here just for Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo interjected, I know spellcasting. This revelation surprised everyone, as they didn't expect Lin Mo to have learned spellcasting on his own. Do you know support spells? Su Lingqing asked. Lin Mo nodded in confirmation, I do. Su Lingqing smiled confidently. Then I'm even more confident this time. However, even if Lin Mo cast offensive spells, the damage to the Xianlei beast would be limited. Su Lingqing was the core of their alliance, with other warriors playing supporting roles, occasionally providing distraction. Without specialized practice and coordination, the support effects wouldn't be significant. But if Lin Mo knew support spells, he could directly enhance Su Lingqing's strength, offering support far superior to other warriors. Time is running out. Let's go give it a try. Su Lingqing led the charge towards the Xianlei beast, with the other warriors following closely. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the town, loud and thunderous as if it were tearing through the air. It was a beast clad in silver scales, resembling a tiger and a lion, the Xianlei beast. Its silver scales shimmered with lightning, arcs of electricity crackling in the air, producing a low rumble of thunder. Seeing this beast, some warriors in the alliance turned pale, feeling an invisible pressure far exceeding that of a beginner beast soldier. Don't hold back. Your scores depend on your performance, Su Lingqing's voice reminded them. Someone pounded their chest and promised, of course, this is about our vital interests. Most present were eager to achieve higher scores, especially since their goal was to enter a 5-star martial arts academy. For ordinary beginner warriors, hunting a beginner beast soldier alone was extremely difficult, unless they could completely overpower it. Most of them relied on teamwork to take down beast soldiers, resulting in much lower scores. Alright, everyone, let's go. Su Lingqing unleashed her golden spiritual energy, stomping the ground, and causing cracks to form as she dashed forward like lightning. The others also unleashed their spiritual energy, weapons in hand, charging ahead. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands, and green spell patterns emerged, faintly revealing a spell diagram. A spell took shape, accompanied by his strong determination and resolve. The Wind Spirit spell. Lin Mo wove spiritual patterns in front of him, forming a cyan incantation. As soon as the spell took shape, a cyan airflow emerged, swirling around the warriors charging at the Xian Thunder Beast. The strand of airflow directed towards Su Lingqing was particularly thick. The cyan airflow surrounding each person brought a look of delight to their faces, as they felt their speed increase by nearly 30%. So this is the supportive power of a spellcaster? At this moment, they began to understand why spellcasters held such high status. Lin Mo's spell alone was more effective than having an additional intermediate warrior on the scene. This kid has even mastered the Wind Spirit spell. A glint appeared in the eyes of the admission officer from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy as they recognized the spell from their official website. A second spell already. Could this kid have mastered all 4 spells from our 2 academies' websites? This thought suddenly occurred to the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy's admission officer. Given Lin Mo's comprehension of the 3 specialized spiritual skills, this possibility indeed existed. The admission officer from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was increasingly impressed with Lin Mo, thinking that once the right moment arrived, they could surely recruit this talented young man into their academy. Inside the examination field, the Xian Thunder Beast was enraged. How dare these weaker beings provoke it? At that moment, the surrounding warriors attacked almost simultaneously, firing beams of spiritual energy like arrows to bind the beast. Roar! The Xian Thunder Beast's furious roar was deafening, and lightning erupted from its body. Its powerful spiritual energy surged forth, breaking the beams of spiritual energy from over a dozen warriors. This demonstrated the vast gap between the junior warriors and the Xian Thunder Beast. However, the beams managed to restrain the beast for a few seconds. In that brief window, Su Lingqing swiftly moved above the beast, her sword gleaming with a sharp golden light. She struck down fiercely, and the sword's sharpness tore through the beast's silver scales, leaving a scar. Roar! The Xian Thunder Beast was now completely enraged, its body crackling with lightning. Dozens of bolts shot out, most targeting Su Lingqing, with a few directed at the other warriors. Facing the lightning, Su Lingqing transformed her twin swords into a spinning shield, successfully blocking all the attacks. Although the other warriors managed to fend off the lightning, they still felt a slight numbness in their bodies, their hands trembling. This was the effect of the electrical current. While they resisted the damage, they couldn't completely counteract the paralyzing effect. As for Su Lingqing, she remained unaffected, likely due to her unique constitution and spiritual energy. My wind spirit spell only lasts for 15 minutes, so you need to hurry, Lin Mo urged. Once the spell's effect ended and their speed decreased, dealing with the Xian Thunder Beast would become even more challenging. Hearing Lin Mo's urging, the warriors attacked again, unleashing their spiritual skills with all their might, each striving to deliver their best performance. Yuan Hongba leaped into the air, his spear angled as a surge of energy erupted, forming the silhouette of a green hawk. The hawk's beak aligned with the spear's tip as Yuan Hongba struck fiercely, unleashing a sharp attack. Sun Tao wielded a Tang sword, its blade glowing with a blue light, slicing through the air at great speed. The other warriors gave their all, executing their most powerful techniques, launching a coordinated assault on the Xianlei beast. Although novice warriors posed little threat to a high-level beast, the sheer number of attacks overwhelmed the Xianlei beast. Crucially, it couldn't fully focus on them, instinctively recognizing the woman among the intermediate warriors as the greatest threat. Su Lingqing's every sword stroke was imbued with golden light, each strike inflicting damage on the Xianlei beast. Nearby warriors kept it distracted, interrupting its attempts to focus solely on Su Lingqing with their techniques. Under the righteous onslaught, the Xianlei beast slowly began to falter. However, Lin Mo did not see victory as assured. Their temporary advantage was due to everyone's intense effort, but the spiritual reserves of novice warriors couldn't compare to those of a high-level beast soldier. Once they were exhausted, their ability to restrain the beast would diminish, leaving Su Lingqing to bear the brunt of the battle. The Xianlei beast seemed to sense this, adopting a defensive stance. Despite taking hits, its tough scales mitigated significant damage. The other warriors began to realize this too, and Lin Mo noticed their attacks becoming increasingly frantic, causing him some concern. Fortunately, he was prepared. Observing the growing panic, Lin Mo shook his head, forming hand seals as his mental energy spread out, weaving intricate golden runes into a complex spell diagram. This was the Light Bath spell, and with this spell, Lin Mo demonstrated mastery over 4 types of spells. The admissions mentors from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy sighed, as Lin Mo had already shown 3 types of spells, and it was clear he would reveal the binding spell soon. The outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. Other admissions mentors could also predict the battle's direction, their keen eyes assessing whether the Xianlei beast could be defeated. As Lin Mo completed the Light Bath spell, a rain of light descended, and the warriors were startled to feel their injuries and energy begin to recover. Lin Mo's support spell prompted Sun Tao to laugh. No need to rush. Take your time with this big guy. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to possess such supportive magic, deepening his respect for spellcasters. Indeed, their unique abilities were unmatched by ordinary warriors. The once anxious warriors calmed down, feeling reassured, and began to gradually wear down the Xianlei beast. The restorative effect of the support spell made Su Lingqing feel the warmth of the light rain. Although the spell's recovery effect was slightly diminished for her due to her superior strength, it did not lessen her surprise and curiosity about the spellcaster. The Xianlei beast was enraged, having thought it could outlast these humans, only to discover a spellcaster capable of restoring them. It understood that the person furthest away was the key to helping the crafty individuals around it recover, and knew it had to eliminate him first. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity danced across the scales of the Xianlei beast, unleashing a torrent of wild energy. Silver lightning raged in all directions. It seemed the beast was ready to fight to the death. Sun Tao quickly shouted, "Everyone defend!" Immediately, everyone chose to distance themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of energy erupted continuously, and everyone swiftly summoned their spiritual defenses, trying to withstand the rampant lightning. However, the moment the lightning clashed with their defenses, they were all taken aback. Its power was far less than expected. Oh no, its target is Lin Mo. Su Lingqing finally realized that the Xianlei beast wasn't desperate. It was aiming to take out Lin Mo first. But by then, it was too late to stop it. Take out the healer first. Indeed, even a beast at the soldier level had some intelligence. As the Xianlei beast charged toward him, Lin Mo remained calm and composed. When the beast closed in within a kilometer of Lin Mo, a red glow suddenly erupted from beneath the street, sending ripples of astonishing spiritual energy. Blazing flames burst forth from the ground, enveloping the Xianlei beast. Lin Mo had already set up a summon flame spell in the area around him. The intense heat made the beast panic, and the sheer power was shocking. Other warriors, seeing the flames, turned pale, knowing they could be burned alive if caught in them. Sorcerers are terrifying. Their respect for sorcerers grew stronger, acknowledging that their combat abilities were not to be underestimated, in addition to their support skills. At this moment, the Xianlei beast's energy surged wildly, lightning flashing, its silver scales gleaming with dazzling light, trying to break free from the summoned flame spell's power. Despite the spell's considerable strength, the beast's defenses could withstand the flames and escape. As it leaped to break through the fire, Lin Mo smiled slightly, raising his hand gently. More spiritual light erupted from beneath the street, with several beams shooting out, revealing themselves as massive chains of light inscribed with ancient runes, unbreakable in appearance. Binding spell. Before the Xianlei beast could react, its leaping body was ensnared by the chains of light, crashing back onto the street, unable to rise. In the examination hall's monitoring room, the admissions officers watched in awe as Lin Mo simultaneously cast two spells. They were astonished because Lin Mo had already used two spells earlier and was now casting two more. Generally, a sorcerer who has just opened their mental gate feels exhausted after casting a single spell. While they expected Lin Mo's mental strength to be above average, the fact that he could cast two spells at once was extraordinary. At that moment, an admissions officer from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy seemed to receive a message, greeted the others, and left the monitoring room. 2 minutes later, the admissions officer from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy entered with a woman. She was tall, with delicate features and a high-bridged nose. Her black trench coat and silver glasses emphasized her aloof demeanor. With her hands in her pockets, she walked into the classroom, immediately drawing everyone's attention. It wasn't just her beauty that captivated them. The admissions officers sensed a strong presence of spiritual energy emanating from her, indicating she was also a sorcerer. Hello everyone. This is Tansini, a recent graduate of Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and now one of our new instructors. The introduction caused a stir. This seemingly young woman was not only a graduate, but also qualified to be an instructor. At Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, becoming an instructor requires at least the level of a martial arts master, which meant Tansini possessed that level of skill. Tansini, so it's her, thought the admissions officers from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. She was an ancient-century genius from the sorcery department at Jiuzhou. To be appointed as an instructor right after graduation was impressive. The admissions officer whispered something to Tansini, prompting her to look towards the surveillance screen showing Lin Mo. Roar. The Xin Thunder Beast, bound by a spell, let out an angry roar, its spiritual energy surging, causing the chains of light to show signs of breaking. Lin Mo shouted, knowing that this spell alone couldn't fully restrain the beast. At that moment, Su Lingqing cried out, her body enveloped in golden light, with a faint golden phoenix shadow soaring behind her. She gripped her twin swords and struck down, carrying the power of the phoenix shadow. Boom! This strike unleashed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. The Xin Thunder Beast spewed lightning, trying to fend off the phoenix shadow. However, after being weakened by previous fighters and restricted by Lin Mo's spells, the beast's power was far from its peak, and its lightning force was suppressed. Crash! The violent wave of spiritual energy rippled out, sending Su Lingqing flying backward. She skidded 100 meters before regaining her balance. Simultaneously, the Xin Thunder Beast was also blasted away, its scales shattered, and a massive, gruesome sword wound marred its back, leaving it extremely weakened. At that moment, Lin Mo seized the opportunity, channeling nearly all his spiritual energy into his sword, and executed the phantom step to its fullest. His blade traced Su Lingqing's massive sword wound, aiming to finish the Xin Thunder Beast. As Lin Mo's sword descended, the system's voice announced the complete eradication of the beast's remaining life force. The moment Lin Mo defeated the Xianlei beast, a brilliant silver light erupted in his consciousness, forming into the shape of a treasure chest. This light was far brighter than the previous two silver chests he had obtained, indicating that it contained even more valuable treasures. Suppressing the urge to open the chest immediately, Lin Mo turned to meet his approaching companions. Su Lingqing quickly walked up to him, her eyes sparkling with amazement. That strike you just made, it must have reached mastery level, right? She knew that with only the strength of a martial apprentice, it was impossible to deliver a fatal blow to the wounded Xianlei beast. To unleash power comparable to a martial artist at the 9th level of a martial apprentice. Mastery was the only explanation. Yes, Lin Mo admitted frankly, as there was no need to hide it. After a brief celebration, everyone went their separate ways. Some were still determined to continue challenging, hoping to raise their scores to grade. For Lin Mo, however, his current achievement was sufficient. As a spellcaster about to receive focus training, he wasn't overly concerned with his score and headed straight back to the resting area. Finding a quiet corner, Lin Mo finally had the chance to examine the hard-earned silver chest closely. As his thoughts wavered, the chest slowly opened, and a profound stream of information flowed into his consciousness. Obtained the first scroll of the Candle Dragon Refining Spirit Technique. A mysterious black scroll appeared out of nowhere in the center of his soul sea, exuding an ancient aura that made his heart race. Lin Mo's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat quickened. This was a cultivation technique. For someone about to break through to the martial artist realm, this was a heaven-sent fortune. It's well known that once martial artists open their spiritual palaces, the quality of their techniques will directly impact their future achievements. Ordinary techniques available on the market often limit a cultivator's potential. However, when he tried to unfold this enigmatic scroll, he found it sealed by a mysterious force. It seems I'll have to wait until I break through to the martial artist realm to open it, Lin Mo quickly realized. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed over the county town. The martial arts entrance exams are over, and scores have been recorded. All candidates, please return to the resting area for a unified departure. Escorted by military personnel, all candidates boarded military vehicles to return to Donghai City. Unlike the martial arts entrance exam qualifications, the official exam scores required multiple calculations by artificial intelligence and could not be immediately known. Back at his long-visited home, Lin Mo had just begun to relax when an unexpected knock on the door startled him. It was surprising, as the last time he had any visitors was years ago. It's quite normal. Lin Mo didn't have any relatives in Donghai City, and since he had traveled from another world, his mindset was that of an adult. He wasn't interested in forming deep friendships with a group of 13 or 14-year-olds. Therefore, he didn't have any close friends in Donghai City, and people looking for him was to be expected. When Lin Mo opened the door, he was surprised to find a woman standing there. She had delicate features, wore silver glasses, and appeared to be 5 or 6 years older than him. She wore a trench coat, and beneath it, her long legs were wrapped in iron-gray stockings, exuding a strong aura. As Lin Mo noticed her appearance, he also felt the incredibly strong mental power emanating from her, which put more pressure on him than a martial arts master. "Hello, miss. Who are you looking for?" Lin Mo's tone became more polite after realizing her extraordinary strength. "Are you Lin Mo? I'm Tansini, a mentor from the sorcery department of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. I'm here today to invite you to apply to our academy." Tansini introduced herself. She had come directly to Lin Mo's home after the martial arts entrance exam. Lin Mo wasn't surprised by the mentor from Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy coming to recruit him. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, he had just finished the martial arts exam and hadn't even settled in at home before a mentor showed up. "Please come in, Mentor Tan," Lin Mo said, inviting her inside. Once inside, Lin Mo realized there wasn't much to sit on in his home. Originally, there were tables and chairs, but when he opened the door of the mind, those pieces of furniture were shattered. Now, aside from the bed, there was hardly anywhere to sit. Seeing the bare room, Tansini's initially aloof expression softened considerably. "I'm here to discuss serious matters, so standing is fine," Tansini said directly, getting to the point. "Not to mention your expertise in 3 basic spiritual techniques. Just your identity as a sorcerer is enough for us to make an exception and offer you preferential treatment. Given your extraordinary talent in opening the door of the mind, our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy is willing to provide the highest level of admission conditions and make an exception to enroll you. The highest admission conditions include 100 lower-grade spirit stones, a decent cultivation method, and direct entry into the elite training camp upon joining the academy," Tansini continued. Hearing 100 lower-grade spirit stones, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the enticing offer from Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Spirit stones are a crucial resource for martial artists, and even lower-grade ones are extremely valuable. Apart from his sword, Lin Mo's other possessions combined might not even be worth 1 lower-grade spirit stone. Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was offering 100 right off the bat. However, Lin Mo wasn't concerned about the subsequent cultivation method and elite training camp. He had the Zhulong refinement technique from a treasure chest, and as for the elite training camp, he believed that as long as there were enough monsters and beasts for him to slay, he could grow stronger quickly. "If you choose to apply to our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, I can be your mentor," Tansini proposed. "Be my mentor?" Lin Mo felt intrigued, naturally pleased at the prospect of having a beautiful woman as his mentor. Lin Mo was considering enrolling in the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, although he figured he could decide on a mentor after admission. He had noticed Tansini's appearance, but understood that the abilities of a new mentor would take time to assess. Tansini adjusted her silver-framed glasses, hands in pockets, and paced around the room with confidence in her voice. "Even though I'm a new mentor, my expertise in spellcraft is quite respectable within the Academy of Sorcery. Other mentors have to teach multiple grades, but I can focus more on you," she continued. "I'm open-minded, and age differences don't matter. If you choose me as your mentor, perhaps we can take it further." Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh, thinking the joke was quite bold. Tansini then returned to a more serious tone and exchanged contact information with Lin Mo, suggesting that he could reach out anytime if he made up his mind. She handed Lin Mo a book, explaining, "This is a technique for cultivating mental power. Besides automatic growth, it includes specific training methods." Lin Mo was surprised by her generosity, thinking it would be a loss if he didn't join the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. However, Tansini shook her head and said, Even if you don't join, you can keep it. We have too few sorcerers. With your talent, you will surely be able to fight against exotic beasts and external forces in the future. Lin Mo accepted the book sincerely, feeling Tansini's earnest intentions. She then took her leave, and Lin Mo didn't try to stop her, realizing there was little reason to keep her in his empty home. Shortly after Tansini left, a recruitment officer from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy also visited him. Lin Mo apologized and informed them he had already decided to apply to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Time flew by, and 5 days later, the results of the martial arts entrance exam were released. Lin Mo scored an S3, which wasn't particularly outstanding among the 5-star martial arts academies, but he wasn't concerned. After all, gaining admission to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy wasn't solely dependent on this score. His current goal was to become a martial artist, and achieving that required a substantial amount of spiritual energy, making cultivation on a spiritual vein the best choice. Although Lin Mo is an ordinary person, he is unaware of the secrets of the spiritual veins. However, the government has long established a specialized system to supply spiritual veins for citizens to utilize. Typically, citizens can enjoy 3 free attempts to break through. After that, they must pay out of pocket to apply, to prevent resource abuse. If they fail to succeed within the first 3 attempts, the chances of becoming a martial artist become very slim. Lin Mo was making his first attempt, so he didn't need to pay any fees. As soon as he submitted his application, the higher-ups in Donghai City were informed. The director of the Education Bureau, upon seeing Lin Mo's application, turned to his sweet secretary and instructed, upgrade his application room to the highest standard. The highest standard? The secretary asked in surprise. The distribution of spiritual energy in the spiritual veins is not uniform, with some areas being particularly rich in energy, resulting in rooms of varying standards. The highest standard rooms are the best, usually requiring significant connections and money to secure. That Lin Mo was given access directly suggested that this young man was no ordinary individual. Lin Mo possessed extraordinary mental power talent. Becoming a martial arts master was merely a starting point for him. He had the potential to become a grandmaster in martial arts, or even reach the realm of a martial god. The Education Bureau director understood that befriending someone of such potential now would be far less costly than trying to win him over once he achieved great success. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. The secretary responded and left to carry out the task. After Lin Mo's application was approved, he prepared himself for the appointed day to make his attempt. Upon arrival, he approached the staff. The staff member accessed Lin Mo's reservation and was surprised to find he had been assigned to an grade room, one of the most spiritually rich places in the facility. Seeing how young Lin Mo was, the staff member immediately assumed he must be the child of someone important, and promptly put on a smile, saying respectfully, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will personally escort you." Personally escort? Lin Mo was taken aback by the generous treatment. The staff member then led him down a path to a metal door, handing him a chip. "Sir, this is your room. You have it for 3 days, and no one will disturb you during this time. I wish you success in your breakthrough." Lin Mo thanked the staff member, opened the metal door, and stepped inside. The room's environment was pleasing, with a few glowing night pearls providing gentle light, and several sticks of incense burning, filling the air with an exotic fragrance. This was a type of incense that could help calm the mind. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on a mat in the room, feeling the spiritual energy converge upon it, indicating that the mat also enhanced the effects of cultivation. As Lin Mo sat down cross-legged, a slight excitement stirred within him, as he was about to break through to the level of a martial artist. In this society, becoming a martial artist marks a significant boundary. Upon reaching this status, the state grants them privileges and benefits that ordinary people do not receive. However, these privileges come with corresponding responsibilities. In times of crisis, martial artists must heed the nation's call to defend against demons and beasts. Those who disobey face severe punishment. During evacuations, priority is given to women and children, followed by ordinary citizens, with martial artists last. While enjoying these privileges, martial artists must also bear their responsibilities. Before acquiring the system, Lin Mo's dream was to become a martial artist, and now, that dream was within reach. He took a few deep breaths, striving to calm his mind. Once he achieved a stable state, Lin Mo silently recited the incantation to refine the advanced qi and blood pill. As the pill was refined within him, a vast energy began to flow through his body, causing his skin to flush and his body temperature to rise. This energy rapidly gathered in his lower abdomen, initiating the assault on his dantian. The process of opening the spirit mansion involved breaking the original dantian and replacing it with a more advanced spirit mansion. However, the energy from one advanced qi and blood pill seemed insufficient. Consequently, Lin Mo refined 2 more pills, and the overwhelming energy continued to batter the dantian's barriers. Boom! Under the relentless assault, Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, but it quickly passed, replaced by a sensation of coolness and comfort. At this moment, He looked inward and discovered his dantian had shattered, replaced by a more expansive spirit mansion. Lin Mo had officially entered the ranks of martial artists. Simultaneously, his body began to automatically absorb the spiritual energy in the room. This energy circulated within him, enhancing his physique and being refined into spiritual power stored in the spirit mansion. Compared to the dantian, the spirit mansion could store more spiritual power, and most importantly, possessing it allowed him to cultivate techniques that endowed his spiritual power with attributes. At this moment, Lin Mo's expression turned serious as he directed his spiritual power to unlock the Candle Dragon Refining Divine Scroll. The black scroll lay there quietly, exuding a mysterious and indescribable aura. When Lin Mo's spiritual power touched the scroll, it no longer repelled his energy, but instead began to absorb it. The black scroll slowly unfurled, releasing an inexplicable aura, and Lin Mo felt his soul sea tremble, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar in his ears. The sound of a dragon's roar from ancient times echoed in Lin Mo's mind, and an image of a giant dragon covered in steel-like scales appeared in his heart. The dragon's body coiled with strength akin to steel, exuding an astonishing aura that made Lin Mo feel as if the legendary Zhulong had descended upon the world. Zhulong let out a long howl toward the sky, and after circling once in Lin Mo's soul sea, it directly entered his body. The moment Zhulong entered Lin Mo's body, he felt a burst of headache, followed by a stream of information flooding into his mind. He learned that to cultivate the Zhulong refining spirit technique, one must possess the essence of Zhulong. The essence that had entered his body earlier was precisely this Zhulong essence. However, the process of refining this essence would be extremely painful, and any carelessness could lead to death. Despite the significant risk, the potential rewards were equally substantial. Once he successfully refined it, he could officially cultivate the Zhulong refining spirit technique. Moreover, the essence of Zhulong was a rare treasure, providing significant enhancement to the physical body once refined. Refine it, Lin Mo resolved in his heart, determined not to let such an enticing opportunity slip away. As soon as he chose to refine it, his body began to tremble, and the Zhulong essence rampaged within him. Lin Mo endured the intense pain, mobilizing the spiritual power of his spiritual palace to chase and envelop the Zhulong essence, gradually refining it. As the refinement began, Lin Mo's face contorted, and the spiritual energy in the room was continuously drawn into his body to compensate for the loss of spiritual power. After a familiar process of refining, Lin Mo gradually adapted to the chaos of the Zhulong essence. During this process, he clearly felt a transformation in his physical body, with robust vitality nurturing and flowing through his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, Lin Mo began to guide the remaining Zhulong essence into his spiritual palace. When the Zhulong essence was refined and entered the spiritual palace, he also began to temper his spiritual power according to the method of the Zhulong refining spirit technique. This tempering lasted for 2 whole days. 2 days later, when Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he discovered that 2 kinds of spiritual power, black and white, surged from his body. At this moment, he looked inward at his spiritual palace and saw it distinctly divided into 2 parts, one occupied by dark spiritual power and the other by white spiritual power. Lin Mo was not surprised by this, as the description of the Zhulong refining spirit technique indicated this as a sign of successful cultivation. Furthermore, the technique mentioned that only when these 2 spiritual powers perfectly merged could the cultivation be considered complete. However, for Lin Mo at present, this seemed somewhat out of reach. Lin Mo stood up in the room, and the black and white spiritual powers swept out, filling the room with a suffocating sense of pressure. He opened his hands, feeling the immense power within him, a power clearly beyond his capabilities as a martial apprentice. At this moment, Lin Mo was filled with confidence. Against the fierce earth bear, he could completely crush it with his spiritual power alone, without the need for any spells. Besides spiritual power, his physical body seemed to surpass that of a novice martial artist. Lin Mo felt the surge of immense energy within him, something a beginner martial artist could never possess. His body had become much stronger after being tempered by the essence of the Zhulong. He wondered if he could now stand a chance against Su Lingqing. Although Su Lingqing's cultivation level was higher, being an intermediate martial artist, Lin Mo thought that with his Zhulong refining technique, he might have a chance. Additionally, it was time to practice the soul guiding technique, a method for cultivating mental strength that he had put off while focusing on breaking through as a martial artist. Compared to the Zhulong technique, the soul guiding technique was much simpler, and Lin Mo succeeded on his first attempt. He felt a mysterious force from the universe flowing into his soul sea, enhancing his mental strength. At this moment, Lin Mo realized he needed more powerful spell diagrams, as the 4 he currently had were quite limited in power. He knew his mental strength was not weak. He just lacked suitable spell diagrams. The spells he mastered could still threaten intermediate martial artists, but with his current cultivation, he could easily overpower them without even using spells. He thought that after applying to the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, he might be able to request some better spell diagrams, but he hadn't applied yet, so it wasn't the right time to ask. After completing his training in the Zhulong refining technique and the soul guiding technique, Lin Mo handled the procedures to leave. Upon leaving, he turned on his optical brain and found numerous messages. Before his retreat, he had turned it off, leaving a message that he was focusing on becoming a martial artist. Now that it was on, he discovered many people were looking for him, including various factions trying to recruit him. The rarity of spell masters made them highly sought after, and Lin Mo's talent in this field was particularly noteworthy. However, he chose to ignore these emails, focusing solely on attending university and defeating monsters. At that moment, Lin Mo received an email from his homeroom teacher, Qin Hong, inviting him to the graduation banquet of Tianquan No. 1 High School, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Checking the time, Lin Mo replied that he would certainly attend. The school's graduation banquet wouldn't be too extravagant, taking place at a well-known restaurant in the Tianquan district. Upon arrival, he saw Qin Hong waiting outside. Lin Mo approached with a bright smile. A few days ago, Qin Hong had been astonished to learn that Lin Mo had opened the door to spiritual power. As a spell master, Qin Hong knew well how prestigious such a position was, with even 5-star martial arts academies eager to recruit someone like Lin Mo. Mr. Qin, Lin Mo greeted Qin Hong with his usual calm demeanor, not letting his achievements affect his attitude. Seeing Lin Mo so humble, Qin Hong's smile grew even wider. You've become a spell master now, and a 5-star martial arts academy is a sure thing. All the school's leaders want to meet you. Come on, let me take you inside. Qin Hong patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and led him into the restaurant. This is Mr. Tian, a teacher at our school. Normally, students would dine with their classmates, but due to Lin Mo's outstanding performance this time, he was specially invited to dine with the school's leaders and teachers. Qin Hong introduced Lin Mo to everyone, starting with the grade director, Director Zhang. Lin Mo smiled and nodded in greeting. At that moment, a distinguished middle-aged man approached. It was Principal Zhu. Lin Mo was familiar with him, having often heard the principal's speeches during morning assemblies. Lin Mo, you've really brought a lot of honor to Tianquan High School this time. As a curse master, you now have the choice between Kunlun Martial Arts Academy and Jojo Martial Arts Academy, Principal Zhu said with a warm smile, appearing very amiable and approachable. He was well aware of Lin Mo's potential. Although Lin Mo was still a recent graduate, in a few years, once he graduated from a martial arts academy, and if he chose to return to Donghai City, his achievements could easily rival those of Principal Zhu, such as the status and prestige of a curse master. Besides me, Su Lingqing also got into a 5-star martial arts academy, so I'm not the only one bringing glory to the school, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Oh, but you and Su Lingqing are different. Initially, Su Lingqing was supposed to go to Xinjiang district. I have a good relationship with his father, so I managed to bring him here, Principal Zhu said, shaking his head. Over the years, the performance of Tianquan High School had been gradually declining. When Su Hongai owed him a favor, and Principal Zhu learned of Su Lingqing's extraordinary physique, he brought Su Lingqing to Tianquan High School to uphold the school's reputation. Unexpectedly, Su Lingqing's subsequent awakening of his divine bloodline was a boon. In contrast, Lin Mo's success was a true surprise. Principal Zhu had never imagined that his school could nurture a curse master who opened the door to spiritual power, marking a significant achievement in his educational career. After a few drinks with the school teachers and administrators, Lin Mo exchanged a few pleasantries and returned to his classmates. Compared to being in front of teachers and leaders, Lin Mo felt more at ease with his peers. To his surprise, Zhuho approached him to make a toast. Holding up his glass, Zhuho smiled and said, I was wrong before. We've been classmates, so I hope you can forgive and forget. Although Zhuho's smile was a bit stiff and he seemed somewhat awkward, Lin Mo didn't hold it against him. He raised his glass in response. Now that the college entrance exams are over, we've all stepped from being minors into adulthood. Let's let bygones be bygones. Lin Mo wasn't being particularly kind-hearted. Rather, there wasn't much of a conflict between him and Zhuho. Although Zhuho had indeed targeted him in the past few months, it was merely verbal and never escalated into physical confrontation, unlike those dramatic plots in novels where minor issues lead to major conflicts. Lin Mo thought it would be petty to hold a grudge. Moreover, with the help of the system, his perspective had broadened, and Zhuho no longer seemed significant in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of pursuing the matter, Zhuho downed his drink in one go. With the tension between them resolved, the atmosphere at the table became more lively. This might be the last time everyone could gather together, and future meetings would undoubtedly be difficult to arrange. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, scanning the room, and noticed Su Lingqing raising her glass to him from a distance. He approached her and asked with a smile, Why are you sitting here alone when it's so lively? Su Lingqing swirled her glass and took a small sip, the alcohol bringing a slight blush to her cool, elegant cheeks. I don't really like crowds, and since I'm usually quite aloof, not many people come to toast with me, she said. Although Su Lingqing was a student at Tianquan No. 1 High School, she was only there in name, rarely attending classes. Her cold and proud demeanor was enough to keep most people at bay, preferring to admire from afar. I'm planning to apply to Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. What about you? Su Lingqing turned her head to look at Lin Mo. A while ago, a teacher from the sorcery department at Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy reached out to me, and I've already decided to apply there. Lin Mo replied without hiding his choice. Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, huh? Su Lingqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Then we might end up as competitors. Compete for what? We're not even at the same academy, Lin Mo said, a bit surprised. It seems Su Lingqing was unaware of the relationship between Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. These two academies are the top martial arts schools, so naturally, there's competition between them, Su Lingqing explained with a smile. Everyone wants to be number one. Besides the usual exchanges and sparring, every year, almost a year after the new students enroll, the martial arts academies in the capital hold a joint exchange event to assess the outcomes of the first year. The finals of these events almost always feature a showdown between Kunlun Martial Arts Academy and Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo wasn't surprised by the news. As two prestigious five-star martial arts academies, Jiuzhou and Kunlun naturally wanted to outdo each other. Su Lingqing raised her glass, smiling at Lin Mo, and said, I hope you'll be my opponent in the finals of next year's exchange meeting. Lin Mo chuckled and replied, You're quite confident in yourself. They clinked glasses, and the atmosphere was light and pleasant. For months ago, no one could have predicted Su Lingqing's rapid rise. Now she's not only a martial artist, but also an enviable sorcerer. Lin Mo knew that Su Lingqing's progress wasn't a mere coincidence. She must have some hidden secrets. But he didn't ask, as he too had secrets of his own. The banquet lasted until late at night. Lin Mo returned home, fell into bed, and drifted into a deep sleep. A few days later, the admission process for the martial arts entrance exam officially began. Tan Sini, along with the admissions officer from Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy responsible for Donghai City, visited Lin Mo. Seeing that he applied to Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, they both smiled with delight. Now that you're my teacher, shouldn't you teach me something? Lin Mo said with a grin after completing his application. Sensing his thoughts, Tan Sini asked, Do you want a curse diagram? Lin Mo nodded eagerly, adding, I feel like the school's website spells are limiting my potential. Limiting your potential? Tan Sini was a bit surprised. Actually, while the spells on the school's website are basic, they are more than sufficient for a sorcerer who has just opened their mental gate. You just need to fully unleash your mental power. Lin Mo followed her advice, without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful mental pressure filled the room, astonishing both Tan Sini and the admissions officer. So strong, they thought to themselves. Although Lin Mo's mental power didn't threaten them, compared to other sorcerers who had just opened their mental gate, his strength was exceptionally outstanding. This was all thanks to the Soul Awakening Pill, which solidified his soul foundation, allowing his mental power to far exceed the norm once his mental gate was opened. Combined with his practice of soul guidance technique, his progress was naturally swift. Your mental strength is nearly at the limit of an apprentice sorcerer, not far from the threshold of a formal sorcerer. Tan Sini remarked, recalling how it took her 6 months after unlocking her mental power to reach this level, feeling a bit inadequate in comparison. Apprentice sorcerer? Lin Mo caught on to the term, thinking it might be a classification within sorcerers. Teacher, is an apprentice sorcerer a level within sorcerers? He hadn't found any related information online. Yes, it's a classification within sorcerers, Tan Sini explained, adjusting her glasses. Being a true sorcerer isn't as simple as you might think. Those of you who have just unlocked your mental power are called apprentice sorcerers. Let me explain the hierarchy among sorcerers to you. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned serious. He knew that Tan Sini was about to reveal the true secrets of the realm of spellcasters to him. Tan Sini gave a slight smile, sensing his tension. Don't worry, these are common knowledge. Even if I don't tell you, you'll gradually understand. She continued. In the world of spellcasters, those who have just opened the door to their spirit are called apprentice spellcasters. This means you've touched the threshold but aren't mature enough to be considered a true spellcaster. Lin Mo realized that in the realm of spellcasters, his status was still that of an apprentice spellcaster. The strength of an apprentice spellcaster is roughly equivalent to a martial artist in the martial arts cultivation system. When you surpass the apprentice spellcaster stage, you become a formal spellcaster, Tan Sini explained. The levels of formal spellcasters are simple: junior spellcaster, intermediate spellcaster, and senior spellcaster, which correspond to martial artists, martial masters, and martial grandmasters in the martial arts cultivation system, respectively. I am currently a senior spellcaster, she said, adjusting her silver-framed glasses with a smile, clearly sharing this crucial information with Lin Mo intentionally. Senior spellcaster. Doesn't that mean you are equivalent to a martial grandmaster? Lin Mo was shocked. Although he had prepared himself mentally, hearing Tan Sini confirm it still surprised him. Despite being his mentor, Tensini had just graduated and wasn't much older than him, yet she possessed the strength comparable to a martial grandmaster. Moreover, given the special status of a spellcaster, her position as a senior spellcaster was far more prestigious than that of a martial grandmaster. What about beyond a senior spellcaster? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. Is the end of a spellcaster's journey equivalent to a martial grandmaster? A hint of longing appeared on Tensini's face. Beyond a senior spellcaster, we call it a spirit spellcaster. At this level, a spellcaster's spells possess a certain spirituality and can autonomously repair themselves. Spirit spellcasters are divided into three ranks: human, earth, and heaven. A human-ranked spirit spellcaster corresponds to a martial grandmaster. An earth-ranked spirit spellcaster corresponds to a martial god, and a heaven-ranked spirit spellcaster surpasses a martial god. Surpassing a martial god. Lin Mo's mouth dropped open in shock. In the cultivation systems he knew, a martial god was supposed to be the pinnacle, yet here on Blue Star, there existed something beyond that. However, this realm is unattainable for you and even for me. Tensini remarked with a hint of resignation in her voice. As long as you open the door to your spirit before the age of 20, almost everyone can reach the level of a senior spellcaster. It's just a matter of time, she continued. Of course, if you open it after 20, you'll need to put in much more effort to reach the level of a senior spellcaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp, thinking to himself, no wonder the 5-star martial arts academies are competing for spellcasters if nearly anyone who opens their spirit door early can become a senior spellcaster, equivalent to a martial grandmaster. But once you reach senior spellcaster, breaking through to become a spirit spellcaster is extremely difficult and not something ordinary people can achieve. Among spellcasters, those who become spirit spellcasters are rare, 1 in 100. Tensini's voice was filled with reverence for this level. At this point, a hint of longing appeared on Tensini's cheeks. Although she had already become an advanced spellcaster and gained a reputation to join the ranks of the world's top spellcasters and become a true genius, she needed to break through to the realm of a spirit spellcaster as soon as possible. Only then could she truly access the core of the spellcaster community. Your mental strength is already nearing its limit among apprentice spellcasters, and the spells on the Academy's website are indeed a bit too simple for you, Tensini said, sending over several spell diagrams and some theoretical methods for efficiently learning them. Study well during this time, and you'll likely be able to enroll in a week. Lin Mo was taken aback, puzzled. Enroll in a week? Isn't there still a 2-month vacation? You still want a vacation? Tensini smiled slightly. The 5-star Martial Arts Academy gathers top resources. Your purpose in enrolling isn't to play, but to train and become the backbone of humanity. How can you become strong by only playing? To become strong, you must put in more effort. Yes, teacher, I will certainly train hard. Lin Mo silently anticipated in his heart, eager to start school earlier so he could begin hunting monsters and beasts as soon as possible. After Tensini left, Lin Mo began to seriously study the materials she had sent. The 3 spell diagrams contained the Iron Body spell, the Golden Flame Sword spell, and the Swamp spell. The tutorial explained the foundational knowledge of refining spells as a spellcaster, including how to quickly draw spell patterns, the precautions needed when connecting spell patterns, and the methods of connection. Although it seemed basic, it was tremendously helpful for Lin Mo. He realized that his previous spell formations were rather crude, almost succeeding purely through sheer mental force. While learning, Lin Mo attempted to construct new spells. Despite initial repeated failures, he wasn't discouraged, as this was a normal occurrence. Successfully arranging a spell on the first try would actually be abnormal. Being a spellcaster is an extremely rare profession, and if mastering spells were so easy, it would undermine the rarity of the field. As time passed, Lin Mo received a notification from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy that a special plane would pick up new students at the Donghai City Airport the next day. The following day, Lin Mo arrived at the airport. This world's airports were sparsely populated, a stark contrast to the bustling airports of his past life. Only the wealthy could afford to fly. In this world overrun with monsters and beasts, long-distance air travel was extremely dangerous, with unpredictable threats. Therefore, every plane was constructed with exceptionally durable materials, capable of withstanding attacks from martial arts grandmasters, and equipped with powerful martial artists for escort. The planes themselves were also armed with high-tech weapons to ensure safety. This made flying extraordinarily costly, and tickets were naturally expensive. Most planes were also involved in transporting national resources, leaving very few available for passenger use, making flying almost exclusive to the wealthy. Lin Mo had never flown before. When he presented his electronic admission certificate from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy at the airport, the staff's attitude instantly became enthusiastic. After all, he was a genius accepted into a 5-star martial arts academy, and only a handful of students from Donghai City achieve this each year. While Lin Mo was resting on a massage chair, waiting for the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy's plane, a familiar voice reached his ears. Lin Mo, is that you? He opened his eyes to see Sun Tao waving at him from a distance. Sun Tao waved at Lin Mo and then jogged over. Lin Mo, did you apply to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy? Sun Tao sat next to Lin Mo, his eyes full of anticipation. Yes, that's right. Lin Mo nodded, looking somewhat excited. This year, 6 people from Donghai City got into 5-star martial arts academies, plus 3 with guaranteed spots, making a total of 9. Only the 2 of us applied to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Sun Tao sighed slightly. Why only 2? He frowned, seemingly puzzled by this number. Logically, Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is about the same as Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. So why is the number of applicants from Donghai City so different? Firstly, Su Lingqing was recruited by Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, and Yuan Hongba, being her devoted admirer, naturally chose Kunlun as well. Plus, his family has good connections in Donghai City, so he pulled a few other classmates to Kunlun too. Lin Mo had been staying at home recently and wasn't very aware of these matters, while Sun Tao, who was familiar with those people, knew more of the inside story. Why didn't you go to Kunlun Martial Arts Academy then? Lin Mo asked curiously. Sun Tao shrugged and smiled. I have a distant relative in the capital, and his son is at Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. My dad wants me to apply there, thinking that they could look after me and help build connections, so I could stay in the capital in the future. That's not bad. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. But I heard that your distant relative's son isn't doing that well at Kyushu, so it might be better to stick with Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you're a spellcaster, and you'll definitely shine at Kyushu. At this point, Sun Tao also started to build connections, directly calling Lin Mo Brother Lin. I'm just a freshman going in, so I still have to follow the rules. Lin Mo didn't mind much. Shortly after, the reception plane arrived, and Lin Mo took a careful look at the planes of this world. Unlike the planes from his previous life, this one was disc-shaped, resembling a legendary UFO. Inside, the structure was quite different too, divided into 3 layers. The lowest layer was the largest and had tightly packed seats. The middle layer was slightly more spacious, and the top layer offered excellent treatment, with some space between each seat. This roughly corresponded to economy, business, and first class in his past life. After boarding, Lin Mo noticed that the beautiful flight attendants were actually martial artists, and he couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder flying was expensive. Please take your seats according to the seat numbers, and do not switch places, a pretty flight attendant told Lin Mo and Sun Tao. Miss, could you help me find my seat? Lin Mo used his light brain to form a virtual screen in front of him, displaying his seat number. The flight attendant glanced at the seat number and showed a hint of surprise, as it turned out to be a top-layer seat. Although this plane was a charter flight specifically for Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, and no one needed to pay for seats, they weren't randomly assigned. Generally, the higher the score, the better the seat, with the top layer reserved for the best performers. Lin Mo appeared to be only a beginner martial artist, which made him seem quite unremarkable among the students accepted into the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Yet, he was seated in the top-tier section. The flight attendant quickly realized that he possessed exceptional talent, albeit developed a bit later. She smiled and said, I'll take you there. She then led Lin Mo to the highest tier. As they ascended, Lin Mo quietly observed his surroundings. Most students on the lowest level were beginner martial artists, while those on the middle level were predominantly intermediate. Upon reaching the top tier, he found himself surrounded by advanced martial artists, with him being the sole beginner. Here's your seat, the flight attendant said, seating Lin Mo. Many eyes turned toward him. A beginner martial artist? Some were slightly surprised that he had managed to reach the top tier. However, they did not mock or protest like antagonists might, trusting that the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy had its reasons. Nonetheless, the gazes were not entirely friendly, as Lin Mo's talent and worth had yet to be verified, preventing him from fully integrating into their circle. Lin Mo didn't mind. He was eager to enjoy this flight. It was his first time on a plane, and in first class no less, so he wanted to savor the experience. Just as he was absorbed in this novelty, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance. It wasn't the overpowering scent of cheap perfume, but the refreshing aroma of a high-end one. Turning his head, Lin Mo saw a girl in a white t-shirt and pants adjusting her seat next to him. Do you need something? He asked, removing his headphones. Are you a sorcerer? She asked curiously, her voice clear and bright. Are you a sorcerer too? He used his mental power to sense her strong spiritual energy, which surprised him. She was not only an advanced martial artist, but also a sorcerer. Lin Mo's response indirectly confirmed his own identity, and his voice was audible among the advanced martial artists in the top tier. So, you're a sorcerer, the others realized. The unique status of a sorcerer meant that even a beginner martial artist was entitled to be in the top tier. So, which mentor are you planning to choose? The girl's demeanor became friendlier, likely due to their shared identity as sorcerers, and she initiated a conversation. I've already chosen a mentor, Lin Mo replied. How did you choose a mentor before school even started? She asked, surprised. Oh, a teacher from the Sorcery Institute came to encourage me to apply to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy and asked me to choose her as my mentor. May I ask which teacher you chose? She inquired with curiosity. Teacher Tensini, Lin Mo answered honestly, knowing this information would be public once they reached the academy. Wow, Cinny is my idol, and she picked you as her student. The girl looked envious and continued. She's my idol, and I want to choose her as my mentor too, but I'm not sure if she'll choose me. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. As the selection process was mutual, mentors also had to choose their students. Don't worry, you're so talented. She'll definitely pick you. Lin Mo reassured her casually. As the plane continued its journey, it landed in various cities to pick up students applying to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. After nearly a day, the plane finally touched down at the capital's airport. After getting off the plane, students, please do not wander around. A special bus will soon take you to the Jojo Martial Arts Academy. As the plane landed, the announcer's voice came over the broadcast, and the flight attendants moved around reminding everyone. A rich aura filled the air, and as Lin Mo stepped off the plane, he immediately felt that the aura here was much stronger than in Donghai City. It's rumored that there is a dragon vein beneath the capital, which is why the concentration of aura here is significantly higher than in other cities. This creates a better environment for cultivation, contributing to the capital's reputation for producing talents. Yanju, standing next to Lin Mo, also remarked on how superior the cultivation environment in the capital is compared to other places. Just then, Sun Tao jogged over, looking slightly surprised at Yanju beside Lin Mo. Oh, this is Yanju, whom I met on the plane. This is my friend, Sun Tao, Lin Mo introduced. Yanju nodded politely and responded, hello. The teacher from Jojo Martial Arts Academy, responsible for picking up the students, loudly instructed, everyone, stay close. We're heading to the bus now. Lin Mo and the others followed the teacher closely. Sun Tao gave Lin Mo a thumbs up from behind, his eyes lingering on Yanju with a knowing look. Lin, you're amazing. In just the duration of a flight, you managed to strike up a conversation with such a beautiful lady. You're truly an example for us all. Lin Mo could only roll his eyes at this, thinking they had merely exchanged a few words. Sun Tao was overthinking it, but Lin Mo didn't bother to explain, as it would only complicate things further. On the bus to Jojo Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo admired the scenery of the capital through the window, utterly amazed. The entire city was filled with skyscrapers, a remarkable feat considering the era, as buildings needed to withstand attacks from flying beasts. In Donghai City, apart from a few tall buildings, most structures did not exceed 7 stories. However, in the capital, skyscrapers were everywhere, reflecting the city's confidence in its defensive capabilities. Lin Mo also noticed that many people on the capital streets had reached the level of a warrior, with martial artists being even more common. This was in stark contrast to Donghai City, where becoming a warrior meant job security, and a family with a warrior could enjoy a comfortable life. A family with a martial artist could even be considered middle class. Lin Mo had researched the capital online before arriving and found that warriors were not unusual here. As he rode the bus, the warriors he saw were numerous. Warriors from other areas had little chance of settling in the capital and would likely return home after a few years. Even martial artists from outside struggled to make a living here, facing significant pressure. Of course, reaching the level of a martial arts master would allow one to live comfortably even in the capital, as their status is highly respected. In the capital, the most challenging issue is residency. Due to the high population, there is a need to control it, and the requirements for outsiders to settle are relatively strict. For graduates of the Jojo Martial Arts Academy or the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, settling in the capital is much easier. After all, these 2 prestigious 5-star martial arts schools only produce elites. Soon, they arrived by special transport at a majestic mountain range, stretching endlessly with an ancient and wild aura. Lin Mo was surprised to find that the Jojo Martial Arts Academy was nestled within these mountains. This mountain range is incredibly vast and home to various terrifying beasts, which even our government can't fully conquer. Yanju explained beside him. That's why a military defense zone has been specially established here. To enhance the training, the Jojo Martial Arts Academy chose this location from the very beginning. But don't worry too much. There are military defenses ahead of us, and the academy is filled with experts, so safety is definitely not an issue. Yanju continued. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but be amazed. A 5-star martial arts academy is indeed extraordinary, located in such a place. The benefits of being situated at the foot of the mountain were also evident, as Lin Mo could clearly sense the rich spiritual energy here, much denser than outside. As they walked further in, they saw a gateway with 6 large characters inscribed on it, Jojo Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo gazed at these words, feeling as if they possessed a spiritual essence, exuding vitality. Clearly, the person who inscribed them was no ordinary individual, but a master. The inscription was penned by a master from the Academy's mage department, imbued with a spiritual pressure that made it hard to look directly at. Ladies and gentlemen, stepping through this gate signifies that you are officially students of the Jojo Martial Arts Academy. Welcome. Here, a new chapter of your life begins, the lead teacher announced. As everyone stepped through the gate, a gentle voice resonated, and a white-haired middle-aged man appeared before them. He stood there as if one with the world, without any visible aura of power, yet exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Lin Mo felt a chill. This man was undoubtedly one of the strongest he had ever encountered, surpassing even martial arts grandmasters, comparable only to the guardian of Donghai City, whom Lin Mo had previously met. After entering the academy, everyone began the formal registration process and then headed to their respective departments. Brother Lin, I'm off, Sun Tao said, having enrolled in the blade specialty, which was in a different department from Lin Mo. See you later. After parting ways with Sun Tao, Lin Mo and Yin Zhu went to the mage department. The scene for new registrations at the mage department was much quieter, with only a dozen or so new students present, along with a few seniors in JoJo Martial Arts Academy uniforms. These new students had relatively low spiritual power levels, most being beginner martial artists, with even 2 martial apprentices among them. Lin Mo realized that although the new students varied in strength, his own mental power seemed to be on par with theirs. At registration, the teacher in charge appeared to be a drowsy old man. Lin Mo respectfully said at the desk, "Teacher, I'm a new student here to register." The old man looked up, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo, and immediately Lin Mo felt a powerful mental force probing him. Fortunately, this force wasn't hostile, or he might have been rendered powerless in an instant. A new student with such strong mental power, the old man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he asked, "Young man, are you interested in becoming my student?" This unexpected invitation surprised the older students nearby. They knew that this elder had an extraordinary status in the Academy of Spells. He wasn't just any spellcaster, but a true spiritual spellcaster who rarely took on students. Yet today, he was offering to take Lin Mo as a disciple. Lin Mo scratched his head and replied, "I'm sorry, teacher, but before I enrolled, Teacher Tensini already accepted me as her student." The older students around them looked on with envy upon hearing this. To them, Tensini was a legendary figure gifted, powerful, and strikingly beautiful. Many longed to be close to her. Lin Mo was incredibly fortunate to have been chosen by her and would have the chance to see her often. "So it's Cinny, that girl is quick to snatch talent." "Well, since you're her student, I won't compete," the old man said, shaking his head before completing Lin Mo's registration. He added kindly, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Lin Mo nodded gratefully, thanking him. After completing the registration, Lin Mo and Yin Zhu headed to the dormitory. The dorms at Kyushu Martial Arts Academy were quite different from the university dorms Lin Mo remembered from his past life. Here, the dorms were co-ed, with each person having their own spacious room. Lin Mo entered his dorm and estimated it to be about 100 square meters, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, living room, training room, and bathroom. For one person, such living conditions were considered luxurious. As dawn broke, Lin Mo was already up and meditating, practicing the candle dragon refinement technique. From the balcony, he observed several classmates beginning their training, each carrying specially designed weighted gear. Lin Mo had tried it the day before and found that it suppressed one's spiritual power, slowing its flow within the body. Without channeling spiritual power, the weight could be overwhelming. Therefore, while wearing the gear, individuals had to continuously use their spiritual power to counteract the weight, making it an effective way to hone their abilities. Lin Mo had even heard that some exceptionally determined and talented individuals wore these weights at all times for constant training. Once removed, their spiritual power would erupt with astonishing strength. However, Lin Mo chose not to use this training method. Although the gear suppressed spiritual power, it depended on its quality. His black and white spiritual power was far superior to that of ordinary martial artists, so the suppression was minimal and the effect was negligible. After finishing his practice, Lin Mo headed to the cafeteria of the JoJo Martial Arts Academy. The food selection there was impressive, and after breakfast, he felt a pleasant warmth throughout his body, with a smooth flow of energy, clearly beneficial for cultivation. However, despite the benefits, the cost was rather high. If not for the substantial reward of spiritual stones he received upon enrollment, he might not afford such meals. Lin Mo smiled wryly, noting that the academy wasn't overcharging. The ingredients were high quality, sourced from beast-level monsters, and not cheap. The academy only charged the cost price, which would be much higher outside. After breakfast, Lin Mo received a message from Tensini, inviting him to meet her and 2 other students. On his way, he admired the campus scenery, noticing some stylish senior girls in short skirts and shorts. Their long, fair legs were a striking sight, adding to the academy's beauty. The female students at JoJo Martial Arts Academy were generally attractive, which was linked to their training. Cultivating spiritual power improved skin and complexion. Usually, the more powerful a girl, the more attractive she was. Enjoying the view, Lin Mo arrived at the meeting spot Tensini mentioned. There he saw Yinju standing. After joining the academy, Yinju had requested Tensini as her instructor, and after a 2-day wait, Tinsini agreed. Next to Yinzhu was a petite girl holding her hand, indicating a close relationship. Despite her small stature, she had a well-proportioned figure and a pretty face, though her demeanor suggested a bit of a temper, with a hint of spoiled arrogance. Lin Mo greeted Yinzhu, while the petite girl scrutinized him with a somewhat critical eye. Her name was Fang Jiao, another student of Teacher Tan, and the three of them would form a small group. Yinzhu quickly introduced the woman beside him to Lin Mo, who nodded slightly and smiled. At that moment, Tinsini approached. Today, she was wearing a formal black business suit paired with silver-rimmed glasses, exuding a cool and intellectual beauty. Teacher. As Tinsini appeared, Lin Mo and the others greeted her respectfully. Even the usually headstrong Fang Jiao seemed much more well-behaved. Please, everyone, take a seat in the pavilion. Tinsini sat in the center of the pavilion, and Lin Mo and the others followed suit. From now on, the three of you are my students. You are my first batch, so I will guide you with great care. She continued. The learning approach at the Academy of Spellcasters differs from other institutions. Due to the rarity of spellcasters, we don't use small class teaching. Typically, a mentor guides a few students in an elite training model. Feel free to ask me questions anytime. Tinsini, not much older than Lin Mo and the others, spoke with a friendly demeanor. Understood, teacher, they replied in unison. Of course, I won't be able to notify all three of you about everything individually, so I will appoint a group leader among you, Tinsini added. Fang Jiao immediately interjected. Teacher Tan, what is the criteria for selecting the group leader? Naturally, it's based on ability, Tinsini replied calmly. In the academy, strength is paramount. Resources are limited and prioritized for those with talent and ability. Among the three of you, Lin Mo seems to be the most talented and capable. Lin Mo, you will be the group leader. Lin Mo was surprised that Tinsini would directly assign him this position. He thought to himself that being a group leader was not an easy task. As is well known, being a class leader during school years is about serving others without expecting anything in return. Moreover, given Fang Jiao's previous behavior, it was clear she also wanted this position. Tinsini's decision was undoubtedly setting him up for some resentment. Sure enough, Fang Jiao's eyes flashed, and her face showed clear dissatisfaction. Teacher, I have no objection to whomever you appoint as the leader, but I disagree that his talent and ability surpass mine. Tinsini wasn't angry. She smiled slightly. If you disagree, you can test it for yourself. Hearing this, Fang Jiao wasted no time in unleashing her powerful mental strength, which surged from her soul sea, forming several attacks aimed at Lin Mo. Sensing the attack, Lin Mo frowned slightly and, with a thought, released his own formidable mental strength from his soul sea, easily constructing a defense to block Fang Jiao's assault. Seeing her initial attack fail, Fang Jiao didn't relent. Instead, she unleashed an even stronger wave of mental power, this time forming dozens of invisible needles aimed straight at Lin Mo. Lin Mo realized that if he didn't demonstrate enough strength today, Fang Jiao would continue to be dissatisfied with him in the future, causing trouble. So he unleashed all his mental power without holding back, creating a torrent that instantly shattered the mental energy needles Fang Jiao had sent his way. The invisible pressure of his mental force hit her, causing her face to pale slightly. When Lin Mo withdrew his mental pressure, Fang Jiao felt a slight dampness on her back, clearly overwhelmed by the immense mental power. She was puzzled about why Lin Mo's mental strength was so formidable. When she had first opened her mental gate, her foundation was excellent and praised by veteran spellcasters, yet Lin Mo's mental power surpassed hers. His exceptional talent had nearly reached the limits of an apprentice spellcaster, and with a few more months of training, he might step into the ranks of a junior spellcaster. At this moment, Tinsini interjected. In a few more months, he could become a junior spellcaster. Fang Jiao and Yinzhu were both shocked. Yinzhu had already sensed Lin Mo's powerful mental energy on the plane, but hadn't expected his talent to be so remarkable, nearing the level of a junior spellcaster. Tinsini spoke again. Now, neither of you have any objections to Lin Mo being the team leader, right? Fang Jiao didn't argue. Strength was paramount, and Lin Mo's prowess left her speechless. All right then, Lin Mo, you can be the team leader, Fang Jiao finally agreed. Tinsini then began to discuss some matters regarding their academy. When Tinsini began to explain the details of the academy, Lin Mo and the others listened intently. Tinsini's clear voice echoed in the pavilion. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, as one of the two top 5-star martial arts academies in the nation, is only rivaled by the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy in terms of student quality. With so many talents gathered, the state naturally allocates abundant resources. However, Tinsini shifted her tone and continued. Despite the allocation of abundant resources, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy admits many new students each year, so the overall student body is not small. How much of these resources can be distributed to each student? The academy is a place to cultivate elites. We cannot practice egalitarianism. Resources must be distributed reasonably. Besides providing basic training resources, the remaining resources need to be earned by students fairly, and this system is known as the credit system. Lin Mo had heard about the credit system before coming here, as most academies adopt this system. Credits can be exchanged within the academy for various items, such as pills, weapons, and spirit stones needed for martial artist training, and even for training time at important sites or guidance from renowned instructors. Lin Mo wasn't too concerned about these, as resources were not his top priority. As long as there were enough monsters and beasts, he could continuously acquire resources. Tansini went on to mention that spells and spiritual skills within the academy were not freely available. Students needed to exchange for them at the library. Hearing this, Lin Mo realized that the spells Tansini had given him were actually exceptions. According to the academy's rules, instructors can only teach regular spells or spiritual skills, while others require students to spend credits to exchange for them. What Lin Mo needed most now were spiritual skills. The 3 spiritual skills he knew were basic. He didn't possess any true spiritual skills. Similarly, there were rare spiritual herbs deep in the mountains, and collecting them required spending credits, not to mention the threat of monsters and beasts. When Tansini mentioned this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up, as credits could be exchanged for opportunities to enter the depths of the mountains. Although he wasn't particularly interested in rare spiritual herbs, the mention of monsters and beasts stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Wasn't his purpose for coming to a 5-star martial arts academy to have more opportunities to slay monsters and beasts? Beside him, Yanzhu and Feng Jiao also sensed Lin Mo's fervor, and they were quite surprised. While collecting spiritual herbs came with the risk of monsters and beasts, compared to the resources mentioned earlier, it didn't seem to hold as much allure, did it? Tansini felt everything was normal. She had read Lin Mo's profile and naturally understood the reason for his intense demeanor. She cleared her throat and said, Lin Mo, I know you possess the bloodline of a war god, and you must fight demons and beasts to continuously unlock your bloodline potential and enhance your strength. But you must also prioritize your safety. Don't push yourself too hard, as excessive training could be detrimental. She subtly suggested that Lin Mo could choose the path of a sorcerer instead of battling demons and beasts, as such battles carry inherent risks. Standing by the river too often will eventually get your feet wet, and if you encounter an unbeatable foe, the consequences could be dire. Yanzhu and Feng Jiao were slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Mo to possess a war god's bloodline. Lin Mo's eyes remained fervent as he focused intently on Tansini, clearly intrigued by the concept of gaining credits. Seeing this, Tansini patiently explained, there are many ways to earn credits, such as passing semester assessments. A passing grade earns you some credits, a good grade earns more, and an excellent grade earns even more. However, this method doesn't yield many credits. To earn a substantial amount, there are only 2 ways. First, the school holds major competitions, and those who perform exceptionally well are rewarded with a large number of credits. For instance, a month after you freshmen enroll, there will be a competition, and the first place winner will receive 10,000 credits. Tansini's words made Lin Mo's eyes widen in shock. 10,000 credits is a lot. Most freshmen can't earn that in a year. At this point, Feng Jiao poured cold water on his excitement. If you're thinking of becoming the top freshman, forget it. You're just a novice warrior, and even as a sorcerer, your combat ability is limited in real battles without protection. Check the internal network for the freshman combat rankings. Yi Tianjun, the top ranker, has even battled a martial master. Battled a martial master? Lin Mo's enthusiasm cooled as he realized that Yi Tianjun, the top freshman, was indeed extraordinary. In Donghai City's martial arts exams, it took all the warriors combined to barely defeat a high-level beast soldier like the Thunder Beast. While formidable, the Thunder Beast was no match for a martial master. Are there other ways? Lin Mo inquired. Of course, the second method is to challenge the Trial Tower, Tansini replied. Trial Tower. Lin Mo was not unfamiliar with the term, having often come across it in novels. Tansini explained. The Trial Tower was excavated from the relics of an ancient civilization by our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. It serves to hone combat skills and assess strength, and it's a crucial source of credits. You can find a detailed introduction on the Academy's internal network. Tansini didn't delve into the specifics of the Trial Tower, as it was too complex to explain and could be easily accessed online. Naturally, as new students, the school provides you with an initial fund of 1,000 credits for early-stage training and skill enhancement. Subsequently, the school will distribute free credits to your accounts each month, though the amount is limited and depends on the academic year. First-year students receive 200 free credits per month. Free credits. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, thinking that while the free credits might not be enough for deep mountain expeditions, they could be used to exchange for genuine spiritual skills at the library. Afterwards, Tansini explained some other rules. Once the session concluded, Lin Mo immediately returned to his dormitory and logged onto the Academy's internal network. After returning to his dorm, Lin Mo immediately logged into the internal network of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. This network is restricted to faculty and students, with outsiders unable to access it unless they have specific permissions. Lin Mo quickly found information about the trial tower. The trial tower is not an actual tower but a virtual space, a relic from an ancient civilization rather than a creation of modern humans on Blue Star. The Kyushu Martial Arts Academy has developed sensors that allow entry into this virtual space through research and imitation. Using one's consciousness, a person can enter the trial tower while their physical body remains outside. The trial tower perfectly replicates an individual's attributes, creating a virtual body with the same spiritual power, physical strength, and soul-sea mental power as the original. The trial tower has 81 levels, with levels 1 to 10 corresponding to the strength of a warrior apprentice, 11 to 20 to the warrior stage, and so on. The rules for earning points are not simply based on the level reached, but also consider the intruder's age. For example, a freshman who can reach the 21st level receives 5,000 credits, while a second-year student gets only 2,000, and a third-year student only 1,000. This rule reflects the Academy's resource allocation standards, favoring students with higher talent. Lin Mo thought the trial tower was worth a try, but not just yet. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. He understood that without mastering true spiritual techniques, his strength was limited. While advanced basic spiritual techniques significantly enhance the warrior apprentice stage, their impact is less noticeable at the warrior stage. The warrior realm requires the cultivation of genuine spiritual techniques, which Lin Mo currently lacks and can only obtain by exchanging credits at the Academy's library. The Kyushu Martial Arts Academy's library is vast, with 7 floors. The bottom 4 floors are open to students, while the top 3 are reserved for mentors or outstanding students rewarded under specific conditions. As Lin Mo entered the library, he noticed some students working as administrators at the entrance. Many students are willing to take on part-time jobs within the academy to earn credits. Lin Mo had already learned that spiritual techniques are generally placed on the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw silver metal platforms with floating square seals emitting light and projecting text. These texts explained the basic information of the spiritual techniques contained within the seals. Lin Mo knew he could currently only practice D-level spiritual techniques, so he headed straight to the D-level section. True spiritual techniques are categorized into D, C, B, A, and S levels, with new warriors only able to practice D-level techniques. Entering the D-level area, Lin Mo saw rows upon rows of dense spiritual techniques, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Kyushu Martial Arts Academy truly lived up to its reputation with such a wealth of D-level spiritual techniques. Lin Mo's eyes burned with excitement as he eagerly approached the metal stands, carefully examining the projected spirit techniques. D-level techniques like Mighty Earth Palm, Sword Finger Technique, and Azure Blade were displayed. The sheer number of choices left him feeling indecisive. However, Lin Mo did not act impulsively. He carefully considered the credits required for each level technique. Each technique required 300 credits, and with only 1,000 credits to his name, he could select no more than 3. After some deliberation, Lin Mo decided to prioritize techniques in agility, attack, and defense. In the agility section, he set his sights on a technique, level spirit technique, Shadow Step. Mastery of this technique would grant him lightning-fast speed. Captivated, Lin Mo unhesitatingly took the imprint in his hand. Next, he turned to the attack techniques, scanning through several options before being drawn to one in particular, level spirit technique, Lion's Roar Soul Quell. This soundwave technique, when augmented with mental power, could exceed the power of typical level techniques. Lin Mo was overjoyed. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. With his impressive mental strength, its power would be extraordinary. He knew that while ordinary warriors could only unleash its standard power in his hands, it might surpass the level category. Without hesitation, he chose Lion's Roar Soul Quell. Finally, in the defense category, Lin Mo selected a body fortification technique, Diamond Iron Body. This technique, derived from the ancient civilization's unyielding diamond body, was extrapolated by martial arts masters from incomplete texts. Despite being only D-level, once mastered, it provided incredible defense, far surpassing typical D-level techniques. However, reaching such a level was extremely challenging due to the high physical requirements, and the cultivation process was slow and difficult. Often, by the time a warrior mastered it, they would be at the martial master level, at which point the technique might seem less useful. Having made his selections, Lin Mo approached the library's front desk. Besides a few students, an elderly man was also present. Lin Mo could not detect any spirit energy from the old man, but he did not underestimate him. Knowing this could indicate the elder's level far exceeded his own. Indeed, library staff were often formidable figures. Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the tropes from many novels in his past life. "Sir, these are the spirit techniques I've chosen," Lin Mo said, handing over the 3 imprints to the elder. The old man looked at Lion's Roar Soul Quell with surprise and remarked, "You've chosen this one." As he spoke, the elder logged into the academy system to verify Lin Mo's identity. From the Enchantment Academy, no wonder you chose this. The elder commented, seemingly no longer surprised, understanding that students from the Enchantment Academy, who opened the mental gate, found Lion's Roar Soul Quell to be a highly cost-effective technique. When the elder received the Vajra Ironbone technique, he paused slightly, looked up at Lin Mo, and asked, "Are you sure you want to choose this spiritual skill? It's quite neglected at the academy. Although it's powerful once mastered, if your physique isn't naturally strong and your vitality is lacking, progress will be slow, and there are no effective ways to enhance it." "Yes, teacher, I'm sure," Lin Mo replied without hesitation. He didn't plan to give up because while cultivating the Candle Dragon refining technique, he realized it could forge vitality and strengthen the body. Especially after refining the Candle Dragon's essence, Lin Mo felt his physique far surpassed others at his level, making it well-suited for such a rigorous cultivation technique. Seeing Lin Mo's determination, the elder didn't say more and allowed him to record the spiritual power. This way, only Lin Mo could unlock the seal and inherit its essence by channeling his spiritual power. Once everything was ready, the elder gave Lin Mo a final reminder. There are online videos of instructors explaining spiritual skills. If you encounter difficulties, you can watch those or consult the relevant teachers. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher," Lin Mo said, expressing his gratitude before leaving the library with the 3 seals. Back at his dormitory, just as Lin Mo was about to open the door to practice, he noticed a tall, handsome man approaching with a few followers. Lin Mo sensed a wave of spiritual power from them, indicating they were all sorcerers. "Are you Lin Mo?" the man asked arrogantly as he came up to Lin Mo. "Yes, can I help you?" Lin Mo sensed they were not friendly, even though there was no overt hostility. He couldn't recall having any interactions with them that might have caused offense. "Not really. I just heard that teacher Tansini praised you as the top freshman in the Sorcery Academy, and that your spiritual power is nearing the level of a formal sorcerer. I find that hard to accept." The man's words clarified their reason for approaching Lin Mo was dissatisfaction with this praise. "Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Xian Baiyu from the Xian family in Kyoto. I don't entirely agree with teacher Tan's evaluation and would like to have a sorcery contest with you," Xian Baiyu stated bluntly, revealing his intentions. "Sorry, I have neither the time nor the interest," Lin Mo replied, disinclined to waste time on such trivial matters. His refusal left Xian Baiyu looking somewhat displeased. "Classmate, don't waste your energy on such empty titles. If you believe you're the top freshman in the Sorcery Academy, then you are. I'm not interested. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye," Lin Mo said, opening his dormitory door and shutting it firmly behind him, leaving Xian Baiyu and his followers outside in the cold. This guy is such a coward, not even daring to accept a challenge. "I bet teacher Tan has never seen your sorcery skills. Xian, to think this guy is strong." Xian Baiyu's followers began to comment. "Exactly, having strong spiritual power doesn't mean one's sorcery skills are advanced," another agreed. "Let's go. He might avoid us now, but he can't hide forever. There are ways to make him compete with me," Xian Baiyu said with a cold smile, already forming a plan in his mind. In the dense forest behind the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, a sound resembling a lion's roar echoed through the trees. Upon closer listening, it was clear that it was a human imitating the roar. Lin Mo was sitting on a rock by a stream, his face flushed as he let out roar after roar. Coughing harshly, he realized he needed some medication. His throat felt raw, and he quickly pulled out a bottle of liquid medicine from his pocket and took a sip. The cool sensation spread down his throat, soothing the burning pain. Thankfully, he had purchased this throat-protecting elixir from the academy. Otherwise, his vocal cords might have given out before he mastered the lion's roar technique. Lin Mo felt a bit frustrated, as he had made significant progress with the 3 spiritual techniques he exchanged for in the past 2 weeks, thanks to the insight fragments. His extreme shadow step was nearing perfection, and his diamond iron body had reached a proficient level. However, the lion's roar was only at a novice stage. Practicing sonic spiritual techniques is very taxing on the throat, which is delicate and can become hoarse with overuse, potentially leading to loss of voice. Thus, very few people choose to practice sonic techniques. If not for the lion's roar's ability to combine with mental power, Lin Mo wouldn't have chosen it. But since he did, he was determined to master it. After a few minutes of rest, the elixir took full effect. Lin Mo took a deep breath of the moist air and let out another strange roar. Sound waves surged from his mouth, causing the stream in front of him to splash. After a day of practice, just as Lin Mo was about to rest, his light brain device received an email from Tansini. The email mentioned an invitation for an exchange and sparring session. Tansini's mentor had extended an invitation, requesting a sparring interaction between their new students. Lin Mo checked the 3 new students under the other mentor's guidance, one of whom was named Xian Baiyu. He couldn't help but sigh at how people nowadays valued fame so much that they even involved their mentors for a competition with him. Although he was displeased, he couldn't refuse since the other mentor had already stepped in. Fortunately, Xi and Baiyu's methods were within acceptable limits and didn't resort to underhanded tactics. The next day, at a training ground of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, 6 new students from the 2 mentors gathered. On Tan Sini's side were Lin Mo, Fang Jiao, and Yin Zhu, while the other mentor had Xi and Baiyu, Huiyan, and Deng Ling. Tan Sini wore a purple robe that day, exuding an intellectual aura with every move, catching Lin Mo's attention. The other mentor, Jiang Kuei, was burly and rugged, more like a warrior than a spellcaster. Jiang Kuei said, "Teacher Tan, I've heard that your student Lin Mo has strong mental power and impressive spellcasting skills, and you consider him the top among the new students." Xi and Baiyu, a student of Lin Mo, felt unjustly treated and privately challenged Jiang Kuei, only to be refused. Left with no choice, he turned to Jiang Kuei for help. Despite Xi and Baiyu's exceptional talent, his competitive nature was overwhelming. Jiang Kuei felt helpless about it, understanding that if this mindset wasn't addressed, it would hinder Xi and Baiyu's future cultivation. Consequently, he reluctantly sought out Tan Sini. Tan Sini was unfazed, aware that Xi and Baiyu was a renowned prodigy in spellcraft in the capital, with an uncle who was also a distinguished spiritual spellcaster. After Xi and Baiyu unlocked his spiritual gate, his uncle had specifically taught him some fundamental knowledge of spellcasting. At the start of the term, several mentors competed to take Xi and Baiyu as their disciple, but Tan Sini also had great faith in Lin Mo. She believed Lin Mo not only had strong spiritual power, but also a high aptitude for spell patterns, capable of performing 4 spells even without guidance. Today's sparring session was a contest focused specifically on spellcasting, with simple rules. Each person would cast 1 spell, comparing the quality of their spells. After finishing her conversation with Jiang Kuei, Tan Sini stepped forward to host the session. Lin Mo was surprised by this straightforward and blunt approach, thinking to himself, should I just casually cast a spell? However, Tan Sini's voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't even think about slacking off. If you lose to Xi and Baiyu today, there will be consequences. Her smile was laced with a hint of mischief. Realizing that taking it easy wasn't an option, Lin Mo then heard Tan Sini say, if you win, I can offer you a reward. Intrigued, Lin Mo quickly asked, teacher, what reward? Tan Sini replied, a spell that will assist you in the upcoming freshman competition. With such a spell as a prize, Lin Mo suddenly found the sparring session much more interesting. As Jiang Kuei announced the start, 6 streams of spiritual power spread out instantly, and the 6 students began forming seals and drawing spell patterns. Lin Mo's hands moved in intricate seals, continuously forming spell patterns in his palms, increasing in number 10, 20, ultimately reaching 80. The other 5 students showed expressions of shock as they formed their spell patterns, gasping in disbelief. The power of a spell is directly related to the number of spell patterns. Typically, when apprentice spellcasters perform a first-level spell, the number of patterns ranges from 10 to 99. The 80 spell patterns Lin Mo gathered were formidable for a first-level spell, challenging even for advanced martial artists to withstand. Xi and Baiyu's face turned pale, his earlier confidence shattered, thinking to himself, impossible, how can this be? Jiang Kuei, on the other hand, enviously remarked, Teacher Tan, you've truly found a gem this time. Lin Mo had perfect control over the spell patterns he gathered, clearly not forced. In such a scenario, combining these patterns into a spell diagram and casting the spell was a natural progression. Indeed, as Lin Mo combined the patterns, a golden light spread through the air, intense heat waves surged, the air began to distort, and a massive spell diagram was about to take shape. Lin Mo's hands moved like spinning wheels, weaving incantations in the air that formed a complex golden spell diagram. When the diagram was fully outlined, it signaled the successful casting of the spell. Golden flames surged from the diagram, and the scorching heat swept the surroundings. Within this wave of golden fire, the flames gathered into gleaming golden swords, burning with intense flames and emitting strong spiritual energy ripples. This was the Golden Flame Sword spell. As a mentor at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Kuei naturally recognized this spell. This level of spell was considered quite challenging among first-level spells, difficult for even second-year students to perform successfully, let alone freshmen. After completing the spell, Lin Mo looked around and noticed that the other 5 hadn't finished their spells. The spell diagrams didn't have many incantations, so why were they so slow? Lin Mo silently complained in his heart. It took about 20 more seconds before the others finally completed their spells. Yin Zhu's spell had 37 incantations, Fang Jiao's had slightly more with 53, while over by mentor Jiang Kuei, Huiyan's spell consisted of 29 incantations, Deng Ling's had 34, and Xi and Baiyu's had 63, making his the most complex among them, except for Lin Mo's. However, Lin Mo couldn't see any joy on Xi and Baiyu's face. Instead, he seemed somewhat disillusioned. Ah, little brother, you can't blame me for hitting you hard. Teacher Ting gave too much, Lin Mo thought to himself. Jiang Kuei also noticed Xi and Baiyu's state of mind. The latter was dejected and lost, clearly affected. Well, Teacher Tan, it seems Lin Mo is indeed, as you said, unmatched among the freshmen. You've found a good talent, Jiang Kuei praised, then unexpectedly kicked Xian Baiyu, knocking him to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present, and Lin Mo was particularly shocked, thinking, it's just a sparring loss, is this necessary? Jiang Kuei is too violent. Get up, get up. You lost, so what? Feeling sorry for yourself? If you can't handle losing, work harder and win next time. Who's that face for? If you want to sulk, do it at home. Drop out if you can't take it, go back to your family. Losing like this is a disgrace to the academy. Jiang Kuei ranted at Xian Baiyu, finally pointing at him and shouting. I'll ask you again, can you handle losing? If not, get out of here. Who says I can't handle losing? Xian Baiyu shouted defiantly, getting up from the ground. Jiang Kuei sneered coldly. If you can handle it, then who is that face for? What kind of attitude is that? If you can take it, admit it, and concede. At this point, Jiang Kuei was unyielding, allowing no argument. Xian Baiyu took a couple of deep breaths and bowed to Lin Mo, saying, I lost this time, but next time I will win. This made Lin Mo feel a bit awkward, thinking to himself, it's not that serious, it's just one loss in sparring. As for winning next time, Lin Mo wanted to say, this might be the closest you'll ever get to me. In the future, you may never catch up. Seeing Xian Baiyu's fragile mindset, Lin Mo decided it was best to stay silent to avoid being reprimanded by Jiang Kuei. Yes, that's the right call. However, your performance today was disappointing. As punishment, you're to spend a week in the lab starting now, Jiang Kuei said coldly. Yes, teacher, Xian Baiyu replied, standing tall before quickly leaving the room. You were quite thoughtful, Tensini commented after Xian Baiyu left. She could clearly see that Jiang Kuei's actions were intentional, aimed at helping Xian Baiyu regain confidence. Jiang Kuei shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. Xian Baiyu had potential, but his family spoiled him, and he had never faced setbacks. For someone like him, a strong approach was necessary to make him follow the right path. Teacher Tan, I'll take my students and check on him, Jiang Kuei said as he bid farewell to Tensini and left with the students. 80 spell patterns? How long have you been able to open the mental gate? Fang Jiao asked as she walked over, circling around Lin Mo. Not too long, Lin Mo replied, rubbing his nose. He explained that the Golden Flame Sword spell consisted of 80 spell patterns, not that he could only form 80. However, saying this might attract some resentment. All right, thank you for your hard work, everyone. You're dismissed. Lin Mo, come to my office for a moment, Tensini said before leaving. A few minutes later, in the office, Tensini sat in her chair, her purple robe accentuating her figure. As Lin Mo entered, he grinned and rubbed his hands together, asking, Teacher, what about the spell reward you mentioned? It's right here, Tensini said, holding out a scroll. Just as Lin Mo reached for it, she pulled it back. You can have this scroll, but only if you can form 99 spell patterns. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn it. 99. Lin Mo's expression turned serious. He knew 99 was the limit for a first-level spell, a challenging feat for a novice spellcaster, but not impossible for him. He formed hand seals, letting his mental energy spread as spell patterns appeared in the air. 10 patterns. 20. 50. 90. Carefully, he conjured the patterns, and when he reached 99, he took a deep breath. Forming such a number of patterns was quite a task for him. Not bad. Tensini nodded approvingly as Lin Mo successfully formed 99 patterns. Teacher, does this spell require 99 patterns? Lin Mo speculated. That's just the foundation, Tensini explained, tossing the scroll to him. This is a combination spell, composed of 3 spells, each requiring 99 patterns. The difficulty of this spell lies not in casting all 3 spells, but in combining them into one cohesive unit. Hearing this, Lin Mo realized the challenge of the spell. Combining spells isn't easy. It demands a high level of spellcasting skill. Yet, if you can cast this combination spell, even at the first level, its power rivals some second-level spells, capable of slaying a junior beast general. Tensini's words excited Lin Mo. The ability to kill a beast general. He knew the top freshman was a formidable advanced warrior who had clashed with martial artists before. Against such a person, conventional methods wouldn't suffice. Learning this combination spell might just be the key. But teacher, in a battle, will I have enough time to cast this combination spell? Lin Mo recalled a pressing issue. He knew during the freshman competition, unless the opponent was foolish, they wouldn't wait idly for him to finish casting. Lin Mo's concerns were not unfounded, as casting spells indeed takes time. The type of spell being cast is also crucial. At Lin Mo's level, he could quickly perform the Golden Flame Sword spell at full strength, but the difficulty of a combination spell was far greater. The Golden Flame Sword spell involved only 80 spell patterns, whereas the combination spell required merging 3 spells, each with 99 spell patterns. Lin Mo realized that even if he mastered it, executing it in practice would still take considerable time. His opponents wouldn't just stand by idly while he slowly cast his spells. At this moment, Tansini lounged lazily in a chair and said with a smile, "It seems you don't know the format of the freshman competition." Lin Mo asked in confusion, "What format? Isn't it unknown?" Tansini rolled her eyes and explained, "The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy has admitted over 4,000 students this time. If it were unknown, how long do you think it would take? Every year, the freshman competition is a hunting battle." A hunting battle? Lin Mo seemed to understand. A hunting battle, as the name suggests, takes place in the mountains. Freshmen hunt demons or exotic beasts, collecting their cores as proof, and the top 10 receive corresponding rewards. While casting combination spells in unknown combat isn't very practical, in a hunting battle, he could set up spells in advance, laying traps to lure the beasts. Although exotic beasts gain some intelligence after reaching the rank of beast soldiers, they still fall short compared to humans. If he could slay a beast general level creature, his strength would surpass all the freshmen. However, even if he could face a martial artist, it would at most be a confrontation, as he couldn't possibly kill a martial artist, let alone a beast general level creature. From then on, Tansini decided to specifically guide Lin Mo in mastering the combination spell until he could set it up effortlessly. Tansini's attitude toward Lin Mo softened, as his talent surprised her and sparked her interest in nurturing him. After all, as a mentor, she rarely devoted significant time to personally guide a single student. "Yes, teacher," Lin Mo responded gratefully. He knew that with his current skills, setting up this spell was still challenging. Due to a lack of opportunities to slay demons and exotic beasts, his comprehension fragments were nearly depleted, mostly gained from seed sprint opportunities and the martial arts entrance exam. As time passed, these fragments dwindled, and he would have to rely on himself. With Tansini's guidance, his mastery of the combination spell would undoubtedly accelerate. Time passed gradually, and over the next 2 weeks, Tansini dedicated one day every 3 days to guide Lin Mo in combining 3 spells. On the other 2 days, Lin Mo spent one day digesting and exploring the spell combinations on his own, and the other day practicing his spiritual techniques. Lin Mo quickly mastered the individual casting of these 3 spells, but he encountered repeated setbacks when trying to combine them. Despite believing he had a decent talent as a spellcaster, he faced multiple failures in this crucial step. Tansini understood this and considered Lin Mo's failures normal. Combining spells demands a high level of skill from a spellcaster, and she was surprised that Lin Mo, being new to the field, could set up combination spells so quickly. After nearly 2 weeks of effort, Lin Mo finally succeeded in casting his first combination spell. Seeing this achievement, Tansini smiled with satisfaction, applauding Lin Mo and saying, "Congratulations on successfully casting the combination spell. I hadn't expected this. Initially, I suggested you use it in the hunting battle to motivate you, but I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. Your talent exceeds my expectations." However, Tansini felt Lin Mo's execution was still somewhat unrefined and needed more practice to master it fully. Lin Mo understood that his recent success was partly due to his ability, but also involved some luck. He knew he needed to practice more to eliminate any roughness and fully master the spell. Lin Mo's humble and diligent learning attitude made Tansini even more supportive of him. As Lin Mo's mentor, Tansini was well aware of the hard work he had put in, not only receiving guidance, but also practicing independently and setting aside time to train his spiritual techniques. Such dedication is rare even at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. After mastering the combination spell, Lin Mo gradually shifted his focus to training his spiritual techniques. By a small stream where he practiced the lion's roar soul-quelling technique, he sat cross-legged on a large rock, forming hand seals. A faint golden glow emanated from his body, a sign of reaching perfection in the Vajra iron body technique. About half an hour later, Lin Mo emerged from his training state with a look of delight. He hadn't expected the physical foundation built by the Candle Dragon refinement to be so excellent, allowing him to perfect the Vajra iron body technique without much insight fragments. This progress exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. He originally planned to train the 3 spiritual techniques to a high level, but in the case of the Vajra iron body, he encountered almost no bottlenecks and reached perfection smoothly. His physical strength had reached an unimaginable level, making him feel that attacks from ordinary high-level martial artists posed little threat unless they hit a vital spot. Today's training is done. Tomorrow is the freshman competition, so I need a good rest tonight, Lin Mo thought as he dusted off his clothes, planning to evaluate the strength of his main opponents later that evening. Lin Mo returned to his dormitory and logged into the academy's intranet through his light brain. Aside from the official section, there was a dedicated student forum where almost all participants were students from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. With the freshman competition approaching, the forum was buzzing with various news about the event. Lin Mo easily found a post about the freshman strength rankings, just as Yin Zhu had mentioned, confirming that someone had indeed listed the rankings. The details were astonishingly thorough, especially for the top 30 contestants. all of whom were advanced martial artists. When Lin Mo reached the 30th ranked Zhao Yi, he noted that Zhao was from the capital, possessed a rare physique, specialized in spear techniques, and had an S8 score in the martial arts entrance exam. Zhao had also sparred with 10 advanced martial artists at a martial arts school, without defeat. The meticulousness of this investigation left Lin Mo in awe, as it even covered Zhao Yi's background and physique. Zhao Yi's ability to contend with 10 advanced martial artists in the same tier showcased his formidable combat prowess. As Lin Mo continued to scroll, his eyes quickly scanned the list until they paused on a familiar name. Ranked third among the freshmen was Yan Zhu, the top scorer in the Tianfu City Martial Arts entrance exam, an advanced martial artist with a rare physique, skilled in sword techniques, and known to have opened the mental gate. Her exam score was S9, and she had once slain a high-level iron-armored beast with a single strike. Lin Mo was astonished to learn that Yan Zhu's comprehensive combat abilities placed her third on the freshman list. He couldn't comprehend why such an excellent martial artist would choose to become a spellcaster. Yan Zhu's talent in martial arts clearly surpassed that of a spellcaster, so why pursue this path? However, this was her choice, and Lin Mo didn't delve further, continuing to look up the list. Ranked second was Ren Xinling, from the capital, an advanced martial artist with a rare physique, skilled in sword techniques, and with an S9 in the martial arts entrance exam. She had once killed a heavily injured martial master from the outer sect. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The gap between a martial master and an advanced martial artist was significant, and even a heavily injured martial master posed a lethal threat to an advanced martial artist. Ren Xinling's ability to kill such a master underscored her exceptional strength. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy indeed gathered many elites. Lin Mo sighed. Becoming an advanced martial artist at 16 was already extraordinary, let alone possessing such formidable strength among advanced martial artists. Naturally, the introduction of the first-ranked student also appeared before him. The top freshman was Yi Tianjun, from the Yi family in the capital, an advanced martial artist whose abilities were nearly at the martial master level, possessing a rare physique and versed in 18 martial arts. His entrance exam score was S9, and he had sparred with a newly promoted martial master without defeat. Sparring with a newly promoted martial master without defeat was a testament to Yi Tianjun's powerful capabilities. A newly promoted martial master far exceeded a heavily injured martial master in strength, and Yi Tianjun's ability to stand his ground against such a master without losing highlighted his immense combat prowess. In a direct confrontation with Yi Tianjun, even those who have mastered the art of invincible defense would find themselves reduced to mere punching bags. However, luckily, the freshman competition focuses on hunting demons and beasts, rather than personal duels. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the grounds of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, the campus buzzed with excitement as freshmen streamed out of their dormitories, heading towards the competition area. Besides the freshmen, some senior students followed, eager to witness the capabilities of this year's newcomers. Lin Mo gathered with Yan Zhu and Fang Jiao. Lin Mo teased. Yan Zhu, who would have thought you're the hidden expert ranked third among the freshmen? Yan Zhu modestly replied. Those rankings are just random guesses. Lin Mo suggested. Let's save the chat for later. Come on, I'll lead the way. Their mentor, Tan Sini, guided them directly to the competition area. Along the way, Lin Mo noticed that the mentors from other academies were accompanied by at least a dozen or more freshmen, some even followed by dozens. This made him realize that the Spellcaster Institute had far fewer freshmen, only about 20. Soon, they reached the depths behind the academy, where a vast expanse of mountains and dense forests awaited them, rich in spiritual energy and filled with the fresh scent of leaves. As more people arrived, the area quickly filled with freshmen. Just as everyone gathered, a dazzling light streaked across the distant sky. Before anyone could react, the light descended, revealing 3 figures. 2 were burly middle-aged men, while the one in the center was a white-haired middle-aged man, whom Lin Mo recognized from his admission day. The presence of the 3 deputy heads, though silent, exuded an aura that pressured the freshmen into silence. Tan Sini, noticing this, respectfully informed Lin Mo and the others. It's the deputy heads. Lin Mo was taken aback, surprised that the deputy heads were personally overseeing the event. The 3 deputy heads exchanged glances in midair. The white-haired man chuckled wryly before stepping forward to speak. First, welcome to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. After a month of acclimatization, you should be familiar with our academy's rules. While there are abundant resources, they are not distributed equally. Our academy's policy is equality under the rules, but resources are preferentially allocated to the deserving. In this freshman competition, the top 10 will receive credit rewards, and other rankings will be used as a standard for your endofterm assessments. The middle-aged man with white hair didn't seem to be much of a speaker and kept his words brief. He pointed to the towering mountains behind him and said slowly, the freshman competition will take place within that area. You need to kill demons or beasts and retrieve their cores as proof. The time limit is 1 day, ending at this time tomorrow. Without further ado, he announced the start of the competition. As his voice faded, the freshmen surged into the area like a swarm of locusts. Lin Mo took a deep breath and followed, stepping into the unknown territory. Though there were over 4,000 freshmen, once they entered the vast mountains, they spread out, and it didn't seem crowded. Lin Mo was contemplating whether to team up with others when Yin Zhu extended an invitation. How about we team up? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Isn't that against the rules? Yin Zhu retorted, with a hint of disdain. Did anyone say it was? This left Lin Mo slightly stunned, as it seemed no one had explicitly forbidden it. But what if there's cheating? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Yin Zhu explained calmly. Collaboration is allowed. Do you think this is some martial arts entrance exam? This freshman competition isn't that important. Only the top 10 earn credits, and the rest of the rankings don't matter much. And if you think you can cheat your way into the top 10, how could figures at the level of the deputy heads not notice? Yin Zhu's reasoning was sound, and Lin Mo realized that this competition was merely an arena for freshmen, with the results being inconsequential. As for trying to use teamwork to cheat into the top 10, you might evade others' eyes, but the three profound deputy heads are there, and escaping their notice is no small feat. Yin Zhu's analysis jolted Lin Mo into realizing the seriousness of the situation. Finally, he nodded in agreement. All right, let's team up and distribute based on contribution. Thus, Lin Mo and Yin Zhu reached a preliminary agreement to collaborate. In the mountains, due to the influx of newcomers, the furious roars of mythical beasts echoed, and spiritual energy erupted instantly. A battle between humans and these creatures soon ensued. In the forest, a giant serpent covered in patches coiled up, opening its mouth to release a nauseating stench. Its saliva dripped to the ground, sizzling and corroding small pits into the earth. With a ripping sound, the serpent lunged forward, targeting a human. However, the human was quicker, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the next moment, a sharp gleam of a sword descended from the sky, leaving a gruesome wound on the serpent before it could react. Black and white spiritual energy rose from the human, with several sword shadows suspended in the air. With a flick of his fingers, hundreds of sword shadows fell, cutting off all of the serpent's escape routes, slicing it into pieces. After the battle, the human approached the dismembered serpent and skillfully collected its core. At that moment, a tall girl standing nearby clapped her hands and exclaimed, "A mid-level beast soldier like the patchy serpent couldn't last long against you. If you said you were a novice warrior, no one would believe it." These two participants in the new student competition were Lin Mo and Yin Zhu. Lin Mo beamed with joy, not only because he had defeated the patchy serpent, but also because he heard the long-awaited system voice. Luck was on his side this time, as the serpent had dropped a silver treasure chest. In his mind, he silently commanded to open the chest, receiving 4 high-grade blood energy pills, 1 low-grade spirit pill, and a body-tempering paste. Seeing these rewards, Lin Mo was nearly moved to tears, as it had been a long time since he had such good fortune. He decided to refine one of the high-grade blood energy pills, feeling a familiar warmth flow through his body. However, the effect was not significant for him, suggesting that the low-grade spirit pill might be more beneficial. Despite this, he didn't rush to refine it, as there were others around him. Let's go. We need to find more targets. Yin Zhu called out to Lin Mo to continue on their way. Lin Mo paused slightly, and as Yin Zhu walked a few steps ahead, she noticed he hadn't followed and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you get hurt in the fight?" Lin Mo shook his head and seriously told Yin Zhu, "There's something I need to tell you, Yin Zhu. My goal in this new student competition is to be number 1. Number 1. Yin Zhu was taken aback by Lin Mo's ambition, her face showing a hint of helplessness. Even if I help you with all my might and give you all the beast cores I collect, our scores still wouldn't surpass Yi Tianjun, unless he doesn't want to compete for first place and doesn't hunt many beasts. That's a martial arts technique. Don't forget, we're sorcerers." Lin Mo took a deep breath and said slowly, "I can perform a combination spell." This statement left Yin Zhu shocked, far more impactful than his earlier claim of aiming for the top spot. Yin Zhu understood what a combination spell meant. It represented the pinnacle of spells at their level, powerful enough to rival the weaker spells of the next tier. If she didn't know Lin Mo well, knowing he wasn't one to boast, she might have thought he was just trying to impress her. "You want to take down a beast general level creature?" Yin Zhu now understood Lin Mo's intention. To surpass Yi Tianjun, they would have to hunt a beast general level creature. "Exactly. I want to hunt a beast general level creature. So let's part ways for now," Lin Mo said, not wanting Yin Zhu to accompany him due to the high risks involved. "We agreed to team up to hunt martial masters, and now you're trying to leave me out of such a good thing?" Yin Zhu said while tying her hair into a ponytail, clearly stating her position. "Thanks," Lin Mo accepted, realizing that having a third person, especially a freshman, would be a great help in hunting a beast general level creature. "Let's find a place to set up the combination spell, and then lure the beast general level creature," Lin Mo said, waving to Yin Zhu and quickening his pace to find a suitable ambush spot. After searching the mountains, they found a small valley with a stream running through it, perfect for an ambush. This is the place, Lin Mo decided, telling Yanju. Guard me while I set up the combination spell. As soon as he spoke, a powerful mental force spread out. Light flickered at Lin Mo's fingertips, and spell patterns began to appear rapidly before him, reaching 99 in no time. Yanju covered her mouth in surprise. Even though she was prepared, seeing Lin Mo cast 99 spell patterns was still astonishing. Once the 99 spell patterns were in place, an arc of light appeared at Lin Mo's fingertips, connecting the spell patterns with lines of spiritual energy, forming a complete spell diagram. His techniques shifted continuously, spreading an earthy yellow spell that made Yanju feel as if a heavy weight was pressing down on her. After setting up this spell, Lin Mo concealed it in the air, making it invisible to the naked eye. With the first spell successfully set up, Lin Mo quickly began forming the second one. As a dim golden light spread, a faint sound like an elephant's trumpet could be heard. Using the same method, he set up a third spell. After setting up 3 spells with 99 patterns each, Lin Mo's mental energy started to wear thin, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Despite this, Lin Mo did not relax, knowing the most crucial step was to link the 3 spells together. Taking a deep breath, he spread his mental energy again, controlling lines of spiritual energy to connect the 3 spells. This process required precision, as any mistake could ruin all his efforts. Fully focused, Lin Mo's face showed a trace of solemnity as he immersed himself in the task. Meanwhile, Yanju sat on a rock by the stream, resting her chin on her hand, watching Lin Mo intently. A man fully dedicated to his work was particularly captivating, and Yanju found herself drawn in, even a bit distracted. Lin Mo's light intertwined, and eventually, the 3 spells complemented each other, rotating into a highly complex combination spell, ready to be unleashed. It's done. Lin Mo sighed with relief. Yanju snapped out of her daze, realizing she had been so focused on Lin Mo's profile that she had lost herself for a moment, a blush rising to her cheeks. Immersed in the joy of success, Lin Mo was visibly excited. Let's go find a beast general level creature and test the true power of this combination spell. He seemed eager and impatient. Thud, thud, thud. In a certain area of the mountains, the ground shook as if an earthquake were happening, causing pebbles to bounce. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures, enveloped in a powerful aura, darted through the forest like lightning, pursued by a massive, stone-armored rhino. Lin Mo, isn't this stone-armored rhino too strong? What if our combined spell doesn't work against it? Yanju shouted to Lin Mo while they fled. We have no choice. We've been searching for ages and could only find this one beginner-level beast general that fits our criteria, Lin Mo replied, sounding resigned. They had been scouring the mountains for a long time, either encountering intermediate-level beast generals or extremely fast beginner-level beasts. The intermediate ones were beyond their capability to handle, even with their combined spells. And the swift beginner-level beasts were too risky to provoke. Getting entangled with one could spell trouble. After careful consideration, they chose this stone-armored rhino. While it was a strong contender among beginner-level beast generals with its formidable stone armor that even novice martial artists struggled to penetrate, it was relatively slow, making it their best option. To lure out this stone-armored rhino, they faced numerous challenges. Beast generals were often guarded by beast soldiers, and when they were spotted by a beginner-level beast soldier, a fierce battle ensued. After dispatching several beast soldiers, the stone-armored rhino finally emerged. Escaping the encirclement of beast soldiers required significant effort from Lin Mo and Yanju. Fortunately, Yanju was there to alleviate much of Lin Mo's burden. Otherwise, the beast soldiers alone would have been overwhelming. Lin Mo and Yanju led the stone-armored rhino towards a valley. As the rhino charged into the valley, Lin Mo formed a seal with his hands, and a strong light burst forth. The rhino's speed abruptly decreased, and it stumbled mid-run. Roaring, it attempted to regain its footing but felt as though it were carrying a mountain on its back. From the spell emerged the sound of an elephant trumpeting, and within the light, a giant dark gold elephant began to take shape, its spiritual energy surging like a tide. The next moment, the giant elephant bellowed skyward, its thick legs stomping heavily onto the rhino's body. Witnessing this, Yanju shuddered, sensing the immense power contained within the dark gold elephant. If that foot landed on her, she'd be severely injured, if not worse. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Mo formed another seal, and within the combined spell, light condensed into a massive light seal, about 10 feet in size. This light seal was an earthy yellow, exuding a sense of immense weight. It was the Earth Seal, one of the 3 main spells. Although the Earth Seal alone wasn't particularly powerful, when combined with the other 2 spells, its power was significantly amplified. The stone-armored rhinoceros, restrained by 2 other spells, struggled wildly as it sensed an invisible threat. Under the pressure of the Earth Seal, it felt a lethal oppression, especially when its movements were restricted and the giant elephant added further pressure. Lin Mo pointed forward and shouted, "Suppress." Instantly, the earth seal descended, completely burying the rhinoceros underground. Immediately after, Lin Mo's hand signs changed, pushing the combination of 3 spells to their limits, emitting dazzling light. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the stone armor on the rhinoceros erupted with a blinding white light, and its horn emitted a beam that countered the spell. Violent spiritual energy surged, creating ripples that spread outward. When the two forces clashed to the extreme, the resulting explosion was deafening, sending water from the nearby creek splashing hundreds of meters high and engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Yanju covered her mouth in shock at the scene before her. A massive crater appeared, surrounded by blood and debris, with the lifeless body of the rhinoceros lying still at the center. Despite its formidable defense as a junior beast general, the rhinoceros couldn't withstand the combined spell attack. After defeating it, a silver treasure chest appeared as expected. The system's voice confirmed that with Lin Mo's current level, killing a beast general would undoubtedly yield a treasure chest. A silver treasure chest? Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. He had expected a golden chest for defeating a beast general, but was surprised to receive silver instead. Immersed in his consciousness, he noticed the silver chest emitted a faint golden glow, indicating it was more valuable than previous silver chests from beast soldiers, nearing the value of a golden one. Though slightly disappointed, Lin Mo opened the silver chest immediately. The contents of the chest made him grin from ear to ear. Despite being a silver chest, the rewards were satisfying. Seeing Lin Mo's happiness, Yanju wasn't surprised. After all, it was natural to be pleased after defeating a beast general. After the excitement, Lin Mo didn't forget to extract the core, proceeding cautiously in case the rhinoceros was feigning death. Yanju reminded him, "Be careful, what if it's playing dead?" "Don't worry, it's definitely dead," Lin Mo assured confidently, knowing that the system's validation and the appearance of the chest meant the rhinoceros was truly dead. Excitedly, Lin Mo stepped forward, skillfully extracting the core. With the core in hand, Lin Mo was confident he had secured the top position in the freshman competition. Even Yi Tianjun, the strongest contender, couldn't possibly defeat a beast general. "Congratulations, it seems no one can compete with you for first place in the freshman competition," Yanju congratulated. With the rhinoceros core, Yi Tianjun stood no chance against Lin Mo suggested. "Let's go. We still have the cores of the beast soldiers we killed earlier to collect." He remembered they had dispatched several beast soldiers when the rhinoceros's minions attacked, but hadn't had the chance to collect their cores. Returning to collect the beast soldiers' cores, Lin Mo generously gave them to Yanju, ensuring she didn't leave empty-handed. With the competition nearing its end in just 3 hours, Yanju proposed they rest after their efforts. However, Lin Mo chose to continue hunting beast soldiers instead. "Rest? There's no way I'm resting. With the chance to hunt exotic beasts and obtain treasure chests, I don't want to waste a single minute," he declared. 3 hours later, Lin Mo returned to the starting point with a sense of satisfaction. He had his hands behind his head, a piece of grass in his mouth, and was humming a tune while walking with a light and joyful step. In stark contrast, Yanju was bent over with her hands on her knees, her legs trembling slightly as she panted heavily, occasionally muttering under her breath, "I can't go on. This is exhausting." She glanced at Lin Mo's cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of someone with the bloodline of a war god, his energy is boundless and extraordinary. 3 hours earlier, after successfully taking down the stone-armored rhino, Yanju had intended to take a brief rest. After all, they had already expended a lot of physical and spiritual energy while luring the rhino into the ambush. However, Lin Mo showed no signs of wanting to rest, and instead roamed the mountains in search of other beasts to fight. Reluctantly, Yanju had to follow him. With most of her stamina and energy depleted, the next 3 hours were spent either battling beasts or on the way to the next fight. Eventually, Yanju felt on the verge of collapse. Even as an advanced warrior, she couldn't withstand such intense exertion. What frustrated Yanju even more was that Lin Mo's level of combat was far more intense than hers, yet he seemed so relaxed and happy. In reality, Lin Mo had been refining advanced qi and blood pills, which continuously restored his energy, allowing him to maintain such a high intensity of combat. Most importantly, he had gained substantial rewards from the newcomer competition, including 8 silver chests, the most valuable being the one from the stone-armored rhino. After the newcomer competition ended, the academy began checking each student's achievements and gains. A middle-aged man with white hair spoke calmly, stating that specialized instructors would conduct the assessments and recordings. The recorders started documenting one by one, and a voice soon caught everyone's attention. Yi Tianjun, 32 mid-level beast soldier cores, 25 high-level beast soldier cores. This announcement drew many eyes toward the source of the voice. At the source, besides the instructor, stood a striking young man. He had a handsome appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a classical aristocratic aura. Most notably, He was wearing the Academy's specially crafted heavy armor. Yi Tianjuan's performance was astounding, having killed 25 high-level beast soldiers, which sparked murmurs of discussion around him. Such an achievement left people speechless, as in the Kyushu Martial Academy. Defeating high-level beast soldiers was no small feat. Yi Tianjuan's achievement of slaying 25 high-level beast soldiers in a single day was nothing short of astonishing. He wasn't hunting within a controlled environment. Instead, he had to personally track and kill these beasts, all while wearing specially designed heavy armor that suppressed his abilities. Accomplishing such a feat under these conditions was truly admirable. Lin Mo also acknowledged his prowess, considering Yi Tianjun held the top spot on the Academy's internal network for new students. However, Lin Mo's own hunt of the Stonehide Rhino was somewhat aided by Yanju. When it was the Sorcerer's Institute's turn, Yanju presented her collection of beast cores, which was impressive: 32 low-level, 27 mid-level, and 28 high-level beast soldier cores. The announcement stirred quite a commotion, as everyone was amazed by Yanju's previously concealed strength. Even Yi Tianjun took notice of her, causing Yanju to blush slightly, knowing that these beasts were not solely her own efforts but the result of teamwork with Lin Mo. In distributing the cores, Lin Mo, mindful of Yanju's contribution, allocated the majority of the beast soldier cores to her, while he kept the beast general core for himself. Although this wasn't considered cheating, their method of teamwork seemed fair. After the teacher recorded Yanju's cores, attention turned to Lin Mo. He produced a few cores, one of which emitted a strong aura of spiritual energy, surprising those around him. This core was evidently not of a beast soldier level, but a beast general level. When the teacher announced Lin Mo's results, the crowd was in an uproar. His tally was 3 low-level beast soldier cores, 1 mid-level beast soldier core, and 1 beast general core. The presence of a beast general core shocked everyone, leading to suspicions of cheating as they doubted a novice warrior could slay a beast of that caliber. Although this competition held little benefit for most, Lin Mo's results became the talk of the Academy, even drawing skepticism from Yi Tianjun. Amidst the scrutiny, Lin Mo's performance stood out, ensuring that the Academy would undoubtedly take notice of the situation. Lin Mo, regarding your beast general level core, you might need to provide some explanation. At this moment, a teacher who was recording spoke up. Just as Lin Mo was about to explain, a voice suddenly interrupted. This student did not use any cheating methods. He employed a combination spell, set up an ambush in advance, and then, together with the female student beside him, lured the low-level beast general grade stone rhino over and subdued it, fully complying with the Academy's regulations. At this moment, one of the deputy chiefs, a middle-aged man with white hair, stated calmly. Lin Mo swallowed the explanation he was about to give. It seemed the Academy indeed had measures to deal with cheating. Lin Mo didn't feel that this deputy chief was paying special attention to him. It was clear that the area behind them was under his surveillance. All the students' hunting activities were being monitored by him, a truly formidable skill. Lin Mo marveled at the deputy chief's power. Combination spell? What's that? Some warriors who weren't spellcasters asked in confusion. Someone explained. A combination spell is a complex form of magic that can surpass the power of spells of the same level and reach the strength of spells at the next level. If Lin Mo has mastered a level 1 combination spell, he could indeed kill a low-level beast general. Yi Tianjun was shocked, not expecting this new spellcaster to have mastered combination spells. Xian Baiyu, not far away, was somewhat dazed, not realizing the depth of Lin Mo's spellcasting skills. Her mentor, Jiang Kuei, beside her, smiled wryly, not anticipating that Lin Mo's proficiency in spells had reached such a level. He had managed to help Xian Baiyu regain her composure, but now she would have to find her way out on her own. Since the deputy chief vouched for Lin Mo, there would naturally be no more doubts about his performance. The top spot in the freshman competition, unsurprisingly, went to Lin Mo. The results of the freshman competition left everyone in shock, as the top spot was unexpectedly claimed by an unknown newcomer, Lin Mo. However, some freshmen still had doubts about Lin Mo's abilities. The vice headmaster mentioned that Lin Mo collaborated with Yanju to set up a spell trap beforehand. Such cooperation and traps clearly do not rely solely on personal strength and seem only effective against beasts lacking intelligence. In an unknown arena match, Yi Tianjun would undoubtedly defeat Lin Mo with ease. Nonetheless, this view was mostly held by those with limited insight. Meanwhile, some individuals from major forces in the capital had already reported the situation back to their respective organizations. They understood that being able to set up a combination spell within just a month of enrollment was an extraordinary achievement. Even Tansini, the newly appointed instructor at the Academy of Spells and once hailed as the greatest genius in the past decade, might not be able to achieve this. Lin Mo's potential was immense, with a high likelihood of becoming a spirit spellcaster in the future and possibly even advancing to an Earth-grade spirit spellcaster. His future value was immeasurable, and various forces were eager to recruit him. Unaware of the external opinions, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory to take stock of his gains from the freshman competition. The credit of 10,000 academic points left him satisfied. However, the most significant gain for Lin Mo was the 8 silver chests. These chests contained advanced chi and blood pills, low-grade spirit beads, and some rare materials, including Tier 2 alloy fragments, comprehension fragments, sudden enlightenment fragments, and a few portions of body tempering paste. Although the advanced chi and blood pills offered minimal help for his cultivation and were typically used for replenishing stamina, the effects of the low-grade spirit beads filled him with anticipation. Lin Mo decided to refine a low-grade spirit bead, and with a thought, an exceptionally pure aura spread throughout his body. This aura was different from what he usually absorbed. It was not only pure, but also easily absorbed and converted into spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mo opened his eyes, excitement flashing in them. The low-grade spirit beads significantly aided his cultivation, and according to his calculations, if he could continue obtaining such beads, he could reach the intermediate warrior level within a month. This was an incredibly rapid pace, considering he had been advancing in martial arts for over a month already, and without external resources, he anticipated reaching the intermediate warrior level by next year. Although Yi Tianjun was powerful, already an advanced warrior close to a martial master, his strength was not solely due to his talent, but also because he was born into the Yi family in the capital, with continuous resource support. While these resources differed from the spirit beads Lin Mo obtained through his system, the planet itself could produce various pills, nutrient solutions, and other cultivation aids. Resources are crucial in cultivation. In terms of talent alone, Su Lingqing, after her second awakening, possesses a divine-level bloodline, far surpassing Yi Tianjuan's heavenly grade. However, during the martial arts entrance exam, her cultivation level was only that of an intermediate martial artist due to the limited resources provided by Su Hongai compared to the Yi family. Although Su Hongai is a martial arts master and a prominent figure in Donghai City, in the capital, one might accidentally hit a martial arts master by dropping a brick from a building. This is one reason why the government-established Martial Arts Academy ESTO provide opportunities for talented individuals from less privileged backgrounds. During the martial disciple stage, one can catch up with others through talent even with scarce resources, but once reaching the martial artist stage, talent alone is insufficient without resources. To become a strong individual, one needs talent, luck, resources, and perseverance. Lin Mo decided to focus intensely on his cultivation for a month, aiming to advance to an intermediate martial artist and perfect 3 spiritual techniques. A month later, he planned to use credits to gain access to the depths of the mountains. His gaze sharpened as he realized he couldn't afford a break in resources. After exhausting this batch of silver treasure chest resources, he needed immediate replenishment. Checking his acquired items, he found several intriguing things, including rare materials, enlightenment fragments, and body refining paste. The enlightenment fragments were too valuable to use casually, while he had a fair amount of the body refining paste. He decided to refine the body refining paste, mentally reciting the process. An insight appeared in his mind. The body refining paste is a medicinal bath material that needs to be used with water for soaking. Realizing it was a medicinal bath, Lin Mo quickly filled the bathtub with water. Fortunately, the accommodation at Kyushu Martial Arts Academy was well equipped with a bathtub. Otherwise, he would have had to buy a large barrel. Once filled, Lin Mo again mentally activated the body refining paste. Instantly, the clear water in the tub transformed into a bluish liquid, glistening with an unusual glow under the light. More importantly, he could distinctly sense the energy contained within. Soaking in the medicinal bath, Lin Mo felt a gentle energy permeate his body, starting to refine and enhance his physical form. My Vajra iron body has improved, he thought with a smile. The medicinal bath was helping him make progress in his previously stagnant Vajra iron body cultivation, giving him hope of mastering it. Since reaching the perfect stage, his progress had been slow, but the body refining paste bath spurred advancement. Sitting cross-legged in the tub, Lin Mo formed hand seals, actively absorbing the medicinal energy into his Vajra iron body training. The gentle energy nourished his bones and muscles and strengthened his meridians. Under this cultivation, Lin Mo's physical form gradually improved. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, stretched, and smiled with satisfaction. This body refining paste is truly effective. At this pace, mastering my Vajra iron body is within reach. Lin Mo was filled with anticipation about mastering the Vajra iron body. Unlike typical spiritual techniques, it resembled a body refinement method from an ancient civilization, the indestructible Vajra body, with power far exceeding ordinary level spiritual techniques. Mastering it would undoubtedly amplify its power. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Mo browsed the forum on the Academy's intranet. As he prepared to sleep, Tansini sent him a message. Get ready. The dean wants to see you tomorrow morning. Seeing the word dean, Lin Mo knew it was the dean of the Curse Master Institute, as Tensini would have specified if it were another dean. It seemed his talent in curse mastery had impressed the dean. The Spirit Spell Hall is located deep within the Sorcery Academy, and ordinary students cannot approach it without special permission. Only the instructors of the academy have free access. This hall houses various spell diagrams, methods for cultivating mental strength, and some ancient texts excavated from prehistoric civilizations, making it the most important place in the entire academy. When Tansini led Lin Mo to the entrance of the Spirit Spell Hall, Lin Mo keenly sensed a profound spell concealed around the hall. Anyone attempting to force their way in or sneak around would immediately be attacked. At the entrance, an old man lay leisurely on a recliner, holding a pipe and blowing smoke rings with an air of contentment. "Ah, Sini, you've come, and you've brought this young man." The old man noticed Tensini's arrival, opened his squinting eyes, and glanced at Lin Mo, praising. "Sini, you have quite the luck, finding such a promising student in your first year as a mentor." "Hello, sir." Lin Mo nodded slightly in greeting. He recognized this old man. He had seen him on the first day of registration at the Sorcery Academy, where he had tried to recruit Lin Mo as a student. "Old you, Lin Mo, doesn't have a pass. You'll need to open the spell gate," Tensini reminded him. Opening the spell gate again. "I'm old, and you still trouble this old man." Old you tapped his pipe, stood up slowly, and with a series of hand seals, his vast mental power spread out like the ocean. Lin Mo saw spell patterns emerge, and soon a red gate materialized. "You need to go through the spell gate to enter the Spirit Spell Hall without a pass. Otherwise you'll be considered an intruder," Tensini explained to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo stepped through the spell gate, Tensini waved goodbye to Old you. "Thanks, Old you." Inside the Spirit Spell Hall, it was silent, with almost no background noise. Lin Mo looked around and found no high-tech products. The bookshelves were made of wood, holding scrolls. He sensed the mental energy fluctuations from the scrolls, indicating they were spell diagrams drawn with mental power. First-level spell diagrams are relatively simple and can be hand-drawn or machine-drawn, but second-level spell diagrams must be drawn with mental power to convey all their intricacies. With current technology on Blue Planet, machines cannot perfectly replicate them, and even if the patterns are identical, they cannot convey their deeper meaning, nor can sorcerers arrange spells with them. Tansini led Lin Mo to a room and instructed, "The dean is inside. Remember, his surname is Qi." Lin Mo pushed open the door and entered, greeted by a classical and elegant room devoid of modern technology, with almost all furnishings made of wood. In the center of the room was a tea table, beside which sat a middle-aged man holding a scroll. "Student Lin Mo greets Dean Qi." Lin Mo bowed slightly. "Come, sit down. No need to be formal." The middle-aged man turned and smiled gently at Lin Mo. It was then that Lin Mo fully saw the man's appearance. He wore simple, well-fitted cloth garments, cloth shoes, and appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a warm smile. Lin Mo walked over and sat across from the middle-aged man. At this moment, he dared not use his mental power to probe the person in front of him, as the man felt as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, and forcibly probing might result in backlash. Indeed, as they said, his talent was extraordinary. Dean Qi's eyes were full of approval as he looked at Lin Mo. The dean's praise made Lin Mo feel slightly humble, thinking that he was just a bit more talented than usual. Dean Qi shook his head and chuckled. "You're too modest. At your age, being able to set up a level 1 combination spell, if that's just slightly talented, then there might not be anyone on Blue Star with stronger talent in sorcery than you." Lin Mo didn't expect Dean Qi to praise him so highly. Although he did have a modest streak, it was also because he wasn't very familiar with the sorcerer community. Could it be that his talent was indeed strong? Seeing Lin Mo's somewhat bewildered expression, Dean Qi smiled slightly, seeming to read his thoughts. "It seems you're not familiar with the sorcerer community. On Blue Star, the minimum threshold for sorcerers is quite high. Generally, those who open the door to their mental power before the age of 20 are at least high-level sorcerers, equivalent to martial arts grandmasters in the martial world. Even if they open it after 20, they can at least reach the level of a mid-level sorcerer, akin to a martial arts master." Dean Qi continued to explain. Because of this threshold, people outside have a certain respect when they hear about sorcerers. But in reality, this threshold is mostly achieved through the enhancement of mental power over time and learning the basics of sorcery. Therefore, most people in the sorcerer community have similar levels, making it difficult to discern the strength of their talent. Generally, a sorcerer can master the most basic spells a few months after opening the door to their mental power, but then they get stuck at the apprentice sorcerer level, often taking 3 to 5 years to advance to a junior sorcerer. If someone can become a junior sorcerer within 2 years of opening the door, they're considered a genius. Like that girl Cindy, she became a junior sorcerer within a year of opening the door, which is a talent the JoJo Martial Arts Academy hasn't seen in decades. And now, your mental power has reached the limit of an apprentice sorcerer, and within a few months, you will surely become a junior sorcerer. Do you think such talent is extraordinary? Dean Shi's words made Lin Mo touch his nose, realizing that he might indeed have a bit of talent. Then, Dean Shi spoke gently. Of course, the reason I called you here isn't just to talk about this. This is a gift I prepared for you. With that, he took out a scroll from his robe, which emitted a wave of mental power. Lin Mo took the scroll, puzzled. Could the dean have called him over just to give him a spell diagram? Although a spell diagram is nice, there was no need to call him specifically and emphasize that it was a gift. Dean Shi seemed to notice Lin Mo's doubts, his smile still gentle. This is not a spell diagram, but my understanding and insights into sorcery that I've written down over the years. You can open it and take a look. Lin Mo opened the scroll, and instantly a vast sea of mental power surged towards him, immersing him in this ocean of mental power as the information within the scroll began to unfold. A few minutes later, Lin Mo slowly closed the scroll, his face showing a look of astonishment. The knowledge of spells contained within this scroll was incredibly precise, complemented by detailed explanations and annotations on mental power. It was clear that countless efforts had been invested in its creation. Dean, this gift is truly invaluable. Lin Mo was at a loss, clearly realizing that this scroll was the result of the dean's significant dedication. It wasn't just a few months of labor, but rather something that took years to create, and it was an irreplaceable treasure. Receiving such a precious gift without having made any contribution left him feeling uneasy. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. You don't need to feel uneasy. There are conditions attached to this scroll, Dean Shi said, shaking his head. What conditions? Lin Mo asked seriously. You need to train diligently, not just for personal glory and wealth, but for the future of humanity. Dean Shi replied as he stood up and began to pace, his tone serious. For many people, the initial motivation to learn martial arts and spells is to provide a better life for themselves and their families. This is perfectly reasonable, as simply shining in their own roles is a contribution to humanity. However, for those with exceptional talent, the responsibilities and expectations extend beyond personal and familial stability to the future of the nation and humanity. There are things you may not understand now, but I can tell you that humanity's situation is not optimistic. We need strong individuals to step up and create a safe haven for others, Dean Shi continued. Ordinary people don't have the ability to create this safe haven. They only need to follow the law and work hard in their roles to contribute to society. But some people possess extraordinary talent. If they train diligently, they can become powerful individuals, pillars of humanity's future. I don't want those with such talent to waste their potential or become lost in indulgence. This may sound like moral coercion, but humanity's current situation truly requires such strong individuals. Lin Mo understood the dean's expectations. So, I hope you will train diligently and devote more time to your practice, Dean Shi continued. You have two paths to choose from. With your talent, even if you indulge in pleasure and train casually, you can reach heights unimaginable to most, becoming a high-level spellcaster, or even breaking through to a human-grade spiritual spellcaster, enjoying wealth and dealing with challenges effortlessly. But if you forego indulgence and train diligently, being a human-grade spiritual spellcaster won't be your endpoint. Reaching my level as an Earth-grade spiritual spellcaster will be normal for you, and you might even become a Heaven-grade spiritual spellcaster, one of the top humans supporting the future. The choice is yours, and no one can interfere, but personally, I hope you choose the second path. Humanity's current situation is truly dire, and we desperately need top-tier strong individuals. Dean Shi's expression grew increasingly serious, and Lin Mo realized that beneath the veneer of prosperity lay unimaginable crises, unknown to the ordinary people and some practitioners. Rest assured, Dean, since joining the academy, I have been diligently training and will continue to do so, Lin Mo stated firmly. Even without the dean's reminder today, I would persist. If I were seeking indulgence, I wouldn't have insisted on entering a 5-star martial arts academy. Even without the system's support, I could have done well. The reason I chose a 5-star martial arts academy is because I want to grow stronger quickly, to become fearless, unafraid of any enemy, and not to be looked down upon by anyone. After leaving the cursed spirit hall, Lin Mo felt an increased burden on his shoulders. Even before today, he had a vague sense that the situation for humanity on Blue Star was not optimistic, but he hadn't realized it was this dire. Although Dean Shi hadn't explicitly told him what pressures humanity was facing, Lin Mo was already aware. Currently, humanity's greatest threat is not from beasts or demons. While these had once caused great disasters for humans, as people began to explore the relics of ultra-ancient civilizations, establish a comprehensive cultivation system, and develop advanced technology, they no longer feared demons and beasts. Therefore, humanity's only source of pressure comes from the dimensional spaces connected to Blue Star. Based on the information revealed, Lin Mo speculated that these dimensional civilizations connected to Blue Star are far more powerful. However, due to certain restrictions, powerful beings cannot enter Blue Star, only minor creatures can. But over time, These restrictions seem to be loosening, and increasingly stronger beings are arriving on Blue Star. The pace at which these restrictions are easing far exceeds the development speed of Blue Star's own civilization. If this continues, one day, the strength of interdimensional creatures will be enough to destroy Blue Star's civilization. Judging by Donghai's words and actions, that moment might not be too far away. Lin Mo was secretly worried, but he understood that instead of dwelling on things that hadn't happened yet, it was better to focus on improving his own strength. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to intense training, refining spirit pearls in the morning and practicing the candle dragon mental technique to enhance his cultivation, learning insights from Donghai and training his mental power in the morning, practicing spiritual techniques at his usual spot in the afternoon, and soaking in medicinal baths to cultivate his diamond iron body in the evening. His days were packed with activities. During this period, Lin Mo also received invitations from various major factions in Kyoto. Initially, he responded with a smile, trying not to offend anyone, but as the invitations kept coming, Donghai eventually intervened to stop other Kyoto factions from disturbing Lin Mo's training. With intense training and ample resources, Lin Mo finally reached the intermediate warrior level after a month, and his diamond iron body also reached specialization. It had been a while since Lin Mo checked his attribute panel. With a thought, an electronic screen appeared before him, visible only to him. Host, Lin Mo, Cultivation, Intermediate Warrior, Weapon, Spirit Weapon, Main Spiritual Techniques Upgradable, Lion's Roar Soul Suppression Complete, Upgradable, Extreme Shadow Step Complete, Upgradable, Diamond Iron Body, Specialized, Technique, Candle Dragon Mental Technique supported by Comprehension Fragments. Lin Mo had brought both spiritual techniques to completion, mainly because of limited time, as he needed to allocate time for training, learning spells, and medicinal baths, which prevented him from specializing in both techniques. However, even without specialization, he was not far from it. Just a day after Lin Mo broke through to the intermediate warrior level, a new message appeared on the Academy's internal forum. After successfully completing his secluded cultivation, Yi Tianjun broke through to the martial master level and headed straight to the trial tower, astonishing everyone by reaching the 25th floor in one go. This achievement left many in awe, as even numerous senior students hadn't reached this level. Before venturing into the depths of the mountains, Lin Mo also decided to explore the trial tower. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the trial tower. The entrance led to a grand hall, its interior entirely constructed from sturdy alloy, exuding a technological vibe. Inside the hall were numerous rooms, each crafted from extremely durable alloy, known for their excellent soundproofing capabilities, making it difficult even for martial arts masters to break through. Before entering a room, Lin Mo underwent 3 identity verifications: fingerprint, spiritual energy, and facial recognition. Upon entering the room, Lin Mo received a notification from the optical computer indicating a deduction of 100 credits. This was the cost of entering the trial tower, intended to prevent students from occupying rooms without genuinely challenging themselves, thereby wasting resources. Inside, the lights automatically turned on, revealing a table and a massage chair, with a helmet placed on the table. Lin Mo picked up the helmet, sensing the spells contained within. He was already aware that this helmet was a semi-technological product, as the trial tower was not man-made but a relic of an ancient civilization. Humans could only create sensors connected to it, combining technology and spells. Thus the helmet became a fusion of both. Lin Mo sat in the massage chair, feeling extremely comfortable, and then put on the helmet, his consciousness instantly entering a virtual space, as if he were in a sci-fi world. After putting on the helmet, he felt a wave of dizziness, and once he regained his composure, he found himself standing in front of a tower, the scene so realistic it was almost indistinguishable from reality. Please choose your weapon with your mind, a mechanical, indifferent voice instructed. Lin Mo imagined his usual alloy sword in his mind, and an identical alloy sword appeared before him, though the material and weight were different. He then entered the first floor of the trial tower. The scene shifted, and Lin Mo found himself in a vast plaza, facing a phantom that emitted the aura of a first-stage martial apprentice. Boom. Without hesitation, Lin Mo punched, shattering the phantom instantly. A first-stage martial apprentice's phantom was a breeze for Lin Mo and any student of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. In the subsequent second and third floors of the trial tower, Lin Mo faced opponents with martial apprentice strength, easily defeating them and quickly reaching the 11th floor, where his opponent was a phantom of a novice martial artist. Upon entering the 11th level, Lin Mo encountered a phantom figure, an intermediate warrior. The figure wielded a sharp sword, surrounded by black and white spiritual energy. Using his elusive footwork and sword skills, Lin Mo swiftly passed by the phantom and defeated it instantly. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate an intermediate warrior. Then, Lin Mo stepped into the 12th level, where the scene changed dramatically, revealing a massive brown bear resembling a small mountain. Lin Mo recognized this beast as the fierce earth bear, surprised to find it as the challenge of the 12th level. The trials of the tower are not fixed but randomly change, presenting different challenges to each person on the same level, yet maintaining the same difficulty. The fierce earth bear roared and charged at Lin Mo, its enormous body infused with powerful spiritual energy, delivering a powerful swipe that tore through the air. Facing the bear, Lin Mo's sword dissipated, and he clenched his fist, a dark golden light shimmering around him. His right arm's skin turned dark golden as surging blood energy roared within him. This was his first time using the Vajra iron body technique, honed to mastery. In battle, swish, Lin Mo's figure flickered, advancing toward the bear, his punch simple yet containing immense power. As his fist met the bear's paw, a tremendous force surged into the bear's body, and with a loud crash, the bear disintegrated into light particles, vanishing from the 12th level of the tower. Lin Mo remained calm, watching the bear dissolve into light. Months ago, this bear had given him a hard time, but now it was easy to defeat. He knew this wasn't the end. He would become even stronger, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. After the bear vanished, Lin Mo advanced to the 13th level, where he again effortlessly defeated his opponent. He continued to breeze through the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th levels, facing no obstacles, until he reached the 20th level. The scene changed once more, and Lin Mo found himself on a platform, facing a familiar figure. It was a tall, handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding a noble classical aura. Lin Mo was taken aback. It was Yi Tianjun. He hadn't expected to face Yi Tianjun's image on the 20th level. Clearly, Yi Tianjun had attempted the tower before breaking through to Martial Master, and the tower had recorded his data. The Yi Tianjun before him had the strength from before he became a Martial Master. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't dare to be careless. A weapon materialized in his hand, and black and white spiritual energy began to flow. Yi Tianjun held a gleaming spear, silver spiritual energy entwining it, pointing directly at Lin Mo. No wonder Yi Tianjun has such an overwhelming presence, far exceeding that of a typical advanced warrior. Lin Mo had to admit that Yi Tianjun indeed had exceptional qualities. Previously, on the 18th and 19th levels, he had encountered some advanced warriors and advanced beast soldiers, but none could compare to the oppressive aura of Yi Tianjun. Swoosh! Yi Tianjun's figure shot out instantly, leaving a silver phantom in his wake. His speed was astonishing, clearly a result of mastering some spiritual technique to perfection. Yi Tianjun appeared on Lin Mo's right side, spiritual energy surging as he swung his right arm. The spear tip trembled, transforming into countless white spear shadows that filled the sky, targeting Lin Mo's vital points. Black and white spiritual energy surged around Lin Mo's body as he twisted his wrist, his sword dancing to meet the overwhelming spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. On the 20th level, the clash of spear and sword resounded, sparks flying. After just a few dozen exchanges, Lin Mo began to retreat, showing signs of being overwhelmed due to the disparity in cultivation. After all, Lin Mo was only an intermediate warrior, disadvantaged in terms of cultivation. Despite being a prodigy with high-quality spiritual energy and the ability to challenge those of higher ranks, Yi Tianjun was no ordinary advanced warrior. He was also a prodigy, capable of contending with newly advanced martial masters while still an advanced warrior. Diamond Iron Body, Lin Mo shouted, and a golden light shimmered over his body, his immense blood energy rippling outward. Clang! With the added strength of the Diamond Iron Body, Yi Tianjun was forced back several steps. With extreme shadow step and one sword flow, Lin Mo quickly closed the distance, his sword slicing like a beam of light. Clang! Yi Tianjun blocked with his spear, sparks flying as the sword scraped against it. As their figures passed each other, Yi Tianjun countered with a strike, and although Lin Mo managed to block with his sword, he was still pushed back several steps by the force of the spear. Golden Flame Sword Curse. Lin Mo completed his incantation, intertwining spiritual energy lines as the air shimmered with heat. Small swords wreathed in golden flames rained down like a storm. Confronted with the torrent of golden fiery swords, Yi Tianjun unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, creating a storm that extinguished the fiery swords. He then soared into the sky, his spear striking to break the curse formation. At that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Heavy, profound curse. The formation that silently took shape beneath Yi Tianjun's feet was precisely what Lin Mo had quietly set up while dealing with the golden flame sword array. Though combining curses required significant time due to Lin Mo's expertise, the individual 99 curse patterns did not. The sudden increase in gravity caused Yi Tianjun to plummet, losing his balance. Yi Tianjun quickly channeled spiritual energy to counter the gravity, barely stabilizing himself when Lin Mo appeared before him. Spiritual technique, Lion's Roar Soul Suppression. Lin Mo opened his mouth, sending out tangible sound waves. Yi Tianjun had no time to defend, his mind buzzing. Lin Mo seized the moment to thrust his sword, aiming straight at Yi Tianjun's chest. In the next second, Yi Tianjun's figure dissipated into points of light. Phew, that was exhausting. Yi Tianjun is really tough to deal with, Lin Mo sighed as he sat down, reflecting on how even as an advanced warrior, Yi Tianjun was incredibly formidable. He had to use his diamond iron body, spiritual energy, and curses to barely defeat him. This Yi Tianjun was not the real Yi Tianjun, but the remnant battle power from before he broke through to a martial master. The real Yi Tianjun had already achieved that breakthrough, his combat power surely having advanced by leaps and bounds, leaving a gap between him and Lin Mo. Nonetheless, Lin Mo wasn't discouraged. After all, he had only discovered the system not long ago, whereas Yi Tianjun had been cultivating in the Yi family for over a decade, accumulating rich resources and experience. The gap formed over such a short period of 1 or 2 months couldn't be bridged immediately. But this gap wouldn't last long. Lin Mo believed he would soon catch up and surpass them. After passing the 20th level, Lin Mo chose to save his progress and did not continue further. Upon exiting the trial tower, he immediately logged into the Academy's intranet to check how many credits he had earned. Seeing 12,000 credits, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel surprised, as this was quite a significant amount for a freshman. If passing the trial tower could earn so many credits, it seemed almost too easy to accumulate them. However, upon reviewing the details, he understood why. He had overlooked the fact that as a freshman, he could earn the highest tier of credits for advancing through the trial tower. Reaching the 20th level was no easy feat for a freshman, especially since Lin Mo encountered Yi Tianjun at that level. Although others might not face Yi Tianjun, the difficulty they encountered would be similar. Freshmen would hardly stand a chance against Yi Tianjun unless they broke through to the martial master level, a milestone only a few elite students achieve in their first year. This aligns with the Academy's policy of prioritizing resources for exceptionally gifted students. Unfortunately, Lin Mo had to save progress. He sighed slightly, realizing that his 12,000 credits were not solely for passing the 20th level, but were the sum of his progress from the 1st to the 20th level. Nonetheless, Lin Mo didn't dwell on it, and went straight to the academic office to apply for entry into the depths of the mountain range. The teacher on duty at the academic office looked over Lin Mo's application form and said earnestly, "The Academy has divided the mountain range into 4 zones based on the level of danger. Given your current abilities, you can only enter the zone with the lowest danger level. However, even that area occasionally has beast general level exotic beasts. Are you sure you want to apply?" Hearing about the Academy's considerate arrangement, Lin Mo felt relieved, knowing he made the right choice in selecting this Academy. With the Academy's support, the safety of hunting exotic beasts outside greatly increased, as they would demarcate dangerous areas and eliminate overly powerful beasts. "I'm sure," Lin Mo replied without hesitation. "All right. Entry to the lowest danger zone requires a payment of 10,000 credits. Of course, once you pay, everything you acquire inside is considered your personal property. You're allowed to stay for up to a month, and the Academy will not take any items you find in the mountains," the teacher explained further. As a result, some students are willing to spend 10,000 credits to explore inside because materials or cores from exotic beasts are quite valuable, and they might even come across some rare treasures. After paying the credits, Lin Mo received a pass card and then used the credits on the Academy's online store to exchange for a storage belt. This belt, made from special materials, opens up a small space, similar to the storage rings Lin Mo read about in a popular novel from his previous life, allowing for convenient storage of items. Naturally, a storage belt is not cheap, costing Lin Mo another 5,000 credits. Thus, his 15,000 credits were quickly spent, proving the saying that money flows like water. At that moment, an angry beast roar echoed through the forest. Lin Mo turned to see a golden monkey pounding its chest and letting out a deafening roar, with violent spiritual energy rippling through the air. This was a high-level beast, soldier-grade golden ape. This powerful golden ape possesses intelligence beyond that of ordinary beast soldiers. Even high-level martial artists usually avoid crossing its path. At this moment, the golden ape is furious, having discovered a tiny intruder brazenly roaming its territory. In an instant, it launches itself into the air, appearing above Lin Mo, its massive fist, as large as a sandbag, crashing down with violent spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly activates his Vajra iron body. A pale golden light flows over his skin as he meets the attack with his own punch. Boom! The fists collide, unleashing a shockwave of spiritual energy that shatters the surrounding leaves and snaps nearby trees in half. The golden ape staggers back several steps, its eyes filled with disbelief. It had been defeated in a test of strength by a seemingly weak human. The Vajra iron body, when cultivated to mastery, indeed possesses incredible power. Lin Mo's physical strength can actually suppress the golden ape. He rotates his shoulders slightly. Although he struggled against the advanced martial artist Yi Tianjun, this golden ape is only slightly stronger than ordinary high-level martial artists, far from Yi Tianjun's level. It's a perfect opportunity for Lin Mo to practice. A flash of spiritual light appears in his hand, revealing ink and wash, the name Lin Mo gave to his weapon. The black and white spiritual energy reminded him of ink wash paintings from his past life, hence the name. He performs the sword shadow technique, his figure darting like lightning, with countless sword shadows appearing out of thin air, black and white intertwining, rushing towards the golden ape. Unwilling to be outdone, the golden ape gathers its golden spiritual energy. Its fur glows with golden light, stubbornly resisting the sword shadow technique's assault. By now, the technique's amplification is barely noticeable to Lin Mo, and it doesn't even register on his status panel. Lin Mo closes in, his mouth slightly open, unleashing a lion-like roar. The tangible sound waves disorient the golden ape. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo launches a full-force attack, combining his physical and spiritual strength, thrusting his sword straight at the golden ape's throat. The ape crashes to the ground, but Lin Mo hears no sound from the system in his mind, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, this battle was almost for nothing, but he understands that at his current level, the drop rate for killing ordinary high-level beast soldiers isn't very high. Oh well, time to continue hunting for other prey. 20 days later, Lin Mo has spent nearly 20 days in this area, looking healthy and content. During this time, he has gained a lot. If he continues for another month, he will have enough resources to quickly advance to a high-level martial artist. Just as he prepares to search for more prey, a familiar voice calls out to him. Lin Mo. He turns around to see Sun Tao. Sun Tao is no longer a beginner martial artist. He has advanced to the intermediate level. This isn't surprising, as during the martial arts entrance exam, Sun Tao was already at the peak of the beginner level. With some resources at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, reaching the intermediate level in just 2 months is expected. What puzzles Lin Mo is how Sun Tao managed to enter this place. For a freshman, 10,000 points is no small amount. Although Lin Mo easily earned credits, it was because he achieved first place in the freshman competition, earning a full 10,000 credits, and additionally, he successfully reached the 20th level of the Trial Tower, gaining an extra 12,000 points. However, for most freshmen, these accomplishments are far out of reach. Take Sun Tao, for example. Although his cultivation level is similar to Lin Mo's, his performance in the martial arts entrance exam indicated that he is just an ordinary warrior, lacking the ability to challenge beyond his level. Generally, intermediate warriors can only reach up to the 15th or 16th level of the Trial Tower, and the credits earned from these levels are not substantial. As the levels increase, the credits available for each level also gradually increase. Regarding other methods to earn credits, Lin Mo found that opportunities suitable for beginners are limited and not abundant. I have a distant relative at the academy who helped me get in, Sun Tao explained. Lin Mo thought to himself that Sun Tao must have a good relationship with this relative. After all, entering the academy requires 10,000 credits, and without a close connection, it would be difficult to secure such an opportunity. The relationship is decent. My dad went through quite a bit of trouble for me, Sun Tao said with a smile. Lin Mo understood that Sun Tao's father had likely given many gifts to that distant relative to secure Sun Tao's admission to the academy. At that moment, 3 people approached, each of them an elementary martial master, clearly senior students of the academy. Sun Tao called out to them, Brother Qin. The young man in the middle gave Lin Mo a once-over, thinking to himself, an intermediate warrior, just average among the freshmen, and didn't pay much attention. Brother Qin, this is Lin Mo, from my hometown, Sun Tao introduced them. From the same hometown? Qin Lei heard this and showed more disdain. As someone from the imperial capital, facing someone from a small base city like Donghai City, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Lin Mo, the one who got first in the freshman competition, a burly man beside him asked in surprise. First in the freshman competition? Donghai, you must be joking. How could an intermediate warrior win first place in the freshman competition? Qin Lei looked at Donghai skeptically. Humph, Qin Lei, clearly you haven't been paying attention to this year's freshman. Donghai stepped forward, enthusiastically addressing Lin Mo. Lin Mo is actually a spellcaster who used a first-level combination spell to kill a beast general-level exotic beast. In the imperial capital, spellcasters hold a much higher status. Plus, he's a genius among spellcasters, so this is a great opportunity to build a connection. A spellcaster. Qin Lei's mouth twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to be a spellcaster, and his earlier indifferent attitude now felt a bit awkward. At this moment, Donghai transmitted a message to Qin Lei using spiritual power. Isn't our target unexpectedly unavailable this time? Why not bring Lin Mo in? The power of a first-level combination spell is quite strong and could greatly benefit our operation. Qin Lei hesitated upon hearing Donghai's suggestion. Seeing his hesitation, Donghai knew there was still a chance and quickly pressed on. What are you worried about? You weren't hostile to Lin Mo just now. Being a bit aloof when you first meet is perfectly normal. The voices of Wang Hai and Qin Lei echoed urgently in Lin Mo's ears. We've each spent 10,000 credits to get in here for this goal. If we miss this chance and someone else beats us to it, it'll be a huge loss. They understood the importance of building a good relationship with a sorcerer for their future. Wang Hai's proposal was supported by Qin Lei and another friend nearby, and the three agreed on bringing Lin Mo into the plan, provided he was willing. Qin Lei thought to himself that since everyone wanted Lin Mo to join, he might as well signal his support to Wang Hai. With a smile, Wang Hai said to Lin Mo, "Brother Lin Mo, we've hit a bit of a snag, and running into you is just perfect timing. We could use your help." Lin Mo asked, puzzled, "What kind of help?" Wang Hai explained, "I recently discovered a cave in this area where spiritual herbs grow, but there's a violent demon ape with the strength of a junior beast general inside, along with some beast soldiers. We couldn't handle them at the time, so we retreated to enlist your help." Wang Hai continued, "We plan to go in together and have Sun Tao keep watch to ensure we aren't caught." His words revealed their plan and their hope for Lin Mo's involvement. Lin Mo pondered, "Would 4 of us be enough?" He asked, "What else do you need me to do?" Wang Hai replied with a wry smile, "In theory, it should be enough, but when we checked, we found that the violent demon ape had advanced to a mid-level beast general. Even the 3 of us together can't handle it. We'd like you to set up a combination spell to deal with it." Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if his combination spell could subdue the violent demon ape. He knew that the maximum power of his spell was only at the level of a junior beast general. Wang Hai quickly added, "We don't need to defeat it completely, just inflict some damage. With the 3 of us working together, there's still a chance." Lin Mo was somewhat swayed, as he wasn't particularly interested in the spiritual herbs, but the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the ape might bring substantial rewards. Sensing Lin Mo's hesitation, Wang Hai quickly added, "Among those spiritual herbs, I saw a Qinghun herb, which should be very beneficial for you." At the mention of the Qinghun herb, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. This rare herb could significantly enhance mental strength, allowing him to reach the level of a junior sorcerer. Finally, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. "All right, we can work together." With that, they shook hands, marking the beginning of their collaboration. Lin Mo followed Wang Hai and Qin Lei for about 10 minutes until they finally reached the entrance of a valley. In the valley, there were over 20 beast soldiers wandering around. However, the most attention-grabbing sight was a cave deep within the valley, where a massive dark red ape, as tall as a 2-story building, resided. This was the intermediate beast general violent demon ape. Lin Mo sensed its presence and noted that it seemed somewhat unstable, confirming Wang Hai and the others' judgment that the violent demon ape had just recently broken through to the intermediate beast general level. The valley contained 2 high-level beast soldiers, 8 mid-level beast soldiers, and 14 low-level beast soldiers, all of which Wang Hai carefully counted. They believed that these beast soldiers wouldn't be too challenging to handle. The real threat was the violent demon ape. Once they made a move, the violent demon ape would not stand by idly and watch them slaughter its subordinates. Qin Lei frowned slightly, knowing that even with the 3 of them working together, they were no match for the violent demon ape. Adding the numerous beast soldiers to the equation would make the situation even more unfavorable. At this point, Lin Mo asked, "How long can the 3 of you hold off the violent demon ape?" Qin Lei pondered for a moment before replying, "If it's just holding it off, we can manage to entangle it for at least half an hour." He had some confidence in their abilities. Although the 3 of them combined were not a match for the violent demon ape, they were students of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, with combat prowess slightly above their peers, so they could manage to entangle the ape. "All right then, I'll take on the 2 high-level and 8 mid-level beast soldiers. Sun Tao, you handle the remaining 14 low-level beast soldiers," Lin Mo said decisively. Sun Tao nodded, indicating he had no issue with that, as he was also a mid-level martial artist, more than capable of dealing with low-level beast soldiers. However, Wang Hai and Qin Lei still harbored doubts. Lin Mo was only a mid-level martial artist. Could he really handle all those beast soldiers? Even a spellcaster would find it challenging to deal with so many enemies at once. Noticing their concern, Lin Mo reassured them with a firm tone, "Don't worry. Just focus on holding off the violent demon ape. Once I've dealt with these beast soldiers, I'll come to support you." Seeing Lin Mo's confidence, Wang Hai and Qin Lei refrained from further comments. At this moment, a watering sword appeared in Lin Mo's hand, prompting admiration from Wang Hai and the others. "What a fine sword," they exclaimed, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the ink, indicating it was a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons aren't ordinary. They're crafted from special materials and techniques, making them quite valuable. Despite their envy, the 3 remained focused. Though they were deep in the mountains, they were still within the territory of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy and could not act recklessly. The academy had encountered similar incidents before and resolved them in less than a day. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater one's abilities that others might not comprehend. What seems perfect to the strong can appear flawed to others. Once their plan was agreed upon, 5 streams of spiritual energy surged from the valley, and 5 figures darted toward it. Donghai and his 2 companions bypassed the group of beast soldiers and proactively engaged the violent demon ape. The ape, provoked by their challenge, let out an ear-splitting roar and swung its sharp claws at them. Being novice martial artists, Donghai and the others easily dodged and launched a coordinated attack with their weapons. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, with his weapon in hand, navigated skillfully among the mid-level beast soldiers. His black and white spiritual energy swirled as he deftly sidestepped one beast, then swiftly sliced through another. In mere seconds, the beast he'd passed was cleaved in two, blood splattering around. Lin Mo moved seamlessly among the beasts, his agile footwork preventing any from getting close. Each strike either severely wounded or killed a mid-level beast soldier. However, soon 2 high-level beast soldiers charged at him. Facing these 2 high-level beasts, Lin Mo steadied himself and took a step forward, unleashing a lion-like roar. His spiritual and mental energy waves rippled outward, sending the beasts tumbling back, dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo lunged forward, his black and white sword energy dispatching both high-level beasts. As time went on, Lin Mo, like a butcher, swiftly dealt with the surrounding mid-level beast soldiers. While battling the violent demon ape, Donghai and his companions kept an eye on Lin Mo's fight, astonished at how effortlessly he handled the beast soldiers, their hearts secretly awed. Lin Mo glanced at Sun Tao, who, despite being surrounded by a dozen low-level beast soldiers, was managing well, and decided not to intervene. He sheathed his weapon, formed hand seals, and skillfully executed complex incantations. Soon, the first spell was completed, and he moved on to the second. When Lin Mo successfully set up 3 spells, the violent demon ape noticed his movements. Beast generals with some intelligence sensed Lin Mo's threat and retreated to a cave, retrieving a menacing bone spike club, which emanated strong spiritual energy, clearly belonging to a beast general. Donghai marveled at the intelligence of ape-like beasts, noting their ability to craft weapons from the bones of other beasts. Don't just stand there marveling. Its target is Lin Mo. Stop it at all costs. Qinlei shouted. The violent demon ape swung its club, infused with tremendous spiritual energy and a nauseating stench of blood, sweeping towards them. The ape's power had increased drastically, overpowering Donghai and his companions. Alarmed, Donghai shouted, "This is bad. The ape possesses a bloodline. It's burning its bloodline." As the ape swung its club again, the trio felt a massive impact, sending them flying back 100 meters. Donghai shouted towards Lin Mo, "Watch out." At the same time, the violent demon ape leaped high, club raised to strike Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked up, completed his hand seals, and with a smile, snapped his fingers, activating the combined spell. A deep voice resonated as 3 spells composed of countless lines of spiritual energy simultaneously activated in front of Lin Mo. The violent demon ape, which had leapt high into the air, suddenly felt an intense gravitational force, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, causing it to lose its balance in midair and crash to the ground in a rather awkward manner, resembling a dog eating dirt. At the same time, the sound of an elephant's trumpet echoed from the spell, and a dark golden giant elephant emerged, with spiritual energy surging wildly within the valley. The giant elephant let out a skyward roar and stomped heavily on the ground. On the other side, a light imprint about a meter wide took shape, descending almost simultaneously with the dark golden elephant's leg. Boom! Violent spiritual energy rippled outward, sending debris flying and dust rising, as Lin Mo swiftly retreated to a safe distance. The power of this spell was daunting. Qinlei and his companions felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that survival in the center of this spell was nearly impossible. Despite the spell's immense power, Donghai remained calm and analyzed that it could not directly kill the violent demon ape. As the dust gradually settled, the silhouette of the violent demon ape became faintly visible, and the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy. Green Leaf Slash, 9 Heavens Sword Shadow, and Iron Mountain Hammer 3 spiritual techniques erupted in an instant, directing a mighty force towards the violent demon ape. The ape let out a roar reminiscent of ancient times, revealing its body covered in wounds and bloodstains, clearly having paid a heavy price to withstand the previous spell. At this moment, the violent demon ape was furious, the rare severe injury unbearable. Facing the attack from Qinlei and his companions, it swung its bone club, enveloped in dark red spiritual energy, fiercely towards the 3 spiritual techniques. Boom! Another intense collision resounded, and the residual waves of violent spiritual energy spread out, causing cracks to appear in the ground beneath the violent demon ape. The confrontation between the 2 forces tipped the balance in favor of Qinlei and his companions as the ape's injuries took their toll. The pressure from the 3 spiritual techniques caused the violent demon ape's body to gradually sink, and finally, one leg half-knelt on the ground, struggling. At that moment, the violent demon ape let out an enraged roar, dark red flames igniting all over its body, a sign of its bloodline burning to the extreme. Although this would leave it weakened, the violent demon ape could not care less at this point, and the burning power allowed it to straighten its body once more. With a fierce exertion, the violent demon ape shattered Qin Lei and his companions' spiritual techniques, sending their bodies flying. Yet, after this strike, the ape staggered a few steps in place. Just then, Lin Mo made his move, his body shimmering with a faint golden light, surrounded by black and white spiritual energy, swiftly approaching the violent demon ape. Clang! Lin Mo's sword struck the ape's bone club, causing its body to stagger back once more. Lin Mo's indifferent voice rang out. It seems that burning your bloodline to the extreme has cost you too much strength. Lin Mo pushed his bloodline to its limits, leaving him even weaker than if he were gravely injured. He unleashed his spirit technique, Lion's Roar, which sent shockwaves rapidly outward. Simultaneously, his sword gleamed like a rainbow, striking the already weakened demon ape. Under the relentless assault, the demon ape was finally decapitated, and Lin Mo successfully slew it, earning a silver treasure chest. In Lin Mo's consciousness space, two silver treasure chests appeared, one radiantly glowing, the other dull. The radiant chest was clearly the reward for defeating the demon ape, while the dull one was from the earlier beast soldier skirmish. With a thought, Lin Mo opened both chests, gaining 30 enlightenment fragments, 50 low-level spirit beads, and 10 portions of body tempering paste. Lin Mo was quite satisfied with his haul. Cough, cough. Brother Lin Mo, you truly hide your skills well. Not only are you proficient in curses, but your martial prowess is equally impressive. Qin Lei, Donghai, and another martial artist approached, coughing and filled with joy, showing no resentment despite Lin Mo taking the final strike. To them, the death of the demon ape was all that mattered. After the battle, Sun Tao finally dealt with his opponent. The four regrouped and decided to explore the cave for spirit herbs. Inside, they found over a dozen herbs, each emitting a faint glow. However, Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on a spirit herb on the cave wall, radiating a bluish light clear soul grass. You all know my goal. I only want this clear soul grass, Lin Mo stated, pointing at it. Although there were many herbs, the clear soul grass was undoubtedly the most valuable. Brother Lin Mo, this clear soul grass isn't much use to us. You can have it, Donghai said with a smile. Although it was precious, Lin Mo only wanted one, leaving the rest for them to share reasonably. After dividing the herbs, Donghai and the others conferred and handed a herb to Sun Tao. Sun Tao, this is for you, Donghai said. I'm fine with just gaining some experience and a few beast cores. Sun Tao was surprised and delighted to receive a share of the herbs. You helped keep watch and clear the beast soldiers, so you deserve this, Donghai insisted, handing the herb to Sun Tao. Qin Lei added, take it, Sun Tao, you earned it. Thank you, Sun Tao nodded happily, knowing he received the herb partly due to Lin Mo's influence. During the cleanup, Lin Mo did not claim any materials or cores from the beasts. In return, Donghai and the others transferred some money to Lin Mo as compensation. Lin Mo accepted gladly, as he wasn't exactly wealthy. With the journey nearing its end, Lin Mo's gains were enough to support his advancement to a high-level martial artist. He chose to return to the academy, with the first order of business being to consume the clear soul grass, ultimately elevating himself to a true novice spellcaster. Lin Mo's mental strength had already reached the limit of an apprentice spellcaster. According to the normal training process, he could have been promoted to a junior spellcaster in the near future. Now, with the help of the Qinghun grass, his breakthrough became effortless. Although his mental strength met the standards of a junior spellcaster, this did not mean he had already become one. To be recognized as a junior spellcaster, two conditions must be met. First, mental strength must reach the junior spellcaster standard. Second, one must be able to cast a level 2 spell. Only by meeting both conditions can one be recognized as a junior spellcaster. At this point, Lin Mo's mental strength was up to standard, and his spellcasting skills were sufficient to deploy a level 2 spell, but he lacked the corresponding level 2 spell. So, he decided to contact his mentor, Tensini. Upon receiving Lin Mo's message, Tensini was somewhat surprised. Although she had already calculated that Lin Mo could elevate his mental strength to a junior spellcaster within a few months, the speed exceeded her expectations. Come to my office, she replied. When Lin Mo arrived at the office, Tensini first tested his mental strength and confirmed that he had indeed reached the level of a junior spellcaster. You're faster than I expected, she said in surprise, as her calculations had indicated he wouldn't reach this level until the end of the year. I used Qinghun grass, so I advanced earlier, Lin Mo admitted. Qinghun grass, that explains it, Tensini realized. I know why you're here. No need to say it. Here are 5 scrolls of level 2 spells. I'm giving you more so you won't have to keep coming back, she said, handing him the scrolls. No credits needed? Lin Mo asked with a smile. No, the dean has already informed me, she replied. Thank you, teacher. I'll be on my way, Lin Mo said, taking the scrolls and preparing to leave. Wait, Tensini called after him. What is it, he asked. Once you've mastered the level 2 spells, let me know. I'll take you to the junior spellcaster assessment, Tensini explained. Why is there an assessment for junior spellcasters? Lin Mo asked, puzzled, thinking that learning the spells should be enough without another assessment. After the assessment, you'll receive an electronic certificate as a junior spellcaster, which is the state's recognition of your status, Tensini explained, adding, once you pass the assessment, my teaching task for the year will be complete. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, realizing she wanted him to help her complete her teaching task. All right, he agreed, then left the office. After leaving the office, Lin Mo put the scrolls into his storage belt. He didn't return to his dorm immediately, but instead planned to visit the library to exchange for 2 more spiritual skills. Lin Mo felt he was lacking in offensive techniques. Although he used a sword, the 2 swordsmanship skills he currently mastered were basic and no longer beneficial to him, to the point they didn't even appear on his attribute panel. In the coming time, he would devote himself entirely to training, including cultivation, spiritual skills, and spells. Before that, he needed to find the right spiritual skills. He already had the spells, and now he just needed the spiritual skills. Lin Mo went to the library and headed straight to the spiritual skills section on the 2nd floor, where he chose Clevel spiritual skills. Lin Mo had mastered the Dlevel spiritual skill to perfection and decided to move on to Clevel skills. In the Clevel skill area, the number of square seals on the metal platforms was noticeably fewer than in the Dlevel area, indicating the rarity of Clevel skills. Lin Mo aimed to acquire a swordsmanship-type offensive skill this time, so he didn't face much difficulty in making his choice. He first noticed a Clevel skill called Heavenly Net Sword Formation, an offensive and entrapment skill that could both attack and confine opponents. Lin Mo found this skill appealing and picked up the seal. He continued to browse through the Clevel area and was soon drawn to the text on another seal. It was the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword, a skill requiring spiritual power of 2 different attributes, with their strengths needing to be relatively balanced. If one is Yin and the other Yang, the skill's power could exceed the Clevel limit. Delighted, as this matched his own attributes perfectly, Lin Mo eagerly took this seal as well. After making his selections, Lin Mo went to the library's front desk with the 2 seals and found the same old man from his last visit still there. Lin Mo handed the seals to the old man, who asked in surprise, young man, didn't you just come last month to exchange for 3 skills? Here you are again. Taking the seals, the old man chuckled and said, Clevel skills, huh? A mid-level warrior daring to train in Clevel skills. Young man, are you just trying to use up your credits? Lin Mo was impressed by the old man's memory. The old man casually inquired, how's the Vajra iron body from last time coming along? Lin Mo replied, going quite well. The old man further asked, what level have you reached? Lin Mo confidently responded, proficient. Hearing this, a glint appeared in the old man's eyes, and an indescribable aura emanated from him, startling Lin Mo. The old man said, young man, although I'm just a librarian, I do have some connections within the academy. It's not wise to play tricks on me. Upon confirming Lin Mo's mastery of the Vajra iron body, the old man showed a look of surprise, and then led Lin Mo to the 6th floor of the library, a place usually reserved for the academy's instructors. The old man brought Lin Mo to a platform made of an unknown material, on which lay a damaged jade tube. He asked, do you know what this jade tube records? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and guessed, the jade tube records the indestructible body from an ancient civilization. The old man nodded in satisfaction, not too shabby. Indeed, this jade tube contains the secrets of the indestructible body unearthed from an ancient civilization. As expected, it was indeed the indestructible Vajra body. Even though Lin Mo had already suspected it, hearing the elder confirm it left him in awe. The indestructible Vajra body was an ancient physical cultivation technique from a bygone civilization. Lin Mo wasn't fully aware of its immense power, but he knew that his current Vajra iron bone body was derived from a fragment of this technique. The elder hadn't brought him here just to let him glimpse the indestructible Vajra body. Lin Mo speculated that the elder must have noticed his unique bone structure and intended to teach him the technique. This thought filled him with excitement. The indestructible Vajra body had been dormant for years, with countless attempts at cultivation ending in failure. The elder's sigh as he rubbed the jade tube suggested that the issue wasn't with mastering the technique, but the slow pace of cultivation. In the present world of Blue Star, there was no complete system for physical cultivation, unlike the ancient civilizations that had specialized systems with custom-made potions and ointments. Almost no one pursued physical cultivation now, and those with a natural gift for it were extremely rare. The elder's gaze made Lin Mo's heart race, reinforcing his belief. The elder truly intended to pass the indestructible Vajra body to him. The elder slowly said, the fact that you've mastered the Vajra iron bone body so quickly shows you have a 9 million talent for physical cultivation. Lin Mo silently thought to himself, they really are jumping to conclusions. He knew his abilities weren't due to some mythical warrior bloodline, but rather the system he had. Still, he was happy to let others attribute it to a warrior's lineage, saving him the trouble of hiding and explaining. I see you have an extraordinary bone structure, a true genius in physical cultivation. The elder's familiar words made Lin Mo's heart beat faster, indicating that he was indeed about to teach him an exceptional technique. However, the elder's next words left Lin Mo stunned. This Vajra cultivation technique, it's yours for 30,000 credits. What? It actually costs credits? And 30,000 at that. Lin Mo exclaimed internally, realizing he couldn't afford 30,000 credits. The elder looked at him impassively and said, the academy has its rules. 30,000 credits is already a special exception considering your unique talent. Under normal circumstances, it's not even available for 30,000 credits. Lin Mo understood that the indestructible Vajra body was so significant that other students couldn't even exchange for it, and 30,000 credits was indeed a huge exception and a generous offer. Nonetheless, he felt an urgency and frustration. He had refined the Vajra iron bone body to its peak, and its future utility would diminish, necessitating a stronger technique, of which the indestructible Vajra body was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Mo was facing the daunting challenge of needing 300,000 credits, and couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. The indestructible Vajra body before him was like a priceless treasure, and giving it up was no easy matter. It felt as painful as cutting off a piece of his own flesh. He smiled slightly and took a few steps closer to the elder, asking gently, Teacher, is there any way you could let me take it on credit? I could take the Vajra body back to practice now and pay the 300,000 credits later. With your high standing in the academy, you could easily deal with me if I defaulted. You've said yourself that I have extraordinary potential, and it would be a waste not to seize this opportunity. Practicing this will greatly enhance my strength, and once I'm stronger, earning credits won't be an issue. The elder couldn't help but smile at Lin Mo's words. Though he was amused, he did not refuse. Clearly, he had brought Lin Mo here with the hope that he would practice. So he said, taking it on credit is possible, considering your remarkable talent, but you can't delay too long. You must repay the 300,000 credits by the end of this academic year. Lin Mo thought about bargaining further, but seeing the elder's expression, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, by the end of this academic year it is. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said to Lin Mo, the method for practicing the Vajra body can't be taken away. You need to receive it directly. Lin Mo stepped forward and placed his hand on the jade tube, and instantly, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Images of small figures performing various movements appeared in his mind. This profound legacy was indescribable in words and could only be conveyed through such an impression. After a few minutes, Lin Mo removed his hand from the jade tube, his eyes filled with awe and joy. The power of the Vajra body exceeded his expectations, and even though only 4 partial layers were available, mastering them would allow his physical body to withstand attacks from a martial arts grandmaster. Thank you for your support, teacher. May I know your name? Lin Mo asked respectfully. He understood that although the Vajra body required credits for exchange, the elder clearly wanted to nurture him. For such a powerful Vajra body, 300,000 credits were almost a symbolic fee. Just an old man. You can call me Elder Mo, the elder replied, unconcerned about titles, and waved his hand, indicating that Lin Mo could leave. Lin Mo bowed again and turned to leave. As Lin Mo descended the stairs, a figure emerged from a corner he hadn't noticed. If Lin Mo were there, he would have recognized this person as the white-haired middle-aged man he had seen upon entering the academy, one of the vice principals of the 9 provinces martial academy. The white-haired man sighed. It seems Elder Mo has high hopes for this young man, granting him the Vajra body. He knew well that Elder Mo's judgment was extremely discerning, and the Vajra body could only be passed on by him. Even as a vice principal, he had no authority to access it. I don't let others practice the Vajra body, not because I don't want to, but because our Blue Star lacks a comprehensive body refinement system. Unless someone is exceptionally gifted, practicing it is just a waste of time. I am an example of this. Elder Mo sighed. Without systematic teaching and medicinal support, even those with some talent can only reach the 2nd layer of the Vajra body at most. Even with extraordinary talent, there are countless obstacles on this path. The white-haired man remained silent, knowing well how brilliant the elder's talent had once been, yet he too had been hindered by the path of body refinement. After leaving the library, Lin Mo's face was glowing with excitement, and he was in an exceptionally good mood. He had initially gone there to find a couple of spiritual techniques, but unexpectedly, he caught the attention of a master who taught him the Vajra indestructible body. The only thing that troubled him was the requirement to accumulate 300,000 credits within the academic year. This was no small feat, considering that freshmen typically earn barely a fraction of that amount in their first year, aside from the monthly basic credits. Moreover, when Old Mo mentioned the end of the academic year, he was referring to the first year of Lin Mo's enrollment, not a full calendar year. With 3 months already passed, Lin Mo had only 9 months left. Despite this, Lin Mo didn't let it disrupt his plans. He decided to focus on enhancing his strength first, knowing that only with greater power could he earn more credits. During the day, he dedicated himself to the cultivation of spiritual power, techniques, and spells, while at night, he immersed himself in medicinal baths to absorb the potency of the herbs. At this moment, Lin Mo assumed a peculiar posture, thoroughly enjoying the nourishment of the medicinal bath. After acquiring the Vajra indestructible body, Lin Mo did some research and discovered that the iron bone body was a derived version of the first layer of the Vajra indestructible body. In simple terms, the iron bone body was a simplified version. Mastering the iron bone body to its peak made one's physical strength slightly superior to a beginner martial artist, but still weaker compared to an intermediate martial artist. However, mastering the first layer of the Vajra indestructible body allowed one's physical strength to rival that of an advanced martial artist. Lin Mo speculated that the iron bone body was placed in the level spiritual technique area to test the innate talent of those suitable for the Vajra indestructible body. Due to the high difficulty of cultivating the Vajra indestructible body and the scarcity of required resources like medicinal liquids or ointments on Blue Star, the talent requirement was naturally very strict. Even those with talent might find cultivating the iron bone body a waste of time, so it was crucial to find exceptionally gifted practitioners. Lin Mo's successful passage through the iron bone body test was a clear indication of his potential. Although the Vajra indestructible body was challenging to cultivate, Lin Mo found it not too daunting. He gradually realized that the difficulty of physical cultivation on Blue Star stemmed from two main reasons: the lack of a specialized cultivation system, forcing practitioners to rely on self-exploration with little guidance from predecessors, and the scarcity of resources to aid in physical cultivation. However, these weren't significant issues for Lin Mo. Despite the absence of prior experiences, he had his own insights. As for resources, his treasure chest could yield materials like body tempering ointment to aid in cultivation. With the foundation of the iron bone body, Lin Mo's speed in cultivating the first layer of the Vajra indestructible body was remarkably fast. In about half a month, he reached the great accomplishment stage. Strictly speaking, the Vajra indestructible body is a technique, so it doesn't have distinct levels like spiritual techniques. Each layer of the Vajra indestructible body has only 3 stages: initial, great, and perfect. When Lin Mo reached the great stage, he noticed a significant slowdown in his cultivation speed, indicating that the foundation provided by the iron bone body had been fully utilized. It's impossible for Lin Mo to perfect the Vajra indestructible body in a short time, and he is well aware of this. Although he possesses comprehension fragments, physical cultivation cannot be improved through understanding alone. The Vajra indestructible body can be likened to a towering mountain, and Lin Mo is the climber who must take one step at a time to reach the summit. The comprehension fragments serve to carve a path to the peak, but each step on this path must be taken by him personally. Realizing that he cannot perfect the first layer of the Vajra indestructible body in the short term, Lin Mo decides to shift his focus to the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword. After a few days of exploration, he gradually grasps the method of cultivating the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword. At this moment, Lin Mo opens his palm, and black spiritual power surges like a tide, instantly chilling the surrounding air and causing the ground to freeze. Simultaneously, white spiritual power emerges, exuding a pure and vigorous aura. Lin Mo intertwines the black and white spiritual forces, harmonizing them like a taiji symbol. As he continues to infuse spiritual power, this fusion reaches its peak, and lightning flashes forth. This lightning seems both yin and yang, cycling endlessly, as if containing boundless power. Lin Mo brings his fingers together to form a sword and slices forward with force. With a loud boom, the ground ahead shatters, and intense spiritual energy ripples outward. However, executing this strike leaves Lin Mo feeling the depletion of his spiritual power. Although his spiritual power's quantity and quality surpass those of a mid-level warrior, it is still insufficient to fully wield a clever spiritual technique. It seems it's time to prepare for a cultivation breakthrough. 7 days later, Lin Mo sits cross-legged in the training room. After 7 days of preparation, his spiritual power is on the verge of breaking through. At this moment, he forms seals with his hands, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with his breaths. Sensing that he is in peak condition, he silently recites, "Refine 10 low-grade spirit beads." As soon as he wills it, a vast energy erupts within him, flooding his entire body like a roaring dragon, threatening to burst him apart. With a solemn expression, Lin Mo operates the Candle Dragon refinement technique, guiding the rampant energy into his spiritual palace. Under the refinement of the Candle Dragon refinement technique, this energy transforms into strands of spiritual power, fully entering his spiritual palace. As the spiritual power accumulates, Lin Mo's momentum gradually rises, but a bottleneck in his cultivation blocks his progress at a certain point. He swiftly forms hand seals, changing gestures, utilizing the candle dragon refinement technique to refine the energy and break through the bottleneck. When the energy is refined to a certain extent, it crashes forward like a mighty river, finally breaking through the barrier between mid-level and high-level warriors. Lin Mo's momentum instantly soars, filling the entire training room. He opens his eyes, a relaxed smile on his lips, having finally broken through to become a high-level warrior. At this moment, Lin Mo checks his status panel. Host, Lin Mo, cultivation, high-level warrior, weapon. Spiritual weapon can enhance main spiritual techniques, specializations. Lion's Roar Soul Suppression, Shadow Step, Yin Yang Thunder Sword Minor Accomplishment, can be enhanced. Heavenly Net Sword Formation Minor Accomplishment, can be enhanced. Cultivation Techniques, Candle Dragon Refinement Technique, Vajra Indestructible Body. Seeing that two clever spiritual techniques are at minor accomplishment, Lin Mo shakes his head helplessly, as his previous cultivation level restricted his ability to practice spiritual techniques. Now, having broken through to a high-level warrior, he decides to take the Junior Spellcaster Assessment. Although he hasn't taken the Junior Spellcaster Assessment before, it wasn't because he hadn't mastered level 2 spells, but because he didn't want to interrupt his cultivation rhythm. However, Tansini mentioned that passing the Junior Spellcaster Assessment could earn him 20,000 school credits, prompting Lin Mo to consider taking the assessment. The evaluation for a regular sorcerer title is typically conducted by a specialized government department. However, the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, being one of the top 2 martial arts academies, has a dedicated sorcery department with many sorcerers on staff, granting it the authority to conduct its own evaluations. These evaluations usually take place at the end of each month, and eligible students can register to participate. After Lin Mo informed Tansini that he could undergo the evaluation, Tansini applied for the Junior Sorcerer evaluation for him. Besides Lin Mo, 2 other third-year students were also applying for this evaluation. As she led Lin Mo to the evaluation venue, Tansini explained the process to him. Soon, they arrived outside a large hall where several senior students were maintaining order. Tansini didn't have to wait long before noticing a couple approaching, evidently in a relationship. The girl asked, "Ms. Tan, are you supervising this evaluation?" Tansini shook her head and replied, "No, I'm here to accompany my student Lin Mo for his Junior Sorcerer evaluation." Lin Mo? The one rumored to be the most talented freshman in the sorcery department this year. The male student exclaimed in surprise. With relatively few students in the sorcery department, any public news quickly spread throughout the academy. The female student also covered her mouth in shock, her eyes full of astonishment. Tansini went on to introduce them. "Lin Mo, let me introduce you to your senior classmates. This is Lin Shi, and this is Meng Qi." She had mentored these underclassmen when she was a student at the academy. Lin Mo smiled at them, and they smiled back, still showing signs of surprise and amazement. Achieving the status of a junior sorcerer within just a few months of enrollment could potentially set a record at the Jojo Martial Arts Academy. Even Senior Tan, who was hailed as a prodigy in the sorcery department, became a junior sorcerer only in her second year. It seemed the senior students automatically dismissed the possibility of Lin Mo failing the evaluation today. Tansini's personal accompaniment suggested that Lin Mo was almost certain to succeed. As the evaluation time arrived, the 3 of them entered the hall. The spacious and bright hall had 3 tables and chairs at the front, each occupied by a sorcery department mentor. The hall was also equipped with surveillance to prevent any cheating. Lin Mo recognized only one of the mentors, the old man Yu, while the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. A young man taking the junior sorcerer evaluation just a few months after enrollment. "This is a first for the academy," remarked the elegantly dressed woman in black sitting next to you, looking at Lin Mo with interest. Next to the old man sat a stern-looking middle-aged mentor, who sat upright and scanned Lin Mo with his mental power, thinking to himself, "This kid's mental strength is probably at the level of a junior sorcerer." It's clear that Tansini brought him here for the level 2 spell assessment. The old man lazily reclined in his chair, and after a while, he spoke. "The assessment for a junior sorcerer is quite simple. As long as you can set up a level 2 spell, you pass. However, you only get one chance. Failure means you won't pass. In combat, no one gives sorcerers a second chance, so the assessment is strict and must be completed in one go. Any questions? If not, let's begin the assessment." As soon as the old man finished speaking, 3 waves of mental power quickly spread in the center of the hall, and the 3 started concentrating their spell patterns simultaneously. Lin Mo's speed in gathering spell patterns was incredibly fast. He completed 180 spell patterns in just 2 seconds. Then, with a wave of his hand, he interwove beams of spiritual energy to connect these patterns, and the spell began to operate in the hall. So fast, the 2 other examiners were stunned. Lin Mo had already successfully set up the spell, while they hadn't even finished condensing their spell patterns. The old man and the other 2 were also taken aback, taking a second to react. The elegantly dressed woman covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "That speed is incredible." The stern middle-aged man showed a rare expression of admiration. Lin Mo's ability to set up a level 2 spell so swiftly demonstrated his profound skill in this area. Although their speed was faster than Lin Mo's, his current level couldn't be overlooked. Tan Xini was surprised by Lin Mo's speed, but she had gradually gotten used to his astonishing performances. The other two examiners, though much slower, also successfully set up their spells and earned the title of junior sorcerers. Lin Mo's credits instantly increased by 20,000. After the assessment, Lin Mo didn't choose to rest. Instead, he planned to delve into the mountains again to gather resources for advancing to warrior level. This time, he chose an area with a higher danger level than before, where beast soldiers were more densely populated, and there were quite a few beast generals, but no beast leaders. Lin Mo thought that without the threat of beast leaders, the danger was significantly reduced. Despite this, he felt a bit reluctant, as this area required 20,000 credits, meaning his newly gained credits would be spent immediately. The target of 300,000 credits still seemed far away. Shortly after Lin Mo entered the area, Tan Xini, who was studying spells, suddenly received a message. Her device indicated that members of the outer sect had infiltrated the mountains behind the academy. Tan Xini immediately stood up, her expression turning serious. The Relic Development Bureau reported that an undercover agent had stolen confidential information, was severely injured during the escape, and was carrying a locator-equipped safe. Currently, it was detected that he had fled to the mountains behind the academy. The academy required all available mentors to start a search immediately. How is this possible? The academy's defenses are extremely tight. How could he bypass them and enter the depths of the mountains directly? Tan Xini was puzzled. The defenses of the 9 provinces martial academy were stringent, unless... She suddenly thought of a possibility, her expression growing more serious. Other than having an accomplice within the academy, she couldn't think of another possibility. The academy's suspicion was the same, but the mole was unlikely to expose themselves, only secretly providing assistance. Another mentor sighed. Finding the mole in such a situation won't be easy. At that moment, Tan Xini realized that the martial master from the outer sect had already entered the depths of the mountains. She suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had mentioned going to the depths of the mountains for training after the junior sorcerer assessment. She quickly asked, how much strength does that undercover agent have left after being severely injured? According to the Relic Development Bureau's description, that undercover agent's current strength is roughly at the level of a junior martial master. Severely injured and poisoned, he must divert some spiritual energy to suppress the toxin, so his combat power is only slightly stronger than an intermediate warrior, another mentor replied. All right, I have to go. I'm heading to the depths of the mountains right away. Tan Xini quickly hung up and immediately contacted Lin Mo. Lin Mo had already set his sights on a target and was about to make his move when his communicator suddenly buzzed with an urgent message from Tan Xini. An urgent message meant something important was happening. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. Usually, no one would use the urgent contact unless it was crucial. Reluctantly, he abandoned his target and answered Tan Xini's call. Lin Mo, a martial arts master from the Celestial Sect, has breached the mountains behind the academy. Where are you right now? Tan Xini asked immediately. What? A martial arts master from the Celestial Sect is here? Lin Mo was startled and puzzled about why someone from the Celestial Sect would come here. Tan Xini gave him a brief explanation of the situation, but Lin Mo focused on the words seriously injured. A seriously injured martial arts master? Is there a chance we can take him down? Lin Mo's heart raced at the thought. A martial arts master could drop a golden treasure chest if defeated. Normally, with his current strength, he wouldn't have a chance, but with the master being injured, there might be a glimmer of hope. Of course, it depended on how severe the injuries were, as even with serious injuries, a martial arts master could still be formidable. Return to the academy immediately. Tan Xini commanded firmly, urging Lin Mo. Return to the academy now? I spent 20,000 credits to get here, and I haven't even started hunting yet. Lin Mo was dismayed. 20,000 credits was no small amount. The academy has already sent out a message online. If you return now, they will refund your credits. Tan Xini continued to urge. Helplessly, Lin Mo prepared to head back to the academy. On his way back, he suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was a fight between two humans, and Lin Mo could clearly tell it was a battle between humans, which was unusual, as fights like this rarely occurred among students within the academy. He moved stealthily towards the edge of the battlefield, his eyes narrowing. In a clearing, a small, elderly man dressed in black was attacking Yanzhu. Yanzhu had recently advanced to a martial practitioner, which was expected, given his position as third on the freshman leaderboard. Even after breaking through to a junior martial practitioner, Yanzhu's strength was impressive, and his combat power exceeded that of ordinary junior practitioners. However, his opponent made Lin Mo's heart skip a beat. The old man exuded an aura distinct from a martial practitioner, was a martial arts master. Lin Mo was shocked. If he guessed correctly, This old man was the celestial sect member Tansini had mentioned. However, the old man's condition appeared dire. Despite seemingly having the upper hand against Yen Zhu and nearing victory, it was important to remember that he was a martial arts master. Normally, a martial arts master should easily overpower a junior practitioner. Lin Mo keenly noticed that the old man's face and neck were tinged with a dark aura, indicating he was poisoned. Lin Mo immediately understood that the old man was not only seriously injured but also heavily poisoned, consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy to suppress the toxin. Girl, stop resisting. If you want to blame someone, blame your seniors for trying to stop me and making me angry, the old man said coldly. The old man's face was lecherous and menacing. Originally, he had planned to smoothly infiltrate the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, using an insider's guidance to slip through the mountain range undetected. However, along the way, he encountered several students from the academy, all of whom had reached the level of martial arts masters, clearly elite veterans of the institution. To escape their pursuit, the old man was forced to use a forbidden technique from the celestial sect, barely managing to flee, which exacerbated his already severe injuries. At this critical moment, he ran into Yanzhu. The relentless pursuit had left him feeling increasingly oppressed and violent. Seeing Yanzhu, who was merely a novice martial artist and a student of the academy, his pent-up rage exploded. He thought of brutally killing Yanzhu to vent his anger, as it wouldn't take much time. Bang! Another powerful clash sent Yanzhu flying, blood spewing from her mouth. It was clear that the old man was beyond her ability to contend with. Lin Mo, witnessing this, realized he couldn't stand by any longer. If he continued to watch, Yanzhu might be killed. As the old man pressed his advantage, Lin Mo darted forward, his sword gleaming as he confronted the old man Heaton. Boom! Two streams of spiritual energy collided in the clearing, spreading wildly. Lin Mo was pushed back several dozen steps, while the old man only retreated 2 steps. Truly a martial arts master, even severely injured and needing to expend most of his energy suppressing the toxins within, he still retained such formidable strength. Lin Mo couldn't help but be impressed. Lin Mo. Yanzhu saw Lin Mo's figure, and her face lit up with joy. Lin Mo, however, didn't waste words, instead pushing her aside with his hand. Go now. Finding a mentor is the best way to resolve this, he urged sternly. Yanzhu was moved but reluctant to leave Lin Mo behind. Yet, under his stern gaze, she eventually turned and left. In her current state, she couldn't help Lin Mo, and the best course was to seek a mentor, as Lin Mo suggested. Trying to leave? The old man didn't want Yanzhu to bring a mentor from the academy. Lin Mo blocked his path and pulled out a piece of spiritual herb emitting a blue glow and a refreshing fragrance. Detox herb. A flash of greed crossed the old man's eyes. The detox herb was a spiritual herb capable of cleansing toxins. While it might not completely purify his body, it would certainly clear a lot, allowing him to exert more power and escape further into the mountains, making it nearly impossible for the academy's mentors to find him. Young man, playing the hero comes at a price. The old man finally took an interest in Lin Mo, his energy surging as he aimed to kill him. At that moment, Lin Mo felt the spiritual energy within him surge, and he ran at full speed. Trying to run? Do you think you can outrun me? The old man sneered, his energy surging as he gave chase. Lin Mo was shocked by the old man's speed, which exceeded his own. In just a few seconds, the old man caught up, his energy forming a howling demon wolf lunging at Lin Mo. Lin Mo had no choice but to defend against the attack. He turned and channeled his energy to the maximum, black and white energies rising, his body shimmering with golden light as he activated his indestructible body technique. As the demon wolf lunged, Lin Mo defended with all his might, retreating several dozen steps before barely steadying himself. The old man's strength was astonishing. Boy, hand over the detox herb, and I'll give you a quick death. The old man's eyes were sinister as he approached slowly. Lin Mo smirked tauntingly. Really? Did you think I was truly running away? He formed a hand seal and shouted, 10,000 blade curse, activate. The old man saw himself surrounded by numerous curse patterns, trapped within a magical formation. There was a hidden spell here. The old man sensed the changes around him, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had been careless. Earlier, he was so focused on the detoxifying herb that Lin Mo had taken out, his mind was solely on catching up to Lin Mo and snatching the herb, that he neglected his surroundings. If he had been a bit more attentive, he would have detected the presence of a spell. In fact, this spell wasn't specifically set for him. Lin Mo had prepared it when he entered this area to hunt exotic beasts. The original plan was to lure any difficult-to-handle beasts into this trap and use the spell to kill them. However, instead of being used on a beast, the spell ensnared the old man. 10,000 blades curse. Lin Mo activated the spell, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into it. Streams of azure wind coalesced into sharp blades, and within a few breaths, the sky was filled with these wind blades. The old man finally realized the power of this spell. Although he was a martial arts master, he didn't panic. His spiritual power erupted, forming a demonic wolf. The old man launched an attack, enveloping himself with the wolf, attempting to forcibly break free from the spell's range. At this moment, the wind blades rained down like droplets, each one striking the wolf and causing it to gradually dim. The relentless attack of the blades made the wolf falter. In a final desperate move, the old man detonated the remaining spiritual power of the wolf, creating a violent collision with the wind blades, and a cloud of dust rose. Amidst the dust, the old man emerged in a battered state, his clothes in tatters, revealing multiple wounds. Of course, most of these wounds were not inflicted by Lin Mo, but were pre-existing injuries. His face was twisted with rage, and his eyes burned with malice as he thought, "You little brat, I'll tear you to pieces." A smile briefly appeared on Lin Mo's handsome face, which quickly turned stern. He said coldly, "Did you really think I let that person go to seek reinforcements?" In his hand, ink appeared, and black and white spiritual energies slowly rose. He had sent Yin Zhu away not only to avoid burdening him, but also because Yin Zhu was severely injured. Lin Mo was concerned that Yin Zhu might take the credit. After all, defeating a martial arts master could yield a treasure chest, possibly even a golden one. "Old man, you enjoyed the chase, didn't you?" Lin Mo's figure darted out like lightning, black and white spiritual energy covering the ink, his body glowing with a golden light as he activated his indestructible golden body technique. The old man sneered in return, "A mere warrior, even injured. I'm not someone you can challenge." The two raced through the forest, launching relentless attacks on each other. In less than a minute, they clashed dozens of times. The old man cursed internally. Damn it! How can this little brat be so monstrous? He gradually realized that things were going awry. This seemingly high-level warrior was absurdly powerful, making it impossible for him to secure a victory. Lin Mo's moves grew increasingly sharp, and during the fight, he didn't hesitate to trade blows, resulting in his clothes being slashed open in numerous places within just a few minutes. The old man facing him was also severely injured, with several sword wounds marking his body. Internally, the old man was shocked. This young man was a madman, especially since he was evidently a physical cultivator with an unbelievably strong physique. His own attacks only left superficial wounds, while the opponent's sword inflicted significant damage. Clang! Another loud clash echoed as both parties were forced back several steps. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Hold on, kid, hold on. We don't have a deep-seated grudge. There's no need to become mortal enemies. Even though I'm badly injured, I'm still a martial arts master. If I fight to the death, I can take you down with me." Hearing this, Lin Mo paused slightly, frowning as if considering the proposal. Seeing this, the old man seized the opportunity and said, "Young man, I admit I was rude today. I have some elixirs for cultivation and some spirit stones as a peace offering. Let's call it even." As he spoke, the old man took out some spirit stones and elixirs. Lin Mo's expression brightened at the sight, and he agreed cheerfully. "All right, that's fine." He stepped forward, seemingly intending to take the items. However, the old man's eyes narrowed as he inwardly sneered. "You little brat, you're still too young. As soon as you come over, I can definitely kill you in one strike." Just as the old man was feeling smug, Lin Mo's expression turned mocking. He slightly opened his mouth and murmured, "Spiritual skill, lion's roar soul suppression." Sound waves surged forth, with violent spiritual power and mental force catching the old man off guard. Treacherous. Youngsters these days have no honor in martial arts. The old man hastily defended himself, but the mental attack pierced his mind. At this moment, Lin Mo's spiritual power wove around him, with strange lightning flickering, embodying the duality of yin and yang, spreading powerful energy. Spiritual skill, yin-yang thunder sword. Lin Mo unleashed a sword strike, the sword energy carrying lightning as it shot forward rapidly. Sensing the immense danger, the old man quickly formed a spiritual defense, but the sword's power was too overwhelming, sending him flying into an ancient tree and crashing to the ground. Lin Mo seized the moment to dash forward, and before the old man could react, he pierced his chest with a sword, pinning him to the tree. "I think it's more profitable to kill you than take your offerings," Lin Mo declared as his spiritual power erupted, ravaging the old man's body and destroying all signs of life. Killing a martial arts master, he received a golden treasure chest. The system's notification sounded in his ear, and a smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. A golden treasure chest was indeed a great reward. Although he didn't like killing just to get treasure chests, these people from the celestial sect deserved it. At this moment, several figures swiftly approached from a distance, and Lin Mo felt relieved upon seeing them. The newcomers were Yin Zhu, Tensini, and a strong individual he didn't recognize. "Lin Mo, you killed him!" Yin Zhu exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Lin Mo's sword through the old man's chest. She had fought the old man before and knew his strength, never expecting Lin Mo to kill him. Lin Mo shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I set up some enchantments here, originally to deal with beasts, but they came in handy against him." Yin Zhu and the others sensed the presence of enchantments in the area. Lin Mo, you did well. But could you step aside for a moment? This celestial sect member stole something very important, and I want to see if it's still on him. The strong individual Lin Mo didn't recognize said kindly. Sure, Lin Mo replied, stepping back a few steps. Having obtained the golden treasure chest, he was no longer interested in the old man's belongings. The strong individual searched the old man's body and eventually found a small mechanism tube, its surface covered in intricate patterns emitting an aura of enchantment. An enchanted lock. A spell lock is a type of lock secured through magical incantations, and to unlock it, one must use the corresponding spell. If you attempt to force it open, the items inside will automatically be destroyed. However, there is another way. You can find someone highly skilled in spellcraft to identify the lock's weaknesses through a method akin to dimensional reduction and thus break it. The process of creating a spell lock is intricate and not something that just any sorcerer can accomplish, as the spells must be inscribed on specific materials with very high requirements. At this moment, a powerful figure saw the items safe and sound, let out a sigh of relief, and turned to Lin Mo with a gentle smile, thanking him. It turned out that an undercover agent from the Tianwai sect had attempted to steal an important item, which would have caused trouble if it fell into their hands. Subsequently, the Ruins Development Bureau announced that Lin Mo would be rewarded. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Mo hurriedly excused himself, stating he needed to return to his dormitory. Tan Sini noticed Lin Mo's urgency and assumed he was injured and needed treatment. In truth, Lin Mo was not injured. He was simply eager to open the golden treasure chest. Back in his dormitory, Lin Mo was filled with excitement as he immediately opened the golden treasure chest. He obtained a level 3 bloodline evolution elixir, 30 comprehension fragments, 2 enlightenment fragments, and 10 intermediate spirit beads. Seeing the level 3 bloodline evolution elixir, Lin Mo licked his lips, recalling the moment he first acquired a bloodline evolution elixir, which was only level 1 at the time. He wondered how much this level 3 elixir could enhance his bloodline. Bloodline constitution is extremely important. Lin Mo's spiritual power surpasses that of his peers for 3 reasons. First, he practices the Candle Dragon refining spirit technique, which, although he doesn't fully understand its true power, is certainly superior to techniques on Blue Star. Second, the spirit beads he refines are of exceptionally pure energy, subtly enhancing the quality of his spiritual power with each refinement. Lastly, Lin Mo's bloodline is rated as Earth Grade, which, while not as powerful as Heaven or Divine Grade, Bloodlines is still quite formidable. For instance, Su Lingqing's strength surpasses her peers because she possesses a divine grade bloodline. Full of anticipation, Lin Mo decided to use the level 3 bloodline evolution elixir. With a thought, he chose to use it. Boom. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a tremendous surge of energy pouring into his body, as if he were being torn apart. The energy coursed through his flesh, cleansing every part of his body. Skin, muscles, blood, bones, and even his internal organs. Every cell in his body was undergoing transformation. However, this reconstruction brought immense pain, and Lin Mo's face twisted with agony, veins bulging in his arms and face, making him look terrifying. Finally, Lin Mo couldn't endure the pain any longer. He threw his head back and let out a deafening roar before collapsing into unconsciousness. The surroundings fell silent, as if waiting for his response. The scream was filled with immense pain, and his final roar, infused with spiritual power, alarmed many people. Despite the soundproofing in the dormitories of the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, his roar echoed throughout the floor, prompting many students to step out of their rooms to see what had happened. The dormitory manager, an elderly woman, quickly arrived at the scene. Did that roar come from this dormitory? She asked the people nearby. It should be, replied several people from the dorms adjacent to Lin Mo's. The manager knocked on the door several times, anxiously calling out, "Hello, is anyone there? I'm the dorm manager. Please respond if you're inside." However, there was no answer, which made her even more uneasy. She thought to herself, could it be that he's lost control during practice? Such incidents aren't unheard of. Cases of students losing control during practice do happen in the academy. But she didn't have a key to open the door, as cultivation is a highly private matter and interruptions are strictly avoided. Therefore, the dormitory keys are only held by the students themselves and the school's administrative office. To request the door to be opened, the student's identity must first be confirmed. The manager quickly logged into the management system to check Lin Mo's information and immediately applied to the administrative office to open the door, while also contacting Lin Mo's mentor, Tan Sini. What? A scream came from Lin Mo's dorm, and no one is answering the door. Tan Sini, upon hearing the news, felt a wave of panic as she recalled Lin Mo rushing back to his dormitory earlier. She hurried to Lin Mo's dorm. Soon, a teacher from the administrative office arrived as well. Once the door was opened, Tan Sini and the teacher entered to find Lin Mo lying on the floor, his clothes soaked in blood. Lin Mo, Tan Sini shouted in panic, wanting to rush forward, but was stopped by the teacher. Ms. Tan, stay calm. It's likely not an injury or loss of control, the teacher said with more experience, sensing the immense power within Lin Mo. After carefully checking, he said, if I'm not mistaken, this is a bloodline awakening. Look at this blood. It's not from a wound, but mixed with sweat. A bloodline awakening? It can't be this alarming, can it? Tensini was puzzled. Although she was aware of bloodline awakenings, Lin Mo's current state was shocking. If it were a minor awakening, it wouldn't be so dramatic, but a significant stimulus and powerful awakening could lead to this situation. The teacher remained calm, called for a stretcher, and had Lin Mo taken to the academy's medical room. Outside, onlookers saw Lin Mo being carried out, his clothes stained with blood, and began speculating about the cause. Soon, the news sparked heated discussions on the academy's forum. Collapsing in a dormitory was rare, and Lin Mo being the top newcomer in the academy's competition and the most talented new spellcaster in the Spellcasting Institute naturally fueled many discussions. Before the school provided an official explanation, rumors spread wildly on the forum. Some claimed Lin Mo had been gravely injured by a martial arts master and barely won with his spells, but was now critically injured. Others suggested his spellcasting talent was due to practicing an ancient dark art, and now he was suffering a backlash. Amidst the rampant rumors, the academy finally announced the truth. Lin Mo was undergoing a bloodline awakening. This announcement finally quelled the rumors. Lin Mo woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Looking down, he realized he was wearing a hospital gown, and the medical equipment around him indicated he had been taken to the infirmary by the academy. He remembered causing quite a commotion before passing out, even shouting with spiritual power. As he tried to sit up, something felt different. My cultivation. Lin Mo immediately activated his spiritual power, a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Beginner martial master. I actually reached the level of a beginner martial master. He was overjoyed, never expecting that the level 3 bloodline evolution agent could help him break through to martial master. The level 1 bloodline evolution agent he used before had only enhanced his bloodline, without improving his cultivation. Moreover, Lin Mo formed a seal with his hands, and a faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body, indicating the first layer of the indestructible body of Vajra was complete. Realizing that his cultivation had advanced, he also noted progress in his indestructible body of Vajra. No wonder it's called a golden treasure chest, it's truly amazing. Lin Mo marveled, realizing that the level 3 bloodline evolution agent was far superior to the level 1. The golden treasure chest was incredibly valuable to him, a mere advanced martial artist, and its contents had elevated him to martial master, saving him a lot of time. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed in the hallway. Lin Mo turned his head to see Tensini walking in. She was dressed in a black suit with a tight-fitting white shirt underneath, accentuating her full figure, and her long legs were clad in iron gray stockings. This attire caught Lin Mo's attention for a moment. What are you staring at? Tensini walked over and playfully swung her bag at him. Ouch! Lin Mo played along, covering his head and lying back on the bed, saying helplessly, I'm still a patient. Don't you feel sorry for me? Patient my foot. You didn't even give me a heads up before your bloodline awakening, rushing back to the dorm and worrying me for nothing. Tensini stood by his bed with her arms crossed. Now that you're awake, hurry up and get your bloodline level checked, she urged. Lin Mo sat up and realized his original clothes were missing. Suddenly, he remembered something. Teacher, did you change my clothes? Tensini rolled her eyes at him. Although his original clothes weren't there, fortunately, his storage belt was in the cabinet nearby. With no other choice, Lin Mo followed Tensini in his hospital gown to get his bloodline checked. The person conducting the bloodline test was an older middle-aged teacher with graying temples. After a series of procedures, the teacher handed Lin Mo a report, excitedly saying, the test results are excellent. A quasi-divine bloodline. Quasi-divine? I thought I could reach divine level. Lin Mo was a bit disappointed. The level 3 bloodline evolution agent had such a significant effect that he had hoped to achieve a divine bloodline. Curious, he asked. By the way, what's this quasi-divine bloodline? I've never heard of this grading before. Lin Mo was filled with confusion. After the appearance of a celestial bloodline, how could a quasi-divine level suddenly emerge? The gap between celestial and divine bloodlines was evident. Among the current freshmen, celestial bloodlines were not uncommon, but divine bloodlines were rare, with Kunlun Academy barely having one. Looking at previous years, divine bloodlines were even more scarce, highlighting the difference between the two. At this moment, the teacher responsible for testing bloodlines explained that a quasi-divine level refers to individuals whose bloodline intensity exceeds celestial but has not yet reached the divine standard. We usually categorize them as quasi-divine. In reality, a quasi-divine bloodline does not have much advantage over a celestial one, which is why there is no detailed distinction in general classifications. Being quasi-divine is already quite good. Those aiming for divine should just change their clothes first. This result exceeded Tensini's expectations. She didn't expect Lin Mo to awaken from an earthly bloodline directly to a quasi-divine level. Lin Mo also felt it was indeed time to change his clothes. As he walked back to the dormitory, he noticed many surprised glances, feeling helpless as he realized he had become quite famous in the area. After changing into new clothes in the dormitory, Lin Mo logged into the school's intranet. His original plan was to hunt exotic beasts behind the student mountains, accumulate resources, then break through to the warrior realm, and afterwards take on school tasks to earn credits and pay off debts. But now that he had directly broken through to the warrior level, he could immediately take on tasks to earn credits. Browsing the task area on the intranet, he saw some tasks like cleaning the cafeteria, organizing books in the library, and welcoming guests. The top-ranked tasks offered few credits, which left him feeling a bit helpless. As he scrolled further, he found tasks involving hunting exotic beasts or collecting spiritual herbs, as well as bounty tasks like hunting down members of the extraterrestrial sect. These tasks offered high credits, but had strength requirements, only accessible to martial masters. While scrolling, a task suddenly caught his eye, assisting the police in patrolling the capital and eliminating demons appearing in the city. The base salary was 500 credits per day, with additional credit rewards for killing demons or making contributions during the task. Although the base salary wasn't much, the extra incentives were very appealing to Lin Mo. This task offered both credits and the chance to hunt demons, perfectly aligning with his needs. He was about to confirm taking the task, but discovered it had a strength requirement, needing to clear the 25th floor of the trial tower first. It seemed he would have to visit the trial tower. Lin Mo thought to himself that he had intended to go there anyway to earn credits. Determined, he headed to the trial tower. Upon entering the room, he lay on a massage chair, put on a helmet, and his consciousness entered the trial tower. A mechanical voice asked if he wanted to resume from his last saved position. Lin Mo unhesitatingly chose yes. He had previously passed the 20th floor of the trial tower, and now he would proceed to the 21st floor. After a few seconds of preparation, the environment around him changed, and Lin Mo found himself on the 21st floor of the trial tower. Before him appeared the silhouette of a junior warrior. Seeing the shadow of the junior martial artist, Lin Mo didn't use any weapon or physical strength. Instead, he channeled his spiritual power. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from within him, intertwining black and white streams that rushed forward with his punch. Boom! The punch struck straight ahead, and the earthen yellow spiritual energy in front of the junior martial artist's shadow instantly erupted, forming a shield. However, under Lin Mo's attack, the shield shattered like paper. With just one punch, Lin Mo obliterated the shadow of the junior martial artist. Wow, that's strong. Lin Mo was taken aback. He didn't use any physical strength or techniques, yet his pure spiritual power was enough to shatter the shadow with a single punch. It seemed that his recent bloodline upgrade had significantly widened the gap in spiritual power quality between him and others at the same level. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this upgrade. As Lin Mo pondered, he reached the 22nd level. This time, he faced an assault from 3 junior martial artists. Still without using weapons, he relied solely on his spiritual power to crush the shadows of the 3 junior martial artists effortlessly. On the 23rd level, Lin Mo encountered 3 beast general level exotic beasts. In this battle, he used weapons and demonstrated his spiritual techniques, effortlessly slaying the 3 beasts. Unfortunately, this was just a simulation in the trial tower and lacked the authentic feel of real ink painting, Lin Mo thought with a sigh. Next, he arrived at the 24th level, facing a mid-level martial artist. Lin Mo decided to test his physical strength, swiftly closing in on the mid-level martial artist's shadow. With a flash of golden light on his arm, his internal blood energy surged like a raging dragon, and he unleashed a punch. The punch erupted like a volcano, instantly overwhelming the mid-level martial artist, resulting in an immediate defeat. How dull, Lin Mo remarked, surprised that he could defeat his opponent with a single punch. This was a testament to the formidable power of his indestructible body, even at its first level of perfection. On the 25th level, Lin Mo didn't hold back, using both spiritual and physical power to quickly end the battle. He saved his progress. After passing the 25th level, Lin Mo chose to save and not continue the challenge. Although he had the strength to continue, he decided against it. Previously, when he had defeated the severely injured martial arts master, he had sensed something amiss. Given the academy's strict security, how could a mere martial arts master bypass it and enter the mountains? The only explanation was that there was an insider. Moreover, after being attacked by the Outland sect in Donghai City, Lin Mo became cautious of them. He understood that he couldn't expose all of his strength openly. This was Lin Mo's reasoning. Had he revealed his mastery of the 3 foundational spiritual techniques during the Seed Impact Plan, the Outland sect, brought by Yuan Hongbo, would likely have sent more than just junior martial artists after him. They might have sent mid-level or even high-level martial artists. In such a scenario, even with his mastery of the foundational techniques, Lin Mo would have faced certain death. The reason Lin Mo survived that time, aside from his proficiency in the 3 basic spiritual techniques, was largely because his opponent was unaware of his true capabilities. After all, passing the 25th level met the standard. Upon exiting the trial tower, Lin Mo received a credit of a full 40,000 points in his account. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the Academy's generosity. This almost tempted him to attempt the trial tower again. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo decided to return to his dormitory and successfully applied for a task on the Academy's internal network. Shortly after, he received an email on his holobrain. Upon opening it, a sweet virtual character appeared before him, smiling and saying, "Dear Lin Mo, you have successfully taken on the task of assisting the police in patrolling Kyoto and eliminating the demons appearing within the city. Please report to the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau within 3 days of receiving this email, or it will be considered an automatic forfeiture of the task, and 1,000 credits will be deducted as a penalty." After the projection disappeared, Lin Mo took a deep breath and decided to head to the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau the following day. Soon after, Lin Mo received a reward from the Ruins Development Bureau. Having successfully killed an undercover agent and helped the Bureau reclaim crucial information, he was awarded 500,000 coins and became a 1-star special contribution citizen. Lin Mo understood that this honor meant that if he made significant contributions to the country, he would be granted the status of a special contribution citizen. This status came with many privileges, such as priority in certain situations, preferential treatment when applying for national institutions under equal conditions, and a dedicated review process if he ever became a suspect. Compared to the 500,000 coins, the 1-star special contribution citizen status was more valuable, as it couldn't be bought even with 50 million coins. Looking at the staggering numbers in his account, Lin Mo realized that this was the first time he had such a substantial amount of wealth since entering the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. In fact, if he specifically hunted some beast general-level exotic beasts and sold them outside, he could definitely exceed this amount. Next, he decided to cultivate the Candle Dragon Refinement Nerve. Ever since advancing to a martial artist, Lin Mo hadn't yet activated the Candle Dragon Refinement Nerve. When he did so again, a piece of information appeared in his mind, which shocked him. This information contained the initial usage method of the Candle Dragon Refinement Nerve. Following the information, Lin Mo activated the Candle Dragon Refinement Nerve, and black and white spiritual energies surged forth, forming a black giant python and a white giant python. The two pythons roared to the sky, and a powerful oppressive force swept over him instantly. Lin Mo sensed the two pythons hovering above him and thought to himself that the effects of the Candle Dragon Refinement Nerve were far more than just enhancing the quality of spiritual energy. As for the strength of these two pythons, Lin Mo was unsure and would only be able to determine it in actual combat. He retracted the spiritual energy, and the two pythons dissipated. The next morning, Lin Mo took the direct shuttle from Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy to the center of Kyoto City, leaving the academy and heading to the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Kyoto Public Security Bureau is located in a prominent area of the city, bustling with numerous hover cars as people come to handle various matters. Lin Mo arrived here to report for a patrol task he had accepted from his academy. He approached the desk designated for academy task handling, where a policeman, engrossed in paperwork, glanced up at him with a hint of impatience. "What's going on? Our patrol task requires at least a mid-level martial artist from the academy. How did a junior martial artist manage to take this task? Which academy are you from?" "Kyushu Martial Arts Academy," Lin Mo replied. Upon hearing that Lin Mo was from Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, the policeman's expression softened slightly, and he said, "Proceed with identity verification." Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is a prestigious institution in Kyoto, the only 5-star academy, renowned for its authority. Since this student could accept a task from there, he must possess exceptional abilities. Lin Mo went through the identity verification process, and the system displayed his basic information and proof of strength. He had cleared the 25th level of the trial tower. The policeman understood why Lin Mo could accept the task. The trial tower is not exclusive to Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, but is part of an ancient civilization's relics. Students from various martial arts academies can enter the tower using a helmet. As someone from a martial arts academy himself, the policeman knew what clearing the 25th level signified in terms of strength. After the verification, the policeman stood up and said to Lin Mo, "Follow me." Lin Mo was led to an office where 6 people were seated. Besides 2 policemen, the other 4 appeared to be students, slightly older than Lin Mo. "Old gal, weren't you short of one person?" "Hey Race, a junior martial artist," the policeman known as Old Lei remarked with skepticism. "Old Lei, you must be joking. The minimum requirement is a mid-level martial artist." Old Gao responded to Lin Mo's arrival with skepticism. The policeman who brought Lin Mo explained, "Don't underestimate him. He's a top student from Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, having cleared the 25th level of the trial tower." This caught the attention of the other students, as Kyushu Martial Arts Academy's reputation is unmatched in Kyoto. "Oh, a genius capable of challenging higher levels," That's acceptable, old Gao conceded, acknowledging Lin Mo's potential. Come in and have a seat. He invited Lin Mo, starting to make tea. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo observed the people in the office. The two policemen were senior martial artists, exuding a calm aura indicative of prolonged training, possibly on the verge of becoming martial arts masters. Among the four students, there were two boys and two girls. One boy, robust and burly, was a senior martial artist, while the other, more ordinary-looking, was a mid-level martial artist. Both women are intermediate martial artists. After brewing tea, Officer Gao addressed the group. In the upcoming days, you will be patrolling the outskirts of Kyoto with Officer Xia and me. Our requirements are simple. Follow instructions, no acting alone, and no heroics. Then, everyone introduced themselves. Officer Gao started. My surname is Gao. You can call me Officer Gao. A scholarly-looking officer stood up and added. My surname is Xia. Just call me Officer Xia. Next, a burly senior martial artist introduced himself. My name is Su Lingqing. Nice to meet you all. Lin Zhou, an ordinary intermediate martial artist, appeared a bit shy. I'm Fan Xian. Miao Ying and the other two women briefly introduced themselves. And finally, it was Lin Mo's turn. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Mo. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Officer Gao added. Among the four of you, Miao Ying is from Kyoto Medical Academy. If a battle occurs, everyone must protect her. Lin Mo and the others glanced at Miao Ying. The Medical Academy differs from the Martial Arts Academy, which focuses on training combat talent, whereas the Medical Academy is dedicated to healing and saving lives. In combat, the spiritual power from the Medical Academy has healing properties, allowing for quick recovery from injuries and even saving lives in critical conditions, much like a healer in a game, making it extremely important. Officer Gao took a sip of tea and discussed Lin Mo and the others' mission. Although the overall strength in Kyoto is relatively high, with many martial artists and masters, you know that the average person is not proficient in combat and has low fighting capabilities. When encountering demons, they may not be able to protect themselves. That's when we, as combat-oriented martial artists, need to patrol and maintain safety. Lin Mo understood this concept. She realized that fighting capabilities and ordinary martial artists refer to those specifically trained in combat in martial arts academies. However, society cannot have every practitioner focused solely on combat. Fields like economics, healthcare, agriculture, and industry also need development. Therefore, not every practitioner follows the combat path. Miao Ying, who follows the medical path, probably has less combat ability than a beginner martial artist. Besides her, some practitioners have spiritual power that can quickly repair roads or accelerate crop growth, playing different roles in society. Thus, even though Kyoto has many martial artists and masters, those who can match a martial master in combat are rare. The police department is understaffed, and recruiting martial artist teams that hunt beasts outside the city is inconvenient due to their complexity. Therefore, the police typically collaborate with martial arts academies, allowing students to take on tasks. Students from these academies have clear backgrounds, are easy to manage, and follow orders. Our task is to patrol, eliminate manageable demons, and request headquarters support for those we cannot handle, while helping nearby citizens evacuate safely. Officer Gao outlined Lin Mo and the group's mission, then smiled and said, but don't worry too much, the likelihood of encountering demons is generally low. Many students who come to complete tasks don't even see a trace of a demon by the mission's end. In the dead of night, the outskirts of Kyoto were shrouded in darkness as households had turned off their lights and gone to sleep. The streets were deserted, a common feature of Blue Star ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, which occasionally brought demons into urban areas, making it safer to stay indoors. At this moment, a police patrol car was slowly cruising along the street, carrying Lin Mo and 6 others. In the front seat were 2 police officers, while Lin Mo and his 4 classmates were in the back. Su Lingqing held a round device resembling a compass, which was actually an instrument for detecting demons. If a demon appeared nearby, the needle would point in its direction. Why is it that we rarely see exotic beasts in the city, but demons show up frequently? Fan Xian asked out of boredom, prompting everyone to ponder. No one had a definitive answer, as the birth and appearance of demons remained a mystery. Unlike exotic beasts, which emerged due to the resurgence of spiritual energy causing existing creatures to mutate and begin cultivation, demons hadn't existed in the early days of the resurgence. During humanity's toughest times, they only faced threats from exotic beasts. Suddenly, demons appeared, and nobody knew how they came to be. Some experts speculated that demons might form from the remains of exotic beasts combined with certain environmental anomalies, but this theory was quickly dismissed. While some demons did form from exotic beast remains, others appeared without any trace of such remains. For instance, urban demons often emerged in places devoid of any remains. Investigations by the public security system revealed a correlation. The denser the spiritual energy in a city, the more frequently and powerfully demons appeared. Officer Gao chimed in. Based on data from the past decade, Kyoto has the highest number of demon appearances, generally at the soldier level. In contrast, smaller cities rarely see demons, and when they do, they're usually at the warrior level. Officer Gao, being part of the public security system, had access to more information than Lin Mo and his friends. The terms soldier and warrior levels referred to the human classification of demon strength. The hierarchy from weakest to strongest was soldier, warrior, general, marquis, king, emperor, and sovereign, corresponding to human cultivation levels of martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial sage, martial supreme, martial deity, and the mysterious domain. However, these matters were not their concern. The origins of demons were for experts to investigate. Their duty was to patrol and protect their area. Officer Gao added, demons aren't easy to encounter. I've led patrols before and never came across one until the mission ended. Just as Officer Gao took a sip of tea, the needle on Shi Zilong's device suddenly shifted, pointing southeast. Shi Zilong shouted. The needle moved. Officer Xia, who was driving, immediately adjusted the car's direction towards the southeast. Within 2 minutes, they spotted a demon exuding immense dark energy on the street, where 3 individuals were already confronting it. 3 men, all at the level of junior martial artists, were joining forces to fend off a powerful demon. Despite having the advantage in numbers, they were at a clear disadvantage because the demon had reached an advanced commander level, evidently the work of nearby independent martial arts practitioners. 7 officers quickly exited their vehicle, and Officer Xia drew his laser gun. Gathering his spiritual energy, he fired a shot. With a sizzling sound, much of the demonic aura on the demon's shoulder dissipated, and it staggered back a few steps, appearing somewhat disheveled. At this moment, the police patrol arrived, and the 3 independent martial artists were overjoyed at the sight, promptly retreating. After all, their strength was relatively low, and joining the fight recklessly could easily result in injury. Officer Xia put away his laser gun. This weapon relied on the user's spiritual energy to function, offering fast attack speed, but relatively low power. Officer Gao wielded an iron rod, golden spiritual energy swirling around it, and decisively issued orders. Against a demon of this caliber, they were fully capable of handling it alone, without needing to call for backup. Shi Zilong and Lin Zhou quickly took positions to block the demon's escape route, while Officer Xia and Officer Gao launched a decisive attack. It must be said, their combined strength was indeed formidable, taking less than 10 seconds to eliminate the high-level demon. Encountering a demon on the first night of patrol was both a stroke of bad luck and fortune. After dealing with the demon, Officer Gao appeared noticeably more relaxed. This time, only one demon appeared, making it relatively straightforward to handle. Officer Xia uploaded the information about the battle site to facilitate the relevant departments in repairing the road. Battles at the martial artist level inevitably cause some damage to the roads. In Lin Mo's past life, repairing this road might have taken a few days, but on this blue planet, there are specialized individuals who use spiritual energy for repairs, making it incredibly fast. Let's go, keep patrolling. The appearance of the demon was just a minor incident. As the patrol car drove away, a young man with a cold expression and sinister eyes pulled back the curtain of an inconspicuous building, watching the patrol car leave. Inside the room were several other people and the ashes of burnt talismans in a brazier. The next morning, when Lin Mo and his team returned to the police station, they sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Old Gao, did you encounter any demons during your patrol last night? The officer who had previously greeted Lin Mo walked over to inquire. We did. Why? Old Lei's expression was grim. As expected, you encountered them too. Old Gao sensed something was amiss. What's going on, Old Lei? From your tone, it sounds like a lot of patrol teams encountered demons last night, Old Gao asked. Not just a lot, but an unprecedented number. Almost half of the patrol teams encountered demons last night. Old Lei's words left Old Gao and Lin Mo's group astonished. Nearly half of the patrol teams encountered demons? How is that possible? Usually, at most, 1 or 2 patrol teams encounter demons in a night, sometimes none at all. Old Gao was shocked. If 2 or 3 more demons appeared, it might be explained as a coincidence, but such a large-scale simultaneous appearance is far from a simple coincidence. According to the preliminary analysis within the department, it should be related to the Tianwai cult. Mentioning the Tianwai cult, Old Lei gritted his teeth. Tianwai cult? Those scoundrels again. Officer Gao angrily threw his police hat onto the table, puzzled by the audacity of the Tianwai sect. Lin Mo felt a foreboding sense, as if something major was about to occur. Although the Tianwai sect operated in the shadows, their power was insignificant compared to the government. Typically, they engaged in minor acts of sabotage, so their brazen actions today, especially in the capital region, seemed like an open declaration of war against the government. As time passed, Lin Mo and his team increased their patrol frequency and encountered demons more frequently. In Defense Zone D3, the number of awakening demons was alarming, necessitating immediate support from nearby patrol teams. Officer Gao quickly realized, isn't D3 right next to us? Let's go and support them. Upon arriving at the scene, they were shocked by the sight. Over 30 demons were swarming in, each of them at a formidable rank. Battling against them was another patrol team along with nearby freelance martial artists. Officer Gao swiftly commanded, Lao Xia, Shitzi Long, Lin Zhou, come with me to support them. Miaoing, you rescue the injured. Lin Mo and Fan Xin, protect Miaoing. Officer Gao brandished an iron rod and charged forward bravely. Lin Mo, holding his ink brush, joined Fan Xin in guarding Miaoing. Miaoing quickly deployed healing techniques, striving to treat the wounded. The cries of agony echoed around them, with many civilians injured, especially the children, whose conditions were critical. Seeing the suffering of the injured, Lin Mo sighed inwardly, his hands quietly forming seals as incantation patterns gathered at his fingertips. Initially, Lin Mo intended to discreetly eliminate some demons to earn credits, but the current situation left no room for subtlety. He had no choice but to reveal his identity. I am a spellcaster. As the patrol team and freelance martial artists battled the demons, a young man who had previously observed Lin Mo and his group during their first encounter with the demons was now peering through the window of a distant building. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he watched the ongoing fight. He thought to himself that even if they managed to hold off the demons, the civilians would still suffer casualties. His gaze grew more sinister, as if he were looking down on a group of ants. If the civilian casualties were severe, it would surely stir a public outcry, causing headaches for those in power. When he noticed the runes appearing below, his eyes gleamed with a more intense malicious light. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands, weaving lines of spiritual power to successfully cast a second-level spell, the rejuvenation spell. The massive spell enveloped the entire area, with green sparks falling like rain. The injured were amazed to find that their bleeding slowed and their wounds began to heal. Fan Xin and Miaoing were stunned by the scene, realizing that Lin Mo was actually a spellcaster. Don't just stand there, go help the injured, prioritize those below the level of martial artists. Lin Mo instructed Miaoing, his voice clear and firm. His orders spread quickly, and the wounded began to channel their spiritual power, working alongside Lin Mo's spell to heal. The martial artists, with their ample spiritual power, could accelerate their recovery. While they couldn't heal completely, they could at least preserve their lives. Lin Mo insisted that medics prioritize the injured below the level of martial artists. The young man observed all of this, his expression darkening as the atmosphere in the room grew oppressively heavy. He exhaled a long breath, chuckling coldly to himself. So there's a second-level spellcaster here. Their luck isn't too bad this time. Despite this, he cast a deep glance at Lin Mo before turning to leave with the others in the room. Lin Mo's rejuvenation spell successfully saved the lives of the wounded, and a professional medical team soon arrived, easing Miao Ying's burden. With the addition of 2 more patrol teams, the demons were eventually eradicated. After the chaos subsided, Officer Gao approached Lin Mo, his attitude noticeably more respectful. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be a spellcaster. You've kept it well hidden. The status of a spellcaster is highly esteemed, and Lin Mo's rejuvenation spell even surpassed the medical skills of Miao Ying, a graduate of a medical academy. The applications of spellcasting are extensive, covering areas such as confidentiality, connecting helmets and trial towers, as well as defense and offense, making a spellcaster almost a jack-of-all-trades. Your contribution is immense, saving many lives. I'll make sure to report it accurately to the police department, Officer Gao added. The police will relay the feedback to the Zhuzhou Martial Arts Academy, which will award academic credits based on contributions. Officer Gao also promised Lin Mo that the credit for this achievement would belong to him. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. His purpose for coming here was to earn credits to pay off his debts. He wasn't just after the basic credits, but the bonus credits from contributions. Although he hadn't killed any demons, he had saved many lives, which was a much higher contribution than killing a few demons. Officer Gao's reminder made Lin Mo realize that making a contribution doesn't necessarily mean killing demons. Saving people is also a significant contribution. After all, saving a life is considered more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, and the contribution can be even greater. As dawn broke, the group returned to the headquarters, exhausted. Officer Gao and his team had spent the entire night hunting demons and were visibly worn out, while Miaoing was equally exhausted from a night of rescuing people. However, the situation remained grim. Upon returning to the police station, Lin Mo went online and discovered that public opinion was starting to ferment. The recent frequent appearances of demons had resulted in numerous casualties, causing the public to worry about their safety and question the efficiency of the police. More seriously, rumors were spreading, claiming that the large-scale appearance of demons in Kyoto was due to the government's poor fortune, suggesting it was not recognized by the natural order. Other rumors suggested that the major forces in Kyoto were oppressing the common people, creating resentment that gave birth to these demons. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the dominance of science had waned, and many people had begun to believe in mystical theology, metaphysics, and fortune, providing fertile ground for rumors. The frightening aspect of rumors is that as they spread, the truth becomes irrelevant. What matters most is the answer people desire in their hearts. Many who spread rumors know they are false, but continue to do so to fulfill their own agendas. People only believe the truths they wish to see. This reminded Lin Mo of a scene from a movie he had watched in his past life, where it didn't matter how many bowls of noodles were eaten, only how many were paid for. But what exactly was the Tianhui sect planning? While these rumors were useful, they weren't enough to topple the government and might provoke a strong backlash instead. Lin Mo felt puzzled, but he had a nagging feeling that a major upheaval was imminent. He deeply felt his lack of strength. Even the power of a martial artist wasn't enough. In an ordinary residence in Kyoto, the young man who had previously spied on Lin Mo sat in an armchair, legs propped up on the table, casually playing with a jade carving. "Come in," he said nonchalantly. There was a knock at the door, and an elderly man entered. Despite being a martial arts master, he appeared very respectful in front of the young man. "Young master, I found the information you wanted on that person," the elderly man said respectfully. "Let's hear it." The young man seemed interested, lowering his legs from the table. "The person's name is Lin Mo, a new student at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, and a top-tier genius in curses. Recently, our hard-earned undercover agent in the Ruins Development Bureau was ambushed and killed by him using pre-laid curse tactics." The elderly man summarized Lin Mo's information. "A top-tier curse genius. Interesting. Now that's interesting." The young man licked his lips, revealing a sickly smile. Killing such a top-tier genius would be thrilling. "Young master, the government has tightened control. According to the Guardian's advice, we should withdraw from Kyoto as soon as possible to avoid complications," the elderly man cautioned. "Exactly, that's why we'll leave tonight. And while we're at it, we'll kill this top-tier genius. By the time the government reacts, we'll already be out of Kyoto," the young man replied. The elderly man wanted to persuade him otherwise, but knowing the young man's temperament, he decided against it. Indeed, eliminating a novice martial artist wouldn't take much time and could be done easily. To stabilize the situation of rampant demons in Kyoto and address the manpower shortage, the city's armed police have begun joining the urban defense patrols. Normally, daily patrols within the city are handled by the police department, while the armed police are responsible for the patrols near the border areas of Kyoto. However, the current situation has overwhelmed the police department's resources, leading the military commission to deploy the armed police to assist with patrols. Their involvement has led to the swift elimination of demons within the city. In addition to eradicating demons, a specialized department is investigating the reasons behind their frequent appearances. Through meticulous investigations, some careless members of the Tianhui sect were exposed, promptly arrested, and interrogated overnight. During questioning, these sect members confessed that they were ordered by higher-ups to burn certain talismans throughout Kyoto. Shortly after burning these talismans, demons would emerge. This revelation caused an uproar among the government officials, with many experts on demon emergence dismissing it as nonsense and a prank by the sect members, arguing that demons couldn't be summoned by a mere talisman. However, subsequent experiments quickly proved the experts wrong. The relevant departments conducted experiments in uninhabited areas, with defenses prepared in advance. They discovered that each time a talisman was burned, varying numbers of demons would appear in that region. This finding directly overturned the government's previous understanding. Meanwhile, Kyoto television was overwhelmed, frequently broadcasting live reports from the front lines about rescue efforts and the ongoing battles against the demons. Some independent media and streamers also reported in real time on major streaming platforms. The government's stance on this was lenient, as long as it didn't interfere with rescue and combat efforts. Facing significant public pressure, the government found these positive reports of their efforts to combat demons and care for the injured helpful in easing public opinion. Zhao Dashan was once a small-time streamer, mainly broadcasting outdoor activities and martial artists hunting exotic beasts. Recently, he gained considerable popularity by streaming patrol teams hunting demons, becoming a moderately well-known streamer on his platform. Now, as he was heading to a battlefield, he stumbled upon a patrol team engaged in combat with demons. What caught his attention was a young man, seemingly a student, forming seals with his hands and casting spells. Zhao Dashan was thrilled, as sorcerers were extremely rare, and many people had never seen one in action. With no colleagues around, Zhao Dashan quickly decided to stream this scene, knowing it would be a hot topic. He swiftly set up his latest streaming equipment from a distance, ready to broadcast the battle. He also sent a message to his fan group. "Guys, tune into my stream. I'm broadcasting a sorcerer battling demons." The group immediately erupted with excitement, with everyone exclaiming, "Wow, a sorcerer versus demons. I have to see this. Wow, it's really a spellcaster. I've never seen a spellcaster in action before. We're about to go live. Deshaun, make sure you find a good angle for the stream. I'll send you a rocket later." The fans in the group are going wild. After all, spellcasters are incredibly rare, so much so that even 1 in a million doesn't quite capture their rarity. In real life, you might not find a single spellcaster among 10,000 people. Zhao Dashan quickly set up the live stream, pondering over an eye-catching title to boost its popularity. The spellcaster seemed young, maybe just a beginner, so he decided to name it Live Genius Spellcaster Battles Demons. As soon as the words spellcaster appeared, Zhao Dashan's live stream attracted a massive audience. It turned out that the battle was not just clickbait. The spellcaster's skills were genuinely impressive. Lin Mo had just finished casting the 10,000 blade spell when he quickly formed another seal with his hands. Spell patterns materialized in the air, and in just a few breaths, another spell was cast beneath the patrol team, glowing brightly. Every member of the team felt their spiritual power temporarily enhanced. They were astonished at how quickly the spellcaster could perform such feats, completing them in mere seconds. The patrol team's spiritual power became noticeably stronger, clearly benefiting from the spellcaster's support. The live stream chat buzzed with excitement, as many viewers were witnessing a spellcaster in action for the first time. The ability to temporarily enhance others' spiritual power was indeed a mysterious craft. Some speculated about which martial arts academy the spellcaster might belong to, with some betting that he must be from the renowned Jojo Martial Arts Academy. After all, apart from the 2 5-star martial arts academies, nowhere else could attract a spellcaster. With Lin Mo's spellcasting boost, the patrol team swiftly wrapped up the battle. Though viewers had hoped for more action, they felt a slight disappointment when it ended. Just then, applause echoed down the silent street. The top-tier talent from Jojo Martial Arts Academy was indeed exceptional, casting spells with such speed. However, as Lin Mo and the others looked around, 6 figures dressed in black appeared. 5 were advanced martial artists, and the elder leading them was a martial arts master. Officer Gao quietly retreated to the patrol car, on high alert. Officer Xia shouted, "Who are you?" The youth in charge spread his arms with an exaggerated grin. "Can't you guess? You're from the celestial cult." Officer Xia realized instantly that these 6 were the same members who had summoned demons earlier. Zhao Dashan felt a jolt of anxiety. His live stream of demon slaying had encountered the celestial cult. The chat exploded with comments, amazed at witnessing the cult's provocation live. Zhao Dashan took a deep breath, trembling with the realization that he might become famous as possibly the first streamer to capture the celestial cult's direct challenge to the police on camera. On the street, a young man spread his arms wide, staring intently at the patrol team in front of him with a manic smile on his face. "That's right, we are what you call the Tianwai cult. Remember my name before you die, Ji Hongjiao." His introduction sparked outrage among the countless viewers in Zhao Dashan's live stream. "Are you kidding me? This guy actually dared to announce his name." The chat was ablaze with anger. "So arrogant. These Tianwai cult members have the nerve to reveal their names. I'd love to slap him." The audience was furious, almost wanting to leap through the screen to deal with Ji Hongjiao. Meanwhile, some viewers began to worry about the safety of the patrol team, knowing that among the 6 cult members, 5 were senior martial artists, and 1 was a martial arts master, clearly overpowering the patrol. "Young master, we should quickly deal with them. They've surely called for backup," the elder martial arts master beside him advised. Ji Hongjiao nodded and waved his hand. "Got it. Go ahead and take out that sorcerer." No sooner had he spoken than 4 senior martial artists launched their attack simultaneously, and the martial arts master exuded a terrifying aura as he charged towards Lin Mo, aiming to eliminate him swiftly. Lin Mo was shocked to see the martial arts master himself taking action, cursing them for their shamelessness in bullying a novice martial artist. Just as he was preparing to fight with all his might to buy time, Officer Gao approached carrying a steel case. Lin Mo recognized it. It had always been in the patrol car. Could Officer Gao be planning to use it to turn the tide of battle? With a series of clicks, Officer Gao spread his hands, and the steel case automatically assembled into a suit of armor. This scene reminded Lin Mo of a character from a sci-fi blockbuster in a past life powered armor. The livestream chat erupted. Powered armor is a technological invention that allows martial artists to exceed their natural abilities. Whoosh! Officer Gao, now clad in armor, charged forward and clashed head-on with the martial arts master, resulting in a stalemate. The elder's heart tightened. The situation was becoming tricky. Although Officer Gao was only a senior martial artist, with the powered armor, even the elder found him difficult to defeat. While the elder was being held back, another senior martial artist lunged towards Lin Mo, Shizilong, and Officer Xia attempted to help, but each was intercepted by another senior martial artist. The remaining Miao Ying, Fan Xin, and Lin Zhou were only intermediate martial artists themselves, and with Miao Ying not even being a martial artist, they were powerless to assist against a senior martial artist. The senior martial artist's energy surged, propelling him towards Lin Mo like an arrow. "One move, and he'll crush you, novice." His eyes were fierce, brimming with confidence, as he launched his all-out punch. The live stream viewers were on edge, urging, "Run, Delay them. Wait for backup. Why are you just standing there? Did you freeze up? Lin Mo saw the high-level martial artist charging at him with an aggressive demeanor. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and his gaze turned steely. Clenching his fist, black and white spiritual energy began to swirl around him as he activated his indestructible body technique. Although he acknowledged he couldn't defeat a martial arts master, dealing with this mere high-level martial artist was more than manageable. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by Lin Mo's smile. They couldn't believe he was actually channeling spiritual energy to confront the attack heathen, which seemed both laughable and infuriating. Has he gone crazy from practicing spells? Why isn't he running instead of fighting? The chat was filled with criticism, with some even questioning the quality of training at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, labeling its students as greenhouse flowers, bookish scholars, lacking any combat prowess. As the audience continued to hurl insults, the high-level martial artist launched his attack, his fist enveloped in a massive surge of spiritual energy, forming a square seal. Lin Mo responded with a punch of his own. Every eye in the live stream was glued to the moment as the two fists collided midair, instantly releasing a visible shockwave. Lin Mo's black and white spiritual energy tore through the high-level martial artist's attack like a storm, leaving the latter in disbelief. How is this possible? The high-level martial artist thought, shocked. He was a high-level martial artist, yet he couldn't withstand the power of a beginner martial artist. Reality was cruel, as Lin Mo effortlessly shattered his spiritual energy, resulting in the opponent's arm twisting and breaking. With a loud thud, the martial artist's body flew back, crashing into a nearby railing with such force that it broke, embedding him into the wall by the street. Zhao Dashan's live stream fell silent. The audience was dumbfounded, finding the spectacle somewhat exaggerated. But the quiet lasted only a second before the screen was filled with comments like 666, and those who had mocked Lin Mo earlier rushed to apologize. A beginner martial artist sending a high-level one flying with a punch. This guy is a real powerhouse. The spectators were in awe, and the mood in the live stream shifted instantly, leaving Zhao Dashan amused and exasperated. Lin Mo's punch had stunned the high-level martial artist, and Ji Hongjiao's smile gradually faded. He realized he was the next target, and his fate now rested in Lin Mo's hands, depending on whether his opponent had the skills to claim it. Lin Mo's hand was enveloped in ink-like spiritual energy, pointing his sword directly at Ji Hongjiao, with a playful glint in his eyes. Ji Hongjiao's expression turned fierce, a battle knife materializing in his hand, with fiery spiritual energy flowing over the blade like molten lava. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of fiery lightning, charging toward Lin Mo, clearly having mastered a movement technique. As the fiery figure slashed down at Lin Mo, he swiftly retreated, dodging the attack. In the next moment, Lin Mo counterattacked with his sword, black and white spiritual energy enveloping the ink-like blade as he launched a storm-like assault on Ji Hongjiao. Instead of retreating, Ji Hongjiao advanced, meeting Lin Mo's onslaught heated with his battle knife. Blades and swords clashed frequently on the street, and after several exchanges, Lin Mo realized Ji Hongjiao was no ordinary high-level martial artist, his combat prowess far exceeding previous opponents. Despite this, Lin Mo was in no rush to kill him, understanding that if reinforcements arrived, their group from the outer cult would find it difficult to escape. Su Lingqing is a prominent streamer in the gaming section. Her success isn't solely due to her exceptional gaming skills, but also her high looks and background from a 4-star martial arts academy, boasting the strength of a martial artist. These credentials make her unmatched among female streamers, and with the platform's strong support, she naturally became the queen of the gaming section. Having just finished a game stream, Su Lingqing saw a flood of comments in the chat. Someone joked, "Still gaming here? The stream next door is about a sorcerer defeating demons." She chuckled to herself and replied, "Hey folks, can you at least get some basic martial arts knowledge before spamming the chat?" She went on to explain, "There are indeed dual practitioners of sorcery and martial arts, but that's just a secondary skill. Compared to martial arts, it's definitely not as strong. The idea of a beginner martial artist defeating an advanced one with a single punch is really exaggerated. Do you understand the gap between beginner and advanced martial artists? Unless that advanced martial artist isn't from a martial arts training background. If both are from martial arts backgrounds, the difference is significant. Frankly speaking, an advanced martial artist can easily take on 10 beginners." Su Lingqing felt she had educated her audience, expecting fewer comments, but instead saw more debates. "They're from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy," the chat continued. She responded helplessly. "So what if they're from Jiuzhou? The top student from our academy is better than many from Jiuzhou." As a martial arts academy graduate, she couldn't understand why people believed such claims. Alright, folks, let's check out how impressive those so-called beginner martial artists really are. Su Lingqing realized that explaining to the ignorant was futile, and only reality could shatter their illusions. She asked for the room number from the chat, entered it, and opened the stream, only to be shocked by the title, "Outer Sect Attacks Police Patrol." She couldn't help but remark, "Guys, this title is ridiculous. Would the outer sect dare to attack a police patrol? Let me tell you, in reality, the outer sect is nothing more than sewer rats, hidden from sight, let alone attacking a police patrol. In just a few minutes, this stream will definitely be banned, and permanently," Su Lingqing stated confidently. Using such a situation to gain attention crosses a serious line. Su Lingqing clicked into Zhao Dashan's live stream, and the scene made her tense. In the stream, Lin Mo and Ji Hongjiao were engaged in a fierce battle, with several others involved. One was wearing a police uniform, and another was in power armor. Su Lingqing's heart tightened. While the police uniform might be fake, the power armor couldn't possibly be a stunt due to its high cost. Moreover, the stream was full of martial artists, and the person fighting in power armor was a martial arts master. If this were fake, the cost would be unbelievably high. What shocked her even more was that in the stream, a novice martial artist wielding a sword was evenly matched against a senior martial artist with a saber. As a graduate of a 4-star martial arts academy, Su Lingqing had a keen eye. She could see that the senior martial artist was no pushover. Instead, he exuded a powerful aura with his moves, which would be hard for most senior martial artists to withstand. Yet, the novice not only held his ground but fought back effectively, which left Su Lingqing incredulous. The chat was buzzing with excitement, and Su Lingqing smiled awkwardly, thinking, "Let's not jump to conclusions, let's watch a bit more." Meanwhile, Ji Hongjiao's patience was wearing thin. He realized Lin Mo was deliberately stalling and decided it couldn't go on. With a shout, Ji Hongjiao unleashed the spirit technique, blazing wave slash. His saber enveloped in surging spiritual power, slicing through the air toward Lin Mo. The fierce energy swept in, the scorching heat distorting the air, and everyone in the stream could feel the pressure. Su Lingqing was alarmed by the power of the slash, fearing even a senior martial artist would struggle to withstand it. She couldn't help but worry whether the novice martial artist could hold up. Seeing this, Lin Mo's sword was enveloped in intertwining black and white spiritual power, crackling with lightning. Boom! Thunder roared as spiritual energy from the surroundings surged into Lin Mo's sword, which was wrapped in black and white lightning. He executed the spirit technique, Yin-Yang Thunder Sword, slashing down with black and white lightning enveloping the sword light. Boom! The Yin-Yang Thunder Sword collided with the blazing wave slash, resulting in a deafening explosion as the violent spiritual energy rippled outward. As they clashed, the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword gradually gained the upper hand, the lightning wreaking havoc and shattering the blazing wave slash. Ji Hongjiao was shaken, spitting blood as he left a long trail on the ground. The chat exploded with excitement, with everyone amazed by Lin Mo's prowess. Su Lingqing's heart raced with excitement, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Could this be the prodigy from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy? It was only then that she realized the gap between a 5-star and a 4-star martial arts academy was even larger than she had imagined. Until now, Ji Hongjiao had never experienced the terrifying aspects of a 5-star martial arts academy. At this moment, he realized things were taking a turn for the worse. The old man urgently said, "Young master, retreat quickly, or it will be too late." Although Ji Hongjiao was filled with reluctance, he knew that delaying any longer would make escape impossible. "Next time I see you, you won't be so lucky," Ji Hongjiao threatened as he prepared to flee. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting him go easily. Lin Mo's black and white spiritual power surged within him as he gripped his sword with his right hand. With his left hand, he slid from the ink-like hilt to the sword's tip, then pointed to the sky, unleashing the spiritual skill Sky Net Sword Formation. Countless sword shadows instantly formed around Lin Mo, blocking all of Ji Hongjiao's escape routes. Facing this inescapable situation, Ji Hongjiao's eyes glinted with a vicious light as he stared murderously at Lin Mo. "Kid, you forced me to go all out." Flames of a fiery red hue suddenly ignited around him. Although not true flames, they represented an enhancement of his spiritual power, his bloodline power. Lin Mo calmly explained, "Bloodline power is a force that can be actively triggered when one's bloodline constitution reaches a heavenly grade, temporarily boosting a practitioner's combat strength." Lin Mo felt a sense of helplessness, as his own quasi-divine bloodline constitution couldn't activate bloodline power, only enhancing his constitution and spiritual power. Ji Hongjiao roared, "Kid, die." After activating his bloodline power, his overwhelming force burst forth, shattering Lin Mo's Sky Net Sword Formation. He then raised his blade and struck down from above. This strike was the pinnacle of his strength. Although he was reluctant to use it, knowing it would make escape difficult afterward, Lin Mo's entrapment forced him to exert his full power. Die! Ji Hongjiao's peak strike descended, but Lin Mo showed no fear. His spiritual power surged wildly, intertwining black and white light, forming two giant serpents circling above him. Their hissing roars shook the surroundings, causing Ji Hongjiao's hand to tremble slightly on his blade. Ji Hongjiao forcibly suppressed his inner fear, his face twisted in a grimace. as he let out a fierce roar and struck with all his might. Behind Lin Mo, two giant pythons roared towards the sky, their overwhelming presence sweeping across the area. Lin Mo had been contemplating, looking for a chance to test the strength of the black and white pythons he had cultivated through the Candle Dragon's divine technique. The power displayed by Ji Hongjiao earlier wasn't enough to make Lin Mo go all out, but the force of this slash was worth a try. As Ji Hongjiao's peak slash came towards him, Lin Mo's gaze remained indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, the black and white pythons surged forward. The black python roared out, carrying a chilling aura that instantly froze the surrounding water vapor into ice particles. It then opened its mouth wide, clamping down on Ji Hongjiao's blade. With a loud clash, white smoke and steam rose, and the fiery red spiritual energy of Ji Hongjiao's blade quickly dimmed. How can this be? Ji Hongjiao's expression changed drastically as his strongest strike was effortlessly neutralized. While he was still in shock, the white python had already circled behind him and struck with force, causing blood to splatter. Ji Hongjiao's body fell to the ground, hanging on the brink of life. This scene made Zhao Dashan, who was live streaming, feel his blood boil, and the stream was filled with comments of admiration. I'm sorry everyone. I apologize for my ignorance earlier. Zheng Lingyun also apologized in her live stream. Lin Mo looked at the nearly lifeless Ji Hongjiao, who weakly raised his hand and pleaded for help. Save me. Save me. My father is a guardian of the heavenly sect. A guardian of the heavenly sect? Lin Mo wasn't familiar with this, but quickly decided to join the other battlefield. In a swift series of moves, he incapacitated everyone except the martial arts master who was fighting Officer Gao. Miaoing, keep Ji Hongjiao alive. His status isn't low, and he knows a lot. Officer Xia instructed Miaoing to heal Ji Hongjiao. Yes, Miaoing immediately stepped forward, using healing spiritual techniques to save Ji Hongjiao's life. After the treatment, Ji Hongjiao's condition improved significantly. As she was about to apply medicinal bandages, Ji Hongjiao, now recovering, showed a sinister look and pulled out a small knife, intending to attack Miaoing. Watch out! Fan Xin, who had been watching closely, immediately shouted. People watching Zhao Dashan's live stream also felt a pang of anxiety. Be careful, watch out. Faced with the sudden attack, Miaoing had no time to react and instinctively closed her eyes. However, after a few seconds, she realized nothing had happened. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a sword embedded in Ji Hongjiao's chest, Lin Mo's ink sword. At the critical moment, Lin Mo used his spiritual power to control the ink sword, striking Ji Hongjiao down from a distance and revealing a silver treasure chest. Well done. The people of the heavenly sect are indeed treacherous. Even when the young lady was saving him, he still tried to harm her. The expert is truly powerful. The audience marveled. I need to work hard for 100 days and get into the 9 provinces martial arts academy. The audience in Zhao Dashan's livestream felt a rush of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the martial arts master, locked in fierce combat with Officer Gao wearing power armor, witnessed the scene and was filled with both anger and unease, his body trembling slightly. He knew that if Ji Hongjiao died here, the wrath of the Guardian would be unimaginable. His only chance was to capture the young man and bring him to the Guardian. With this thought, the martial arts master unleashed his spiritual power, a surge of crimson energy erupting from him, forcing Officer Gao back. Forbidden technique. Officer Gao was shocked and quickly warned. Lin Mo, be careful. He saw the martial arts master charging directly at Lin Mo, with no time to intervene. The martial arts master's raging spiritual power surged like a tide, forming a giant hand aiming to seize Lin Mo. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Lin Mo realized escape was impossible and resolved to fight with all his might. He activated the Candle Dragon refining mind technique, releasing his spiritual power without reservation. 2 giant serpents, one black and one white, swelled and intertwined, roaring as they charged forward. The audience in Zhao Dashan's livestream could barely watch, acutely aware of the power disparity between the 2 attacks. The martial arts master sneered, thinking that no matter how skilled a beginner martial artist was, they were still insignificant before him. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed, instantly dispersing the martial arts master's spiritual power, causing the giant hand to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo's black and white serpents pierced through the martial arts master's chest. Lin Mo was stunned by the system notification of obtaining a golden treasure chest for defeating the martial arts master, realizing that the earlier shout had disrupted the master's spiritual power, allowing his attack to hit. At this moment, a towering middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an imposing presence, dressed in military attire, approached them within a few strides. Zhao Dashan quickly turned off the camera, telling the livestream audience, "Alright, that's it for today's stream. Thanks to the government and the officers and others on the front lines fighting monsters." As the middle-aged man approached, Officer Gao's power armor automatically dismantled, transforming into a steel box. General Wu, Officer Gao and Officer Xia saluted simultaneously. Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing the man's identity. General Wu nodded, looking at Lin Mo with admiration. Impressive, a beginner martial artist with such combat ability is rare. You must be from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo saluted and replied, Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo. He knew that presenting himself up front would leave a better impression on this influential figure. After General Wu arrived, a group of soldiers came to detain the remaining martial artists from the sect of the outer world. Officer Gao then explained, General Wu, this young man seems to be the son of a guardian from the sect of the outer world. We could have captured him alive, but during treatment by a medic, he ambushed us. We had no choice but to neutralize him. The son of a guardian? General Wu appeared intrigued, stepping forward to examine the young man's face, muttering, Ji Hongjiao? So he's the only son of that scoundrel Ji Yuanqing. Ha! His only son dying in Kyoto will surely enrage him to no end. General Wu seemed to be in a good mood, indicating that Ji Hongjiao's father was not held in high regard by him. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what rank is a guardian in the sect of the outer world? General Wu replied, typically, guardians in the sect of the outer world are of the martial god level. That scoundrel Ji Yuanqing has killed many of our soldiers, including 3 major generals. We've long wanted to eliminate him, but never had the chance. Who would have thought his son would die here? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression changed slightly, realizing that a guardian was of the martial god level and that he had killed the son of one. The weight of this realization pressed heavily on him, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and helpless. Lin Mo initially thought that the rank of protector within the Tianhui sect wasn't particularly high, probably just at the level of a martial arts master. Although he couldn't currently defeat a martial arts master, he wasn't overly afraid, considering they were from the Tianhui sect. To his surprise, the protector turned out to be a warrior of the Wushan level. Such a figure, even within the Tianhui sect, wielded significant power, and Lin Mo did not wish to offend such a person at this moment, even if they were from a rival faction. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. General Wu noticed Lin Mo's change in demeanor, understanding that feeling apprehensive about a Wushan was normal. So, he responded honestly, expressing understanding, as no one would want to provoke a Wushan. Lin Mo then asked General Wu a question that puzzled him. General Wu, how are the ranks within the Tianhui sect structured, and why is a protector considered a Wushan? General Wu did not hold back and explained. The followers of the Tianhui sect are ranked as external members, formal members, altar masters, hall masters, deacons, elders, protectors, deputy sect leaders, and the sect leader. External members are insignificant individuals who haven't even reached the level of a martial artist. To become a formal member, one must possess the strength of a martial artist. The foundation of the Tianhui sect lies in the altars and halls. Typically, a hall oversees all members in a city, not through direct management, but by setting up subaltars, with the hall overseeing the subaltars, which directly manage the followers. The disparity in strength between different cities results in variations in the strength of altar masters and hall masters. In smaller cities, a martial master might become an altar master, while a martial arts master could become a hall master, managing all the followers in the city. In more powerful cities, like Kyoto, the altar master's strength often reaches that of a martial arts master, with exceptional ones even reaching the level of a martial arts grandmaster. The hall master, who oversees all of Kyoto, possesses strength equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster, with a status and power comparable to some elders. Deacons are responsible for patrolling the halls, serving as the means by which the main sect controls the sub-halls, with each deacon possessing the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. The elders are key figures of authority within the main sect, most of them at the level of martial arts grandmasters, with a few exceptionally powerful ones reaching the Wushan level. General Wu's last statement made Lin Mo's mouth twitch slightly, realizing that he had offended not just any Wushan. In the days to come, General Wu decided not to let Lin Mo join the patrol team anymore, but to instead assign him a new position to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, in a certain district of the United Federation, within an underground palace, 6 figures sat cross-legged at the corners of a hexagram on the floor, each exuding a powerful aura, all having reached the level of martial arts grandmasters. At the center of the hexagram sat a young man with a handsome and refined appearance. The young man was Ji Yuanqing, the left protector of the Tianhui sect and a martial god-level expert. Despite his youthful appearance, it was due to his martial prowess reaching the martial god realm, allowing him to maintain his looks. At that moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Left protector, there's an urgent matter to report. Ji Yuanqing responded indifferently. Come in. A martial arts master stepped forward, looking anxious and uneasy. What has you so flustered? Ji Yuanqing asked calmly. The martial arts master swallowed nervously and said, Left protector, there's news from the capital, your son was killed there. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying aura erupted from Ji Yuanqing, pinning the martial arts master against the wall with an invisible force. Even a martial arts master was as helpless as a chick at this moment. Who did it? Ji Yuanqing's voice was filled with murderous intent. A junior martial artist named Lin Mo, a new student at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, and an exceptionally talented curse master. The martial arts master reported, having quickly gathered information on Lin Mo before entering. A junior martial artist killed my son? Ji Yuanqing found it hard to believe. Although his son, Ji Hongjiao, wasn't very accomplished, with a martial godfather like him, he should have been formidable among advanced martial artists. How could he have been killed by a junior? Left Protector, there was a live broadcast at the time. I have the video here, the martial arts master added hastily. Only then did Ji Yuanqing retract his energy, allowing the invisible force to disappear, and the martial arts master quickly projected a video of the battle between Lin Mo and Ji Hongjiao. At the end of the video, Ji Hongjiao cursed, "Idiot," when drawing his sword. Ji Yuanqing understood that his son didn't intend to kill the woman, but tried to use her as leverage to escape. If Ji Hongjiao hadn't acted so rashly, he would have only been detained by the government, and as long as he was alive, Ji Yuanqing could have saved him. This wouldn't have required force but negotiations with the government, as the Tianwai sect had leverage for such discussions. However, Ji Hongjiao's actions were foolish. Nevertheless, he was still his son, and Ji Yuanqing wasn't about to let Lin Mo off easily. With that thought, Ji Yuanqing attempted to rise, but the 6 grandmasters nearby immediately stopped him, saying, "Left Protector, you must not leave. The leader has instructed you. Are you threatening me with the leader's orders?" Ji Yuanqing's tone was filled with menace. "Brother Ji, they wouldn't dare, but you truly can't leave. You know how crucial this time is," said a dignified middle-aged man with a square face who entered the room. "Right Protector," the others greeted him. This man was Sha Xiukuei, the right protector of the Tianwai sect. Seeing him, Ji Yuanqing calmed down and said, "So my son is just supposed to die in vain? I'll arrange for an assassination." Sha Xiukuei replied, "Ji Yuanqing, you must realize that since he's a genius from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, he'll be heavily protected after such an incident. Can you send someone to assassinate him there?" "Then what do you suggest?" Ji Yuanqing questioned. Sha Xiukuei frowned slightly and replied, "Mobilize our asset within the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. If he acts, Lin Mo can certainly be eliminated." "That's not possible," Sha Xiukuei immediately rejected. "You know how vital that asset is. If he acts, he'll be exposed. Lin Mo's talent is exceptional, whether in martial arts or as a curse master. We always aim to eliminate such threats." Ji Yuanqing fell silent, aware of the secrets as a core member of the Tianwai sect. "But I'll see what can be arranged to attempt to kill," Sha Xiukuei promised finally. Hearing this, Ji Yuanqing sat back down, understanding the gravity and urgency of the situation. Finally, he could open the treasure chests. Back in his single dormitory at the headquarters, Lin Mo gazed at the 2 chests in his consciousness space. One was a silver chest that had burst forth from Ji Hongjiao, shining brilliantly with a faint golden hue. The other was a chest dropped by a martial arts master, radiating a pure golden light. Lin Mo decided to open the silver chest first, as surprises are best saved for last. With a thought, the silver chest slowly opened, revealing 50 low-grade spirit pearls, 30 comprehension fragments, and 2 enlightenment fragments. The purpose of the enlightenment fragments puzzled Lin Mo. Though he had obtained them before, he had yet to find the right moment to use them. Unlike comprehension fragments, enlightenment fragments could put him into a state of enlightenment, allowing him to perceive elusive things like sword intent and laws. However, Lin Mo had not yet found the appropriate time to utilize these fragments. After opening the silver chest, the main event was about to begin. A golden chest. For Lin Mo, the value of the golden chest was self-evident. To slay the martial arts master, he needed a bit of luck. For instance, the previously defeated, severely injured martial arts master was not only wounded but also poisoned. The martial arts master he just killed was only possible because General Wu's spiritual power had dispersed, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. The last golden chest had given him a level 3 evolution agent, which helped him advance to a martial artist, so his heart was full of anticipation, wondering what this golden chest would yield. Excited, Lin Mo finally opened the golden chest. As he focused, the chest slowly opened to reveal only a piece of Xian Python scale armor. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. His heart tightened a bit. This golden chest had only yielded armor. He quickly examined the armor and discovered it was crafted from Xian Python scales, combining forging techniques with cutting-edge technology. Lin Mo's heart was filled with joy, nearly shouting out loud. This was armor. Though he wasn't sure of its precise power, recalling the powered armor on Blue Star, which allowed High Officer Gao to hold his own against a beginner martial arts master, he knew the system's armor must be even more formidable. Xian Python scale armor, merge. With a thought, a scale appeared on Lin Mo's chest, then exploded outward, covering his body in an instant with countless scales. Lin Mo checked himself in the mirror and found that the armor wasn't the segmented scale armor he had imagined. Instead, each scale seamlessly connected, forming a unified and aesthetically pleasing whole. As he channeled his spiritual power and threw a punch, he realized his strength had significantly increased, clearly indicating the armor had enhanced his attack capabilities. At this moment, Lin Mo felt that with the Xian Python scale armor, his spiritual power attacks had reached an astonishing level. Limo wasn't entirely sure about the extent of its power, but as he donned the mysterious armor, he thought to himself that he could easily defeat the martial arts master he encountered earlier. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Greetings, Master. AI Xiaoxi at your service." Initially surprised, Limo quickly realized that the armor seemed to possess advanced technology. Could this AI Xiaoxi be integrated into the armor? "Are you the AI that comes with the armor?" Limo asked curiously. "Correct. Xiaoxi assists you in using the armor and can also handle other information," Xiaoxi's sweet voice replied in his mind. "Can you control my neural interface?" Limo couldn't help but ask. "Please hold on while I assess the level of your neural interface," Xiaoxi responded with a slightly serious tone. After about a second, Xiaoxi reported back. "With your current neural interface level, I can perfectly infiltrate and control it. Would you like me to do so to assist you?" "Infiltrate," Limo commanded decisively. "Infiltrating, please wait," Xiaoxi replied, and moments later added, "Infiltration successful, control of the neural interface acquired." "Open the Academy's task interface," Limo tentatively ordered. "Opening the Academy's internal network task interface for you." Xiaoxi's voice flowed like a clear spring, and in an instant, the task interface appeared before Limo. Definitely more intelligent, Limo marveled. On Blue Star, the neural interface was akin to a chip, functioning similarly to his past lives' phones and computers, but clearly more advanced. He could directly issue verbal commands, which the interface would execute swiftly. However, this execution wasn't truly intelligent. The neural interface behaved more like artificial intelligence without any real intuition. For instance, if Limo wanted to open the Academy's task interface, he had to first command the opening of the internal network, log in with authorization, and only then could he reach the desired interface. Xiaoxi, however, was different. Limo felt that he only needed to command a task, and Xiaoxi would automatically accept it in the next second. With Xiaoxi's help, Limo's training and daily work became much easier. He was secretly delighted, considering the mysterious armor his greatest asset. Nevertheless, Limo's true combat abilities had almost been fully exposed during the previous fight. Normally, exposure wouldn't be a big issue as most people's true combat skills were evident, and no one would specifically study him. But having killed the son of a martial god, his enemies certainly wouldn't let it go, and they would surely send someone after him. With his abilities exposed, they wouldn't treat him as an ordinary martial artist. They would send masters and above, constantly monitoring his growth and sending stronger assassins. Thus, Limo desperately needed a powerful trump card that no one had seen before. Clearly, the mysterious armor was that trump card. Just then, an idea struck Limo, and he opened his attribute panel. An electronic screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Host, Limo, Cultivation, Beginner Martial Artist, Weapon, Ink Sword, Upgradable, Mysterious Armor, Upgradable, Main Skills, Lion's Roar Soul Suppression Mastery, Extreme Shadow Step Mastery, Yin-Yang Thunder Sword Perfection, Upgradable Techniques, Zhulong Mind Refining, Indestructible Diamond Body. Indeed, the mysterious armor was recognized by the system as a weapon and could be further enhanced. Confirming his thoughts, Limo smiled slightly, and with a mere thought, the armor swiftly detached, transforming into scales and returning to his chest. For the rest of the time, Limo communicated with Xiaoxi, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the armor's various skills. The next morning, as Lin Mo was just getting out of bed, a sweet voice from Xiaoxi echoed in his ear. "Master, today you are trending in the top 50 searches, occupying 5 spots, number 1, 3, 20, 32, and 37. Hearing this report from Xiaoxi, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Realizing this was true artificial intelligence, much more comfortable to use than the previous light brain. But wait, why was he trending, and in 5 spots no less, with one being the top trend? Lin Mo immediately commanded, "Xiaoxi, open the trending list." The trending list instantly appeared before him, with the first headline boldly stating, 16-year-old boy defeats the celestial sect. Clicking on it, he saw a video of his battle with Ji Hongjiao from the previous night. The third trend was Unseen a Century Genius of the Kyushu Academy, which, upon clicking, revealed various media outlets uncovering his feats at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. The 20th trend discussed Lin Mo's looks, featuring a flurry of comments from enthusiastic girls. The 32nd trend was How Powerful is a 16-year-old Junior Sorcerer, where a blogger explained the difficulty of becoming a junior sorcerer, mentioning Lin Mo. The 37th trend was another blogger analyzing the difference between junior and advanced martial artists. In short, praise for Lin Mo was pouring in from the media like a tide, with some bloggers even calling him the greatest genius in human history and a future savior, just to grab attention. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. After freshening up, as he stepped out of the dormitory at the police station, he was immediately surrounded by a group of journalists and independent media, microphones nearly touching his lips. Lin Mo, how did you feel about being ambushed yesterday? Lin Mo, how strong was the celestial sect you faced yesterday? Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, a martial artist in military uniform stepped out of a hovering military vehicle. These soldiers quickly separated the journalists and media, and a military general followed, taking a microphone from a reporter and saying, due to Lin Mo having taken down a senior member's son from the celestial sect, for his safety, he will not be accepting any media interviews from now on. With the military stepping in, the media dared not be presumptuous and dispersed. Lin Mo, according to your academy's request, for your temporary safety, we are terminating your mission and sending you back to the academy, the general said after dispersing the media, speaking with Lin Mo privately. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Compared to carrying out tasks outside, the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy was undoubtedly safer. Moreover, after battling demons over this period, Lin Mo had acquired some silver treasure chests. Returning to the academy to train and striving to become a mid-level martial artist was a good choice. The celestial sect's reckless summoning of demons within the capital made Lin Mo realize that significant events might be on the horizon. To survive the upcoming changes, he must enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Furthermore, having just killed the son of a martial god, if chaos ensued, the other side would certainly not forget to send someone to take his life. Become stronger. As long as I am strong enough, nothing will be feared. Lin Mo's eyes burned with determination. Subsequently, the military dispatched personnel specifically to escort Lin Mo back to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. On the way to the academy, Lin Mo asked Xiaoxi to check his credit balance at the academy. Xiaoxi reported, Master, the academy has settled a total of 320,000 credits. Lin Mo was surprised. 320,000 credits? I didn't expect it to be so much. That should clear my credit debt. Upon reviewing the detailed information, he discovered that the academy had awarded him substantial credits for slaying demons, saving lives, and killing Ji Hongjiao, with particularly generous credits for the latter two tasks. Lin Mo, you're really something, getting on several trending topics just by taking up a task. As soon as he returned to the academy, Tansini approached him. It was already December, and the weather was getting colder. Tansini was wearing a luxurious coat made of exotic animal fur, paired with a white-fitted narrow skirt, her long and slender legs wrapped in stockings. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling helpless. Even slaying the son of a martial god was quite an achievement. Tansini spoke with a smile, but Lin Mo detected a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said dejectedly, What could I do? I had no idea the guardian of the celestial sect was so powerful at the time. Tansini consoled him. It's all right, you're absolutely safe within the academy. Lin Mo could only comfort himself with this thought. In the days that followed, Lin Mo began his training routine. As time passed, he had already spent half a year at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. The number of people in the academy gradually dwindled as winter break approached. Although this world's martial arts academies didn't have summer breaks, they did have winter breaks, as everyone needed to return home to celebrate the new year with their families. Home. Lin Mo sat on the rooftop of the teaching building, mocking himself inwardly. He had never experienced such a feeling, unsure if it was fate's trick or something else. In his previous life, he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. After crossing over to this world, he nominally had a father, but he never felt any fatherly love or warmth. His father seemed different from other children's fathers, who either played with their kids, urged them to train, or were busy making money. His so-called father never seemed to work, just ensuring he didn't starve. Then, inexplicably, he disappeared when Lin Mo was in his teens. Hey, why are you still at the academy and not going home? Tansini asked as she passed by the teaching building and saw Lin Mo sitting on the rooftop. Lin Mo shook his head. I'll just stay at the academy. Going back means being alone. He had no intention of returning to Donghai City. Tansini suddenly remembered that when she had looked into Lin Mo's background, she found that he indeed had no relatives. She looked at Lin Mo apologetically, worried that her words might have hurt him. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Don't look at me like that. I'm not that fragile. Once assured that Lin Mo wasn't bothered, Tansini seemed to have an idea. She grabbed Lin Mo's hand and said, In that case, to make up for it, let me take you around Kyoto today. Lin Mo was surprised. Take me around Kyoto? Is it you accompanying me or me accompanying you? Is this considered an apology? Nonetheless, he didn't refuse, as staying alone at the academy was boring, and going out with Tansini ensured safety. Perhaps because the new year was approaching, the crowd in Kyoto had thinned significantly. The streets were adorned with lanterns, exuding a rich, festive atmosphere. Come on, I know a famous mall in Kyoto, Tansini said, pulling Lin Mo along excitedly. Tansini dragged Lin Mo along as they shopped. Today, Tansini was dressed in a misty blue long-sleeved coat. paired with a neck-knit dress and high-heeled boots, exuding an aura of tall confidence. In the mall, she browsed through various items, occasionally taking clothes to the fitting room and comparing her new look in the mirror, often asking Lin Mo for his opinion. Although Lin Mo thought everything looked great on her, he couldn't provide any substantial advice, secretly thinking he was lucky to witness Tensini's different styles. What a half-hearted response, Tensini said, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Mo's attitude. Oh, come on, it's mainly because you're so beautiful, with fair skin, a lovely face, and long legs you can pull off any style, Lin Mo replied. Though he wasn't a Casanova, he knew when to compliment a woman. Tensini feigned indifference, but the slight curl of her red lips and sweet smile revealed her true feelings, captivating Lin Mo. In the end, unable to decide which outfit was the best, Tensini, unlike other girls, boldly bought all the clothes she had chosen. She paid without a second thought, truly a wealthy woman. Lin Mo felt a twinge of envy. Those clothes added up to $1 million, and she spent it without batting an eye. Thankfully, with the magical storage belt, he didn't have to carry anything. After shopping, Tensini and Lin Mo found a vintage-style restaurant. They sat by the window, and Tensini leaned back in her chair, holding a wine glass. Smiling, she said, "Cheers." The crisp sound of clinking glasses rang out as she downed a large glass of wine, her cheeks flushing with a hint of pink, giving her an alluring, slightly intoxicated look. Usually, she wore silver glasses and had an intellectual, cool demeanor as a sorceress, but her tipsy appearance added an intriguing contrast, drawing many eyes. Lin Mo noticed that if he weren't sitting across from her, someone might have boldly approached her for her contact information. Soon, the waiter brought their food, and Lin Mo was surprised to see that the waiter was actually a martial artist. This restaurant was evidently upscale to have martial artists as servers. Although martial artists weren't rare in Kyoto, they typically didn't work in restaurants. As the dishes arrived, Lin Mo was about to start eating when a voice whispered in his ear, "Master, after analysis, there's a toxin in this dish that could harm you." Startled, Lin Mo immediately knocked Tensini's chopsticks out of her hand. "What are you doing?" Tensini exclaimed, surprised by Lin Mo's sudden action. The next moment, she saw the waiter pull out a dagger and thrust it towards Lin Mo. With a snap, Lin Mo caught the waiter's wrist, twisted it until it broke, and then kicked him away. At that instant, the restaurant's atmosphere turned terrifying, as each presence reached the level of a martial arts master. Suddenly, the restaurant erupted into chaos, with diners nearby scrambling to escape. Meanwhile, at a prominent government building in Kyoto, a middle-aged man with a stern face and an air of danger was in conversation. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he urgently said to the person in front of him, "Old Chi, hold on a moment." Then, the man transformed into a blur of light and vanished from the room. "Let's go." Lin Mo grabbed Tensini's hand and leaped out of the window. Several martial arts masters from the restaurant followed closely. Tensini began casting spells, and as an advanced spellcaster, she quickly completed several third-level spells. Third-level spells? How is she so fast? The martial arts masters exclaimed in shock. The third-level spells unleashed a violent force that sent the martial arts masters flying. After landing, Tensini formed seals with her hands, conjuring dense spell patterns. Countless lines of spiritual energy formed these patterns, creating a formidable fourth-level spell. Lin Mo, watching from the side, barely had time to be surprised before a surge of violent spiritual energy approached. A figure in black, wielding a hammer enveloped in yellow spiritual energy, struck down fiercely. A martial arts grandmaster. Lin Mo felt locked in by the energy, with no escape. Just as the hammer was about to strike, Tensini completed her spell, enveloping them in a golden bell covered in special runes, giving an impression of indestructibility. Clang! The grandmaster's hammer hit the bell, causing the ground to collapse, stones to scatter, and dust to rise, shaking the earth. However, the grandmaster frowned, staring intently ahead, as the ancient bell stood firm like a mountain, seemingly unbreakable. Lin Mo's heart raced. Without Tensini's spell, he would have already summoned his serpent armor. The power of a martial arts grandmaster was terrifying, and even through the spell's protection, he felt the hammer's force. Lin Mo knew the enemy understood his true combat abilities and wouldn't send mere martial artists. The initial attackers were just a test. If he had consumed the poisoned food, they would have dealt with him easily. The grandmaster was there to handle any unexpected situations. "I need to train harder," Lin Mo thought, eager to enhance his strength. The grandmaster, seeing the golden bell, frowned and shouted, "Retreat." He realized breaking the bell quickly was impossible and feared they would be trapped if they lingered. "Intruders from the outer sect, causing trouble in Kyoto. Think you can escape?" A voice shouted from afar, and a figure approached swiftly. A martial god. "Run." The grandmaster was terrified, realizing their assassination attempt had drawn out a martial god. But as the grandmaster tried to flee, he felt the surrounding space constrict him, rendering him immobile. The other martial arts masters also felt the pressure, unable to move a finger. The figure landed, revealing a stern, battle-hardened middle-aged man. A martial god, Lin Mo realized, astonished that a martial god had come to protect him. Could his status at the academy be so high that he warranted such protection? From the assassination attempt to now, only seconds had passed. Unless the martial god had been nearby or was specifically alerted, it seemed too coincidental for him to arrive so quickly. But then, Tansini shattered Lin Mo's assumptions. Dad, you're here. Dad. 3 question marks popped into Lin Mo's mind. The term martial god on Blue Star is undoubtedly a symbol of power. It is well known that the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation is the martial god, and each martial god holds a crucial position in, rarely seen by ordinary people. At this moment, a martial god suddenly appeared, and the crowd, hiding at a distance, excitedly used their smart devices to capture the moment. However, to their astonishment, when they aimed their cameras at the martial god, they couldn't capture his image. Though he was clearly present before their eyes, the camera failed to record his presence. Could this be the terrifying aspect of a martial god? The people's reverence for the martial god grew even stronger. Lin Mo was somewhat bewildered when Tansini referred to this martial god as dad. Her background was indeed formidable. She turned out to be the daughter of a martial god. Lin Mo thought to himself that he had previously been self-conceited, believing that the academy or the government had noticed his potential and sent a martial god to secretly protect him. Little did he know that Tansini had called the martial god. Soon after, a group of police officers arrived, led by a grandmaster of martial arts. Upon seeing the martial god, the grandmaster immediately saluted and stepped forward to negotiate. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "Is that your real father?" "Yes," Tansini replied, her lips curling slightly with pride. No wonder she spent money so lavishly. Having a martial god as a father certainly had its perks. However, given her status as a high-level spellcaster, that amount of money was insignificant to her. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo's heart tightened, and his eyes almost blazed with fury as he glared at the captured cultists. If he had the strength, he would have rushed forward to slap them, especially since they attempted an assassination at this moment. After finishing discussions with the police, the martial god approached Lin Mo, sizing him up. "I've heard about you from Xiao Wu, Lin Mo, right?" Not bad," the martial god praised. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, then realized that the Xiao Wu the martial god referred to was likely General Wu. "Lin Mo, this is my dad, Tan Zong," Tansini quickly introduced. "Hello, Tan martial god," Lin Mo greeted. "Just call me Uncle Tan." "Tan martial god sounds too awkward," Tan Zong replied, much more approachable than Lin Mo had imagined, certainly more so than Su Hongai from Donghai City. As a martial arts master, Su Hongai's arrogance back then left a lasting impression on Lin Mo. Now, Lin Mo was no longer the young boy he once was. He thought to himself that in a fight, wearing his mystical armor, the outcome would still be uncertain. He decided to find a time to return to Donghai City to show Su Hongai what it meant to say, "The wheel of fortune turns, and the tables can turn." "Dad, why don't we invite Lin Mo to our home for the new year? Our place is safer," Tansini suggested. Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. The academy was indeed a safe place. At that moment, he was swayed by the enthusiasm of Tan Zong and Tansini and eventually decided to take the special car to Tansini's home. Her house was located at the junction of the city center and the suburbs of the capital, with soldiers patrolling around, exuding a sense of strength. No wonder Tansini said her home was safe. "Mom, we're adding an extra pair of chopsticks for New Year this year," Tansini shouted as soon as she reached the door. A woman's voice responded with joy from inside. Lin Mo saw a well-dressed woman quickly approaching, though her smile slightly stiffened upon seeing him. "Come in, have a seat." Although it was a brief change, Lin Mo noticed her scrutinizing gaze. Tansini's mother invited them into the living room, and then quietly pulled Tansini aside. Before she could ask anything, her mother began to scold her. "I've been urging you to bring someone home, but you can't just go for someone so young. How old is he? Do you really feel comfortable doing this?" Tansini was confused and quickly explained, "He's my student." Her mother, however, was relentless. "Your student? Tansini, you can't even spare your student? Taking advantage of someone who just got here and is easy to deceive." Tansini finally protested. "Mom, what are you thinking? This is Lin Mo, who was recently in the news for defeating the son of an outer sect martial god. The outer sect now wants him gone. We were just attacked, and if Dad hadn't arrived quickly, those outer sect members would have escaped." Lin Mo, her mother seemed to recall something. "Oh, I remember that news, though it was quickly suppressed." She continued, "I heard he's also a curse master and the top freshman at your academy. He's got quite the talent. Already an advanced curse master." "Oh, I see." Tansini's mother sneaked a glance at Lin Mo and whispered, "He might be a bit young, but he's quite handsome. The news said he has a good character, and he's a curse master like you. I'm not that old-fashioned, you know. Even with the age difference, it's not too bad. Mom, if you don't go greet him, he'll think we're rude," Tansini said, exasperated with her mother. Lin Mo, right? Can I call you Xiao Mo? Tan Sini's mother warmly addressed Lin Mo in the living room. Auntie, you can call me whatever you like, Lin Mo replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, in both his past and present lives, he rarely visited other people's homes, so he felt a bit out of place. Why are you sitting so stiffly? You seem a bit uncomfortable. Tan Sini, now in casual clothes, joined them in the living room and reassured Lin Mo. It's normal to feel a bit uneasy at first. You'll get used to it. Lin Mo noticed there were no housekeepers in Tan Sini's home and was curious. Why doesn't your family have any housekeepers? We do, but since it's almost New Year, my mom let them go home to be with their families. And do you think my mom is the type of lady who doesn't do anything? She can handle both social events and cooking. That's why my dad fell for her, Tan Sini said proudly of her mother. About 2 days later, Tan Zong informed Lin Mo that some information had been extracted from the outer sect members who attacked him. On New Year's Eve, just as the reunion dinner was ready, Tan Zong received an urgent order and left hurriedly, hinting at something important. A few days later, explosive news spread. There had been anomalies at the dimensional space passages suppressed by the world's 5 major federations. In the Me Nation Federation and the Economic Community Alliance, 2-dimensional space passages had been breached. In today's world, there are only 5 major federations left on Blue Star: the Huaxia Federation, the Combat Federation, the American Federation, the Economic Community Alliance, and the United Nations Federation. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Huaxia Federation, the Combat Federation, and the American Federation were already powerful countries. After the resurgence, they chose to form independent federations rather than join with other countries, making them the 3 strongest federations in terms of combat power. The American Federation stands out for its high technology. The Combat Federation is known for its tough character and fierce fighting style, while the Huaxia Federation is the most advanced in martial civilization on Blue Star, having discovered the most ancient civilization relics. The Economic Community Alliance is also formidable, composed of once glorious old powers with advanced economies. In contrast, the United Nations Federation is the weakest link among the 5, consisting of many small countries with significant internal conflicts, and it serves as a haven for many members of the Outer World cult. In the recent incident involving interdimensional passages, the United Nations Federation was not breached. Instead, 2 passages in the American Federation and the Economic Community Alliance were. Although this news is shocking, it is currently only circulating at high levels to prevent public panic. If Lin Mo hadn't been staying at Tan Sini's house, he wouldn't have realized the severity of the situation. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "Is the problem serious?" Tan Sini pondered for a moment before replying. "Judging by my dad's tone, it seems quite serious. Although not many outsiders have entered Blue Star through the interdimensional passage this time, they are all elites. After they made contact with the Outer World cult, its strength will greatly increase, which explains why the cult has become so blatant recently. They obviously knew about this all along. But there's no need to worry too much. It's serious, but still within control." Despite Tan Sini's reassuring tone, Lin Mo still felt a bit of pressure. He believed this was just the beginning and that subsequent problems would only worsen. Under this pressure, Lin Mo successfully advanced to an intermediate martial artist that day. After being sent back to the academy by General Wu, Lin Mo focused on his training. He spent some time training at the academy and then a few days at Tan Sini's house, eventually breaking through under pressure. Tan Zong praised him. Your spiritual foundation is indeed solid." Lin Mo's foundation was even more robust than Tan Zong's when he was a young martial artist. Lin Mo responded, "Uncle Tan." Tan Zong sat next to Lin Mo and casually asked, "Are you from Donghai City?" Lin Mo answered truthfully, "Yes, I grew up in Donghai City and only left for the martial arts entrance exam." He curiously asked, "Uncle Tan, is there something special about Donghai City?" Tan Zong smiled and said, "Not really, except for one incident that happened there." Lin Mo tentatively asked, "May I ask what it was?" Tan Zong chuckled. "It used to be classified, but now it's no longer a secret. About 16, almost 17 years ago, the Tianhui sect held a ceremony in Donghai City to welcome beings from another dimension. The entire sect was fully cooperating, causing chaos and confusion everywhere. The vice leader personally led a team to Donghai City to greet these outsiders. By the time we got the news, it was already too late, and we hurried to the scene. As we approached Donghai City, we suddenly felt a strong spatial disturbance, and our expressions turned grave, fearing we wouldn't make it in time. At that moment, a terrifying force emanated from the direction of Donghai City, so powerful it was unimaginable. Even War God Tenzong showed signs of fear and apprehension. Lin Mo was curious about this force and wondered how terrifying it must be to frighten even the War God. He asked, "What happened next?" When we arrived at the scene, the Tianhui sect's plan had already failed. The vice leader was crushed to ash by that terrifying force. Tanzong sighed. After interrogating others, we learned that a person had appeared, easily thwarted the Tianhui sect's plan, and sealed the spatial passage they had discovered. Those present only knew of this person's existence but couldn't remember their appearance or any features, as if that memory had been erased. Tanzong remarked that the vice leader of the Tianhui sect was no ordinary person but a high-level war god, almost beyond that level, yet was effortlessly crushed and the dimensional passage sealed. They conducted a special investigation into the matter but found no leads and eventually had to give up. It was certain that the person who intervened was not from Blue Star, as no one on Blue Star could possess such power. Whether they harbored malice or goodwill towards Blue Star was unknown. Fortunately, there was no further news of that person, and the Federation lowered its guard, for if the person had malicious intentions and wanted to sweep through Blue Star, they would be powerless against it. Lin Mo recalled that this timeline coincided with his birth. However, unlike characters in other transmigration novels, he wasn't conscious in the womb. He regained awareness around the age of 2, with no memories from the first 2 years. After regaining consciousness, he remembered only his father's figure, with no memories of his mother. After spending the new year at Tansini's home, a few days later, the academy announced an early start to the semester, likely due to the chain reaction caused by the breach of 2-dimensional passages. Lin Mo returned to the academy with Tansini, thinking about finding a movement-type spirit technique, and realized he had accumulated enough credits to exchange for one. Already gathered so quickly, he thought to himself, recalling the previous low price. The librarian, Old Mo's comment made Lin Mo's mouth twitch slightly, as 300,000 credits was no small amount. If not for being a spellcaster, saving many lives, and having the luck to kill Ji Hongjiao, it would have been difficult to gather the credits so swiftly. To what level have you cultivated the Vajra indestructible body? Old Mo inquired. First level, perfected, Lin Mo replied, and then began to operate the Vajra indestructible body. Elder Mo noticed that Lin Mo had already perfected the first level of his training, and couldn't help but marvel at his rapid progress. Not bad. Since you're progressing well, I'll share 2 pieces of information with you, he said with a pleased expression. Information? Lin Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Elder Mo wasn't just any ordinary person. He was like a wise sage who surely held many insider secrets. First, the major martial academies are about to open the ruins, Elder Mo announced. Open the ruins? Lin Mo was taken aback, thinking of the relics of ancient civilizations. That's right. You should know that our Kyushu Martial Academy was established based on an ancient civilization relic. This time, the academy has decided to open it, allowing you students to seek your own opportunities. Besides Kyushu and Kunlun, the 2 5-star martial academies, other academies, although they don't have their own exclusive relics, do jointly control a few. These will also be opened. Can every student enter the ruins? Lin Mo focused on the key issue. That's right. I'm not sure about the rules of the other academies, but in ours, you must pass the 31st level of the trial tower to qualify. Elder Mo continued. And the second piece of information? Lin Mo pressed on. You're aware of the breach in the 2-dimensional space channels, right? Elder Mo asked. Yes, that's why the major martial academies decided to hold the freshman exchange meeting earlier, Lin Mo replied. Oh, if it's earlier, so be it. Lin Mo wasn't particularly interested in the exchange meeting, thinking it was merely a formality. Don't underestimate the freshman exchange meeting. Why do you think the academies insist on holding it? Do you think it's just for fun? This meeting determines the slots for the martial god training program. Elder Mo's tone turned serious. Martial god training? Lin Mo finally showed interest, surprised by the existence of such a program. Speaking of the martial god training, I must mention the Martial God Hall. It's an organization founded by all the martial gods to enhance communication among them. The martial god training program is proposed by the Martial God Hall, Elder Mo explained. Each year, there are 60 slots. 1/3 goes to the elites of top domestic families, and the remaining 2/3 are reserved for the major martial academies. These slots are closely linked to the annual freshman exchange competition. The Martial God Hall holds numerous rare resources, even more precious than those of the Kyushu Martial Academy. Moreover, they control the largest developed ancient civilization relic. Your indestructible diamond body was discovered there. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, the complete content couldn't be brought out. Elder Mo expressed a hint of regret. The indestructible diamond body was actually discovered there. Lin Mo's heart raced. He knew the power of the indestructible diamond body, but only had the first 4 levels. Beyond that, after reaching the level of a martial grandmaster, there was nothing more. They even have the complete version there. Elder Mo said earnestly to Lin Mo, however, bringing it out requires more than just strength. Other factors are also needed. If you can enter, you might have a chance to bring it out. Elder Mo's eyes gleamed with hope. If there's a chance, I will definitely seize it. Lin Mo promised firmly. The path of body refinement is not easy. It lacks both heritage and the experience of predecessors, as well as suitable ointments and bath formulas for body refinement. With the opening of the Academy's relics, if you're lucky, you might find something beneficial for the indestructible diamond body's training. Of course, the prerequisite is that you qualify to enter. Elder Mo's tone was filled with anticipation. After leaving the library, Lin Mo found himself holding an ancient-looking black metal piece. Initially, he had intended to ask Old Mo, the librarian, to recommend a movement technique, as Old Mo was well-versed in the academy's skills. However, instead of a recommendation, Old Mo handed Lin Mo the black metal piece, claiming it was an artifact excavated from an ancient civilization's ruins, a movement skill used by their practitioners. He also casually charged Lin Mo 20,000 credits for it. Despite feeling the pinch, Lin Mo decided to make the exchange, believing that a skill from an ancient civilization would surely surpass those created by modern practitioners. Back at his dormitory, Lin Mo carefully examined the black metal piece. Following Old Mo's instructions, he formed a hand seal and infused it with his spiritual power. As he did so, the metal piece emitted a domineering force that instantly pulled Lin Mo's consciousness into it. Within the piece, he saw a white silhouette standing in a vast space. Although it was just a silhouette, Lin Mo could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, even stronger than that of a martial god. He marveled at the power of the ancient civilization, wondering how such a mighty culture could have vanished from history and what led to their downfall. I am the Quanfeng Sacred Master. Upon achieving mastery, I comprehended the essence of wind and merged it with the form of the Quanfeng, creating the Quanfeng Stride. The silhouette thundered. The Quanfeng Stride comprises 5 levels, and mastering its essence allows one to dominate even among sacred masters, unmatched in speed. The Quanfeng Sacred Master then demonstrated the Quanfeng Stride, leaving Lin Mo dazzled. The master seemed to transform into a Quanfeng, soaring high into the sky at an unimaginable speed, with his movements tracing the wind and hinting at spatial shifts. Astonished, Lin Mo realized that he couldn't grasp the legacy this way. He then recalled the Enlightenment fragment and wondered if he could use it now. Entering his consciousness, he attempted to use it and found that he could. With the fragment's aid, Lin Mo's mind entered a profound state, where the Quanfeng Sacred Master appeared as a real Quanfeng. Every step, every footprint, and the changes in the surrounding wind and space were clearly imprinted in Lin Mo's mind. Time passed, and Lin Mo grew increasingly exhausted, eventually fainting without a sound, his consciousness slipping away. Fortunately, no one noticed his unconscious state. After more than a day, his eyelids fluttered, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue in his mind. Moments later, he regained full consciousness, realizing that the information about the Quanfeng Stride had been imprinted in his mind. It seemed the Enlightenment fragment had temporarily allowed him to memorize all the details of the Quanfeng Stride and comprehend its first level. Casually stepping forward, Lin Mo's figure instantly merged with the wind, appearing at the other end of the room in the blink of an eye. What incredible speed! Lin Mo was overjoyed. The first level of the wind-catching Kuan step was far faster than the specialized shadow step. He immediately checked his status panel. Host, Lin Mo, cultivation level. Intermediate martial master, weapon. Ink water can be enhanced. Main spiritual skills. Black Python scale armor can be enhanced. Lion's roar soul suppression specialization. Wind-catching Kuan step first level can be enhanced. Yin-Yang thunder sword perfect enhancement. Heavenly net sword formation perfect enhancement. Cultivation techniques. Candle dragon refining spirit. Diamond indestructible body. Clearly, the shadow step had been replaced by the wind-catching Kuan step. Unlike his existing spiritual skills, the wind-catching Kuan step is divided into 5 levels: beginner, small success, great success, perfection, and specialization. Lin Mo thought that if he could master the 5th level, he might be invincible on the entire Blue Star. He recalled the founder of the wind-catching Kuan step, who called himself the Saint Master of Kuan Wind, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He decided not to dwell on it. The realm of the Saint Master of Kuan Wind was still far beyond his reach. As his cultivation level increased, he would naturally understand more. After bathing and changing clothes, Lin Mo set off for the Trial Tower, aiming to reach the ultra-ancient ruins at the Academy. The standard was to pass the 31st level of the Trial Tower, with the combat strength standard being that of an entry-level martial grandmaster. Entering the Trial Tower, Lin Mo resumed from the 25th level where he last saved his progress, and quickly reached the 26th level. As soon as he stepped onto the 26th level, 5 virtual light shadows appeared, and Lin Mo's silhouette almost simultaneously appeared behind them. Bang, 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 bang. 5 virtual light shadows instantly turned into points of light, allowing Lin Mo to smoothly advance to the 27th level. Outside the Trial Tower, in a massive arena, there was an electronic screen displaying 6 lines of text, each representing the top performer from each of the Academy's 6 grades in the Trial Tower. The 6th line originally showed that freshman Yi Tianjun had passed the 25th level. However, when Lin Mo stepped onto the 27th level, the screen's information changed to show that freshman Lin Mo had passed the 26th level. This change caught the attention of students entering and exiting the Trial Tower. Lin Mo, they discussed animatedly. He had recently been trending, and not even advanced martial masters could match him, so naturally, he could break Yi Tianjun's record. This suggests that Lin Mo is now stronger than Yi Tianjun, becoming the top freshman. However, this achievement was from Yi Tianjun's first month at the academy, and he hadn't challenged it since, so it might not reflect his true strength. At this moment, Lin Mo had already stepped onto the 27th level, facing an ordinary advanced martial master light shadow. Lin Mo's ink water appeared, and with one slash, his sword energy sliced through the air, shattering the light shadow. Against such an opponent, Lin Mo had been able to easily defeat them even as a beginner martial master. Now, as an intermediate martial master, he naturally crushed them effortlessly. After the light shadow on the 27th level was shattered, the numbers in the outside hall changed from 26 to 27 accordingly. So quickly, someone was already startled. After Lin Mo had just finished discussing, he surprisingly advanced through another level. The opponent on the 28th floor consisted of 3 martial artists of the 27th level, known as the Lion Roar Soul Quelling. Lin Mo took a step forward, his mouth slightly open, as tangible sound waves rippled outward, infused with spiritual power, instantly shattering the 3 virtual projections. Although the Lion Roar Soul Quelling is only a level spiritual technique, in Lin Mo's hands, it demonstrated extraordinary power. After shattering the 3 projections, Lin Mo proceeded to the 29th floor. This time, the opponent conjured up on the 29th floor was none other than Ji Hongjiao. As he deployed his sky net sword formation, Lin Mo's black and white spiritual power surged forth, with sword shadows coalescing and swirling into a complex sword formation that enveloped Ji Hongjiao's area. Flames of fiery red ignited on Ji Hongjiao, clearly indicating the activation of his bloodline power. Although the light and shadow here did not possess the true essence of bloodlines, this power was evidently simulated. With the emergence of his bloodline power, Ji Hongjiao unleashed a formidable force, slashing fiercely at the sky net sword formation. However, Lin Mo had now become an intermediate martial artist, and the power of the sky net sword formation far surpassed its initial stage. Lin Mo activated the sword formation, and a dense rain of sword shadows fell, directly piercing Ji Hongjiao with countless swords. The light and shadow dissipated, and a formidable opponent like Ji Hongjiao, who once required the use of the Candle Dragon refining mind technique to defeat, could now be resolved by Lin Mo with a single spiritual technique. Subsequently, Lin Mo stepped into the 30th floor. The opponent on the 30th floor was also a projection, but the aura it emitted was even stronger than Ji Hongjiao's, likely the pinnacle of martial artists. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he unleashed the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword. The intertwining black and white spiritual power crackled with sound, producing 2 distinctly different types of thunder. Lin Mo slashed with his sword, and the black and white thunder light, entwined with the sword light, descended forcefully. The projection also summoned a spiritual shield, its intricate patterns exuding authority, likely a powerful defensive spiritual technique. Boom! The sword light collided with the spiritual shield, and the violent spiritual power rippled outward, with the thunder light aggressively eroding the shield. Under this erosion, cracks began to appear on the shield, growing more intricate over time, spreading like a spider's web across the shield. Bang! Ultimately, the shield could not withstand the thunder light's erosion and shattered, with the projection being simultaneously sliced apart by the sword light. The scene before Lin Mo shifted, and he finally arrived at the 31st floor. People gathered in the lobby of the arena stared intently at the electronic screen, watching as Lin Mo's level climbed higher and higher. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 Lin Mo had astonishingly broken through to the 30th level in a short span of time. Those around couldn't help but gasp in amazement, not just because he reached the 30th level, but because of his incredible speed. Each level had failed to delay Lin Mo for more than 10 seconds. In less than a minute, they witnessed his progress leap from 26 to 30. What did this signify? It meant Lin Mo had effortlessly crushed all his opponents. People began to wonder how long he could last on the 31st level. The 31st level was on a completely different scale from the 30th, featuring a martial arts master as the challenger. Even if it were just a beginner-level master, their combat power was formidable. What if he succeeded in breaking through? Someone quietly posed the question. Breakthrough? The standard of a martial arts master on the 31st level was exceedingly difficult for a martial artist to overcome. Though some spoke cautiously, their skepticism was evident. They doubted Lin Mo could surpass the 31st level. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Mo breaking records continued to spread on the school's online forum, with many who couldn't be present closely following the real-time updates. Inside the trial tower, Lin Mo's surroundings abruptly changed as he stepped into the 31st level. Upon entering, he saw a massive beam of light descend from the sky. As the beam gradually dimmed, a solid figure of light appeared. This apparition was a cold-faced, indifferent-eyed cultivator wielding a blood-red spear, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent that seemed to permeate the air. Facing this apparition, Lin Mo quietly clenched his fist, fully aware that this opponent was far stronger than any he had encountered in previous levels. Boom. As they faced off, Lin Mo struck first. His immense spiritual power rippled out instantly, with a faint golden glow emerging on his body. Two powerful spiritual forces, black and white, intertwined on his sword. The black force froze the surrounding air into ice particles, while the white force emitted a fiercely yang energy. These forces entwined like yin and yang, with lightning power bursting forth, forming a lightning that seemed both yin and yang. Lin Mo swung his sword, sending a violent lightning slash downward, its power far exceeding his previous attacks on the 30th level apparition. The apparition, not to be outdone by Lin Mo's formidable strike, unleashed its spiritual power, the spear glowing blood red, tracing a crescent arc in the air to clash fiercely with the yin-yang lightning sword. The two forces collided in the air, erupting in waves of residual spiritual power. Amid these waves, Lin Mo's yin-yang lightning sword, which had previously shattered the 30th level apparition, now found itself locked in a stalemate. Bang! Amidst this deadlock, the blood-red spiritual power within the apparition surged once more, forcibly shattering Lin Mo's yin-yang lightning sword. In the next instant, the apparition stepped forward, tearing through the air, its figure vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared behind Lin Mo, and a blood-red spear suddenly pierced through his body. As the spear struck, the figure seemed to sense something was amiss and instinctively turned, thrusting the spear in another direction. Clang! Lin Mo's true form appeared at that moment, his sword clashing with the spear in midair. The previous strike had only pierced an afterimage left by Lin Mo, while the real Lin Mo had swiftly evaded the attack and launched a counterattack. His speed was incredible. Had he not practiced the Wind Koan step technique, he would have surely been injured. Lin Mo was well aware that if he had still been using the shadow step technique, he wouldn't have been able to dodge that strike. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Mo and the silhouette rapidly exchanged blows in the space, engaging in dozens of rounds each second. Golden sparks flew and clashing sounds echoed as their relentless attacks intertwined, the spear shadows and sword lights colliding and dissipating. The intensity of the battle made Lin Mo's eyes grow increasingly serious. The opponent's attacks were powerful, each clash sending a formidable force into him. If he hadn't trained his physical body extensively, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a high-intensity confrontation. Clang! After a series of fierce exchanges, both unleashed a powerful strike simultaneously, the tips of the sword and spear colliding, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing Lin Mo and the silhouette back dozens of steps. Stabilizing himself, Lin Mo summoned black and white spiritual energy, which surged forth. Two giant serpents, one black and one white, roared towards the sky, coiling above him with an oppressive presence. Lin Mo's gaze was indifferent as he waved his hand, sending the serpents to attack the silhouette. In response, the silhouette's spear appeared before it, and with a hand gesture, a blood-red serpent materialized from behind. Materialized spiritual power. Lin Mo recognized the technique, knowing that once one reached the level of a martial arts master, the quality of their spiritual power could manifest into tangible forms. At this moment, he could use various techniques to create battle forms resembling real objects. In midair, the blood serpent and the black and white serpents clashed, the blood serpent exhibiting extreme ferocity, its body exuding a corrosive power. Each contact with the black and white serpents allowed the blood serpent's corrosive power to weaken them. However, Lin Mo had other means. The black serpent spat out a blue beam, which upon contact with the blood serpent, instantly formed an icy layer. Simultaneously, the white serpent unleashed a beam infused with pure yang energy, striking the blood serpent's icy shell and causing a unique reaction that significantly diminished the blood serpent's spiritual power. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo commanded both serpents to attack simultaneously from the left and right, crashing into the blood serpent. Boom! The frightening spiritual energy shockwaves caused the air to explode, raising clouds of dust. Through the haze, Lin Mo saw faint glimmers dissipate. As the dust settled, the black and white serpents appeared extremely ethereal, their spiritual power nearly exhausted. At this moment, Lin Mo finally relaxed, supporting himself with his hand on the ground, panting heavily. The strength of a martial arts master was indeed formidable, and with his intermediate martial artist level, defeating such an opponent took nearly all his effort. Yet, Lin Mo's face showed excitement. Once an unreachable martial arts master in his eyes, he had now managed to defeat one. Although it was only a junior martial arts master, he still had the trump card of the mysterious serpent scale armor unused. Now, in Lin Mo's eyes, a martial arts master was no longer an unattainable figure. As the silhouette dissipated, in the main hall of the arena, the faces of the onlookers in front of the electronic screen froze in disbelief. Because on the last line of the electronic screen, the floor number behind Lin Mo just jumped from the 30th to the 31st. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Mo had passed the 31st floor and successfully defeated a junior martial arts master. And the creator of this achievement was not a senior student from the academy, but a freshman who had been enrolled for less than a year. In the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, not many have passed the 31st level of the trial tower, but it's not exactly rare either. However, those who have succeeded in the past have all been senior students who have attended the academy for years. This time was different. Lin Mo, as a freshman, successfully passed the 31st level, an achievement that was truly remarkable. Whether such a feat had been accomplished before in the history of the academy is unknown, but at least in recent years, only Lin Mo had achieved it. Yi Tianjun was browsing through photos of electronic screens taken by others on the forum before he got up and left his dormitory. After passing the 32nd level, Lin Mo also chose to save his progress. Upon returning to reality, he lay back in a massage chair. Even though it was just a mental endeavor, the strain was significant. After a brief rest, he opened his door and stepped out. When Lin Mo reached the lobby, he saw a crowd gathered around the electronic screen. As soon as he appeared, a voice broke the silence, and all eyes in the lobby turned to him. Feeling a bit uneasy under so many gazes, Lin Mo noticed the last line on the electronic screen. Freshman, Lin Mo, passed the 31st level. No wonder everyone was paying attention to him. He understood now. He had forgotten that the person who passed the most levels of the trial tower in each grade was displayed on the electronic screen. The previous record holder was Yi Tianjun. Although Lin Mo later matched his record, due to timing, the honor of first place still belonged to Yi Tianjun, and Lin Mo's name didn't appear. Now, having passed the 31st level, the honor on the electronic screen naturally shifted to Lin Mo. Even so, this wasn't the first time Lin Mo had been in the spotlight, so he decided to leave the venue as usual. Just as he stepped out, a figure blocked his path. It was a young man, handsome with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a noble aura. Lin Mo immediately recognized him as Yi Tianjun, once the strongest martial artist among the freshmen. Do you need something? Lin Mo asked. Yes, Yi Tianjun replied, a gleaming spear appearing in his hand, pointing directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I want to challenge you. The air around him was charged with an overwhelming battle intent, his aura reaching its peak, his spiritual power nearing that of an advanced martial artist, on the verge of breaking through from intermediate. The students inside the venue saw Yi Tianjun challenge Lin Mo and gathered around to watch. Although the trial tower results couldn't be faked, they hadn't seen Lin Mo's real strength firsthand and were eager to see how strong he truly was. Lin Mo looked at Yi Tianjun, who was holding the spear, and frowned, saying, "You're not a match for me." This wasn't meant to belittle Yi Tianjun. Lin Mo simply knew that Yi Tianjun's strength was far below his own, making a duel unnecessary. Many things remain unresolved unless tried, Yi Tianjun said. Pardon me. Yi Tianjun unleashed his spiritual power, and with a flash of silver light, he leaped high into the air. His spear swung, slicing through the air like a silver crescent. Seeing this, Lin Mo sighed, stepped forward, and summoned a barrier of black and white spiritual energy. Yi Tianjun's spear struck down, stopping just centimeters from Lin Mo, unable to penetrate the barrier. Despite Yi Tianjun's efforts, he couldn't break through. The onlookers were amazed at Lin Mo's formidable defense, recognizing the power in Yi Tianjun's attack, one that even intermediate martial artists would struggle against, and advanced ones might not easily withstand. With a boom, Lin Mo's spiritual energy surged, and the barrier emitted a force that sent Yi Tianjun flying. Without a word, Lin Mo turned and left, unsure of what to say since he barely knew Yi Tianjun. Although this scene caused quite a stir, it was soon overshadowed by bigger news from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, the announcement of an upcoming exploration of ancient ruins. However, the trial tower's 31st floor posed a significant challenge, blocking most people. At the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, even sixth-year students were mostly intermediate or advanced martial artists, with few reaching the level of martial master. Typically, students entered as novice martial artists, with intermediates considered excellent and advanced ones exceptional. By graduation, reaching intermediate or advanced martial artist status was common. In this world, these achievements were commendable. The standardized college entrance exam took place at 16, so graduates were typically 22, the prime age for martial training. With continued effort, a 22-year-old intermediate or advanced martial artist could definitely reach the level of martial master. In a city like Donghai, martial masters could easily enter high society, and in the capital, they were highly sought after by various organizations. These were just average graduates from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Those who excelled could become martial grandmasters, achieving middle-class status in the capital. The very best could reach martial sage status, though achieving martial deity status required some luck. Recently, Lin Mo noticed many unfamiliar faces at the academy, seemingly from other martial arts schools. These individuals were part of an exchange. Just then, Tensini approached, leaning against the railing, and explained, "Our academy's ruins are inherently dangerous, hence the trial tower's threshold. However, due to recent instability, the academy decided to speed up student development by exchanging some spots with other schools. They'll send students to our ruins, while we send promising newcomers to their less dangerous ruins. Tan Sini's explanation clarified things for Lin Mo. Having passed the 31st floor, he too was destined for the academy's ruins. She continued, "Let me give you a brief overview of what to expect inside the ruins." Upon hearing Tan Sini's words, Lin Mo immediately perked up, realizing that this information was undoubtedly a crucial source of intelligence for him. Tan Sini explained seriously, "The relic beneath our academy is an independent secret realm that once belonged to a sect called Tianluo. Once you enter, you'll be randomly transported to different locations. Your first task upon entry is not to seek resources, but to gain recognition as a member of Tianluo sect." "Recognition as a member?" Lin Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. "That's right. Although the reason for Tianluo sect's downfall is unknown, some restrictions and elements that maintain the sect's order still exist. Access to certain opportunities requires verification as a Tianluo sect disciple. So, when you enter, your first task is to acquire the identity of a Tianluo sect disciple. I'll give you a rough map later, which you can use to find your way." "Teacher, you're too kind to me." Lin Mo was so moved he nearly cried, and even felt like hugging Tan Sini's leg. "Don't get too excited," Tan Sini continued. "According to the Academy's understanding of Tianluo sect disciples, they are divided into 5 levels: servant disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. Each level has different privileges, and some areas are restricted. Without the appropriate identity, you can't enter them, let alone seize opportunities. Therefore, you must strive to obtain a higher disciple status. Typically, most people from our academy who enter manage to acquire the status of outer sect disciples. A few achieve inner sect disciple status, but gaining the identity of a core disciple is extremely challenging, with very few succeeding in the academy's history. As for direct disciples," Tan Sini shook her head, her tone filled with resignation. "Since the academy started exploring Tianluo sect, not a single person has achieved this status." Lin Mo wasn't surprised by Tan Sini's remarks. She wasn't questioning the talent of the students at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, but rather highlighting the differences in environment. During the era of ancient civilizations, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was far more abundant than it is now, and the advanced state of civilization meant everyone's cultivation level was naturally higher. This is similar to how the overall cultivation level on Blue Star has significantly improved compared to a century ago. However, Lin Mo also realized something important. Once inside that space, the optical brain would be unusable, unable to connect to the network, and there would be no supervision. Tan Sini's warning made Lin Mo's heart tighten, and he responded, "Teacher, you mean to say that while we shouldn't harbor ill intentions, we must remain vigilant?" Tan Sini nodded, emphasizing the importance of caution, and Lin Mo understood that he must stay alert. When the Tianluo sect ruins were opened, about 2,000 participants gathered at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy's Guangqing, all of whom had passed the 31st level of the trial tower. Most of these people were from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, with some from other martial arts academies. Among the more than 1,000 martial arts masters from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, most were students from the 4th, 5th, and 6th years, with the 6th year having the most participants. Among these 2,000 people, the only martial artist was the freshman Lin Mo. He stood out among the many martial arts masters since he was the only martial artist. Looking at the martial arts masters around him, Lin Mo couldn't help but touch his nose and think to himself that he was indeed exceptional. Across the entire Huaxiao Federation, in all the martial arts academies, there wasn't another martial artist who could challenge across levels. The presence of Lin Mo, a martial artist, was taken relatively calmly by the students of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, while students from other martial arts academies whispered and speculated. "A martial artist? Isn't the entrance requirement for the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy ruins the 31st level of the trial tower? How did a martial artist get in?" One student wondered. "Yeah, is he the child of some dean who got in through connections?" Another student countered. At this point, a student from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy couldn't help but interject. "If you keep guessing, you'll think our academy is really corrupt." Another student reminded. "He looks kind of familiar." With their reminders, more people began to recall. "I remember now, Lin Mo, who was trending recently. If our academy hadn't suppressed the trending topic in time, he might have become an internet celebrity by now." The students from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy stopped keeping secrets and said directly, "To avoid disturbing his training, we quickly suppressed the trending topic, and the replay of that live stream was deleted. Almost all photos of him online were removed, so he could focus on his training." Lin Mo, "I remember now, the incident where a junior martial artist defeated a senior martial artist. I watched that live stream," one student said excitedly. Another student frowned. "But that was just defeating a senior martial artist. Back then, he was a junior martial artist, and now he's an intermediate martial artist. Will his combat power remain the same?" Although there's nothing wrong with what was said, it's still hard to believe. After all, the gap between a beginner martial artist and an intermediate martial artist is clearly not as significant as the gap between a martial arts master and an advanced martial artist. And don't suspect that he had an unfair advantage, because he successfully passed the 31st level of the trial tower. The students of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy's final remark dispelled any doubts. Other achievements might be faked, but the results of the trial tower are the most impartial and impossible to forge. This is why major academies use the number of levels in the trial tower to measure true strength. Remember, be careful once you're inside. Tensini reminded Lin Mo entering that ruin does indeed carry a risk of death. Although the mortality rate isn't high, it still exists. Don't worry, teacher, I'm tough, Lin Mo said, patting his chest. As someone who has traveled through time, he had technically experienced death once, so his fear of it wasn't as intense. Teacher Tan, this is your student, a man in his 30s approached. He was impressive, carrying a long sword, with a hint of sharp sword aura about him. This man was He Wenxiu, the head of the Sword Cultivation Institute. The entrance to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy had introductions of all the institute heads, so even though Lin Mo hadn't met him before, he recognized him immediately. Yes, Tensini replied. He Wenxiu looked at Lin Mo and smiled. I've watched your fight with Ji Hongjiao. Your swordsmanship is impressive. You'd actually be more suited to join our Sword Cultivation Institute. Lin Mo felt a bit helpless at this straightforward attempt to recruit him, especially with his teacher right beside him. Director He, that's a bit much. Lin Mo also has a great talent for incantations, and Director Chi has high hopes for him. Tensini interjected in Lin Mo's defense. At the mention of Director Chi, a slight hint of apprehension appeared on He Wenxiu's face. The Incantation Institute was different from the others. Director Chi was the only one at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy with strength comparable to a martial god, while the other directors were merely grandmasters. Just saying, He Wenxiu didn't press further, simply adding, Lin Mo, if you ever have any questions about swordsmanship, feel free to come to me. Director He, Teacher Tan, a young man approached at that moment. The spiritual energy emanating from him was strong, indicating he had reached the level of an advanced martial arts master. His face bore a fierce scar, which inspired a bit of fear. Chun Hui. He Wenxiu recognized the student and introduced him to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this is your junior. If you encounter any trouble in the ruins, he might be able to help. Chun Hui looked at Lin Mo, extended his hand, and said, I've heard a lot about you, Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his hand, replying, Not at all. If we meet in the ruins, I might need your help, Senior Chun Hui. Not at all. It's only right for classmates to help each other, Chun Hui said warmly. After He Wenxiu and Chun Hui left, Tensini watched Chun Hui's back and commented, Chun Hui is quite diligent. How so? Lin Mo asked, curious. Tensini explained. 2 years ago, Chun Hui was on a patrol mission with some senior students when they encountered the Outer Sky sect. In that battle, nearly the entire team was wiped out, with only Chun Hui surviving. He survived because He Wenxiu arrived just in time to save him. However, Chun Hui was left with a fierce scar on his face. He chose not to remove it as a reminder of his hatred for the Outer Sky sect, and has kept it to spur himself on. Over the past 2 years, he has almost obsessively trained, advancing from an advanced martial artist to an advanced martial arts master. It's truly inspiring. This story made Lin Mo hold a new level of respect for Chun Hui. The students in the square were almost all gathered together, and in the distance, a giant black eagle swooped in, leaving everyone in awe. A mystical beast? Many students were stirred at the sight of this creature, surprised that such a beast could appear within the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Amidst the commotion, an instructor stepped forward to calm the students in the square. A few sharp-eyed students noticed 4 figures on the black eagle, 3 of whom were vice principals Lin Mo had seen during the freshman competition. This led to the speculation that the figure ahead of the 3 vice principals was none other than the head of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, Yu Qingsong. True to his name, Headmaster Yu, clad in a green robe, stood tall and composed, exuding a sense of unwavering determination. Lin Mo surmised that Headmaster Yu must also be a martial god. With a gentle smile, he addressed the students in the square, students of Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, as well as those from other martial arts academies. I am Yu Qingsong, the headmaster of Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Soon, you will enter the relics beneath our academy. I won't elaborate on the standard rules, as I believe you've already done your homework. However, there's one thing I must remind you of. You have only 2 months inside. After that, you will be automatically expelled from that space and return to the academy. As Yu Qingsong finished speaking, people in the square rushed toward the spatial portal. After bidding farewell to Tensini, Lin Mo swiftly moved and leapt into the portal. At this moment, one of the vice principals behind Headmaster Yu commented, I wonder if anyone will gain a significant opportunity inside this time. A white-haired vice principal sighed and replied, a significant opportunity? That's difficult. Many of the restrictions of the Qing Luo sect still exist, and with Blue Star's current level, they are impossible to break. We can only follow the rules left behind. and to gain a significant opportunity, one must have the status of a personal disciple. The current environment is nothing like it was in the past. The current world environment was evidently not as favorable as during the era of the Tianluo sect, and the development of civilization was far from reaching that level. Achieving the status of a direct disciple of the Tianluo sect in this era is undoubtedly a monumental challenge. However, as Master Yu gazed at the distorted portal, he secretly pondered. If one's talent is sufficiently extraordinary, even with slightly inadequate current strength, they can still earn the recognition of the Tianluo sect. So this is the Tianluo sect. Lin Mo looked around, feeling a tinge of awe at the unfamiliar surroundings. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than on Blue Star, and the spatial constraints were significantly stronger. More importantly, Lin Mo noticed the ground was scarred with ravines, evidence of intense battles that had taken place. He pulled out a simple map, which was compiled from the recollections of those from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy who had entered the Tianluo sect over the years. It marked several locations where identity recognition was possible. Lin Mo understood that to gain opportunities here, he first needed to secure identity recognition. So, he began moving through the area, trying to pinpoint his location. After more than an hour of wandering, Lin Mo finally located his position on the map. The nearest identity recognition site was to the southeast. With his location confirmed, Lin Mo immediately headed towards the recognition site. As he moved quickly, a skeleton composed entirely of white bones suddenly appeared before him, with blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, slowly approaching Lin Mo. This was one of the dangers of the Tianluo sect ruins. Over the years, the deceased here had undergone mutations, their bones transforming into mindless skeletons. The skeleton before him seemed to have the strength of a martial artist. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slashed with his sword, the blade gleaming like a rainbow, instantly shattering the skeleton. This level of skeleton was considered the lowest tier. If he encountered stronger skeletons, their strength could reach that of a martial master, and the remains of certain powerful individuals could mutate to achieve martial grandmaster level strength. Facing such skeletons, Lin Mo knew it was best to avoid them if possible. On his way to the identity recognition site, Lin Mo encountered numerous skeletal remains, engaging in several skirmishes. The strongest skeleton he faced was of a beginner martial master level, and it took considerable effort to destroy it. However, he didn't mind the trouble, as defeating monsters could yield treasure chests. Yet, Lin Mo didn't become obsessed with hunting monsters, because he could do that outside as well. His main goal was to seize opportunities here to enhance his strength, allowing him to defeat higher quality monsters more effectively and reap greater rewards. Amidst the constant battles, Lin Mo finally reached the nearest identity recognition point. By this time, a crowd had gathered in the area, clearly with others also arriving to gain identity recognition. Among the crowd, Lin Mo spotted a familiar figure Chenhui. Chenhui noticed him too, eyes lighting up with delight as he enthusiastically approached, greeting, Lin Mo Jr.? What a coincidence that we're both at this identity recognition point. Chenhui seemed very friendly, trying to get close to Lin Mo. Lin Mo subtly stepped back, responding coolly. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Perhaps accustomed to solitude, Lin Mo felt uneasy with such overt friendliness, especially since they weren't well acquainted. Seeing Lin Mo's slight aversion, Chenhui toned it down a bit and smiled. I'm not sure what level of disciple status I can achieve. With your strength, it surely won't be low. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. You're too kind. Besides strength, Chenhui clearly valued talent more. With your talent, you might even set a record and earn direct disciple status. Lin Mo didn't say much else, his gaze falling on the altar where identity recognition was taking place. Hundreds of eager eyes were fixed on an ancient altar, each person yearning for an opportunity that could only be realized with the altar's recognition. Despite the eager anticipation in their eyes, everyone hesitated, waiting for someone else to take the first step into the unknown. After all, being the first to take the plunge required immense courage. As time passed, one person finally broke the stalemate. With confidence, he declared, What's there to fear about identity recognition? Since you're all so modest, I'll go first. This martial arts master, whose strength was at an intermediate level, was among the strongest present. He stepped onto the altar without hesitation. All eyes were on him, filled with both anticipation and anxiety, wondering if he would encounter danger. Under everyone's gaze, a light enveloped the martial arts master, and he vanished. This was not unexpected, as previous accounts described identity recognition as transporting them to another space for a test. The crowd waited quietly, but the wait was not long. The space on the altar twisted, light flowed, and the martial arts master reappeared, looking disheveled. What kind of test is this? It's so extreme, I only got the status of an outer sect disciple. The intermediate martial arts master was frustrated. At the 9 Provinces Martial Arts Academy, he was considered an outstanding talent, yet the Tianluo sect only recognized him as an outer sect disciple. The crowd was shocked. Given his talent and strength, If he could only achieve the status of an outer sect disciple, most others would likely be relegated to menial roles. The term menial disciple clearly indicated a position at the bottom of Tianluo sect's hierarchy, not even considered a true disciple, but rather a helper. With the path paved by predecessors, everyone decided to try the altar. It could accommodate dozens simultaneously for identity recognition. Soon, people returned from the altar, looking dejected. Most received the status of menial disciples, with a few becoming outer sect disciples. Lin Mo, let's give it a try, Chen Hui suggested. Lin Mo nodded, and together they stepped onto the altar, enveloped by light. In the next moment, Lin Mo felt the space around him ripple and found himself in a plaza. As soon as he entered, a light scanned his body. Bone age, 16 years and 8 months. A mechanical voice echoed in the empty plaza. Lin Mo was amazed at the precision. Then, the system's voice announced, hidden ancient divine bloodline detected, welcoming the divine son to Tianluo sect. Before him, light gathered and formed a figure. Though the figure was merely an apparition, it exuded an overwhelming presence, making Lin Mo cautious. Given this was a relic of an ultra-ancient civilization, any mechanism left behind was beyond his ability to handle. The system's voice echoed again, welcoming the divine son to Tianluo sect. The figure bowed to Lin Mo, Your Highness, the divine child? Me? Lin Mo looked around and realized there was no one else. Tianluo sect had identified him as having the bloodline of an ancient god. Whether he truly possessed it, Lin Mo wasn't sure. Even if he did, it might be related to the bloodline evolution agent. For now, he didn't need to overthink it. He just knew his status seemed to have changed, so he asked, what level of authority does a divine child have in Tianluo sect? The highest authority, allowing you to freely access any techniques or enter any place within Tianluo sect, the figure replied truthfully. Hearing these privileges, Lin Mo felt quite satisfied. He then asked, can you give me an identity? He thought it best not to reveal his divine child status. What level of identity does your highness desire? The figure inquired. Core disciple, Lin Mo decided, thinking that the status of a direct disciple might be too conspicuous, and that of a core disciple was just right to maintain a low profile. After obtaining the identity, Lin Mo had the figure move him out of the space. Shortly after, Chen Hui also emerged happily. Judging by his expression, he must have obtained a significant status. He was quite pleased to have gained the identity of an inner sect disciple, which was considered the highest status available. Junior brother Lin Mo, how did you fare? Chen Hui asked in return. Lin Mo flipped his hand to reveal an identity token and smiled faintly. Tianluo sect recognized my talent and granted me the status of a core disciple. Core disciple. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Lin Mo, focusing on the undeniable identity token in his hand, eyes filled with disbelief. It was astonishing that Lin Mo had achieved the status of a core disciple. How can an intermediate martial artist get a core disciple status? Someone questioned. Look at his age. Disciple status isn't just about strength, but talent too, another replied. With Lin Mo's talent, it's indeed possible for him to receive a core disciple token. Lin Mo's acquisition of core disciple status sparked much discussion. Though shocking, it was understandable, as his talent had already been remarkably displayed within the academy. No one dared to think of stealing the token, as it was personally bound and unusable by others. Any attempt to steal it would result in severe punishment upon returning to Blue Star. Chun Hui's smile from obtaining the inner sect disciple status became slightly stiff, but he respectfully congratulated. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Mo. With the authority of a core disciple, you will surely encounter significant opportunities. Senior Chen Hui, having gained identity recognition, I shall take my leave, Lin Mo said, intending to depart first. However, Chen Hui suddenly stopped him, saying, Junior brother Lin Mo, please wait. I know of a place of opportunity. We can go there together. What kind of opportunity? Lin Mo asked, half smiling at Chen Hui. Chen Hui explained, I know a senior who previously entered the ruins and accidentally stumbled upon this place. It's a battlefield, a place where Tianluo sect encourages disciples to hone their combat skills. By demonstrating a certain level of combat ability, rewards can be earned. All right. Thank you for the tip, senior, Lin Mo responded with a smile, accepting the invitation as he looked at Chun Hui's sincerely inviting face. Chen Hui, seeing Lin Mo's agreement, enthusiastically led the way. Chun Hui led the way, cutting through the dense underbrush, and eventually brought Lin Mo to a large square. In the center stood several massive battle platforms, made of bluestone, emanating an ancient aura. Their surfaces were covered with dents of varying depths, evidence of countless fierce battles fought there. This was where the Tianluo sect trained its disciples. Chun Hui stepped onto one of the platforms first, indicating there was no danger. Lin Mo followed closely, and as soon as he stepped on, a humming sound surrounded them. Light walls shot up around the platform, sealing off the exit. Lin Mo looked at Chun Hui across from him and noticed his smile growing more brazen. You approaching me was indeed suspicious. Lin Mo said calmly, seemingly unsurprised. Oh, so you anticipated this? Chunhui replied with a mocking smile. Not exactly anticipated, but I always have my guard up when strangers approach without reason, Lin Mo replied, leaning against the light wall. What's the deal with this platform? Instead of immediately answering Lin Mo's question, Chunhui began to explain. This isn't a platform set up by the Tianluo sect for regular training. It's a death duel platform, where disciples settle irreconcilable life and death conflicts. Once you're on it, it's a fight to the death until one of us dies. The light walls won't disappear. Just as I hoped, Lin Mo nodded, showing no fear. Chun Hui's expression darkened, having expected Lin Mo to plead for mercy, which did not happen. One more thing, Lin Mo said coldly, fixing his gaze on Chunhui. We have no personal grudges. If you're here to kill me, there's only one explanation. You're with the Tianwei sect. I'm curious, did you join them before you were in the patrol, or was it during that life and death crisis that you turned to them to save yourself? Chunhui smirked, touching a vicious scar on his face. Naturally, it was before. If it wasn't for someone in the patrol that the Tianwei sect wanted dead, I wouldn't have taken such a risky move. I even scarred my face to avoid suspicion from the academy and didn't seek treatment. This means He Wenxiu is also with the Tianwei sect, Lin Mo realized, shocked by the depth of betrayal within the academy, though he knew Chun Hui wasn't the mastermind. Chun Hui paused in rare silence before sneering. A dying man has so many questions. With that, a storm of azure spiritual energy erupted from his body, filling the platform with an oppressive force. Lin Mo, aren't you known for defeating opponents above your level? Let's see you, a mid-level martial artist, try to kill me, a high-level martial arts master. Chun Hui taunted, confident that Lin Mo was doomed. Although Lin Mo's combat prowess is impressive, he can only go toe-to-toe with a junior martial arts master, while he himself is a senior martial arts master. This kind of request is something he has never heard before. So be it, I'll indulge you. As Lin Mo's voice resonated, scales appeared on his chest, quickly covering his entire body with a dense layer, forming a silver-white armor. What is this? Chun Hui was dumbfounded, never having seen such peculiar equipment. He wondered if it was powered armor, but it was too lightweight and could cover the entire body in an instant. Perfect. I've been wanting to test the power of the Xian Python scale armor. Chun Hui, let's see what you can do. Lin Mo stomped on the arena, transforming into a streak of silver light as he charged at Chun Hui, his punch tearing through the air, instilling fear in Chun Hui. Just posturing. Chun Hui snorted, countering with a punch imbued with green spiritual energy. Bang! Their fists collided, and Chun Hui felt as if his finger bones were about to shatter, his body being pushed back several steps, while Lin Mo remained unaffected, seemingly more excited than ever. Again, Lin Mo urged the Xian Python scale armor and launched another attack on Chun Hui, with violent spiritual energy surging and vaguely suppressing him. Bang! 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 After several clashes, Chun Hui felt his blood boiling, surprised that Lin Mo had such a hidden trump card, one that no one else could have anticipated. Chun Hui still couldn't fathom how Lin Mo had acquired this armor, considering that such technology was impossible to produce on Blue Star. Lin Mo unleashed another punch, and this time Chun Hui chose to evade, using his wind shadow step to glide away like the wind, dodging Lin Mo's attack. Competing in speed, are we? Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as the Xian Python scale armor shifted to wind mode. Click, click, the silver armor rapidly transformed, covering him in a light blue armor with wings sprouting from his back. Wind Kuan step. Lin Mo took a step forward, his speed soaring instantly. While the wind mode of the Xian Python scale armor reduced his strength, it greatly enhanced his agility and speed. On the arena, Lin Mo and Chun Hui's figures flickered and crisscrossed until, with a loud bang, Lin Mo punched Chun Hui, sending him crashing into the light barriers surrounding the arena. That speed is not enough, Lin Mo remarked coldly, watching Chun Hui, who was bleeding from the mouth. Chun Hui coughed up more blood, madness flickering in his eyes. He pulled out a syringe, injecting himself and letting out a pained scream as his body twisted, hair sprouting rapidly, transforming into a monstrous figure over a meter tall. Now, Chun Hui was covered in black fur, exuding an indescribable savagery. Lin Mo sneered. Turning yourself into this grotesque form, is this the benefit of joining the outer sect? You forced me, it's all your fault. Chun Hui shouted hysterically. The serum he used was passed down by an alien race, drastically boosting his combat power, but carrying severe aftereffects. You think this can defeat me? Lin Mo's eyes flashed with coldness and savagery as his armor transformed once more. Click, click, the scales reassembled, releasing an aura of brutality and slaughter. This time, the Xian Python scale armor turned black, appearing even heavier, like donning full plate armor. The dark Python armor, in its Azura hell form, transformed into a heavy battle armor on Lin Mo's body. Predominantly black with crimson accents and lines, it exuded an aura of violence and slaughter. This form represented the pinnacle of the Dark Python armor's combat power. Unlike the balance of the original form or the agility of the Wind Rider form, this form was like a meticulously crafted killing machine. However, the murderous aura it carried could erode both the body and spirit, subtly influencing the user. Once activated, battles had to be resolved quickly. Chunhui roared, emitting a similar violent aura. An iron rod appeared in his hand, and he stomped heavily on the ground, causing his spiritual energy to surge with aggression. Lin Mo stepped forward as well, his black and white spiritual energy flowing. When enhanced by the Dark Python armor, the energy took on a slight crimson hue. Azura Hell Fist. The black and white spiritual energies coiled around the battle armor on Lin Mo's right arm, gradually turning crimson as the armor vibrated. In the next moment, Lin Mo punched through the air, creating a massive fist imprint several meters wide, trailing a crimson light as it collided fiercely with Chun Hui's iron rod. Boom! At the instant of impact, the violent spiritual energy waves rippled outward, but these waves were completely absorbed by the light barrier surrounding them. Chun Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt an overwhelmingly domineering force of slaughter instantly obliterate all his spiritual energy. Clang! The iron rod in Chun Hui's hand was knocked away, and he himself was sent crashing into the light barrier. At that moment, Lin Mo moved, leaving a crimson trail as he almost instantly appeared in front of Chun Hui, delivering a fierce punch. With a sickening crunch, Chun Hui's chest caved in, and blood gushed out. But it wasn't over. Lin Mo then smashed into Chun Hui's arm, his fist shattering the bones and sending flesh flying. Chun Hui's face twisted in agony as he let out a piercing scream, struggling in vain against the oppressive force of the Dark Python armor. Lin Mo continued his brutal assault, breaking Chun Hui's limbs and leaving him in unbearable pain, ultimately ending his life. As Chun Hui's life ended, the light barrier around the deathmatch stage disappeared. Lin Mo deactivated the Dark Python armor, feeling a wave of weakness. The Azura Hell form was indeed not to be used lightly. He reflected on the severe corrosion of his body and spirit by the murderous aura just moments ago. Letting Chun Hui die this way was almost too merciful. Glancing at Chun Hui's corpse, Lin Mo thought to himself that for those of the heavenly sect, even 1,000 cuts would not be enough. Master, the remaining energy of the Dark Python armor is at 93, integrity at 99.1, and evolution at 0. Xiaoxi quickly reported a series of data to Lin Mo after the battle. The Xian Python scale armor requires the consumption of its own energy each time it is activated, with the amount of energy used dependent on the intensity of the battle. After all, the increase in spiritual power cannot come from nowhere, and this process naturally involves energy consumption. Each use of the Xian Python scale armor results in some degree of wear, which is determined by the specifics of the battle. Previously, Lin Mo's battle was not intense, almost one-sided, so the armor's wear was minimal. The evolution level refers to the degree of evolution of the Xian Python scale armor. Once it reaches 100, it can transform into a higher form. With a thought, Lin Mo opened the golden treasure chest, which naturally appeared after defeating Chun Hui. Upon opening the chest, he acquired 70 intermediate spirit beads, 20 comprehension fragments, 3 enlightenment fragments, 1 black crystal, and 1 low-grade evolution crystal. Among these, the black crystal and the low-grade evolution crystal were new to Lin Mo. Lin Mo examined the description of the black crystal. It is an energy crystal that can power mechanical technology equipment, but living beings cannot directly absorb its energy, except under special circumstances. Lin Mo realized that this could provide energy for the Xian Python scale armor, gaining a rough understanding. He then checked the description of the low-grade evolution crystal. It can upgrade technological products. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised, as it seemed like he got exactly what he needed, feeling quite fortunate. His primary need was to charge and upgrade the Xian Python scale armor, so he immediately used the black crystal and the low-grade evolution crystal. The system indicated current Xian Python scale armor energy at 100, integrity at 99.1, and evolution level at 1. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a bit tense, realizing that the timing for using the black crystal was not ideal. He understood that the armor only needed 7 more energy to be fully charged, and using the black crystal resulted in unnecessary waste. Before leaving, Lin Mo took Chun Hui's storage belt, knowing that he should not leave any resources behind. After leaving, he consulted his map and chose his next target, the Golden Body Pool. This place is significant to the Tian Luo sect, specifically used for the training of body cultivators. Lin Mo's physical body was currently stuck at the first level of the Vajra indestructible body, and soaking in the Golden Body Pool might help him break through to the second level. After a day's journey, Lin Mo finally arrived at the Golden Body Pool. Standing before the barrier, he could vaguely sense a lingering power. Although the barrier appeared dilapidated, its power was still formidable. Without sufficient clearance, one might be directly obliterated. Just then, A beam of light scanned Lin Mo's body, and a voice announced, "The divine sun has descended. The golden body pool is fully open, with no time restrictions." Lin Mo was delighted, realizing that his divine sun status was indeed beneficial. Based on past experiences at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, the golden body pool was off-limits to servant disciples. Outer sect disciples could enter once a month for an hour, inner sect disciples once a month for 3 hours, core disciples once a month for a whole day. Even personal disciples could only stay for 5 days a month. Yet, Lin Mo's status allowed him unlimited access to the golden body pool. Upon entering the golden body pool, Lin Mo was guided by a beam of light. After some winding paths, 10 minutes later, he arrived at a place shimmering with golden light. Before him lay a golden lake, its waters like liquid gold, brimming with immense energy. Lin Mo was awestruck. If such a golden lake existed on Blue Star, the path of body cultivation might become more popular. At this moment, Lin Mo was the only one in the golden body pool, indicating a lack of demand for body cultivation among others. Without hesitation, he leaped into the golden body pool. Splash! Lin Mo suddenly jumped into the golden body pool, immediately feeling the searing heat of the water, prompting him to leap out with a startled exclamation. "Wow, that's hot." Caught off guard by the heat upon entering, he quickly retreated to the shore. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo activated his Vajra indestructible physique and plunged back into the pool. This time, although the temperature remained the same, his endurance had clearly improved. Once submerged, Lin Mo felt a powerful force pressing against him from all directions, squeezing his body. It was evident that non-physical cultivators couldn't enter this place. Lin Mo understood that even martial artists and masters would find the pressure unbearable here. However, the pressure wasn't without benefit. Under its influence, he sensed an unusual energy seeping into his body, refining and transforming his muscles, bones, blood, and organs. Indeed, the golden body pool was a treasure left by an ancient civilization with immense power. He formed hand seals and activated the Vajra indestructible physique. At that moment, it was as if his physique, starved for ages, had encountered a feast, rapidly absorbing the pool's unique energy. With this greedy absorption, the pressure he felt intensified. Although he could stop the Vajra indestructible physique to lessen the pressure, he chose not to, as it was still within his tolerance. Actively absorbing the energy accelerated his cultivation, and with only 2 months in the ruins, he couldn't afford to waste time. Having already lost some time due to Chen Hui, Lin Mo planned to stay in the golden body pool for up to 20 days. As he continued to absorb energy, faint golden patterns began to appear on his skin, indicating he was nearing the second level of the Vajra indestructible physique. These patterns, known as Vajra marks, would strengthen his skin and enhance his power. Successfully engraving these marks signified reaching the second level. Lin Mo was just a step away from this goal. He wasn't in a rush, knowing the energy here was abundant, and at this pace, he would eventually form the Vajra marks. As time passed, the marks solidified, and his formidable physical strength began to radiate. Was this the power of the second level of the Vajra indestructible physique? Feeling the immense energy within, he mused that if a junior martial arts master stood before him, he could defeat them with sheer physical strength alone. With some time left before reaching his 20-day mark, Lin Mo hoped for further improvement. Currently, he was only at the minor achievement stage of the second level and wasn't entirely satisfied, as he could already contend with a junior martial arts master without relying on spiritual energy. The remaining time until the 20-day deadline he set for himself wasn't very long, and trying to increase his strength within that period seemed challenging. Lin Mo's gaze grew cold, fully aware of the importance of power in this world. Without power, even former friends might unknowingly drift away, and one could be subject to humiliation from others. However, with power, he would be the most outstanding freshman at the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, a genius attracting attention online wherever he went. Power doesn't come out of nowhere. To gain it, one must pay a price. Even though Lin Mo had a system, he still needed to personally slay monsters to acquire resources. He resolved internally, "I need a greater challenge." Without hesitation, Lin Mo formed hand seals, fully activating the indestructible Vajra body, drawing energy from the lake into his body like a tidal wave. As the absorption rate increased, he vaguely saw the composition of that energy, with tiny golden particles continuously flowing into his body. The increased absorption speed accelerated the cultivation of the indestructible Vajra body for Lin Mo, but it also came with a tremendous cost. The pressure he endured was dozens of times greater than before, pressing down on him like a mountain, causing stinging pain and blood to seep from his skin. The blood did not mix with the lake water but adhered to his body, gradually forming a thin layer of scab. Immersed in cultivation, Lin Mo controlled the indestructible Vajra body, letting those golden particles refine every corner, every inch of flesh, and even every cell of his body. As time passed, the Vajra marks on his body increased, emerging beneath his skin. Under this immense pressure, time slowly slipped away. On the 20th day he sat, the golden body pool radiated a brilliant golden light, accompanied by a long howl as Lin Mo leaped out. His upper body was now covered in Vajra marks, exuding powerful strength with every movement, signifying that his indestructible Vajra body had reached the second layer's perfection. Lin Mo's face showed ecstasy. Through this intense training, his indestructible Vajra body had advanced from the second layer's minor achievement directly to perfection. At this moment, he was filled with confidence, believing he could face Chun Hui in battle even without using the Xian Python scale armor. However, Lin Mo also realized that his spiritual and mental strength seemed somewhat lacking. He smiled wryly, recalling a place Tensini had mentioned for training spiritual power, the Lingzhou Hall of the Tianluo sect. With a goal in mind, Lin Mo followed the map toward the Lingzhou Hall. On the desolate land, his gaze swept over the surroundings, filled with ruins, hinting at the fierce battles that must have occurred here, leading even to the fall of a sect like the Tianluo sect. As he walked, Lin Mo encountered some obstacles, which were the skeletons of the Tianluo sect. Facing the skeletons, Lin Mo charged forward without hesitation, activating the indestructible Vajra body. Bang, bang, bang. He clashed with the skeletons, easily scattering them. To him, skeletons at the martial artist level were nothing, and even those comparable to martial masters only lasted 10 seconds before falling in front of Lin Mo. He continued deeper, sweeping through several waves of skeletons with his strength. Ultimately, he arrived at another hall, where 3 people were waiting for him. Above the Lingzhou Hall, faint lights flickered, symbolizing powerful spells that evidently protected the hall thoroughly. In front of the hall stood 3 people, 2 women and a man. The man had a handsome face and an amiable, scholarly demeanor. One of the women was strikingly cold and aloof, with her arms crossed as if detached from the world, while the other was petite with a doll-like innocence yet possessed a strikingly contrasting fiery figure. These 3 individuals were students of the Academy of Sorcery, whom Lin Mo had encountered before. The man in the middle was named Zhong Yangshu, a 6th-year student. The cold woman was Mu Bing, and the other was Xia Qiufan, also a 6th-year student. Students interested in the Lingzhou Hall were mostly from the Academy of Sorcery. Senior sisters, Lin Mo greeted them proactively. The trio looked surprised to see Lin Mo. Given his martial arts prowess, he should have been pursuing martial opportunities, yet here he was at the Lingzhou Hall. Lin Mo asked with concern, "Senior sister Xia Qiufan, have you encountered any trouble in front of the Lingzhou Hall?" If there was no trouble, they should have gone inside by now. "Yes, we have run into a bit of a problem," Xia Qiufan replied. Usually, entering the Lingzhou Hall only requires an identity token, but the spells here are ancient and have not been maintained, so issues have started to arise. "See that incomplete spell over there? It's the reason we can't get inside." Lin Mo followed her gesture and indeed saw a fragmented spell in operation. Though worn by the passage of time, its core mechanism was still functioning. To enter the Lingzhou Hall, they needed to disrupt its core mechanism. There are 2 core mechanisms in this spell, Lin Mo analyzed. At this statement, Zhong Yangshu and the other 2 were astonished. They had spent days researching, yet Lin Mo discerned it in a short time. Zhong Yangshu regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. Although they knew Lin Mo was exceptionally talented, he was only an apprentice sorcerer, while they were intermediate sorcerers, so they naturally assumed he couldn't be of much help. However, Lin Mo's insight demonstrated his profound understanding of sorcery, even surpassing theirs, despite his spiritual power limitations. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Mo inquired. Mu Bing responded coolly, "Based on our analysis over the past few days, even with our combined sorcery skills, we can only break 1 core mechanism. But both core mechanisms must be destroyed simultaneously, or breaking just one will lead to uncontrollable consequences for the entire spell." This hesitation was why the 3 of them were reluctant to act. Their hearts were filled with unease, unable to imagine the consequences if a central node was destroyed and the balance disrupted. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to take on the task of breaking another node himself. "You're going to do it alone?" Mu Bing scrutinized Lin Mo with a questioning look. "It's not that I underestimate you, Lin Mo. You have talent in sorcery, but you're just a novice sorcerer. It takes the 3 of us, all intermediate sorcerers, to break one. What makes you think you can do it alone?" As Mu Bing finished speaking, the other 2 nodded silently, sharing the same sentiment. Breaking this spell wasn't a trivial matter. Any mistake could have dire consequences, possibly even costing them their lives. "Because my sorcery skills surpass yours," Lin Mo responded confidently, his tone no longer as polite as before, directly expressing his self-assuredness. "I can't agree with that, Lin Mo," Zhong Yangshu interjected. Despite his usual grace, he couldn't help but feel irked by Lin Mo's words. After all, they had studied at the Sorcery Academy for nearly 6 years, while Lin Mo was just a newcomer, less than a year into his studies, yet claiming to be stronger than them. "The truth doesn't change based on your acknowledgement or denial," Lin Mo continued. "Compared to the opportunities at the Spirit Spell Hall, You three should be more eager than I am. I can seek martial opportunities elsewhere, but missing the Tianluo sect relics would greatly diminish the benefits for you. Lin Mo's words left the three in silence. Finally, Xia Qiufan spoke up. Lin Mo, it's not that we don't trust you, but you must understand the power of this spell. Entering means risking our lives, so we must be cautious. Lin Mo interrupted. I'm risking my life too, no less than you. The decision is yours. If you're unwilling, I'll look for other opportunities. His words were firm and assertive. He knew that without showing strength, the three would continue to doubt him. He wasn't necessarily reliant on the Spirit Spell Hall's opportunity. Seeing the three still undecided, Lin Mo turned to leave, counting silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Lin Mo, wait. As expected, when he reached 1, Mu Bing called out to him. Have you decided? Lin Mo appeared to have them in the palm of his hand. The relics of ancient civilizations were a dream opportunity for many. Mu Bing and the others were about to graduate, and entering such relics afterward would become exceedingly difficult. This might be their only chance in life, and they were naturally reluctant to let it slip away. Lin Mo, I believe in you, Mu Bing said firmly after taking a deep breath. She turned to Zhong Yangshu and Xia Qiufan, continuing, if we miss this chance, we don't know if we'll ever enter the relics of ancient civilizations again. Normally, our chances of becoming spirit sorcerers are slim, but perhaps there's an opportunity here. Are you willing to give that up? Mu Bing's words deeply moved the other two. Despite being talented students in the Sorcery Academy of the 9 Provinces Martial University, the chance to become spirit sorcerers was still slim without external opportunities, and the Spirit Spell Hall clearly represented such an opportunity. All right, we believe too. Xia Qiufan and Zhong Yangshu both agreed. As Lin Mo said, the risk he was taking was no less than theirs. If Lin Mo dared to try, why shouldn't they? After reaching a consensus, Zhong Yangshu, Mu Bing, and Xia Qiufan formed a group without hesitation, while Lin Mo decided to go solo. The four of them split into 2 teams and stepped into the spell. As Lin Mo entered, he could vaguely sense the emergence of numerous complex spell patterns around him. It was a composite spell, extremely intricate, comprising at least 100 spells combined. Navigating such a spell required extreme caution, as any misstep could trigger a counterattack from the spell. Lin Mo glanced at Mu Bing and the others, noticing their careful movements, fearing a misstep. If they made a mistake, the three would have to immediately set up spells to fend off attacks from other spells. Given Lin Mo's current mastery of spells, he could make it through, but the process was too tedious. Thus, he decided to directly utilize insight fragments. With the use of these fragments, the underlying principles of the composite spell unfolded before him. With the aid of insight fragments, Lin Mo stepped forward, perfectly avoiding the spell's attack points, and reached the core smoothly. However, when he looked back at Mu Bing and the others, they had not even covered a quarter of the distance. Lin Mo clearly instructed, 3 steps forward, then 4 steps to the right. At this moment, Mu Bing and the others realized that Lin Mo had already reached the core, and they were incredulous at his speed. Don't waste time. Lin Mo urged them not to dawdle. Mu Bing and the others snapped back to reality and began advancing according to Lin Mo's instructions. For steps to the left, move forward 12 steps, then 5 steps to the right. Under Lin Mo's guidance, they successfully reached another core. Prepare to break these 2 cores, Lin Mo instructed. Breaking the cores didn't necessarily require brute force. Skillful use of spell patterns could also easily neutralize the spell. However, this demanded a high level of spell mastery. If the composite spell were in its complete state, Lin Mo and his team would have no chance. But over time, this intricate spell had shown some flaws. Mu Bing, Zhong Yangshu, and Xia Qiufan worked together to set up spells, choosing to use spells to break the core spell. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained still, consuming insight fragments, and the entire structure of the spell became increasingly clear to him. At this point, Lin Mo's mind raced, realizing he couldn't use spells like Mu Bing and the others due to his limited mental strength, which only allowed him to set up secondary-level spells. He needed to find a crucial spell pattern and disrupt it to stop the entire spell from functioning. However, this key pattern couldn't be chosen at random, as a wrong choice would cause the spell to counterattack immediately. With his current level of mastery, Lin Mo wasn't yet strong enough to identify the critical point. Yet, with the support of the insight fragments, his ability was enhanced. Finally, his eyes brightened, and a golden light flickered at his fingertips as he accurately pointed to a crucial point in the void. As Lin Mo pointed, the air shimmered with light, and numerous spell patterns appeared. The central spell seemed to lose its support and collapsed out of thin air. Meanwhile, Mu Bing and the other 2 successfully used their spells to break the central one. Lin Mo gave a soft shout and darted forward like an arrow, with Mu Bing and the others swiftly following, rushing into the Spirit Spell Hall. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by an imposing ancient blue hall. The entire structure was made from a special blue material, with columns engraved with spell patterns to enhance their strength. The walls were covered in spell diagrams. Zhong Yanshu, despite his usual calm demeanor, couldn't hide his excitement at the sight of these diagrams. The lowest of these were third-level spells, with the highest likely only set by a spirit spell master. Spell diagrams are extremely valuable on Blue Star, even at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, where they can only be exchanged for with credits. Only someone like Lin Mo, favored by the headmaster, could receive spells for free. The three quickly ran to the walls, trying to memorize the diagrams. However, these diagrams were not easy to remember, each containing spiritual power. Memorizing one was manageable, but remembering so many at once was overwhelming. Lin Mo decided to use an epiphany shard, instantly entering a state of enlightenment, with the diagrams flooding into his mind. In mere seconds, he imprinted them in his memory. When the epiphany ended, Lin Mo felt dizzy and had to sit by a large pillar to recover his mental strength. The other three felt similarly, their minds weary from staring at the diagrams, as each was crafted entirely with spiritual power, requiring immense mental energy to remember just one. Let's explore inside the hall, Lin Mo suggested, having memorized the diagrams and lost interest in the wall's contents. The others agreed, noting that the diagrams weren't going anywhere, and it was better to look for treasure inside first. As they reached the center of the hall, they were surprised to find a small tree growing there. The tree swayed gently, emitting a green glow, with 5 emerald fruits hanging from it, surrounded by rings of green light. Zhong Yanshu immediately recognized them as soul spirit fruits described in ancient texts. Lin Mo's eyes lit up with excitement, as the soul spirit fruit was incredibly rare, able to enhance spiritual power and cultivation upon consumption. There's a jade scroll over there, Xia Qiufan pointed out, noticing it on a nearby platform. She picked it up and, after focusing briefly, said, "This seems to be the insights left by a powerful spirit spell master of the spirit spell hall." She handed the scroll to the others. The spirit spell master who left this must have been extraordinary, at least of Earth grade. Mu Bing and Zhong Yanshu were also impressed. Only Lin Mo understood that the owner of this jade scroll was at least of heaven grade, as the insights from Din Shi were not as comprehensive as this scroll. They also discovered 2 spirit imprint light clusters, legacies left by extremely powerful spell masters. It was time to divide these treasures. Lin Mo proposed, "I don't need the jade scroll or the legacies, but I want these soul spirit fruits." Xia Qiufan added, "There are 5 fruits." Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Then I could also choose the legacies and the jade scroll. It's up to you." He did not show any aggressive demeanor. However, the other 3 were conflicted, as there was only one jade scroll which couldn't be duplicated, meaning only one person could possess it. The spiritual imprint legacies could also only be inherited by one person. After some thought, they decided to forego the soul spirit fruits. Though precious, the fruits could only enhance their spiritual power to an advanced spell master level, not reaching the spirit spell master level. Comparatively, the legacies and insights provided a better opportunity to reach the spirit spell master level. Lin Mo was not surprised by their decision. For the 3, the strength of their spiritual power wasn't the key limitation to their spell mastery, it was the depth of their spell understanding. Rather than boosting their spiritual power, they needed a renowned teacher to guide their spell practice. Thus, Lin Mo unhesitatingly collected the 5 soul spirit fruits. After Lin Mo put away the 5 soul spirit fruits, he turned to the other 3 and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head out first to seek other opportunities." For Lin Mo, there was still another place worth exploring. However, Mu Bing and the other 2 were reluctant to leave the spirit spell hall, as they still had a wall of spell diagrams to memorize. After leaving the spirit spell hall, Lin Mo's next target was the Sutra Library of the Tian Luo sect. Unlike other places, the Sutra Library is the core of Tian Luo sect, accessible only to core disciples and those of higher ranks. Since the establishment of the 9 Provinces Martial Arts Academy, only a handful of people have entered the Sutra Library of Tian Luo sect. As a recognized divine child, Lin Mo naturally had the qualifications to enter. However, Lin Mo did not immediately head to the Sutra Library. Instead, he found a secluded spot to begin refining the soul spirit fruits. As he took out the soul spirit fruits, the surrounding cave was instantly filled with abundant spiritual energy. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes were fervent as he swallowed the soul spirit fruit without hesitation. Once in his stomach, the terrifying energy of the fruit rampaged through his body. This energy was divided into 2 parts. One surged through his meridians, while the other flowed into his soul sea. Lin Mo simultaneously used the soul guiding technique and the candle dragon refining method to refine this energy. The refining process required time, so Lin Mo could only patiently wait as the energy was gradually refined. About 10 days later, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted within the cave, and a tall figure emerged amidst the spiritual storm. It was Lin Mo. By this time, the spiritual energy fluctuations around him had far surpassed those of a high-level martial artist, approaching the realm of a martial arts master. Lin Mo initially thought that 2 soul spirit fruits would be enough to propel him to the level of a martial arts master. But at the final moment, the energy was exhausted, and he still hadn't broken through. Despite this, Lin Mo chose not to continue in seclusion to refine the remaining soul spirit fruits, as he needed time to reach the sutra library. As for the opportunity to break through to a martial arts master, he would consider it after leaving the Tian Luo sect's ruins. In addition to the enhancement of his spiritual power, a formidable mental force surged within Lin Mo's soul sea, forming a storm. He was satisfied with the results of this seclusion. His mental power had advanced to the level of a mid-level spellcaster, allowing him to deploy level 3 spells. Based on Lin Mo's assessment of his own strength, even without the aid of the Xian Python scale armor, he was confident in his ability to kill Qin Hui in combat, not just defeat him. To kill an opponent, aside from ambushes and restricted arenas, one must possess strength far superior to the opponent. Next, Lin Mo headed towards the direction of the Sutra Library. According to descriptions within the sect, the Sutra Library of Tian Luo sect is hidden in the void. Upon arrival, one must actively present their identity credentials, and only upon reaching the requisite level will the Sutra Library reveal itself. Lin Mo arrived at the location described by the sect, holding the identity token of a core disciple in his hand. As soon as he took out the token, he felt as though he was being watched. Then, a clear voice echoed in his ears. "The Divine Sun has arrived. You may enter the Sutra Library." With those words, a distortion in the void appeared, and Lin Mo could vaguely see a trace of golden light emanating from it. As the distortion in the void gradually dissipated, golden light poured down, forming a series of magnificent golden steps. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the sight, something he had never seen before on Blue Star. He took a step forward onto the golden stairs and gradually entered the Sutra Library. Once inside, Lin Mo's expectations were shattered. Instead of the bookshelves and jade tubes he had imagined, he found himself in an empty space. Just as he was hesitating, a light coalesced before him, revealing the figure of an old man with a white beard. "Who are you?" Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. "I am the spirit of the Sutra Library." The old man stroked his beard and sighed. "The last time someone came was 10 years ago. I didn't expect the next visitor to be a descendant with ancient divine blood." "You have intelligence?" Lin Mo asked in surprise, realizing that this spirit seemed to possess genuine wisdom, unlike simple artificial intelligence. "Is that so strange? It seems your civilization hasn't yet reached the point of creating spirit artifacts or intelligent AI," the old man remarked with a hint of understanding. "Why am I being called the Divine Son?" Lin Mo finally voiced his confusion. "Because you carry pure ancient divine blood. According to the deity's rules, any sect must bestow special privileges upon the arrival of a divine son." The old man's expression turned serious. "Ancient gods? Sounds impressive," Lin Mo thought to himself, the word god suggesting immense power. However, the old man sternly added, "These are true deities, with powers far beyond the so-called martial gods of your current civilization." Lin Mo was taken aback by this. The old man continued, "What puzzles me is how you possess pure ancient divine blood. With the current level of your civilization, such a thing should be impossible." "I don't know either," Lin Mo shrugged, then got to the point. "Let's not stray off topic. Since I'm the Divine Son, am I allowed to choose anything I want from the Sutra Library?" "You may select 3 items that you need," the old man replied. "Only 3, even though I'm the Divine Son?" Lin Mo was speechless, feeling dissatisfied with this limitation. "You don't understand. Everything contained within the Sutra Library is the carefully chosen heritage of our Tian Luo sect. Even when our sect was thriving, only core disciples who made significant contributions could select 1 item," the old man said dismissively. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "If your ancient civilization was so powerful, why did it fall? What was the reason?" The old man did not answer directly, but said, "The previous visitors had the status of core disciples, but made no contributions. Times have changed, and I allowed each of them to choose once. Now you have the right to select 3. What would you like to choose?" With a wave of his hand, a catalog appeared before Lin Mo. With a wave of his hand, the old man with the white beard made lines of slightly swaying text appear in the air, clearly the precious text from the library of the scripture pavilion. Lin Mo looked at these words and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the choices. Quickly, he turned to the spirit of the library, saying, "You are knowledgeable and wise. Your judgment is certainly better than mine. Could you recommend a few suitable ones for me?" Lin Mo understood that if he chose on his own, he might not find the most suitable texts, but this white-beard elder was undoubtedly well-versed in the library's collection and could offer the best recommendations. The white-beard old man chuckled. "You little rascal, trying to get me to do your work for you. Well, since you possess the pure bloodline of ancient gods, I'll give you some guidance." He scrutinized Lin Mo, noticing his robust vitality and the faint patterns under his skin, indicating he had practiced the Vajra indestructible body technique. As the spirit of the Tian Luo sect's scripture pavilion, The old man's discerning eye quickly recognized Lin Mo's body cultivation technique. However, I only have the first 4 levels of the Vajra indestructible body, Lin Mo quickly added. Could I choose the complete Vajra indestructible body, Spirit Elder? The white-bearded old man raised his eyebrows slightly. The complete Vajra indestructible body? If our Tianluo sect had that, the Purgatory Valley of the Shangqing sect would have come knocking long ago. Shangqing sect, Purgatory Valley? Lin Mo was startled by these names. The Shangqing sect was one of the most powerful sects of their era, comprising 1 hall, 3 valleys, and 4 peaks, with Purgatory Valley being one of the 3 valleys specializing in body cultivation. The Vajra indestructible body was Purgatory Valley's signature technique. The white-bearded old man shared some insights about ancient civilizations, mentioning that the Vajra indestructible body was excavated from relics of the ancient civilization under the Martial God Temple, suggesting that the ancient civilization mastered by the Martial God Temple was likely the Shangqing sects. However, while I don't have the complete Vajra indestructible body, I do have a collection of body techniques. The old man smiled, and a streak of light appeared on his palm. Lin Mo felt intrigued and slightly ignorant, realizing he knew little about body techniques. The white-bearded elder explained, just as spiritual power has its skills, body cultivation naturally has its techniques. The importance of body techniques for body cultivators is akin to spiritual skills for spiritual power practitioners. His explanation was straightforward, helping Lin Mo understand the role of body techniques. Would you like to choose this collection of body techniques? The old man asked. Without hesitation, Lin Mo nodded, yes. Then, with a point of the elder's finger, the streak of light entered Lin Mo's mind. Instantly, his mind was filled with information, and it took considerable time to absorb it all. Once Lin Mo had processed the information, the old man added, your spiritual power is of high quality. I can't discern the method you've been cultivating, which is clearly no ordinary method, so I won't recommend one for you. However, the items I'm about to suggest might not be of much use to you, but they should be valuable to your civilization outside. With that, another jade scroll appeared in the old man's hand. From your appearance, it seems there is no complete inheritance of physical techniques or the method of crafting body-enhancing ointments in the outside world. This jade scroll contains the physical technique inheritance collected by our Tianluo sect over many years, along with insights left by predecessors and the principles and methods of crafting various body-enhancing ointments. Although it has been so long that the ingredients for these ointments might not be found in your era, the principles should still be beneficial to you. I wouldn't offer this to just anyone, but since you carry the bloodline of ancient deities, I can make an exception. Are you willing to forego a choice for the sake of the civilization outside? As the white-bearded elder finished speaking, the jade scroll floated before Lin Mo. He understood the significance of this scroll for the Blue Star civilization. Currently, Blue Star's physical training lineage is all about individual exploration, lacking a complete inheritance, insights, and ointment crafting principles. If Blue Star could possess this jade scroll, the development of its physical training lineage would be greatly enhanced. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo finally reached out and took the scroll. I am willing. Although Lin Mo didn't consider himself a great person, the country had provided him protection, the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy had given resources, and the mentors had offered help. Now that Blue Star seemed to be facing a crisis, this jade scroll might be crucial for its survival. Sacrificing one opportunity to gain a better chance for Blue Star was worth it. Seeing Lin Mo choose to take the scroll, the white-bearded elder nodded in satisfaction. What type of weapon do you use? A sword, Lin Mo replied. Our Tianluo sect also has swordsmanship experts, and I doubt there are complete swordsmanship teachings outside. For your last choice, I suggest selecting a swordsmanship inheritance, the elder advised. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo agreed. The elder produced a spiritual imprint, and Lin Mo's consciousness was drawn into the imprint space. There, he saw a plainly dressed middle-aged man standing in a bamboo grove, holding a bamboo sword. The man swung the sword with sharp light and interwoven shadows, each strike seemingly imbued with immense power. Lin Mo realized that the man's swordplay was not without logic. Every strike was connected, forming an unbroken, flawless sequence. Crucially, the man displayed a unique sword intent, as if commanding all swords to bow, leaving other swordsmen without the courage to draw. Although the man did not use spiritual power, his sword moves were incredibly sharp. Lin Mo used an epiphany fragment to comprehend the essence of the man's sword practice. Suddenly, he found a sword in his hand, not physical but conjured by his consciousness. He instinctively followed the man's sword movements. In this state, his body suddenly shook, his consciousness blurred, and in the depths of his soul sea, a small sword appeared. It was only half an inch long, a mere shadow, yet it carried an incredibly sharp sword aura, as if it could pierce anything. What is this? Lin Mo realized he was no longer in the consciousness space. You have grasped the rudimentary form of sword intent. the white-beard elder said with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to comprehend it so quickly. Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Sword intent rudiment. Lin Mo had heard the term before and understood its meaning from past novels he had read. He drew out ink, casually slashed, and immediately a sharp sword aura cut through the air. His eyes widened, clearly sensing that the power of the casual slash was significantly greater than usual. Is this the power of grasping the rudimentary form of sword intent? He wondered. Yes, at this pace, you should be able to fully accept the inheritance before being expelled from this space, the elder said, stroking his beard. In the following time, Lin Mo focused entirely on absorbing the swordsmanship inheritance. In the days that followed, Lin Mo fully embraced the teachings of swordsmanship, rapidly advancing his skills. On the 10th day, he succeeded in solidifying the shadowy form of sword intent into a tangible presence. His remarkable speed in grasping these concepts even earned him the praise of the old man with the white beard, who called him extraordinary. At the same time, Lin Mo began practicing martial arts. Since it was his first encounter with physical techniques, his progress was relatively slow. As time passed, Lin Mo eventually completed the full transmission of swordsmanship teachings. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with a sharpness akin to two blades. Anyone who dared to meet his gaze would likely feel a piercing sensation. His eyes carried a hint of killing intent, enough to instill fear in anyone below a martial artist's level. The old man with the white beard marveled at Lin Mo's talent, declaring it the strongest he had ever witnessed. Digesting the swordsmanship legacy within a month was unparalleled even in the prime of the Tianluo sect. Feeling grateful, Lin Mo bowed to the old man, thanking him for his guidance. However, he sensed that the space around him was beginning to reject him and suspected he would be fully expelled in half an hour. The old man chuckled, remarking that it was fascinating to encounter a disciple with the bloodline of ancient deities. Half an hour later, Lin Mo bowed once more to the old man before being expelled from the space. Standing again in the plaza of the Jiuzhou Martial Academy, he saw that other students who had entered the Tianluo sect relics were also returning. As Lin Mo scanned the area, he noticed that many had advanced in strength. Although some had not broken through, their faces were filled with joy, indicating they had gained much from the experience. He particularly noticed a student who had reached the level of a martial arts master, a presence he hadn't seen before entering the relics, suggesting that the individual had gained significant benefits and achieved a breakthrough. Yu Qingsong looked around at the students in the plaza, nodding in satisfaction, believing that the gains from this relic opening exceeded those of the past. While surveying the academy students, Yu Qingsong's gaze settled on Lin Mo. He had heard from several vice principals that Lin Mo was highly regarded by the head of the Curse Masters Institute, Dean Qi, and the elder Mo. However, Yu Qingsong frowned slightly, noting that Lin Mo's cultivation had only advanced by a small margin, remaining at the martial artist level, which was relatively easy to achieve. This suggested that Lin Mo's performance in the relics might not have been ideal. Yet, the strong energy fluctuations in his body hinted at benefits in physical cultivation, leaving Yu Qingsong somewhat disappointed. Lin Mo understood that on Blue Star, the path of physical cultivation was not mainstream, and the challenges ahead were evident. Although physical cultivation had significant potential, the lack of experience from predecessors made the journey exceptionally difficult. In contrast, the paths of spiritual power and spellcasters had developed over hundreds of years on Blue Star, accumulating rich experience and appearing more mature. Deep inside, he hoped Lin Mo would choose the path of spiritual power or spellcasting. However, Lin Mo was currently troubled by the submission deadline for the Jade Scroll. What worried him more was the issue of a mole within the martial arts academy. Chun Hui was clearly just a small pawn, with a more significant mole lurking behind the scenes. Chun Hui had come to kill him, undoubtedly under higher orders. Once the others realized Chun Hui hadn't returned, their first suspicion would fall on him. Even if Chun Hui hadn't revealed any information, the mole would fear exposure. In this situation, Lin Mo needed to find a way for the academy to uncover the mole before the mole targeted him, or devise a plan to expose the mole. Otherwise, he would always be in danger. After careful consideration, Lin Mo concluded that the least likely moles in the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy were Tan Sini, Elder Mo, Dean Qi, and Director Yu. Through their interactions, Lin Mo had determined Tan Sini wasn't a member of the extraterrestrial cult. Otherwise, he would have long been in peril. Elder Mo and Dean Qi's cultivation levels were profound, and the extraterrestrial cult wasn't strong enough that mere undercover agents could be so powerful. Otherwise, they would have confronted the Federation hidden by now. As for Director Yu, it was even less likely for him to be a member of the cult. Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, being one of the two 5-star martial arts academies, held a prestigious status, with top military, police, and family leaders emerging from these institutions. If the director were a mole for the cult, it would mean the nation's power was almost uncontrollable, and Lin Mo would be doomed. Based on Lin Mo's analysis, the mole's position at Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was likely at the dean level, at most the vice director level. After reaching this conclusion, when Director Yu announced the dismissal, Lin Mo approached Yu Qingsong and said, "Director, I have something I need to report to you privately." Yu Qingsong was slightly intrigued, wondering if Lin Mo had made another significant discovery in the relic. Naturally linking it to Lin Mo's recent return from the relic, he nodded and said, "All right, follow me." Lin Mo followed Yu Qingsong and continued, "Director, I obtained something at the Tianluo sect that requires Elder Mo's appraisal." Yu Qingsong immediately speculated, "Is it related to physical cultivation?" Lin Mo replied, "Yes." Yu Qingsong then led Lin Mo directly to the library. After arriving at the library, Yu Qingsong led Lin Mo up several floors to Mo Lao's office. Mo Lao greeted Lin Mo with a smile, but then his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "You actually brought the head of the house here." As a body cultivator, Mo Lao's sensitivity to vital energy far surpassed that of Yu, the head of the house. He secretly thought to himself that Lin Mo had perfected the second level of the Vajra indestructible body. Lin Mo didn't deny this, and instead noticed that Mo Lao's vital energy flowed like a torrent, producing a sound akin to muffled thunder as it circulated. Normally, Mo Lao kept his energy restrained, and due to Lin Mo's previously lower physical cultivation, he hadn't been able to detect it. Now that Lin Mo had reached the perfection of the second level, he could faintly sense the formidable power of Mo Lao's body, likely honed in the golden body pool. In his youth, Mo Lao had also visited the ruins of the Tianluo sect and was naturally aware of its secrets. After answering, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something important and took out a jade scroll, saying solemnly, "Head of the house, Mo Lao, this is what I found in the Tianluo sect ruins. It contains the body cultivation legacy of the sect, the insights of past masters, and even some formulas and principles for body refining ointments." "What did you say?" The moment Lin Mo produced the jade scroll, both Mo Lao and Yu Qingsong were visibly stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. A complete body cultivation legacy, the insights of masters, and even the formulas and principles for refining ointments, these were undeniably priceless treasures. While their value might be limited to individuals, for a civilization, especially one like Blue Star that was still budding in body cultivation, this was undoubtedly a beacon lighting the path forward. "Let me see." Unable to contain his inner shock, Mo Lao quickly reached for the jade scroll. As he studied it closely, his hands began to tremble slightly, and soon his entire body quivered with excitement. "Finally, our Blue Star body cultivation has found a clear path forward." At this moment, Mo Lao was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Yu Qingsong observed Mo Lao's excitement from the side, understanding that what Lin Mo had said earlier was not false. The contents of this jade scroll were indeed invaluable for the path of physical cultivation. Mo Lao's emotional response was understandable, as Lin Mo could sense his dedication to this discipline. Even though Mo Lao spent his days in the library, his heart was always with his research on physical cultivation. This dedication allowed Lin Mo to obtain a fragment of the indestructible Vajra body. Faced with such an elder, Mo Lao naturally hoped to see the path of physical cultivation flourish. Now, with the jade scroll that Lin Mo brought, there was a glimmer of hope. This scroll was significant, providing Blue Star's physical cultivation path with a clear direction for training. This was crucial. Lin Mo recalled his previous life civilization, which took thousands of years to transition from an agricultural era to the steam age, completing the first industrial revolution. From the first to the second industrial revolution took only 200 years, and in the short span of the next 200 years, humanity underwent tremendous changes. The magnitude of these changes far exceeded the progress of the previous millennia. Although the jade scroll in Lin Mo's hand might not bring about such a massive transformation, its impact on Blue Star's physical cultivation was evident. Those with average or slight talent could now enter the realm of physical cultivation with scientific guidance. Before, only those with exceptional talent could step into this domain, but now more people could be guided into this field. With the foundation of heritage and the insights of predecessors, their future achievements would greatly improve. As they grew, they would continue to perfect Blue Star's path of physical cultivation, forming a positive cycle. Lin Mo entered the library, and Mo Lao inquired about the matter. Knowing he couldn't hide it, Lin Mo nodded. Upon hearing the response, Mo Lao bowed deeply to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was startled and quickly said, "Mo Lao, you shouldn't." However, Mo Lao insisted, "No, you absolutely deserve it." Both Mo Lao and Yu Qingsong had been to the library and understood its rules of choosing only once. They didn't expect Lin Mo to be so selfless, willing to give up his significant opportunity for the sake of Blue Star's physical cultivation path by securing this crucial jade scroll. His selflessness and magnanimity earned the two elders genuine admiration. Honestly, Yu Qingsong questioned whether he could have chosen to advance Blue Star's martial civilization over a personal breakthrough opportunity if he were in the same position. At this moment, Yu Qingsong said to Lin Mo, "Lin Mo, in the future, All of Blue Star's physical cultivators will remember your sacrifice. From now on, I, Yu Qingsong, will be your support. If anyone opposes you, they oppose me. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to come to me." With that, Yu Qingsong proactively added Lin Mo as a friend. Old Mo patted his chest and declared, "If anyone dares to mess with you in the future, I'll stand up for you." He mentioned that Lin Mo had killed Ji Yuanxing's son and assured that if Ji Yuanxing sought revenge, he would personally intervene. Lin Mo felt that Yu Qingsong and Old Mo were overestimating him, as he had merely sacrificed one option out of four. The opportunity at the Scripture Pavilion held varying degrees of significance for him, but with the system in place, acquiring opportunities in the future wouldn't be complicated. "Lin Mo, this jade scroll is too precious. I need to discuss with the higher-ups about making multiple copies and share some of the ointment's principles with the National Research Institute for further study," Old Mo said before he left. After Old Mo departed, Lin Mo suddenly remembered the issue of a traitor and was relieved that the headmaster was still present. He turned to Headmaster Yu and said, "There's another matter. Chen Hui is from the Outer Heaven sect." Headmaster Yu was taken aback as he recalled that Chen Hui was absent during the head count. He had assumed that Chen Hui had fallen within the Tianluo sect and hadn't paid much attention. Now it seemed Lin Mo had likely killed him. The revelation that Chen Hui was from the Outer Heaven sect didn't surprise Headmaster Yu, as Chen Hui was the sole survivor of his squad back in the day, which was indeed suspicious. Although Chen Hui had been severely injured and bore a scar, he had since studied diligently and shown no abnormalities, gradually dispelling the Academy's suspicions. "Did you kill Chen Hui?" Yu Qingsong asked. "Yes, it was for my own protection at the time," Lin Mo admitted straightforwardly. In this situation, he was naturally without fault. Yu Qingsong wasn't surprised by Lin Mo's action, despite Lin Mo being only an advanced martial artist in terms of spiritual power. Having reached the second layer of the Diamond Immortal body, he indeed had the capability to slay a high-level martial arts master. "I suspect there's more than just Chen Hui from the Outer Heaven sect within the Academy. There must be another deeply hidden figure," Lin Mo suggested, explaining his reasoning. "Indeed, what you mentioned is known within the Academy as well. However, this person from the Outer Heaven sect is so well concealed, rarely taking action and leaving very few traces," Yu Qingsong said helplessly, acknowledging the difficulty of investigating such a deeply hidden enemy. "I have an idea." Lin Mo began to outline his plan. "The traitor knows that Chen Hui didn't return and will certainly suspect me. As long as the Academy doesn't act against him immediately, he'll believe he hasn't been exposed yet, but will still see me as a threat and try to eliminate me. Why not give him the chance to do so? I can act as bait to lure him out." Lin Mo's proposal to act as bait, though risky, was backed by his growing strength, and with the protection of the Academy's leadership, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Letting the matter go unchecked could lead to the traitor striking from the shadows, which would be truly perilous. "All right, I'll personally coordinate with your plan," Yu Qingsong agreed, which reassured Lin Mo. Upon returning, Lin Mo intended to visit Tansini, but his communicator informed him that she was in seclusion. Seclusion? Could she be preparing to break through to become a spirit spell master? Lin Mo speculated that Tansini's seclusion was likely an attempt to achieve this breakthrough. Respecting her need for solitude, Lin Mo decided not to disturb her. After staying in his dormitory for a few days, Lin Mo awaited Mo Lao's return from the government, marking the official start of their operation. Only Mo Lao, Yu Qingsong, and Lin Mo were aware of the plan, which was straightforward. Lin Mo would act as bait to create an opportunity. The best place to do this was in the dense forests behind the Academy. Lin Mo applied for permission to enter the mountains behind the Academy. Once there, he focused solely on hunting exotic beasts. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. A massive thunder lion, crackling with electricity, roared and spewed lightning from its mouth. This thunder lion had reached the mid-level commander rank, equivalent to a mid-level martial arts master among humans. Few students at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy dared to provoke such a beast. However, Lin Mo relentlessly forced the thunder lion to retreat, each sharp sword strike leaving a mark on its body. Lin Mo did not rely on his physical strength. He used the thunder lion to hone his swordsmanship. The power of his sword techniques, enhanced by his understanding of sword intent, was formidable. When he was a mid-level warrior, he barely managed to pass the 31st level of the trial tower. Logically, even after advancing to a high-level warrior, he should only be able to contend with mid-level martial arts masters. Yet, he was now dominating the thunder lion because he had inherited knowledge and comprehended sword intent, significantly boosting the damage of his sword techniques. Roar! Under Lin Mo's intense pressure, the thunder lion finally snapped. It gathered lightning in its mouth and then unleashed a highly concentrated thunder beam at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood his ground, with ink-like spiritual power entwined with black and white energies, creating a blend of yin and yang that erupted into a thunderous force. Yin-yang thunder sword. He swung his sword again, with lightning enveloping the sword light as it shot forward. This time, The sword light was not just for show, the thunder's power was immense, and the sword light was exceptionally sharp. Rip! The yin-yang thunder sword instantly tore through the thunder lion's thunder beam, and the remaining sword light sliced the beast in two. Lin Mo marveled at the power of the yin-yang thunder sword. His spiritual energy perfectly matched this skill, and combined with his understanding of sword intent, it elevated the skill far beyond the standard of a clever spiritual technique. Just after Lin Mo defeated the Thunder Lion, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the surrounding area. Lin Mo turned towards the direction of the voice, and saw a handsome man carrying a long sword, around 30 years old, approaching slowly. It was He Wenxiu. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. It was indeed him. When Chun Hui was exposed, Lin Mo's first suspicion was He Wenxiu. Since Chun Hui pretended to escape from Tianhui sect, there had to be a witness, and He Wenxiu's timely arrival was highly suspicious. Lin Mo. He Wenxiu greeted with a slight smile, standing before Lin Mo. Donghai. Lin Mo replied, quietly taking 2 steps back. Your talent in swordsmanship is exceptional. Come to my swordsmanship academy, and I'll personally train you to become one of my own, He Wenxiu offered. Become one of yours, or one of Tianhui sect's. Lin Mo retorted with a mocking smile. He Wenxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly pondering. It seems Chun Hui did die by your hand. In that case, today you have only 2 choices. He slowly drew the long sword from his back, the sound of the sword resonating through the woods as a terrifying sword aura filled the air. Lin Mo felt an intense sword intent, clearly indicating that He Wenxiu had also comprehended this level of skill. Donghai, even though I suspected you, you still dared to come to the back mountain alone to practice. Don't you find that odd? Lin Mo fearlessly questioned. You mean? He Wenxiu's expression changed slightly. You mean, He Wenxiu, you've fallen into a trap. At this moment, anger surged through the forest as a terrifying wave of spiritual power swept in, completely suppressing the sword aura around He Wenxiu. Yu Qingsong and Elder Mo appeared simultaneously, filled with anger. He Wenxiu, I can't believe the traitor is you, Yu Qingsong said furiously. As a dean of the Jiuzhou Martial Academy, He Wenxiu being a traitor to Tianhui sect was a disgrace to the academy. So you were the bait, He Wenxiu said with a dark look, glaring at Lin Mo. In the next moment, his sword intent erupted with a force that seemed to pierce the sky, and a clear sword cry echoed through the woods as he slashed his sword. The sharp sword aura aimed directly at Yu Qingsong. Lin Mo was shocked that He Wenxiu dared to attack in the presence of a martial god. Although He Wenxiu was powerful, he was only a grandmaster, yet he dared to draw his sword against a martial god. Yu Qingsong faced He Wenxiu's attack with hands moving gracefully, gathering spiritual power as the space before him twisted, devouring and crushing the cold sword aura. The attack failed. Behind He Wenxiu appeared countless sword shadows, dense and overwhelming, each capable of killing a martial master. Faced with so many sword shadows, an ordinary grandmaster would likely perish instantly. Return of 10,000 swords. He Wenxiu brandished his long sword, and with a slash, a dragon formed by countless sword shadows charged majestically towards Yu Qingsong. Confronted with such a formidable assault, Yu Qingsong's expression shifted slightly. His hands moved again, and emerald green spiritual power surged from his body, transforming into a towering green pine that enveloped him. The sword dragon crashed into it, causing the pine to sway, revealing the terrifying strength of He Wenxiu. Lin Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The gap between a martial grandmaster and a martial god is extraordinary, surpassing even the usual level differences. While it's rare, some prodigies do manage to leap from martial master to martial grandmaster, and then to martial grandmaster and beyond. Only those with exceptional talent and deep foundations have the chance to challenge the limits of the next stage. However, anyone who becomes a martial god is undoubtedly a prodigy. Moreover, the chasm between a martial grandmaster and a martial god is far more daunting than the gaps between other levels, making it nearly impossible to surpass without great effort. Although He Wenxiu temporarily seemed unable to surpass levels and win, his combat power undeniably showcased his formidable strength. As Jianlong attacked Yu Qingsong, He Wenxiu struck his chest with his palm, transforming into a unity of man and sword, fleeing towards the depths of the mountains with a trace of bloodlight. On the surface, it seemed like a desperate attack, but he was actually creating an opportunity to escape. Yet, just as his blood shadow was about to escape, a hand filled with immense blood energy emerged from the void, slamming him into the ground. A figure appeared at it was none other than Mo Lao. Mo Lao's clothes were torn, revealing his powerful physique, covered in dense markings known as Vajram marks, which were etched into his flesh and bones. He Wenxiu, struck by Mo Lao, spat out blood, and his energy became extremely weak. This was not surprising, as he had already exhausted himself using the myriad swords return to the sect technique, and even injured himself using a forbidden escape technique. Being struck by Mo Lao's palm, it was a miracle he survived. Meanwhile, Yu Song had destroyed the sword dragon formed by the myriad swords returned to the sect and stepped forward to confront He Wenxiu. He Wenxiu, you've hidden your strength well. Even the 3 vice principals of the academy might not be your match, Yu Song said, his face dark. He Wenxiu's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations, and without Mo Lao's help, he might have escaped today. But now it was over. Yu Song sealed He Wenxiu's spirit power and cuffed him with special restraints. Let's go. I'll take you to the National Security Department, where someone will interrogate you. Watching He Wenxiu being taken away by Yu Song, Lin Mo felt a nagging sense of unease. It wasn't that anything seemed wrong, but everything felt too smooth. The traps set by him, the principal, and Mo Lao successfully lured out the traitor from the heavenly teachings without a hitch. Although the trap was designed for this outcome, the fact that everything went according to plan made Lin Mo feel as though he was in a dream. Lin Mo felt that everything was progressing a bit too smoothly, all according to their plan. While smooth progress should be a good thing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Catching the mole was certainly a positive outcome, so he didn't dwell on it too much. On the way back, old Mo said to Lin Mo, "The jade scroll you brought back is getting special attention from above. However, due to certain reasons, we can't announce your reward just yet, but you've been classified as a 5-star special contribution citizen." Old Mo seemed quite envious as he mentioned this, having worked in his position for many years without receiving such a title. They also promised that after you graduate, you can choose whichever department you want to join, and your future will be limitless. Lin Mo wasn't particularly interested in these rewards. He thought to himself that by the time he graduated, he might not even be on Blue Star anymore. Old Mo continued, "Of course, young man, I should thank you as well. The body cultivation heritage and insights from the Jade Scroll have given me some understanding, and I'm planning to go into seclusion to try and make a breakthrough." Lin Mo was surprised. "Old Mo, are you planning to surpass the martial god level?" He was secretly astonished, as the martial god was an extremely mysterious existence on Blue Star, and he knew nothing about the realms beyond it. Surpass the martial god? It's not that easy, Old Mo said with a wry smile. The first 4 levels of the unbreakable diamond body can only be cultivated up to a grandmaster of martial arts. After years of exploration, I've deduced a clue for the 5th level, but since it's not the authentic 5th level, my combat strength is average among martial gods. There was a hint of helplessness in Old Mo's words, as the path of body cultivation on Blue Star could only be explored on one's own. However, this recent insight gave him new clarity on the 5th level, and he hoped to enhance his combat strength after returning to seclusion. To surpass the martial god level, you'd need to retrieve the continuation of the unbreakable diamond body from the relics beneath the martial god's hall. Old Mo placed his hopes on Lin Mo. Lin Mo confidently assured him, "Don't worry, Old Mo. I'll definitely bring back the continuation of the unbreakable diamond body." He wasn't just saying that. After his experiences with the Tianluo sect, Lin Mo knew that ancient divine blood flowed within him. According to the description from the bearded old man's spirit, sects from that era showed respect to those with ancient divine blood. This was true for the Tianluo sect, and it would certainly be the same for the relics beneath the martial god's hall and the Purgatory Valley, one of the 4 valleys of the Shangqing sect. Speaking of the martial god's hall, the freshman exchange competition couldn't be ignored. Lin Mo heard that this year's freshmen had extraordinary luck, with some from 4-star and 3-star martial arts academies gaining significant benefits from relics they discovered together, rapidly improving their strength. He decided to check the school's internal network forum when he returned to his dormitory to see the heated discussions about the freshman exchange competition. After browsing the posts, Lin Mo understood why this year's competition was attracting so much attention. This year, the strength of new students at various martial arts academies has generally increased by a notch. Recently, many major academies have opened their relics, and relics controlled by other star-level martial arts academies have also been made accessible to new students. Among these newcomers, there are those with exceptional fortune who have obtained significant opportunities, greatly enhancing their power. Some have acquired the power left behind by a formidable figure within the relics, receiving a spiritual power infusion that instantly elevated them to the level of a martial arts master. Others have received a complete body-strengthening legacy and undergone a dragon blood baptism, significantly enhancing their physical bodies to the point where they can compete with martial arts masters. In short, this year's freshman exchange competition is extraordinarily fierce, with everyone eager to compete against students from the 2 5-star martial arts academies. This anticipation is not surprising, as previous years' exchange competitions have essentially been showcases for the 5-star academies. These academies hold a significant advantage in terms of student quality and resources, making it difficult for other academies to compete. However, this year is different. With the early opening of relics at various academies, a single major opportunity can significantly narrow the gap with the prodigies from the 5-star academies. Lin Mo took a moment to review the rules of the freshman exchange competition. Each academy would send its top students to compete. 5-star academies could send 3 students, 4-star academies 2, and 3-star and below could only send 1. Among the 3 seed players from the 5-star academies, the top seed would be directly advanced to the quarterfinals, the second seed to the round of 16, and the third seed to the round of 32, without needing to participate in the preliminary rounds. This is a privilege of the 5-star academies. The so-called preliminary round involves students from each academy competing in an initial exchange match to determine 26 students who will face off against the 6 students from the 2 5-star academies in a round of 32. In the round of 32 to 16, only 28 compete, with 12 advancing. Similarly, in the round of 16 to 8, only 14 compete, with 6 advancing. Lin Mo glanced over the rules without delving deeper. Even with the increased strength of newcomers from other academies, they were not his opponents. The only person Lin Mo felt wary of in the entire freshman exchange competition was Su Lingqing from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo and Su Lingqing had known each other in a previous life, and both inexplicably traveled to this world. Lin Mo has the presence of a system, and Su Lingqing must harbor secrets as well. He doesn't regard other newcomers as threats, but he remains cautious of Su Lingqing. However, Lin Mo believes her secret is not a system. She has shown exceptional talent since childhood, and if she had a system, she would have been unbeatable long ago, even able to dominate Blue Star. Lin Mo discovered his system only a year ago and has advanced from a third-level martial apprentice to a high-level martial artist, surpassing high-level martial arts masters in combat power. If Su Lingqing truly had a system, it would have been apparent, and with years of cultivation, she would be easily undefeatable. Even if Su Lingqing harbors secrets, Lin Mo is fearless. He is no longer the person he was a year ago. His brilliance has already emerged, and no one can ignore his presence. Lin Mo closed his virtual terminal, ready to compete for one of the 3 slots within the academy. As the academy was about to finalize the selection of candidates, the record for the new students in the trial tower was broken once again. Yi Tianjun made a strong return from the relics of another academy, with his cultivation level directly advancing to a junior martial arts master. Upon returning to the academy, the first thing Yi Tianjun did was forcefully enter the trial tower, reaching the 36th floor and successfully breaking through, surpassing Lin Mo's previous record. This news caused a sensation within the academy, as everyone was amazed at the great opportunity Yi Tianjun had gained from the relics of another academy, leaping from a mid-level martial artist to a martial arts master. In contrast, although Lin Mo also entered the relics of the academy, his strength did not significantly improve, only reaching the level of a senior martial artist. This illustrated that it is not the strength of the relics that matters, but rather finding the right relics that truly provide opportunities. Many began to believe that Yi Tianjun's strength had already surpassed Lin Mo's. Amid the external discussions, Lin Mo remained calm and composed. If he wished, he could have chosen to continue refining the soul spirit fruit and break through to a martial arts master during the Tianluo sect relics. However, he opted to temporarily forego this for a greater opportunity. As for the 36th floor of the trial tower, he could break this record anytime he wanted. On the eve of the selection, a shocking piece of news broke out within the 9 provinces martial arts academy. He Wenxiu, the head of the Sword Dao Institute, was actually a member of the Tianwai sect. This revelation caused an uproar. As the head of an institute, He Wenxiu's position in the academy was second only to the headmaster and the 3 vice-headmasters, and without solid evidence, such a conclusion would not be easily made. Many teachers and students found it hard to believe, especially the students of the Sword Dao Institute, who expressed their difficulty in accepting the news. Although He Wenxiu was usually strict, he was highly dedicated to teaching swordsmanship. The national authorities have confirmed the authenticity of this information. After all, the head of the 9 provinces martial arts academy is a grandmaster-level martial artist, whose strength and status are comparable to that of a major general. Such a figure is considered significant even in the capital, and without irrefutable evidence, conclusions would not be drawn lightly. Additionally, there were rumors that Yi Tianjun's exposure was closely related to Lin Mo. Lin Mo had killed the son of a protector from the Tianwai sect, leading the protector to want Lin Mo dead, risking placing the undercover He Wenxiu within the 9 provinces martial arts academy to take action. However, he was discovered and captured by Headmaster Yu and handed over to the National Security Department. Some astute individuals noticed several inconsistencies. The Tianwai sect would not act impulsively over trivial matters, and as a high-level undercover agent, why would He Wenxiu risk acting against Lin Mo? Moreover, it was too coincidental that Headmaster Yu happened to be present with Lin Mo. All of this seemed far from simple. None of this made sense, and it was clear that the information being revealed was inaccurate, with the true reasons being concealed. Shortly afterward, the Academy announced that due to Lin Mo's contribution in exposing the undercover agent of the extraterrestrial sect and his outstanding abilities, he was directly awarded a spot in the freshman exchange competition without the need to compete for it. Most people in the Academy accepted this decision. Although Lin Mo might not be a match for Yi Tianjun at the moment, his strength was undeniable, and securing a spot was easily within his reach. Following this, the internal competition for spots at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy began. One spot unsurprisingly went to Yi Tianjun, while the other was fiercely contested and eventually claimed by Yanju. During the competition for the #1 seed spot, Yi Tianjun unexpectedly chose to forfeit. His reasoning was that Lin Mo was still an advanced martial artist, and he didn't want to overshadow him with his superior level. Even winning wouldn't highlight his excellence. He hoped to have a fair fight with Lin Mo once he advanced to a martial arts master. Lin Mo respected Yi Tianjun's decision, but couldn't help but think that Yi Tianjun was not his match even now. After Yi Tianjun conceded, Yanju also smiled at Lin Mo and conceded. Thus, the #1 seed spot went to Lin Mo without any struggle. In the subsequent contest for the #2 seed spot, Yi Tianjun dominated and defeated Yanju to claim it. Once the 3 spots were confirmed, Principal Yu led the group, along with some accompanying instructors, to the venue of the freshman exchange competition. The freshman exchange competition was not held in the capital, nor in major cities like Shanghai or elsewhere in the country, but on an island. Upon arrival, everything had already been arranged, and Lin Mo and the others simply had to settle in. At this time, Lin Mo chose to enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to martial arts master. Although they had arrived at the island, as the #1 seed of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, he was already guaranteed a spot in the top 8. There were still the qualifying rounds, the round of 32 to 16 and the round of 16 to 8, so he had enough time to reach the martial arts master level. In the dedicated seclusion room, Lin Mo took out a soul spirit fruit, its enticing fragrance filling the air. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and once he reached his optimal state, he consumed the soul spirit fruit. As the fruit entered his stomach, a vast energy surged through his body, as if expanding it. This energy split into 2 parts, one rushing through his meridians towards his spiritual palace, and the other flooding into Lin Mo's soul sea. Lin Mo activated the candle dragon meditation and soul guide techniques, focusing on refining this surging energy. As he refined the energy, time gradually passed. 7 days later, a powerful aura erupted from the seclusion room, with a storm of spiritual energy sweeping through. Once the storm subsided, Lin Mo opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and felt the mighty flow of spiritual power coursing through him like a great river, a smile appearing on his face. He had finally reached the realm of a martial arts master. Being a martial arts master didn't seem all that extraordinary. Memories of the past flashed through Lin Mo's mind as he shook his head, opened his digital device, and checked the progress of the freshman exchange competition. At this point, the competition was at the stage of the round of 16 to 8, and Lin Mo thought it would be worthwhile to watch in person, as live viewing was more engaging than a broadcast. The freshman exchange competition is located at the center of the island, with 8 massive battle platforms floating in the air. The edges of these platforms are surrounded by light barriers similar to those of the Tianluo sect's deathmatch arenas. These barriers can be activated at any time to isolate the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. In the sky, drones fly near the platforms, providing live broadcasts. The platforms are impressively large, each almost the size of several standard football fields from the past. Spectator seats are arranged around the perimeter, far from the platforms, which is not ideal for less powerful spectators who can only see the spiritual energy effects from afar. Those of martial master level or higher have a better viewing experience. Less powerful viewers can watch the live broadcast, which also provides a good experience. Lin Mo approached the spectator area and found Yu Fuju and the others. He asked, "Fuju, I remember when we came, there were no extra students from the academy with us." He scanned the audience and noticed many students from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Yu Fuju smiled and replied, "Yes, so those kids came on their own expense." Lin Mo was surprised. On their own expense? They must be quite wealthy. There are no high-speed trains to this island, only flights, and tickets aren't cheap. Besides students from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo also saw students from other martial arts academies, thinking that today's students are indeed well off. On the eve of the top 16 matches, a martial arts grandmaster hovered in the air as the referee. With a wave of his hand, 14 light spheres appeared in the sky, each of the 7 colors represented by 2 spheres. Contestants with the same color would face each other. After the announcement, the 14 contestants raised their hands, spiritual energy surged, and the spheres were absorbed into their palms. With a bang, the 14 contestants crushed the spheres, and 7 different colors instantly bloomed, filling both live and broadcast audiences with anticipation. Lin Mo's gaze fell on Yi Tianjun and Yanju, whose light spheres emitted red and yellow light, respectively. He quickly searched among the other contestants for matching colors, and eventually found another contestant whose sphere also glowed red. This person had an ordinary appearance but a haughty demeanor, with a strong physique. Lin Mo sensed the immense vitality within him, containing formidable power. He recalled rumors from online forums and thought, he must be Lu Shu, rumored to have obtained a complete body refinement heritage from ancient civilization ruins and bathed in dragon blood as a freshman. Lin Mo wondered if the dragon blood bathing legend was exaggerated, thinking that if it were true, no one could match him in the competition, not even himself. Yu Fuzhu dismissed this, emphasizing that the value of truly pure dragon blood is unimaginable, and so far, no truly pure dragon blood has appeared on Blue Star. There were some traces of impure dragon blood or some lesser dragons with impure lineage. Lin Mo agreed with the opinions of Master Yu. Although Lu Shu's vitality was strong and his physical strength was notable, it wasn't extraordinary. Lin Mo felt that Lu Shu's physical strength was not as great as his own perfected second layer of the indestructible diamond body. For Yi Tianjun, it would still be a tough battle. As Lin Mo continued to ponder, he realized that even though Lu Shu's physical strength wasn't overwhelming, it was certainly enough to rival an intermediate martial arts master. If Lu Shu had mastered body techniques, his combat power might even approach that of an advanced martial arts master. At this moment, Lin Mo's attention was drawn to a competitor as dazzling as Yin Zhu. That person was Su Lingqing. She held a glowing yellow sphere in her hand, clad in golden armor that accentuated her perfect figure, with a pair of long, jade-like legs beneath her battle skirt, complemented by battle boots, resembling a goddess of war. Lin Mo was puzzled. How could Su Lingqing be in the top 16? Was there someone stronger than her in the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy? He was surprised to learn that Su Lingqing wasn't the top seed of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. It turned out that this year, the Academy's seeding order wasn't based on strength. The top seed was an advanced martial artist, but ironically the weakest in the Academy. The second seed, Su Lingqing, was the true powerhouse with divine lineage, while the third seed's strength was in between. Master Yu, beside Lin Mo, explained that this arrangement was to ensure that at least 2 contestants from Kunlun Academy made it to the top 8, because Su Lingqing would certainly not be eliminated in the top 16. As long as the third seed didn't encounter particularly strong opponents, Kunlun Academy could potentially secure 3 spots in the top 8. Lin Mo was surprised to learn that this was a decision made internally by the Academy, adhering to the rules, but it was uncommon in previous tournaments and appeared somewhat unseemly. Master Yu continued, stating that the freshmen from other martial arts academies in previous years weren't particularly strong. However, due to the opening of certain relics this year, many freshmen, like Lu Shu, had significantly improved their strength. To ensure as many students as possible reached the top 8, Kunlun Martial Arts Academy adopted this strategy. After listening to Master Yu's explanation, Lin Mo finally understood the intent behind Kunlun Academy's approach. At this point, his attention turned to Yi Tianjun, knowing that Yin Zhu would inevitably be eliminated. The key was whether Yi Tianjun could defeat Lu Shu. Yin Zhu, seeing that his opponent was Su Lingqing, could only smile wryly. Su Lingqing was a favorite to win this year's freshman exchange competition, possessing divine lineage. Yi Tianjun looked at Lu Shu, his expression becoming serious as he sensed hostility and danger from Lu Shu. The drawing concluded, and the referee's voice rang out. "U14, step onto the stage and face off." 14 people made their way to the battle platform, and the audience erupted into overwhelming cheers. Besides the students from each academy cheering for their representatives, other spectators joined in the applause. Amid this exhilarating atmosphere, spiritual power surged violently on the battle platform as intense combat was about to unfold. On the battle stage, Yin Zhu watched Su Lingqing across from her with tension. Su Lingqing's expression was indifferent, her eyes calm as she said, "You can make the first move, or else you might not get the chance." Although her words sounded arrogant, coming from her, they unexpectedly gave Yin Zhu a sense of tranquility. After all, Su Lingqing was the favorite to win this year's freshman exchange competition, with her strength being unfathomable. If she fought with all her might, Yin Zhu might indeed not even have the chance to strike. "Then I won't hold back," Yin Zhu replied with a serious expression. A flash of light appeared in her hand, revealing a purple blade. The heavy blade was covered with unique lightning patterns, occasionally sparking with arcs of electricity, clearly not an ordinary weapon. It was a blade Yin Zhu obtained from a relic, as part of an exchange between the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and Tianluo sect, allowing some freshmen to enter relics of other academies. As an outstanding freshman, Yin Zhu had the opportunity to enter the relic. Although her cultivation level hadn't significantly increased, remaining at the advanced martial artist level, she inherited a blade technique and this extraordinary weapon. Violent spiritual energy surged from within her, pouring into the thunder blade. As the energy infused the blade, the purple lightning arcs became more pronounced, enveloping the entire weapon. Thunder Tribulation 9 blades. First blade. Yin Zhu took a sudden step forward, leaping above Su Lingqing and slashing down. The blade carried a ferocious, thunderous force, filling the air with a scorched smell. What a powerful strike! Both the live audience and those watching the broadcast exclaimed. The power of this strike was something even a beginner martial arts master would need to handle with care. However, facing this attack, Su Lingqing remained unfazed. Just as the blade was about to descend, a thin golden light film appeared around her, protecting her completely. Yan Zhu's blade struck the light shield, causing only a ripple. It was blocked. Many spectators gasped. Despite having expected Su Lingqing to block the attack, the ease with which she did so was surprising. Yan Zhu was shocked. This strike had gathered all her strength. Combined with the blade technique from the relic and this blade, it could severely injure a beginner martial arts master. Yet, Su Lingqing had effortlessly withstood it without even using any special techniques or weapons, relying solely on her spiritual energy. I've given you your chance. Now it's over, Su Lingqing said calmly. In the next instant, the light film erupted with a powerful counterforce, sending Yan Zhu flying. As she landed and steadied herself, the golden figure of Su Lingqing was already upon her, and Yan Zhu felt a cold pressure on her neck as Su Lingqing's sword rested there. I lost. Yan Zhu sighed bitterly, realizing the gap between them was too vast. Su Lingqing had won. The referee promptly announced the result of the battle. After Yan Zhu's match ended, Lin Mo turned his attention towards Yi Tianjuan's direction. Yi Tianjun gripped his silver spear, each swing bringing forth a shimmering silver glow of spiritual energy, with every strike carrying immense power. Opposing him was Lu Shu, wielding a black iron staff, his body exuding a formidable aura of blood energy, each swing seeming to possess the force of a mountain. At this moment, Yi Tianjun was in a disadvantageous position. Lin Mo, observing from the battle platform, noticed that although the two appeared evenly matched, Yi Tianjuan's arm was trembling slightly, indicating that in this physical contest, his endurance was far inferior to Lu Shu's. Realizing his disadvantage, Yi Tianjun suddenly unleashed a surge of powerful spiritual energy after several exchanges. His silver spear radiated a dazzling light as he leapt high into the air, diving down as if man and spear had become one. Seeing this, Lu Shu's blood energy surged, forming a massive phantom of a dragon. The dragon's body was like steel, its eyes blood red, roaring toward the sky, displaying the true might of a dragon. Lu Shu swung his iron staff, and the dragon phantom charged toward Yi Tianjuan's unified form. With a resounding boom, a violent shockwave of energy rippled outward. The dragon phantom visibly dimmed, and the silver glow of Yi Tianjuan's spear weakened as well. The clash had reached a fever pitch, with the explosive energy scattering both combatants, sending them crashing into the light barrier, causing an uproar among the spectators. The audience stood eagerly, awaiting the outcome. Ultimately, Yi Tianjun was defeated. Lin Mo shook his head. Although their attacks seemed evenly matched, Lu Shu's physical training gave him a superior ability to withstand damage and recover. As expected, when they both stood up, Yi Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood, his spiritual energy depleted, leaving him weak and exhausted. In contrast, Lu Shu staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, evidently still capable of fighting. The result was clear. The referee stepped forward to announce, Lu Shu wins. The audience erupted in surprise. Two contestants from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy were eliminated, leaving only one seed player advancing to the quarterfinals. It was the first time in the history of the newcomer exchange competition that a 5-star martial arts academy had such an outcome. In contrast, the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy secured 3 spots, showing a promising outlook. Lin Mo glanced at Master Yu beside him. Although the latter's expression was not pleasant, his overall demeanor remained calm. Master Yu noticed Lin Mo's gaze and smiled slightly. Yi Tianjun and Yan Zhu had bad luck. One faced a championship favorite, the other encountered a dark horse from a 4-star academy. Losing was understandable. As for results, our academy still has you. Regardless of the process, in the end, everyone only cares about one thing, the champion. Hello everyone, I'm Huahu. And I'm Yuhua. The live broadcast of the National Martial Arts Academy Freshman Exchange Competition is currently underway. On screen, a man and a woman, both renowned martial arts commentators, are introducing themselves. Huahu, a graduate of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, has reached the level of a martial arts master. Meanwhile, Yuhua, although a graduate of a 4-star martial arts academy and an advanced martial artist, has gained significant popularity online due to her youth and beauty. Currently, the audience is watching the draw ceremony for the top 8. After Huahu finishes speaking, Yuhua continues. The draw rules for the top 8 differ slightly from those of the top 16. The draw isn't conducted right before the match, but immediately after advancing from 16 to 8. She explains that the top 8 are divided into an upper and a lower bracket. Typically, the number 1 seed from a 5-star martial arts academy is the strongest, so the number 1 seeds from Jiuzhou and Kunlun academies are placed in the upper and lower brackets, respectively. Huahu immediately responds. Of course, usually the number 1 seed is the strongest, but some academies might strategically use the rules to maximize their benefits. As a former representative of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, Huahu naturally defends it. His comment subtly alludes to the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. Yu Hua, feeling slightly awkward, avoids engaging in such a sensitive topic. After all, compared to Huahu, she isn't a fully capable commentator. As a martial arts master, Huahu's understanding of martial arts surpasses that of most people, allowing him to speak freely and confidently. The draw ceremony is about to begin, so we'll switch to the live draw. Yu Hua swiftly changes the subject, and the director switches the screen to the draw site. Lin Mo is not participating in the draw because the number 1 seed from a 5-star martial arts academy is randomly assigned. The results are in, with Lin Mo placed in the upper bracket and the Kunlun Academy's number 1 seed in the lower bracket. After the top seeds from the 2 5-star academies are assigned, the remaining 6 contestants draw lots. The draw is simple, 6 light balls numbered 3 to 8. Drawing an odd number places a contestant in the upper bracket, while an even number places them in the lower bracket. The number 1 seed in the upper bracket is numbered 1, and the one in the lower bracket is 2. Matches are set as 1 versus 3, 5 versus 7, 2 versus 4, and 6 versus 8. The draw officially begins as the martial arts grandmaster referee waves his hand, sending the 6 light balls spinning in the air. Each of the 6 contestants raises a hand, channeling their energy to draw a light ball into their palm. The balls hover in their hands, and they simultaneously crush them. As the balls explode, a flash of light reveals numbers above their heads. Lu Shu looks up to see a 3 above him and can't help but grin. Lin Mo sees Lu Shu's number, smiles faintly, and doesn't pay much attention. He then turns his gaze to Su Lingqing and sees a 6 above her, indicating they'll only meet in the finals. Lin Mo looks away. As long as he and Su Lingqing are not in the same bracket, the finalists are practically decided. After the draw concluded, the live broadcast returned to the commentary booth. Yu Hua asked Mr. Firefox which matches in the quarterfinals were worth paying attention to. Mr. Firefox confidently analyzed that in this freshman exchange competition, the audience is undoubtedly most focused on Su Lingqing. As a contestant with divine-level bloodline, she is not only powerful but also exceptionally attractive, making her the top favorite for the championship. Additionally, Lu Shu from the 4-star Martial Arts Academy and Yi Ling from the 3-star Martial Arts Academy are also noteworthy. Lu Shu recently achieved a significant victory against the 2nd seed from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, showcasing his enhanced strength. Meanwhile, Yi Ling has the cultivation of a junior martial arts master and gained substantial benefits from a previous relic encounter. Mr. Firefox continued, noting that Su Lingqing's matches are quite predictable due to the clear disparity in skill, making the outcomes almost certain. However, the matches involving Lu Shu and Yi Ling promise excitement. Lu Shu will face Lin Mo, the number 1 seed from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, while Yi Ling is set to confront the 3rd seed from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, who, despite the ranking, is actually the 2nd strongest there. Yu Hua picked up the topic again, asking Mr. Firefox, if you had to choose one match, which would you say is the most thrilling? Without hesitation, Mr. Firefox replied, it's definitely the showdown between Lu Shu and Lin Mo. This match is highly anticipated, and it will be fascinating to see whether the dark horse, Lu Shu, from the 4-star Martial Arts Academy, can continue his streak, or if Lin Mo will uphold the last glory for the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy in this exchange competition. Yu Hua then asked, who do you predict will win? Mr. Firefox thoughtfully analyzed that while Lu Shu narrowly defeated Yi Tianjun in his previous match, it indicates that their strengths are quite comparable. From what he knows, Yi Tianjun once challenged Lin Mo when they were both intermediate martial artists and was overwhelmingly defeated by Lin Mo. Recent updates reveal that Lin Mo has advanced to a junior martial arts master and has been watching the matches from the audience. Now being on the same level as Yi Tianjun, it suggests that Lin Mo is clearly stronger. Therefore, Mr. Firefox predicts Lin Mo will win. He added with a smile, of course, this prediction is somewhat biased, as Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is my alma mater, and naturally, I hope to see Lin Mo uphold its honor. Yu Hua smiled and replied, since Mr. Firefox predicts Lin Mo will win, he'll go with Lu Shu. Not to oppose your alma mater, but as a supporter of the 4-star Martial Arts Academy, I naturally hope to see our dark horse succeed. At that moment, Lu Shu was being interviewed, and Mr. Firefox quickly glanced down before looking up to say, the next moment, the director switched the camera to Lu Shu's interview. A young reporter interviewed Lu Shu, holding a microphone excitedly as she asked, Lu Shu, how do you feel about being drawn against Lin Mo, the top seed from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy? Lu Shu took the microphone, a look of excitement on his face, and replied, well, I'm quite thrilled and happy. Actually, I almost got into the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy back then. Last year, my martial arts entrance exam score was a 9, just a bit short of getting in. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side at the time, and I didn't make it. My family and those around me felt it was a pity, thinking that not getting into a 5-star martial arts academy would significantly limit my future achievements. In their eyes, even the top students from a 4-star martial arts academy can only compare to the lower-ranked students from a 5-star academy. But in this freshman exchange competition, I want to prove to everyone that the top talents from a 4-star academy are not just comparable to the lower-ranked students from a 5-star academy. They can also stand against the top geniuses from a 5-star academy. The world should not measure a person's future and potential by the number of stars. Everyone has an unlimited future. Lu Shu's words were incredibly inspiring, and the live stream was flooded with messages cheering him on, hoping he could defeat Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched Lu Shu's interview and nodded slightly, thinking to himself, Lu Shu indeed has tenacity. Getting this far isn't just due to some lucky encounter in a ruin. In previous years, he might have really been able to shake up students from 2 5-star academies, but unfortunately for him, he's up against me. As soon as Lu Shu's interview ended, a sweet-looking young lady approached the audience to interview Lin Mo. Lin Mo, would you mind giving us an interview? She asked. Lin Mo nodded and agreed. Sure, thank you. The lady continued. Did you see Lu Shu's interview? Lin Mo replied. Yes, it was quite passionate. What do you think about the upcoming quarterfinal match against Lu Shu? She asked expectantly. Lin Mo thought for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said slowly, Lu Shu's perspective and spirit are correct. We shouldn't narrowly define a person's future based on the academy they attend or their current level. The future is unpredictable, and the person you look down on today might reach heights you admire tomorrow. He paused, and then continued. Of course, that's a bit off track. Actually, the champion of this freshman exchange competition is already decided. Already decided? The reporter was taken aback and asked, do you mean you believe Su Lingqing will definitely win? Lin Mo shook his head, smiling. It's not that Su Lingqing will definitely win, but that I will definitely win. To be honest, I don't focus on who my opponent is. Because no matter who faces me, they will lose. In every aspect, I am very strong. For example, Lu Shu's strongest point is his physical body. Lin Mo once gained some fame online, and his physical strength is quite impressive. When faced with reporters' questions, he confidently promised that in the upcoming quarterfinals, he would defeat Lu Shu using only his physical strength, without resorting to spiritual power. This statement left the reporters stunned, as they hadn't expected Lin Mo to be so blunt. In contrast, Su Lingqing appeared much more humble during her interview, making Lin Mo's confidence seem somewhat excessive, almost like a display of social bravado. The director quickly switched the scene to the commentary desk. At that moment, Yuhua's expression was one of shock, difficult to describe in words. After a while, she slowly said, it seems Lin Mo is indeed very confident. However, his claim of defeating Lu Shu in the quarterfinals using only his physical strength, without spiritual power, might be a bit arrogant. Although Yuhua's words were tactful, they clearly expressed doubt about Lin Mo. Firefox chimed in, saying, I believe Lin Mo must have his reasons. Our Jojo Martial Arts Academy has an extremely powerful body refinement technique called the Vajra Indestructible Body. From what I understand, Lin Mo is practicing this technique. Although it's an incomplete version, the initial training sections remain unaffected. Therefore, Lin Mo's physical strength might not be inferior to Lu Shu's. I'm very much looking forward to the upcoming quarterfinals. With Firefox's analysis, Yuhua also began to anticipate the outcome of the match. Finally, she picked up a piece of paper and began reading the sponsors of the live broadcast, concluding with, that's all for today's broadcast. We look forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals. A few days passed, and the quarterfinals finally arrived. During this time, interview videos of Lin Mo had been circulating widely within the martial arts academy circles. Many were displeased with his bold claim, the championship is mine, especially the students of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, as their contender, Su Lingqing, with her divine lineage, was considered the favorite to win. Lin Mo's sudden declaration naturally irked them. Aside from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, students from other 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star martial arts academies hoped that Lu Shu could pull off an upset, proving that non-5-star martial arts academies were not inferior in strength. Meanwhile, only the students from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy wished for Lin Mo to win, holding on to their last hope. In the audience, former students of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy gathered, raising banners to cheer for Lin Mo, shouting, Lin Mo, go for it. On the other side, spectators from different martial arts academies also raised banners to support Lu Shu, chanting, Lu Shu, go for it. Defeat Lin Mo and prove the strength of our 4-star martial arts academies. As the 8 contestants took the stage, the battle platform in the sky quickly transformed, merging into 4 platforms. On each platform, 2 contestants faced each other from a distance, with most of the audience's attention and live broadcast cameras focused on the platform where Lin Mo and Lu Shu stood. Today's battle was the main event everyone was eager to watch. Lin Mo, show me your full strength. There's no need to fight me using only physical power, Lu Shu said with fighting spirit. Lin Mo, with a confident smile, replied, There's no need. Your physical strength can't match mine. His smile exuded confidence. At the live commentary booth, Yu Hua exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my god, Lin Mo has really restrained his spiritual energy. Is he really going to keep his promise and fight using only his physical strength?" Seeing Lin Mo's approach, Lu Shu felt disregarded and sneered. "In that case, I'll force you to unleash your spiritual energy." Blood energy surged from Lu Shu as he stomped the ground, clenched his fist, and launched a powerful punch at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, without using spiritual energy, had his own blood energy surging within, with a faint golden glow appearing on his body. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Lin Mo and Lu Shu's physical bodies collided powerfully in midair. After the initial strike, both fighters simultaneously launched their attacks, their energies surging as they engaged in a primal hand-to-hand combat. Every punch landed with force, as they battled purely with their physical prowess. The spectators were stunned, as Lin Mo relied solely on his physical strength, not using any spiritual power, yet he held his ground effortlessly. Everyone realized that Lin Mo wasn't exaggerating in his interviews. His physical strength was indeed on par with Lu Shu. If he were to use his spiritual power, wouldn't he completely overpower Lu Shu? It seemed Lin Mo truly had the potential to win the championship. Bang! Bang! Their blows echoed like thunder, and after dozens of exchanges, Lin Mo unleashed a powerful punch that sent Lu Shu staggering back. Withdrawing his fist, Lin Mo remarked indifferently, "If this is the extent of your physical strength, I'm quite disappointed." Lu Shu, recovering from the impact, calmed his turbulent energy, now fully recognizing the strength of Lin Mo's physique. He had indeed felt the power of Lin Mo's body, which was not inferior to his own, perhaps even superior. "Lin Mo, I admit your physical strength is formidable. I had intended to use this move against Su Lingqing, but it seems you'll have to be the first to experience its power." Heavenly Jiao transformation. In an instant, Lu Shu's shirt burst apart, revealing his bare torso with a faint image of a coiled dragon. The dragon roared skyward, emitting a resonant dragon's cry. Lu Shu's hands wove intricate signs, merging the dragon into his energy and blood, transforming his body as blue scales emerged, and his nails turned into gleaming dragon claws. His energy surged, forming a crimson pillar of light, his aura now several times stronger than before. The audience and those watching the live stream gasped in shock, none expecting Lu Shu to have such a terrifying trump card hidden in the top 16 spheres competition. As he had mentioned, this trump card was originally reserved for Su Lingqing, but now, in the quarterfinals, Lin Mo had forced it out. All eyes were on Lin Mo, wondering if he could uphold his pre-match claim of not using spiritual power against this transformed Lu Shu. "Now, this is interesting," Lin Mo said, his face showing intrigue at Lu Shu's hidden ability. "But even so, what of it?" He stepped forward, his dark eyes gleaming coldly, fists clenched, as a faint golden light radiated from within. Golden patterns emerged on Lin Mo's skin, as if etched into his flesh. The Vajra mark activated during the intense battle, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Lin Mo stood firm, golden light emanating from his body, astonishing the audience. While Lu Shu's hidden trump card was surprising, Lin Mo's display of physical power was not his limit. At this moment, Lin Mo's physical strength surged, equaling that of the transformed Lu Shu. The battle for the strongest physique in the Newcomers Exchange Tournament was far from over. Who would emerge victorious? Only time would tell. Lin Mo pushed his indestructible diamond body technique to its limit, catching Lu Shu's attention, who couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had assumed that his trump card, the dragon transformation, would easily suppress Lin Mo's physical body, but was surprised to find that Lin Mo had his own means of enhancing his physique. Despite sensing the formidable strength of Lin Mo's body, Lu Shu remained confident in his own. The dragon transformation not only fortified his body, but also enhanced his offensive power and defense. His dragon scales were incredibly tough, capable of absorbing impact, while his dragon claws possessed immense destructive power, able to tear through anything with ease. With a swift movement, Lu Shu almost vanished from his spot. The dragon transformation granted him the dragon's ability to ride the wind, making him incredibly fast. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Mo, his dragon claws gleaming with a cold light as they lunged forward. Lin Mo raised his right arm to block, and instead of tearing through flesh as Lu Shu anticipated, the claws sparked against his arm, producing a sharp, grating sound. Lin Mo's arm was covered in a layer of diamond-like marks, as unyielding as a diamond brick, rendering Lu Shu's attack ineffective. As Lu Shu's assault concluded, Lin Mo immediately countered with a powerful whip kick. The kick carried such force that even a novice martial arts master would struggle to withstand it. With a loud crash, Lu Shu countered with a palm strike, and their attacks clashed in midair, whipping up a fierce wind. Although the physical collision lacked the visual spectacle of a spiritual power duel, The distortion of the air was testament to the intensity of their confrontation. Both were knocked back by the impact, but this was only the beginning. In the next moment, Lin Mo and Lu Shu charged at each other again, their speed astonishing. Upon collision, both fighters launched into a physical brawl. The battle shifted from the center of the arena to its edges, then into the air, before returning to the arena's center. Each clash left the audience on edge. Compared to typical spiritual power duels, this raw physical combat was far more thrilling. With another explosive impact, Lin Mo and Lu Shu were knocked back once more. Clearly, Lu Shu was at a slight disadvantage, as he steadied the turbulent energy within him from the fierce battle and glanced at the fractured dragon scales on his body, curious about Lin Mo's training methods. Lu Shu had chosen the path of body refinement, well aware of the challenges it posed on Blue Star. His physical prowess was achieved through inheritance from ancient civilization relics and dragon essence. Since leaving the relic, Lu Shu had believed himself unbeatable among his peers, until he encountered Lin Mo. Lu Shu took a deep breath, and the energy within him surged like a tidal wave, transforming into the shadow of a dragon. A powerful aura spread out as he stepped forward, the dragon's shadow coiling around him, its head encircling his arm. He then unleashed the heavenly dragon combat fist. His foot stomped heavily on the arena floor, causing cracks to appear in the specially reinforced material, and he shot towards Lin Mo like an arrow. At this moment, Lin Mo's body shimmered with a golden light that gathered into a spinning Sanskrit symbol in his palm, making his entire hand appear as if forged from gold. Not to be outdone, he executed the Vajra demon subduing hand. His eyes flashed like lightning as he channeled his energy and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! The two formidable forces collided in midair, creating a tempest of wind and visible energy shockwaves rippling outwards. Both the livestream audience and those present in the stands focused intently on the scene, knowing this would be the decisive moment. On the battle stage, the dragon's shadow shrank, entwining around Lu Shu as its head merged with his fist, crashing into Lin Mo's diamond-like palm. Lin Mo's Vajra hand glowed with Sanskrit light, transmitting immense power, attempting to suppress Lu Shu's dragon head. Veins bulged on Lu Shu's arm as the dragon's aura emanated from him, solidifying the dragon head shadow that merged with his fist, resisting Lin Mo's suppression. Their powers remained locked in a stalemate, the surrounding air exploding and distorting, making their figures blur. In this evenly matched confrontation, Lin Mo sensed a force within Lu Shu that did not belong to him, the power of dragon's essence blood. He realized that Lu Shu's body alone could not withstand such a powerful attack. It was only the activation of the dragon's essence blood energy that allowed Lu Shu to release techniques capable of contending with him. This revelation added a layer of complexity to the battle. In the official live broadcast, commentators Yuhua and Firefox were analyzing the fight between Lu Shu and Lin Mo. Yuhua was surprised by Lin Mo's formidable physical strength, noting that the two remained evenly matched. Meanwhile, martial arts master Firefox explained that the release of the dragon's essence blood power in Lu Shu's body under external stimulation gave him a clear advantage in a prolonged battle, putting Lin Mo at a disadvantage. This left Lin Mo feeling a slight sense of regret, losing due to external conditions. Yuhua also felt it was a pity for Lin Mo. However, Firefox chuckled softly, explaining that it wasn't a big deal. The freshman exchange competition only prohibited the use of powerful weapons like power armor, and Lu Shu's Flood Dragon Essence Blood was clearly not on the banned list. Acquiring such Essence Blood was indeed a fortuitous chance, which could also be considered a reflection of one's strength. Lin Mo understood this well, his eyes flickering slightly, realizing he hadn't considered this issue before, but he wasn't flustered. He sensed a certain pressure awakening within his flesh and blood, a pressure hidden deep within, originating from the Zhulong essence he had refined. Zhulong was a true dragon, incomparable to a flood dragon. Moreover, the Flood Dragon Essence blood Lu Shu refined was not a pure Flood Dragon lineage. The pressure from Lu Shu's Flood Dragon was nothing short of a provocation to the Zhulong essence. As the Zhulong essence gradually awakened, a formidable pressure emanated from Lin Mo's body. With the release of this pressure, the dragon head on Lu Shu's fist dissipated significantly. Lu Shu's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling his Flood Dragon Essence blood retracting its aura and power completely, as if in extreme fear of something. Without the power provided by the Flood Dragon Essence blood, the Sanskrit characters in Lin Mo's palm lit up, unleashing a powerful force. The dragon shadow entwining Lu Shu's body shattered instantly. Lu Shu was sent flying, the dragon scales on his body exploding inch by inch, finally crashing into the light wall and falling heavily onto the battle platform, blood splattering, his aura instantly weakened. The referee announced, Lin Mo wins. The light wall opened immediately, and the on-site medical team rushed over to stop Lu Shu's bleeding. A martial arts master skilled in healing formed hand seals, emitting a green light that enveloped Lu Shu, stabilizing his injuries and ensuring he was not in life-threatening danger. then placed him on a stretcher. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. The confrontation that had just been at a standoff saw Lu Shu defeated and retreating in an instant. The sudden turn of events led some people to suspect that Lu Shu might have been throwing the match. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as logic dictated that it couldn't have been a staged fight. After all, Lu Shu had been at a disadvantage before the match. If it were truly rigged, he could have easily lost in the final exchange instead of fighting so fiercely, even to the point of collapsing from severe injuries. Ultimately, congratulations to Lin Mo for defeating Lu Shu and advancing to the semifinals. In the official livestream, Yuhua was just recovering from the shock of the unexpected reversal. Before the match, supporters of both sides were confident, seeing the odds as evenly matched. Lin Mo's victory wasn't entirely surprising, but his win, as he had promised, by defeating Lu Shu physically, exceeded many spectators' expectations. At this moment, Mr. Firefox must be feeling the happiest, Yuhua commented. Although commentators are supposed to remain neutral, seeing his alma mater win made it hard for Firefox to conceal his joy, and he nodded in agreement. Yuhua then continued to report the results from other arenas, announcing victories for Su Lingqing, Song Xin, and Lu Xiao. Notably, all three competitors were from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. Song Xin defeated another dark horse, Yi Ling, while Lu Xiao triumphed over an opponent from a three-star martial arts academy. In the upcoming semifinals, the upper bracket features Lin Mo against Song Xin, while the lower bracket is an internal battle within the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, with Su Lingqing facing Lu Xiao. The disparity in the lower bracket is evident, as Lu Xiao is merely an advanced martial artist, whereas Su Lingqing is an entry-level martial arts master with formidable cross-level challenge capabilities. Although the upper bracket shows a smaller gap in skill, Song Xin is known to be a spellcaster, and it's widely acknowledged that spellcasters are generally weaker than martial artists in unknown duels. Yuhua then remarked to Firefox, "It seems you favor Lin Mo in the upper bracket and Su Lingqing in the lower bracket." Firefox nodded in agreement, and the scene shifted to a reporter interviewing Lin Mo. The female reporter, holding a microphone, congratulated Lin Mo on his quarterfinal victory and asked for his thoughts. Lin Mo took the microphone, pondered briefly, and said, "Today's match was tougher than I expected, but the outcome was favorable." The reporter continued, "Lin Mo, what are your thoughts on facing Song Xin in the semifinals? Have you learned about her before?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, "I have looked into Song Xin before. She opened her spiritual gate at the age of 10 and became an entry-level spellcaster by 13. Now she's an intermediate spellcaster, which is quite impressive." Lin Mo wasn't merely offering commercial praise. Song Xin indeed opened her spiritual gate early. Based on his understanding, Tansini opened her spiritual gate at 15. Although this doesn't necessarily mean Tansini's talent is inferior to Song Xion's, a spellcaster's ability depends not only on spiritual power, but also on spellcasting talent. Opening the spiritual gate early does allow her to reach a high spellcaster level more quickly. Song Xian is now an intermediate spellcaster. However, spellcasters often have a disadvantage in unknown duels. Even if I manage to defeat Song Xian, she might not be entirely convinced. After Lin Mo said this, the reporter seemed confused and asked, "Lin Mo, what are you trying to say?" Lin Mo smiled slightly and replied, "Don't forget, the academy I encountered in Kyushu is also full of talented spellcasters. Recently, I had an opportunity in the ruins and broke through to become an intermediate spellcaster." With that, Lin Mo unleashed a powerful mental force, sweeping the surroundings and demonstrating his new status as an intermediate spellcaster. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. "Wow, Lin Mo has reached the intermediate level too. He's challenging Song Xian as a spellcaster." The reporter seemed to catch on to Lin Mo's intentions and asked excitedly, "Lin Mo, are you planning a fair duel with Song Xian as a spellcaster?" Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lin Mo nodded and said, "That's right. In the semifinals, I won't rely on physical strength or spiritual power. I'll face Song Xian in a spellcaster duel." His words caused an uproar in the live chat. "Wow, this is amazing. This is the confidence of a true genius. Just for Lin Mo's courage, I'm a fan. Win or lose, he's a real man." Lin Mo's confidence sparked anticipation among countless netizens, making the outcome of the semifinals seem less important. The prospect of such a duel was thrilling in itself. Commentator Yuhua couldn't help but praise, regardless of anything else. Lin Mo's self-assurance shows his inner strength. At this moment, Firefox also remarked, "My junior's confidence indicates a strong will. This confidence stems from his own abilities. In martial arts, confidence and determination are crucial. With such confidence and determination, I dare say Lin Mo will eventually reach the martial god realm." Firefox's words surprised Yuhua. "The martial god realm? Teacher Firefox, isn't that a bit too?" He paused and continued, "The martial god realm is still a distant goal for most people. Although Lin Mo is talented, he is still far from that path. Every year, There is a top freshman in the exchange competition, but how many have reached the martial god realm over the years? Furthermore, Lin Mo isn't the top freshman yet. I think these words are a bit exaggerated, but it's too early to say. We'll see in the future. As the discussion progressed, the focus returned to the eagerly anticipated semifinals. The semifinals would take place in 5 days and be broadcast live. After Firefox read out the sponsors' names, he said, "Thank you for watching the live broadcast. That's all for today. We look forward to the semifinals in 5 days." After the broadcast ended, Lin Mo's words quickly spread across the internet, sparking widespread anticipation. The semifinals arrived as scheduled, and the official live stream was nearly overwhelmed. In the half-day leading up to the match, countless people flooded into the streaming room to watch. There were 2 live streams for the semifinals, but their popularity differed dramatically. The upper bracket stream was incredibly popular, comparable to the finals of previous freshman exchange competitions, while the lower bracket stream attracted little attention, except from a few fans of Su Lingqing. This was because the lower bracket's combat strength was uneven. Lucio's strength was similar to Yenju's, but Yenju was unlucky to face Su Lingqing in the first round. Meanwhile, Lucio, thanks to a recommendation from Kunlun Academy, easily advanced to the quarterfinals and drew the weakest opponent among the top 8, who was only a high-level warrior, allowing him to progress to the semifinals. It's fair to say that his luck was enviable. The matches in the upper bracket were exceptionally exciting, with Lin Mo declaring he wouldn't use spiritual power or physical strength, opting instead for a spellcaster duel, which generated significant buzz. As the referee announced the start of the semifinal match, the 4 competitors leaped onto the stage. Lucio, seeing Su Lingqing opposite him, smiled wryly and said, "Su Lingqing, as a fellow student, please let me make a move. After all, it's the semifinals, and not even getting a chance to act would be quite embarrassing." Su Lingqing nodded, and Lucio felt a sense of relief, focusing his gaze as he clasped his hands and said, "Please teach me." Immediately, spiritual power surged, and a long sword appeared in his hand, its energy thrusting towards Su Lingqing. Su Lingqing, however, unleashed powerful golden spiritual energy, effortlessly neutralizing the sword energy within a 3-foot radius. Lucio realized that Su Lingqing wasn't counterattacking, clearly going easy on him to allow more moves and avoid a humiliating defeat, which touched him. He then launched another attack. Meanwhile, Lin Mo approached the stage, looked at his opponent Song Xin, and clasped his hands, saying, "Jojo Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo, please teach me." Song Xin returned the gesture. "Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, please teach me." After a few polite exchanges, Song Xin quickly made her move, her formidable mental power spreading as the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into countless spirit needles. With a wave of her sleeve, the needles densely shot towards Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo deployed an invisible soul wall, his strong mental power withstanding the assault. Song Xion's attack was ineffective, and she immediately launched another wave of mental attacks. Throughout Song Xion's onslaught, Lin Mo maintained a defensive stance, rendering her attacks futile. The mental duel between the two seemed calm on the surface, lacking the intensity of the physical clashes seen in the quarterfinals. Yet, only the participants themselves knew the true danger it contained. After dozens of mental clashes, mysterious runes suddenly appeared around Song Xian, as countless spiritual energy beams fused them into a complete spell. This was the advantage of an intermediate spellcaster, capable of integrating runes into the void, making them harder to detect. Stone Palm Curse. A massive stone palm emerged from the spell, striking directly at Lin Mo. Unbreakable Bell. Lin Mo's voice echoed as numerous runes appeared behind him, interwoven with spiritual energy beams, forming a protective bell around him. As the stone palm descended, its power was entirely absorbed by the bell. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Lin Mo traced in the air with his fingers, forming another spell. Falling Thunder Curse. Golden lightning intertwined in the void, raining down with the force of a novice martial arts master. Facing the Falling Thunder Curse, Song Xian quickly conjured a spell, raising stone walls from the platform to defend herself. However, as the lightning barrage ended, Lin Mo's next spell was ready. A gigantic spell diagram appeared in the air, unleashing sharp sword energy. With a snap of Lin Mo's fingers, the sword energy swarmed in from all directions like swimming fish. Vine Curse. Song Xian hurriedly cast, wrapping herself in green vines, attempting to emulate Lin Mo's protective bell. Yet, she underestimated the power of Lin Mo's spell. The myriad sword energies sliced through the outer vines in mere breaths. Struggling against the remaining sword energy, Song Xian used the vines defensively as best she could. As the sword energy finally dissipated, Song Xian barely had time to breathe before seeing a complete spell diagram form on the platform's surface, woven from countless spiritual energy beams. "Game over, Song Xian," Lin Mo declared, snapping his fingers. A green mist erupted from the diagram, enveloping Song Xin. She tried to cast a spell, but the gathering spell was instantly dispersed by the mist. In an instant, the green mist formed 4 ropes, binding Song Xin's limbs and lifting her a meter off the platform. The outcome was clear. Song Xin was utterly outmatched in this spell duel, unable to contend with Lin Mo. In terms of mental power, she was nearly Lin Mo's equal, but their spell-casting skills were worlds apart. Lin Mo's ability to cast spells was far superior in complexity and speed. Lin Mo wins, the referee announced immediately. After the battle, Lin Mo released his spell, lowering Song Xin to the ground. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she glared at Lin Mo. Being publicly restrained like that was humiliating for her. Lin Mo could only shrug at Song Xin's reaction. He had maintained his gentlemanly conduct throughout the duel, refraining from using excessive force. Otherwise, a direct attack with his final spell could have left Song Xin in need of emergency medical attention, like Lu Shu in the quarterfinals. Out of consideration, Lin Mo had chosen a binding spell, but Song Xin seemed unappreciative of his restraint. After Lin Mo's battle concluded, the match between Su Lingqing and Lu Xiu in the lower bracket also came to an end. Out of camaraderie with a fellow martial arts academy student, Su Lingqing showed Lu Xiu some respect during their encounter. Despite this, after several exchanges, she ultimately defeated him. Following the semifinals, there were no interviews conducted. As per the rules of the freshman exchange competition, an interview video featuring the 2 finalists would be produced before the finals. Post-match interactions mostly consisted of sharp banter between the competitors. However, Lin Mo's victory in the semifinals created quite a stir. His mastery of incantations was exceptional, and in the semifinals, his skills clearly surpassed those of Song Xin, allowing him to win easily, even more so than in the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, Lin Mo and Lu Shu had a tense standoff for a while, but the semifinals were a complete one-sided domination. After the matches, discussions about whether Lin Mo or Su Lingqing would win the championship intensified. Initially, most people favored Su Lingqing, given her divine bloodline. However, with Lin Mo's impressive performances in the quarterfinals and semifinals, support for him surged, at times even surpassing that for Su Lingqing. Lin Mo's physical prowess and mastery of incantations, combined with his spiritual power at the level of an elementary martial arts master, made him a formidable opponent against Su Lingqing's divine bloodline. Of course, Su Lingqing's supporters were not backing down, firmly believing in the strength of her divine bloodline, and that she would ultimately prevail. As debates continued, the pre-final interview video was released. In the interview, Lin Mo stated, "As I mentioned in my first interview, I will definitely win this freshman exchange competition because I'm strong in all aspects. In the quarterfinals, I defeated Lu Shu, who excelled in physical combat, with my own physical strength. In the semifinals, I used incantations to overcome Song Xin, who was skilled in incantations. Su Lingqing, I've heard your divine bloodline's spiritual power is formidable. I've been eager to see it. How about we make a pact to only compete in spiritual power during the finals?" Hearing this, Su Lingqing replied, "Sure, if you want to prove that you can defeat any competitor in any aspect during this freshman exchange competition, I'll give you that chance." The release of this pre-final interview video caused a sensation, even more so than Lin Mo's performances in the quarterfinals and semifinals. To compete in spiritual power against a divine bloodline with the same cultivation level seemed like a reckless move to many. It's well known that the quality of spiritual power is typically influenced by 3 factors: one's innate talent or bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the quality of spiritual power. The quality of spiritual power from a divine bloodline is unimaginable compared to those of the same level. Although heavenly bloodlines and divine bloodlines appear to differ by just 1 rank, the gap is vast. The rarity of divine bloodlines is the best evidence. Each year, the 2 5-star martial arts academies might recruit a dozen heavenly bloodline students, but it could take years to find even one with a divine bloodline. The quality of one's spiritual power can be influenced by the cultivation technique they use. Considering Su Lingqing's exceptional talent, it's unthinkable that the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy would provide her with anything less than the best techniques for cultivation. Such talent would never be wasted, and she must be practicing an excellent technique. Additionally, personal opportunities, like encountering rare resources, can enhance one's spiritual power. It seems Su Lingqing has already had significant opportunities, while Lin Mo, upon entering the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, gained physical and spellcasting opportunities, leaving little time to pursue spiritual power opportunities. Overall, Lin Mo's spiritual power quality likely falls short compared to Su Lingqing's. Previously, if anyone thought Lin Mo could defeat Su Lingqing, it was believed that his shortcomings in spiritual power could be compensated by his spellcasting and physical prowess. However, Lin Mo's recent actions have led many to doubt his chances of winning the championship. Some even think his previous victories have made him overconfident, eager to maintain his image as an all-rounder. Regardless of outside discussions, the finals have arrived. The 8 floating battle platforms have merged into one massive golden stage. As Lin Mo and Su Lingqing entered, the audience erupted in excitement, with banners raised high. The stands were packed, with waves of cheers rolling like a tide. Even Lin Mo, usually calm and indifferent to the crowd, felt his blood boil and heartbeat quicken in this electrifying atmosphere. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in midair above the stage. Clad in black training clothes and cloth shoes, he stood with one hand behind his back, exuding no spiritual power, yet emitting an invisible pressure. This pressure brought the once boisterous crowd to silence. He was a martial god. Clearly, this man was incredibly powerful, even surpassing the strength of Master Yu. Lin Mo could sense that the pressure from this martial god was far greater, indicating he was among the top in his class. Both the live and in-person audience were astounded that a martial god was presiding over this year's freshman exchange competition finals. In the past, it was usually a grandmaster of martial arts who hosted. This underscored the exceptional quality of this year's competition, warranting the presence of a martial god. With the finalists on stage, the martial god wasted no time, simply introducing himself as the referee before allowing the competitors to proceed. In a flash, Lin Mo and Su Lingqing appeared on the golden stage, facing each other from a distance. As they had promised a year ago, they met in the finals of the freshman exchange competition. Su Lingqing smiled at Lin Mo, and he reflected, "Yes, it's surreal. The person I once could only look up to, I can now stand opposite as a competitor. Are you sure you'll only use spiritual power?" Su Lingqing asked. "Yes," Lin Mo replied decisively. "That's not a wise choice." Su Lingqing shook her head. "If you went all out, I wouldn't be confident in defeating you. But if you're only using spiritual power, I believe I will win." "We'll see once we start," Lin Mo responded without further explanation. After their exchange, the martial god referee announced, "Freshman exchange competition, finals, begin." As the voice of the martial judge faded, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Su Lingqing, the intensity far surpassing that of the previous rounds. Clearly, she was no longer holding back in this final match, ready to give it her all. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and both black and white spiritual energies burst forth, spreading out with a pressure entirely different from Su Lingqing's. Su Lingqing was shocked, a voice of disbelief echoing in her mind, which left her momentarily stunned. Lin Mo, unaware of her distraction, seized the perfect opportunity to strike. He swung his ink sword, its sharp sword aura instantly enveloping the battlefield. Lin Mo's blade targeted Su Lingqing, and as he slashed, the myriad sword auras coalesced into a single, fierce beam of sword light, heading straight for her. As the sword light approached, Su Lingqing snapped back to reality, immediately retreating as golden spiritual energy soared into the sky, forming a pair of golden wings to shield her. However, as soon as the wings took shape, the fierce sword light descended. Crack! Visible cracks spread across the wings, and in the next instant, they shattered, the sword light aiming directly at Su Lingqing. In a critical moment, she wielded a twin sword, crossing them to form an astounding sword aura that successfully blocked Lin Mo's attack. Boom! Although Su Lingqing managed to fend off Lin Mo's strike, the force still sent her flying, leaving marks as she collided with the light barriers surrounding the battlefield. The crowd erupted in surprise. No one expected Su Lingqing to be at a disadvantage in the first exchange. However, some keen observers understood that Su Lingqing had been caught off guard, allowing Lin Mo to seize the advantage. The commentator, Foxfire, explained in the official live stream that Su Lingqing had been momentarily distracted, and Lin Mo capitalized on that lapse, leading to the earlier suppression. He reminded viewers that losing focus during a battle could be costly. With the upper hand, Lin Mo was not about to let this chance slip away. He executed the Wind Kuan step, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Su Lingqing in an instant, unleashing another stroke of his ink sword. The presence of sword intent was palpable, causing the eyes of many martial experts to widen in shock. Lin Mo had comprehended sword intent. This greatly enhanced the power and lethality of his spiritual energy. As Lin Mo slashed down, the ink sword seemed to cleave Su Lingqing in two. A mere afterimage. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Mo turned, spotting Su Lingqing suspended in midair, her phoenix wings shimmering with golden light, complementing her golden armor and exuding an aura of nobility and majesty. Su Lingqing combined her twin swords, the scabbards merging tightly as sword energy surged like a tide. Though momentarily distracted by a surprising voice in her mind, she quickly regained focus. Her wings vibrated suddenly, and she vanished from her spot. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's figure disappeared as well. On the battle platform, flashes of gold and black and white light intersected, each collision causing intense spiritual energy waves. These lights were the figures of Su Lingqing and Lin Mo, moving so fast that spectators could only guess their positions through the energy glows, showcasing their formidable strength. Skynet sword formation. Lin Mo exclaimed after a clash, unleashing a spiritual skill. Spiritual energy gathered like a tide, with sword shadows emerging, each imbued with sword aura, greatly enhancing the formation's power. The dense sword shadows quickly formed a formation, encircling Su Lingqing as thousands of swords launched a suppressing attack. Phoenix Guard, Su Lingqing shouted, golden light scattering as her wings unfurled and wrapped around her protectively. The myriad sword shadows fell but couldn't penetrate her defense. In the next moment, she spread her wings wide, and a torrent of violent spiritual energy burst forth, shattering all the sword shadows. Heavenly Phoenix. Her voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a golden phoenix silhouette soaring majestically. As Su Lingqing swung her swords, the phoenix image charged towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo had seen this move before, during the martial arts exam, when Su Lingqing used it to severely wound the Xianlei beast. Evidently, this spiritual skill was adaptive, allowing even a novice martial master like Su Lingqing to wield it. Yin-Yang Thundersword. Black and white spiritual energy surged, enveloping his sword with thunder, releasing an astonishing sword intent as Lin Mo struck. Thunder and sword light collided, generating a powerful shockwave as the two forces clashed fiercely, reaching a stalemate. Ultimately, both energies peaked and exploded, propelling Lin Mo and Su Lingqing apart. Su Lingqing adjusted her posture, using one hand to steady herself as she stood, golden light soaring skyward. Golden spiritual energy surged, with a lifelike heavenly phoenix spreading its wings behind her, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Crucially, the phoenix bore a hint of true heavenly phoenix might, indicating it was not just a spiritual manifestation, but a true semblance of the mythical creature. Even the adjudicating martial god showed a slight change in expression, sensing the divine bloodline's connection to the heavenly phoenix. Lin Mo watched Su Lingqing summon the heavenly phoenix, feeling an inexplicable stir within as his internal Zhu Long refining spirit technique seemed to want to activate on its own. Accepting this, he consciously activated the technique. Black and white spiritual energy surged from within him, transforming into two giant pythons that roared skyward, their overwhelming presence neutralizing the true heavenly phoenix's might. At this moment, that voice echoed in Su Lingqing's mind once more. A massive black and white python coiled behind Lin Mo, roaring towards the sky with an imposing presence that rivaled the might of the celestial phoenix. Upon closer inspection, one could notice two slight protrusions on the python's head and a subtle bulge on its lower abdomen, indicating its extraordinary nature. The martial god overseeing the battle realized that the black and white python behind Lin Mo was no ordinary creature. It was not a mere manifestation of spiritual power, but had evolved through some special means, with the potential to transform into a dragon. From a distance, Su Lingqing also sensed the anomaly of the black and white python. Coupled with the echoing voice in her mind, she understood that an intense battle was imminent. However, she felt no fear. With a pointed sword, the sound of a phoenix's cry resounded as the golden celestial phoenix flapped its wings and dove downwards. The black and white python behind Lin Mo was undeterred, roaring to the heavens and charging forth. The black and white pythons attacked from both sides, their massive bodies constricting the battlefield, trapping the golden celestial phoenix within. The two spiritual beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Simultaneously, Lin Mo and Su Lingqing launched themselves into the fray with precision, their figures clashing on the golden battle stage, emitting continuous bursts of spiritual energy. Their speed was astonishing. Lin Mo used his wind-catching Kuan step, while Su Lingqing relied on the support of the wings behind her, moving so fast that they were nearly invisible, their positions discernible only through the glow of spiritual energy. Though their movements were elusive, the increasingly damaged ground of the battle stage clearly demonstrated the intensity of their confrontation. Onlookers, both at the scene and watching the live broadcast, were fixated on the battle. Students from other martial arts academies, witnessing this intense clash, couldn't help but question their own abilities. The gap between peers was astonishingly wide. The prowess of Su Lingqing and Lin Mo was extraordinary, surpassing even that of advanced martial masters. Many marveled that this year's freshman exchange competition final was undoubtedly the most prestigious in history, with the strength of these two freshmen far exceeding expectations. In the official commentary livestream, Yuhua asked Teacher Fox, from your martial arts perspective, how strong are Su Lingqing and Lin Mo? Fox's expression was serious as he replied, honestly, I never imagined freshmen could reach this level after just 1 year. The times have indeed changed. He continued, stating that Lin Mo and Su Lingqing's combat abilities had surpassed those of ordinary advanced martial masters and were nearing the threshold of martial grandmasters. As the crowd marveled, Lin Mo and Su Lingqing had already exchanged hundreds of blows, with the entire battle stage enveloped in two distinct sword intents, its surface marred with cracks, appearing in disarray. As the exchanges continued, Lin Mo gradually gained the upper hand, beginning to suppress Su Lingqing. My spiritual power seems to be suppressed by Lin Mo's, Su Lingqing realized during the fierce exchange, feeling the overpowering effect of Lin Mo's spiritual energy on her own. This overpowering sensation wasn't because the opponent's swordsmanship was superior, nor was it due to the quantity or quality of spiritual energy, but rather the difference in their cultivation techniques. Lin Mo's refined spiritual energy happened to counter Su Lingqing's method. Clang. The ink black and white spiritual energy clashed fiercely with Su Lingqing's twin swords once more, causing a violent ripple of energy that forced both Lin Mo and Su Lingqing to retreat. Su Lingqing was pushed back a full 50 meters, barely stabilizing herself by driving her twin swords into the platform, while Lin Mo only retreated 20 meters before regaining his balance. Clearly, Lin Mo had an advantage in their recent exchange. Lin Mo pondered, surprised that his technique could suppress Su Lingqing's. He understood that his ability to dominate wasn't due to her weakness, but because her spiritual energy was countered by his own. As the confrontation between Lin Mo and Su Lingqing concluded, the aerial battle between the black and white serpents and the celestial phoenix also came to an end. Despite the phoenix's fierce counterattacks, it was ultimately no match for the serpents coiling and biting and was torn apart. Although the phoenix's retaliations had significantly weakened the serpent's spiritual energy, leaving them less solid, they still appeared much stronger compared to the vanquished phoenix. Concede, you're not his match, a voice echoed in Su Lingqing's mind. Reluctantly, she replied, I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for the techniques, I wouldn't have lost. Even if his technique didn't counter mine. The voice continued. Even if he used his physical body and soul power, you'd still be no match for him. Your celestial phoenix form might compete with his physical prowess, but would not prevail, and his soul power is beyond comparison. These words left Su Lingqing speechless. Indeed, being able to fight Lin Mo to this point was partly due to their techniques, but also because he hadn't used his full physical and soul power. I concede. Finally, Su Lingqing looked up at the referee and declared without hesitation. A gasp swept through the crowd. Su Lingqing had conceded. While it was clear she was at a disadvantage, some still held hope that she had a hidden trump card. Her concession shattered those hopes completely. The martial god overseeing the match was unsurprised by Su Lingqing's concession. After all, the outcome was clear at this stage, and continuing would only lead to further unnecessary struggle. I now declare Lin Mo the winner of this match, the martial god announced, prompting a wave of cheers from the audience at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. This year's freshman exchange competition had been disappointing for the academy, with only one seeded participant making it to the top 8, marking their worst performance to date and inviting much ridicule. Now, with Lin Mo's victory, the academy's frustrations were swept away, and they could finally celebrate with abandon. Students from other martial arts academies also clapped and cheered, their eyes filled with awe for Lin Mo, who stood on the battle stage. This young man, who was of the same age or even slightly younger than them, had demonstrated overwhelming strength in the freshman exchange competition, earning everyone's admiration. Golden streamers danced in the air, and as Lin Mo stood bathed in this golden rain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Just a year ago, he was at the 3rd stage of martial apprenticeship, and now he had become the strongest among the new students of various academies. This stark contrast was hard even for him to comprehend. Reaching this point, aside from the greatest aid of the system, Lin Mo had also put in tremendous effort himself. Over the past year, the number of demons and beasts he fought exceeded those encountered by students who had spent 6 years in martial arts academies. The scars from his injuries were countless. Whenever resources were obtained from treasure chests, he would immediately devote himself to training. Not only did he strive to enhance his cultivation, but he also learned spells and honed his physical body. Behind the glory lay countless drops of blood and sweat. Thankfully, I have the system, Lin Mo thought with a slight smile, fully aware that despite all the effort he had put in over the year, the system was undeniably the key contributor to his success. Without it, he wouldn't even know in which direction to channel his efforts. He wasn't self-deluded, thinking that all of this was solely due to his hard work, nor did he attribute his success to others. Having once worked hard, he firmly believed that success requires a combination of opportunity, effort, and fortune. He wouldn't solely credit the system for his current achievements, nor would he naively think that everything was a result of his own efforts. After the conclusion of the freshman exchange competition, various national self-media and traditional media outlets eagerly sought to interview Lin Mo. Initially, Lin Mo agreed to some interviews, but as the requests surged, he had to retreat from the public eye, declaring that he would no longer accept any interviews. While Lin Mo took his break, the major martial arts academies began allocating spots for entry into the Martial God Hall. Despite having only one contestant advance among the top 8 from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy this year, the academy still held the most influence and received the most slots due to clinching the championship. Lin Mo wasn't too concerned about the allocation of spots, confident that he would secure a place regardless. After the major martial arts academies completed their allocations, the next step was the internal distribution of spots within each academy. During this period, a piece of news caused quite a stir. Su Lingqing had given up her spot in the Martial God Hall. The Martial God Hall is a gathering place for the nation's top talents, admitting only those who pass a rigorous selection process, including outstanding students from major martial arts academies and some elite descendants from hidden top-tier families. Compared to the talents from martial arts academies, the scions of elite families are even more formidable. From birth, these prodigies have customized martial arts training plans, receive guidance from martial arts masters, and occasionally even advice from the martial god ancestors of deeply rooted families. Coupled with the abundant resources of these elite families, their growth is astonishing. If not for the ancient ruins beneath the Martial God Hall, which is one of the nation's largest super-ancient civilization sites containing resources unobtainable elsewhere, these talents might not choose to enter the Martial God Hall at all. Take the Yi family in the capital, for instance. Yi Tianjun is a member of this family. He chose to attend Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy not for its resources, but to vie for a spot in the Martial God Hall. In the Yi family, Yi Tianjun is not the strongest talent of his generation. He has a cousin with extraordinary skills, so the family's spot naturally wouldn't go to him. Hence, he had to compete for a spot from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. The mentors within the Martial God Hall are all grandmasters in martial arts, and the resident Martial God Association also conducts classes. Occasionally, even those surpassing the martial god level come to guide the strongest talents. Just this aspect alone makes it unrivaled by the country's elite families. The Martial God Hall houses the world's largest relics of ancient civilizations and the most martial gods. Half of the martial gods once trained there, underscoring the immense opportunity that entering the Martial God Hall represents. However, Su Lingqing voluntarily gave up this opportunity, and even the deputy head of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy couldn't persuade her otherwise. In the end, he had to report to the head of the academy. The head of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy calmly said, "Everyone has their own destiny. It's about finding the most suitable path, not the best one." This statement led the mentors and the deputy head of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy to cease their persuasion. On a mountain peak, Su Lingqing, clad in golden armor, gazed down at the scene below. Before her appeared a remnant soul, seemingly communicating something. The remnant soul had a breathtaking appearance, adorned in a golden palace gown, exuding an aura of grace and nobility, reminiscent of a golden phoenix. Su Lingqing gazed at the remnant soul before her, recalling how it was this very soul that had brought her from Blue Star to this world. Her achievements today were largely due to its influence. Was she really willing to give up the Martial God Hall? A part of her felt reluctant. The Martial God Hall was the strongest training camp in this world, offering unparalleled resources and opportunities. The remnant soul's expression was indifferent as it looked into the distance and said, "Your strength is not enough. I need to take you to a relic on this planet to enhance your abilities." A relic? Is it stronger than the one beneath the Martial God Hall? Su Lingqing couldn't help but ask. Humph. The relic of the Shangqing sect can't compare. Even at its peak, the sect's treasures barely caught my eye. Now they are mere ruins, offering little of value, aside from a few decent techniques. Hearing the remnant soul dismiss the relic beneath the Martial God Hall so easily, Su Lingqing was momentarily speechless. The place I am taking you to is not just a relic, but a divine miracle, left behind by ancient deities. It cannot be compared to sect relics established on this planet later on. When mentioning deities, even the proud remnant soul's tone held a hint of reverence. Deities? Do they really exist? Su Lingqing was shocked. Of course, otherwise, why do you think outsiders value this planet so highly, trying everything to invade? Is it truly just for those so-called ancient relics? The remnant soul sneered, its tone heavy. The place I'm taking you to was revered in ancient times as Guanmen. The deity worshipped there is Guan Shun. In ancient times, Guan Shun could peer into time and space, foresee the future, control cause and effect, and determine life and death. Countless sects fell under his predictions, including some very powerful ones. Even the mightiest who wielded supreme powers and defied fate eventually fell under divine punishment on their path to becoming gods. Blue Star was where Guan Shun took his seventh step to divinity, leaving behind the four-character truth Feng Yi Chi Sui, containing the supreme mystery of the phoenix's rebirth. If you can comprehend this truth, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Su Lingqing was deeply shaken by the mention of Guan Shun by the remnant soul. Master, there's another thing I'm curious about. Lin Mo, who traveled to this world with me. What exactly is the technique he practices, and why does it counter the Tianhuang Sutra? Su Lingqing couldn't help but ask, this question having troubled her for days. Mentioning Lin Mo, a trace of apprehension appeared on the remnant soul's face. It opened its mouth to speak, but then sighed. There are things you are better off not knowing. Just be aware that you must keep your distance from him, never provoke him, and certainly don't think you can surpass him. Seeing her master's apprehensive expression, Su Lingqing was deeply shaken. It was the first time she had seen her master like this, not even when mentioning the divine miracle. Enough questions. Let's go. The remnant soul transformed into a beam of light, merging into Su Lingqing's body. She glanced back at the island. Her figure flickered, and she vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, along with others who had secured a spot in the Martial God Hall, arrived at the mysterious hall. The Martial God Hall was located on a massive island, its size comparable to several base cities combined. When Lin Mo and his group reached the island, they found 20 other peers gathered there, all top talents selected by prominent families across the country, each formidable in their own right. Lin Mo surveyed the 20 individuals, noting that the weakest among them were advanced martial artists, with 4 having reached the level of junior martial masters, and 1 even at the intermediate martial master level. In comparison, the Academy's team seemed less impressive. Among the 40 from the Academy, only Lin Mo, Song Xian, Lu Shu, Yi Tianjun, and Yi Ling had the prowess of martial masters. Of the remaining 35, only 9 were advanced martial artists, while the others were intermediate or lower, highlighting a significant disparity in strength. The elite heirs of the prominent families cast their attention on Lin Mo and the 4 others, particularly Lin Mo, who, as the champion of the new student exchange competition, drew the majority of the attention. Even those who hadn't watched the live broadcast had learned of Lin Mo's abilities through recordings. Once all 60 were assembled, Chi Yi, the instructor who had hosted the new student exchange competition, appeared. Lin Mo and the others greeted him. Chi Yi approached, scanning the group with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. You're in luck. The hall master heard about the high caliber of this year's newcomers and has taken the time to come and see you. The hall master coming? Both the new students from the Martial Academy and the heirs of the top families were visibly shocked. The hall master of the Martial God Hall was a being beyond the realm of martial gods, rarely seen or heard from. The fact that they would personally attend today left everyone both excited and nervous. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the distant sky suddenly twisted violently, forming a massive swirling vortex. As the vortex appeared, a figure emerged from within, hovering in the air. Instantly, the entire island was enveloped by this presence, an indescribable aura of pressure spreading throughout. At that moment, Lin Mo and the others found themselves unable to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This phenomenon, unprecedented even in the presence of a martial god, was the mark of a being beyond the martial god, so overwhelmingly powerful. In the sky, a swirling black vortex appeared, resembling a black hole and evoking a sense of dread. A figure emerged from the vortex, causing everyone on the island to lose their connection to the natural energy around them. People on the island looked up in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. This scene lasted for a few seconds, and as the vortex vanished, everything returned to normal. An elderly man in traditional Tang attire appeared before the newcomers. Despite his age, his presence made the surrounding space tremble, enveloping everyone in an indescribable sense of pressure. Faced with this pressure, the newcomers gritted their teeth, trying to steady their inner fear and remain standing. They understood that this pressure was a test from the being who had surpassed the martial gods. Under this pressure, Lin Mo could faintly hear a dragon's roar within him, as the essence of the Zhulong, refined in his spiritual core and flesh, helped him withstand the pressure. As a result, Lin Mo felt less burdened than the others, maintaining a calm demeanor. When the pressure receded like a tide, the newcomers finally relaxed, realizing their backs were soaked with sweat. Is this the power of someone beyond the martial gods? Everyone believed that if the palace master of the Martial God Hall had harbored any intent to kill, that intent alone would have been enough to annihilate everyone present. It was truly terrifying. You newcomers to the Martial God Hall are indeed impressive, the palace master said with a gentle smile. Seeing such outstanding young talent from his country filled him with genuine joy. Hearing the palace master's praise, the 60 newcomers were thrilled, knowing that earning such recognition was no easy feat. The palace master scanned the crowd, and as his gaze passed over them, the newcomers felt as if their secrets were laid bare. Finally, his eyes settled on Lin Mo, and he instantly appeared beside him. This instant movement was not due to speed, but rather a direct shift from one point in space to another. You must be Lin Mo, the champion of this year's newcomer exchange contest? Very good, very good. Keep working hard, and your future is promising, said the palace master, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder. The palace master's words about Lin Mo left some newcomers shocked. The phrase, promising future, from someone beyond the martial gods implied high expectations. The idea that the palace master believed Lin Mo could surpass the martial gods in the future stirred dissatisfaction among some outstanding newcomers, especially those from elite families. They acknowledged Lin Mo's excellence, but felt it was premature to predict his potential to surpass the martial gods. After all, none of the other newcomers could confidently claim they would become martial gods, given the limited number of martial gods in the country, all of whom had reached their status through years of experience. It's not uncommon for the martial god temple training camp to produce no martial gods in a session. Despite being praised by the temple master, Lin Mo felt no sense of honor. Rather, he found it somewhat troubling. The praise placed him in opposition to many others. Chi saw Lin Mo as a seed of hope and began grooming him, which instantly caused unease among the other newcomers. In the martial god temple, students are classified into different levels. The greater the potential, the higher the level, and the more privileges and resources they receive. Being a seed of hope symbolizes the continuation of humanity's legacy, signifying the temple's belief that Lin Mo is destined to become a martial god, the highest level of potential within the temple. Lin Mo hadn't even officially joined the martial god temple before being designated as a seed of hope, which stirred resentment among many newcomers, especially those from top families. Nearly all the martial arts masters in the academy had been trained by Lin Mo, yet the top family science hadn't yet experienced his baptism, leaving them dissatisfied. However, who would dare to voice their dissent? Perhaps if Chi were present, they might muster the courage, but in the presence of the temple master, who surpasses even the martial god level, they didn't dare. The temple master glanced at the other students and said, "I know many of you are dissatisfied with my decision to designate Lin Mo as a seed of hope, but I assure you, my judgment is more precise than yours. If you're unhappy, you can watch Lin Mo's performance in the coming days. The temple has brought you here not for competition, but to foster healthy rivalry and help you grow quickly into pillars of humanity." With these encouraging words, the master departed. Chi led the newcomers into the martial god temple training camp. The so-called training camp was essentially a city. Lin Mo and the others saw people bustling about, and most importantly, these individuals possessed considerable strength, with the majority having reached the level of martial masters, stronger than the martial artists in the capital. These were residents of the temple's island, and becoming one of them was no easy feat. Besides strength, one needed a clean family background and had to pass assessments to ensure they weren't foreign cultists. Chi smiled and said, "What are the benefits of living here?" someone asked. Chi replied, "Of course, there are benefits. First, the spiritual energy on the island is much higher than outside, making it more conducive to cultivation. Secondly, although there are no formal academies on the island, there is a martial arts college. With the martial god temple next door, you can imagine the resources available at the college." His words made many realize the significant advantages of such an environment, especially in terms of educational resources for future generations. Another important aspect is that the direct descendants of island residents, if outstanding, can apply to join the training camp's reserves. Chi also smiled and said, "Reserves?" The newcomers were stunned. The martial god temple is a place for cultivating elites, aiming to train top-tier combat forces for humanity, and it doesn't accept any slackers or degenerates. When you enter the temple, someone will set goals for you based on your talents. If you fail to meet these goals by the deadline, you'll be replaced by someone from the top of the reserve list. Chi's words shocked many newcomers, revealing the high standards of the training camp. He informed them in advance. Every year, about 20 people are eliminated for not meeting their goals. The elimination rate of around 20 people made the newcomers gasp, considering that out of 60 recruits, 20 are eliminated each year, a remarkably high rate. Did you think the training camp was established for you to relax and enjoy resources? The martial god temple's training is to cultivate high-end combat power for humanity. If you're here to slack off, you might as well leave now, Chi said with a cold snort. As newcomers to the training camp, each of you will receive 5,000 points. Of course, Lin Mo, as a seed of hope, will receive 300,000 points in his first year, according to the rules. The news of 300,000 points left the group of newcomers dumbfounded, as their combined total of 5,000 points each didn't even come close to Lin Mo's allocation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.